In the world of Teyvat, beyond the 7 nations, and near the very edge of the realm, there lies a desolate isle where only withered trees remain. Overhead a false sky hangs dim and murky, projecting a counterfeit panorama. It was the first time she had observed the outside of the false heavens so directly. Curiosity stirred within her about the true situation beyond which the heavenly principles guarded so strictly. Hovering in midair, Nahida stretched out a finger to touch the shell that protected the world. At her light touch, the illusory images on its surface rippled, allowing its true nature to emerge. Beyond that shell was a sight that struck one with utter despair. Thick pitch-black liquid surged and roiled, engulfing the world wrapped within the eggshell. The luminous motes shimmering upon the shell were steadily fading, their retreat imperceptible to mortal eyes, and the span until their complete disappearance was still far beyond what ordinary humans could sense. As Nahida tried to stretch her mind further, attempting to observe more of the reality beyond, Void, who had been watching her movements, abruptly stopped her. The words, "Are you trying to die?" appeared before Nahida's eyes. Though she could not hear Void's voice, she could easily imagine its urgency. She herself realized that recklessly peering outside would lead to disaster. Nahida withdrew her perception from beyond the world and gazed up at the projected false sky. In her heart, she finally gained some understanding of the temperament of that capricious heavenly principle. The withered trees beneath her feet had long since decayed, and no living creatures remained upon the island's surface. Nahida sensed no vitality there save for a few monsters exuding black miasma. Precisely because of this, she felt at ease choosing this place as the site of the final battle. As for whether the monsters would discover her, an ordinary person would likely be besieged in an instant, but for her it was enough simply to ensure that they never perceived her presence. Watching the fragile shell shudder, Nahida did not dare touch it any further. The sea breeze made the leaf-shaped ornament atop Nahida's head sway. The little feathered orb beside her appeared as she summoned a shovel formed from condensed dendro, and she lowered her head, laboring diligently as she arranged her preparations. "Void, I'm almost ready. Where are the great tree and the others now?" Nahida asked Void as she hurried toward the other side of the island. Today the final scene was to be shot. The heavenly principle is XXX meters away from you, and is expected to arrive in 1 minute, came the broadcast. 1 minute. Good, that's enough time, Nahida murmured. Stopping her digging, Nahida called upon Dendro. On the empty island, a stage woven from living wood and grass rose into existence. Her small, smooth feet were stained with a film of mud. Tiny footprints trailed behind her across the damp sand. Influenced by Nahida's dendro power, the vegetation on the island showed faint signs of revival, but Nahida could only feel apologetic. This place lay too far at the boundary. Once her elemental power dispersed, the life of this greenery would inevitably be extinguished again. With her tiny steps, Nahida walked to the center of the stage. In her hand she held a green leaf-shaped headset, the Akasha terminal, and gazed into the distance toward Sumeru. She wished to use the terminal to leave something behind for the Tree King and everyone else. "Please, please, Void, help Nahida," she pleaded. I know," came Void's reluctant response. She entreated Void to preserve her message and allow the great tree to discover it at the right time. 20, 19, 18. The distance report drew ever closer. Standing before the resting place she had chosen for herself, Nahida gently closed her beautiful eyes and began to sing an old song of Sumeru. She waited for their arrival, for those familiar gods, her kin among the archons and the superior of the heavenly prince. "Are you still listening, you child left alone? Don't be afraid," she sang. The lyrics were tinged with remembrance, yet also seemed to be words of comfort she offered herself. "I love you so much, my dear Tree King Mother. I'm so sorry that my shyness has always kept me from saying it aloud. Tree King Mother, I love you. In the end, I love you, Mom," she whispered. Thinking of the Tree King who shared her appearance and had always protected her, Nahida felt her heart grow warm. Ever since her first life ended and she was born anew, Nahida had never known whether she was the Nahida who was meant to appear or merely a timid little girl inhabiting this borrowed body. Such questions no longer mattered. She only wished to save her and everyone else. Yet to interfere with Teyvat's predetermined destiny meant bearing the full weight of fate. This was what that ruler shrouded entirely in the flow of time had once told her. People could be saved, but those who had already died in history could not appear again in Teyvat's future. For in the memories of others, those people would still be dead, and with Nahida's intervention it would be believed that she was the one who had slain them. Just like that tree in Inazuma. Mother will probably be disappointed in me, stained with so much blood, she thought. Perhaps that's for the best. At least she will not grieve over my departure. Great compassion, Tree King, I hope you enjoyed the role I have played these past hundreds of years. The stage for my curtain call is already complete, and I shall stand in place of you, the one who was forgotten. I am but a substitute existing at a time where I should not exist at all. But at least this once, Mother, please allow me my selfishness." Remembering the dance she had once learned from a certain Hydro Archon, Nahida, in a burst of enthusiasm, transformed into her adult form and began to dance. She danced as she awaited the arrival of the heavenly principles. The heavenly principle was no enemy, yet not an ally either. The heavenly principle had her own duties and Nahida her own intentions. Those mortals and gods whose deaths were ordained by fate had already been hidden by her in a safe place. What remained was for the Dendro Archon to make the world forget her. It shouldn't hurt too much, she consoled herself. The heavenly principle needed the world to continue needed to lighten the burden weighing upon it. And though she loved fell squarely within the load the heavenly principle intended to shed. Fortunately, there was still a sliver of hope. As one who should not have existed, her body as Dendro Archon was not a branch broken off from the great compassion tree king. Her foreign consciousness had fused with a generation of branches in Teyvat that naturally detached, forming a special fate outside the world itself, leaving her innately imbued with a unique power. This small body of the Dendro Archon contained an extraordinary divine power, something she had discovered after extensive study, whether in her divine blood or in her strength. She was like Tang Song of old legends. Once she died, the power bestowed upon her by some unknown existence would automatically disperse and nourish all of Teyvat without birthing the lingering resentment that clung to native archons. As for how she had reached this conclusion, Nahida had consulted that one in the heavens. In today's performance, aside from her beloved Tree King mother, all who appeared were simply actors in a script. The final scene of the play was for the world to forget her. No matter how flawed the process might be, as long as the Dendro Archon was forgotten, there would never be another attempting to make the world forget them as she did. Soon a rift tore open in the sky. A regal figure descended from above, leading the 7 archons through the air. Nahida continued her dance without pause. The face of the great compassion tree king Bayer, who had been kept ignorant of the truth, was filled with complicated emotions. Everything was there save for the hatred Nahida had expected. Bayer, the great compassion tree king, looked terrible, her heart aching, as she watched Nahida below dancing, while simultaneously using her words to provoke her. The two nearly identical figures confronted one another. Furina, the second Hydro Archon, and the one who had most often dealt with Nahida, watched as Nahida danced using the very steps she had taught her. This time the little sprout danced beautifully. Unable to help in any other way, Furina could only pray that the little sprout would succeed. The Cryo Archon wore the same cold expression as always, yet beneath the frost worry leaked through. Barbados, behind his seemingly careless gaze, was filled with concern. Morix stood with arms folded, looking as though he had merely come to pay a casual visit. There was none of the hostility toward Nahida that she had secretly asked them to show. She could not read Zhongli's emotions at all. At the forefront of the 7 stood the heavenly principle, who had no intention of showing mercy. For Teyvat's continuation, she needed to eliminate all accidents that burdened the world, especially since this was what they had agreed upon together. Nahida had altered predetermined destiny time, and again thus she had to die. The divine power within her was enough to sustain all of Teyvat until the turning point arrived. Take down the one who defied fate, commanded the heavenly principle. Under her stern pressure and threats, and due to certain restrictions upon them, the 7 archons finally launched their attack on Nahida. Bayer wished to seize her rebellious daughter and take Nahida back. The other archons, however, were clearly holding back their attacks, more like staged moves than lethal blows. Barbados's wind power accidentally blew the Pyro Archon's flame straight toward the Cryo Archon. The resulting fire tornado was truly devastating. To block it, the Cryo Archon had no choice but to hurl a fully charged ice spear at Morix. Yet even that failed to halt the fire tornado, which swept on toward Raiden Ei. Ei unleashed Muzu no Hidotachi, triggering a massive overload explosion that sent Furculos flying. The blast disturbed the enormous water construct Furculos had formed, causing it to lose control and surge toward the remaining 5 archons. At the same time, Morix, distracted for a moment by the Cryo Archon's ice spear, lost his grip on his stone lance. The lance flew straight toward Barbados's lower back. Just as Barbados prepared to block the lance, the uncontrolled water element, like a tidal wave, crashed down upon them, chunks of seafood-laden water slamming heavily into their midst. After this rather spectacular mutual defeat and withdrawal, the chaotic battlefield was left to the quarreling mother and daughter. Yet from the way they fought, never striking to kill, it was clear enough. In the end, the heavenly principle chose to act, personally summoning a colossal pillar of frost that had already obliterated several nations daring to touch forbidden things. The nail of the frozen heavens. The nail of the frozen heavens hurtled toward Bayer and Nahida as they tangled. The sky, strained by such power, exploded with thunder and lightning. Cracks began to spread across the protective shell of the false sky. This only made the heavenly principle less inclined to hold back, even at the risk of injuring Bayer. Standing with her back to the heavenly principle, Bayer sensed the danger. Yet the heavenly principle used her authority as Teyvat's administrator to suppress Bayer, leaving her no way to evade. Originally, the heavenly principle's pressure was directed at Nahida. However, due to Nahida's special divine body, she was unaffected by suppression from a god above Teyvat's archons. The heavenly principle hesitated little. Seeing that she could not strike Nahida and noticing that Nahida was still holding back against Bayer, the heavenly principle simply changed her target, choosing the Tree King instead. Even if Nahida did not move to shield her, Bayer, whose fate was originally to die, was in the heavenly principle's eyes the one who rightly ought to be struck. Nahida clearly perceived the heaven-piercing nail plummeting straight toward the greater Lord Bayer. Under the sudden suppression of Teyvat's heavenly principle, Bayer was locked in place, unable to escape. The other gods were abruptly blocked by the heavenly principle's sudden outburst of might, and for the moment were unable to come to her aid. Nahida had schemed and struggled so much just to keep them alive. She would never allow the Tree King to fall like this. Buyer looked at Nahida with a bitter smile, no longer bothering to disguise her emotions. With the last of her strength, she shouted for Nahida to flee. Little grass, catch this! And run, run! False memories told her that Nahida had slain countless mortals and gods. Yet how could she so easily accept such a tale? The memories of Teyvat had never been reliable. A string of beads, a bracelet, was flung toward Nahida. It was the gift Buyer had once promised her, left in her own hand for many years, because of unforeseen events never delivered until now. Nahida caught the bracelet securely. But no. Everything she had done was never meant to end with watching her Tree King mother die. Damn heavenly principle. This was supposed to be agreed upon, yet you resort straight to the heaven-piercing nail. Utterly dishonorable. The nail was dropping with terrifying speed, yet its descent was subtly controlled, leaving just enough leeway for Nahida to exchange the person trapped within. With the greatest speed she had ever mustered in her life, she constructed chains of elemental power and flung Buyer out of the nail's very center. A violent explosion erupted, light blazing in all directions. When their vision finally cleared, Nahida, who had been standing at the impact point, had vanished without anyone noticing when she disappeared. Only a small branch of a little tree remained on the ground. Warm particles of power flowed outward from within it, continuously converging into the sky. At last that cluster of warmth burst apart, without causing the slightest harm. It was Little Grass's final gift. In her blue star life she had possessed nothing, only that tattered, broken home. Yet in these brief days as the Little Grass God she had truly been happy. She did not wish for everyone to be worn down and consumed into oblivion. Her power was formidable, yet still insufficient. Not enough to overturn everything. As the strength within the branch ebbed away, it began to wither. Leaves that had been vividly green dried up in an instant, and bereft of power were about to fall. They were gathered instead into the tight embrace of a Tree King, who had broken down in tears. Across Teyvat a nourishing rain began to fall, reaching every corner of the land. The once shattered borders of the world started swiftly mending themselves. The heavenly principle watched this scene of the world being fed back and healed, then, after a brief pause, returned to Sky Island. Only the weeping Tree King Buyer remained at the impact site, along with several other gods, their expressions solemn. Elsewhere, in a mysterious location, endless starry space stretched outside, while within lay a dim sealed. Above, countless display screens were suspended, each recording the data it was meant to capture. The screens were linked by multicolored cables to one massive mainframe after another, and at the very center stood a biological cultivation pod, filled with nutrient fluid. Inside the pod, a small green-haired girl floated naked, her body covered in lines and connectors for various instruments. Eyes tightly shut, she was immersed within. The place seemed to be a private laboratory. At the very top of the central pod, the signal light blinked rhythmically. All the other cultivation pods were shattered, sunk into lifeless gloom. In the living area of the lab, a computer that should have been powered down began to hiss with static like an old television. Then, on its own, it loaded a pixelated game screen. On the screen, a cyan green pixel figure danced upon a stage of its own creation. Then a white pixel figure flew in and appeared beside it. The white figure brought with it 7 other pixel characters, each in a different color. Around the bodies of several of these pixel beings, tiny dots of the same hue orbited in halos. Their circling lights revealed the strength of these pixel beings. The figure on the ground smiled, its pixelated face curving while cyan green dots whirled about its body. The white pixel figure commanded the others behind it to attack the cyan green one. Yet the rest did not truly strike it. The white pixel figure chose to act on its own. A green pixel figure sharing the same hue as the cyan green one was suddenly ambushed. The cyan green pixel character stepped in and took the blow in its stead. The cyan green pixel character's health bar drained to nothing. Text popped up on the screen: blank avatar, your little grass god has sacrificed a life. Upon death, XXX is dropped. The broken world of Teyvat has received the gift of Little Grass's death. The shattered world has been repaired. The world's remaining time has been extended. The lives within the ruined world have received a boon. Their wear and tear has greatly diminished. Your little grass god is dead. Little grass god's consciousness has been collected for you in the dark room. Please confirm whether to revive this consciousness. Yes, no, you have chosen to give your little grass god a gift. You have chosen to allocate elemental attribute points for your little grass god. Since the character has died, all will be obtained upon rebirth. You have selected a new world as the resurrection point for your little grass god. Do you wish to choose? Error. Honkai Star Rail world loading error. Scarlet warning windows kept popping up, flooding the entire screen. After the alarm had blared for quite some time, a woman with messy gray hair and a melancholic air began typing rapidly on the keyboard. The screen loading world Naruto load successful. Currently, before the following text could finish loading, the gray-haired woman returning with a cup of coffee, hair still somewhat disheveled and dressed in a white lab coat, closed the screen. She lifted the cup, coffee that her past self had regarded with dread, and tasted it carefully. It still carried not the slightest flavor. Expressionless, she raised her head to look at the cabinet in the corner of her resting room. On the wall hung a great red sword. On the coat rack rested a hat that did not quite match and a peculiar bow. There was a staff drone adorned with fiery red markings, and a long spear called Ji-Yun, quietly displayed there as well. Beyond the window, the starry sky remained endless. On a table to the side lay a family photo, and beside it a small model of a train. After a short while, the gray-haired woman resumed typing, reopening the chat interface with a certain person, while simultaneously composing notes for a new round of experimental records. The program was running impeccably. Experiment log: the experiment proceeded smoothly. The thing she gifted from that time has integrated well. As long as the next step is completed. My family, you will come back too. The proposal from the blonde man she had picked up and brought here had been verified and indeed showed no issues. Finishing her muttered record, she gazed at the image on the screen before her fingers brushing the final keepsake left behind when that bad woman abandoned her. It was a pair of pistols engraved with a spider emblem. For once a hint of gentleness appeared on the gray-haired woman's face. On the wall a mask with a wide exaggerated smile had appeared at some unknown time. Though its eye sockets were utterly empty, it seemed to be staring at the woman as she typed at the keyboard. What a soft bed. The little wooden bed sprouting tiny wings carried Nahida through clouds wrapped in sweet candy-like cotton. She plucked a puff casually and popped it into her mouth. So sweet. It's cotton candy. Thinking of someone, Nahida reached sideways and called Shu Wang, you eat some. As she thought of that person, a woman who seemed to be an older version of herself appeared on the little winged bed. She leaned over and took a bite of the cotton candy from Nahida's hand. The woman looked at her with a gentle gaze. Kongbai, watching through the screen, observed the unfolding scene. Endless white clouds cloaked the space, and upon the largest of them lay a little girl in a cyan white dress. Warm light bathed the girl. The drifting cloud cradled her like the most luxurious bed, carrying her along in. The girl mumbled sleep talk on the cloud bed. Kongbai paused, then a thought struck it. Above the sleeping girl the air rippled like water. Her gaze turned this way. A compass-like device appeared, its needle began to spin, and then landed upon an icon painted with a crying cartoon face. The sleeping girl's eyelids twitched inexplicably. She had dreamed of something strange. In the girl's dream, above the skies of Shumi, she was riding a flower carriage with Shu Wang when midway the scene shifted, and before Nahida a figure in a red leather suit with bulbous lightbulb-like eyes began to call to her. The suited figure did not open its mouth yet. She understood. Nahida, Nahida, I am the cosmic hero. Wake up. There is a new world waiting for you to save. Then as the image continued to change, she somehow fell from the carriage, Shu Wang, and the float vanished. It was only a dream. She who often visited her people's dreams found it inconsistent and wished to wake. The dream began to fracture. Consciousness started to fall. Nahida felt her awareness leap from the sky island toward the ground. The sudden sensation of weightlessness threatened to jolt her awake. That instant of weightless trembling made the cloud-bound Nahida struggle toward waking. The compass above her had appeared and then vanished without warning. Her body felt heavy. The scene before her was warm yet much distorted. Sensing that she could not control her body, Nahida did not force herself to break free. She knew this image. It was the original Nahida's PV. The carriage jolted and Nahida opened her eyes and said she had just dreamed of Nahida's family being beside her. In the dream, Shu Wang, like a mother, had led friends to find her. They said, "Little grass, we've finally found you. Everyone has been waiting to meet you." The picture shattered again, and those who had gathered around her vanished. Only another version of herself remained. Crouched on the ground, Nahida watched as a version of herself cradling a gray-haired little girl appeared. The Nahida who held the child set the little one down. "Be good, Liuxing. Grandma will record a video." Having spoken, she turned back to look at the silent other self. "Hello there, another me. Don't overthink it. I am not of this world. To be brief, do not worry about Taiwat, do whatever you wish. Only one thing you must know. You must be strong enough by the day you meet the Kongbai you speak of. Strong enough that the ending that happened before will not repeat in the future." With that, the image of the woman holding the child vanished. Nahida blinked on the cloud and looked around. This was not the familiar island she knew. Shu Wang is not here. Does that mean I am dead? There seemed to be a strange fellow in the dream. And what did that other me mean? Nahida pressed a trembling hand to her chest and spoke. "Will trouble come in the future?" After a moment to steady herself, she refocused on her surroundings. This was Kongbai's realm. She had been brought in again. Indeed, she was now in a state of pure consciousness. Nahida noticed that her body had become somewhat translucent. Having long known the outcome that followed a sacrifice, she did not panic. She did not dwell on it. Even if the forces of heavenly law used their power and took her, she was content with so many years of peaceful, joyful life. She had already saved whom she could and had asked Kongbai to hide those companions who fate had bound to death to wait until a traveler in the future might change their destiny and awaken them. All Nahida could do now was wager her life to buy her family a chance. She raised her head toward the luminous screen that had appeared before her. The screen displayed a chat interface. The cursor blinked. Sensing Nahida's gaze, words began to appear on the screen. "Congratulations, Nahida. You have successfully completed the dance step Shen mission to save Taiwat. The screen even matched the moment with the crackle of firecrackers and fireworks. Mission brief Tai Wat. This broken world is grievously fractured like a ship with a smashed hull. Its stewards frantically seek to kill anything that would overburden it so the vessel may be kept afloat longer. Those burdens are the things you Nahida must protect. Go and save them. Save those you love, mortals and gods alike. Stage for yourself the greatest final curtain. When you die, your body will become the final gift to the worlds where the ones you love remain. Mission objective: sacrifice your body to mend the world's false heavens into wholeness. Completed. Wonderful. It succeeded. Shu Wang must be crying his heart out now. Thanks Kong Bai. She glanced about. The place felt as if it hung hundreds of meters in the air, layered with endless white clouds. Only the floating islet beneath her feet was clearly visible. A few large words appeared on the communication screen before her in response to Nahida's thanks. In the world beyond the divide, the gray-haired woman called Kong Bai sat in her sealed laboratory, watching the words in the speech bubble above the pixelated little person on her screen. She moved her fingers and typed 3 characters. You're welcome. This cloud space was one Nahida had entered long ago when, soon after her birth into Tai Wat, she wandered through the dreams of Zuma's beings. She had loved being a guest inside her people's dreams. She would drift from one dream bubble into another. But suddenly a bright flash of familiar mark blinking before her eyes, and Nahida found herself transported into a strange place. She could tell it was not any single citizen's dream. While still observing the unfamiliar place, a luminous screen appeared before her. Like a void terminal, except not teal green. It bore a resemblance to the system Shu Wang and she had been considering. Words appeared on the sudden screen, and an unknown presence began to communicate with Nahida. It called itself the intelligence of that space. At first Nahida suspected Shu Wang's mischief and played along, feigning admiration for the space's marvels. No matter what Nahida asked, it could almost always explain, revealing many things that plainly did not belong to Tai Wat. At times it would deliberately feign ignorance. Nahida herself also pretended ignorance. She attributed those strange items to artifacts Shu Wang might have picked up in his wanderings among outsiders. Only later did she stumble upon the truth. She had been mistaken. She had guessed part of it correctly. The one who claimed to be the spirit of the space had indeed been deceiving a child. Her later belief that it was merely Shu Wang's prank proved wrong. Nahida worried for a time that it might be the malice of some unknown Martian, but as time passed it gave no sign of harmful intent and she eased her fear. She made several careful probes. Though she feared that calling out its lie outright might provoke a wrathful, murderous retaliation, an inner voice urged her on. The voice told her it was benevolent. This stranger across the space chatting with her like an online friend bore no It was not the childish fantasy she had once indulged, of becoming a transmigrated little grass god and receiving a sentient pocket space as a golden boon. Then one day, at the right moment, Nahida bluntly exposed its lie. After she unmasked it, it no longer pretended to be the space itself, nor did it offer explanation. The previously bare screen simply acquired something new. Beside the blinking cursor that accompanied the text, a blank nickname appeared, and an empty avatar. A single female, an alternate online friend with a blank name and avatar. Nahida unilaterally named her Kong Bai, and the other party tacitly accepted the name. When Nahida first came to Tai Wat, she was born like other Mozheni. Shu Wang, sensing a shared origin, took her back to After the Sky Island declared the Mozhen Wars, Nahida began to scheme. She was sorry she could not save the Mozhen, who simply wished to live peacefully. To plan so hard as to barely alter the fate destined for Shu Wang and the others had been the limit of her will. Only after signing a pact with heavenly law did Nahida gain a clear direction. To deceive fate, Kong Bai, an existence outside the world, could help her hide those she saved. The original Nahida intended to use all her strength to seal the rescued in certain places to evade their predetermined deaths. Nahida pretended to kill those fated to die to trick destiny and avoid its grip. Though heavenly law appeared ruthless, it dealt in procedure. The contract let it turn a blind eye when convenient. Kong Bai, my mission is complete. Where's the reward? Nahida had only meant it as a little joke. After all, from beginning to end, this had been Naxida's own chosen path. She did not truly need a reward. Toward the stars and skip it, Kong Bai. Pretending to be Catherine is fun. Interesting. Though she could not hear a voice, Nahida imagined the faint smile at the corner of the other's lips. What began as a joke turned into a real system-like response from Kong Bai, chiming a broadcast. Mission reward: 1 growable Xiaoqiao Xin main body branch. Xiaoqiao Xin exclusive small world Huan Na Lana Xiaoqiao Xin's wondrous tool X1 detecting available vessel. Xiaoqiao revival imminent. World transference commencing. Wait. Kong, still hovering in the mysterious cloud space and wanting to speak, Nahida saw a vortex appear before her and was swiftly drawn in. The sky tore open in a vortex. Lightning flashed and thunder rolled. A woman in a long green dress, feeling the ground fall away, she instinctively kept herself aloft. Where is this again? Below looks like a village. Damn. She had not seen civilians harmed for a long time since the Mozhen Wars ended and was stunned. Seeing someone dared kill before her eyes reminded her this place was not Tai Wat. She descended swiftly to rescue them. Meanwhile on the ground. You lowly commoners. I'm a ninja. Taking a little of your money is nothing. How dare you defy me? You must be spies from another shinobi village. Let me give you a proper interrogation. Prepare to die obediently. At the sound from the sky, the jonin of the band, who had been mockingly slaughtering villagers, looked up. What has suddenly appeared? A woman who can fly. Could she have awakened a bloodline limit that grants flight? Heh. I'm going to profit from this. You lot come up with me. The jonin, thinking himself clever, ordered his underlings to seize Nahida. A woman, without a ninja forehead protector. Surely a spy from another country. He leered as he took in the extremely beautiful woman. From the air Nahida watched several awkwardly running leering men leap toward her, jabbering obscenely. Bodies lay everywhere on the ground. Collapsed houses. The few ninjas on the ground hurled several kunai, but Nahida's protective aura deflected them. Kongbai, really, you do not tell me what this new world is like. The level of civilization here does not seem very high. I'm here, but you should first deal with these men. We'll talk afterward. You revealed. How rare. Willing to find me beyond the void. The communication between Nahida and blank does not require words, only thought. Well, from now on just use the void terminal to find me. Ignoring Nahida's complaints, I began discussing serious matters. Void terminal. Nahida skillfully touched her ear, realizing she had unknowingly put on a familiar headphone. All right, then I'll get busy first. The scene around was bloody and chaotic. A few lewd ninjas rushed over babbling something, but Nahida couldn't understand them. But it doesn't matter. She'll understand soon enough. Seeing their ugly expressions, she guessed they were likely saying something unpleasant. It sounded like the language of Inazuma, and its tone made Nahida feel like sending them to meet their doom. It was exactly like a language she remembered from happier days. What disgusting tactics. With murderous intent and a strong stench of blood, Nahida could smell them from afar. She had no intention of sparing their lives. The leading ninja had already twisted a grin at the corners of his mouth. It seemed he envisioned a scene of Nahida being captured by them. But then nothing happened. They only saw Nahida's eyes glowing. Suddenly they lost consciousness. Chain of wisdom. Connecting to the ninja's consciousness, she began probing their memories. A nauseating past. The memories of these ninjas made Nahida feel sick. It was all about killing and then bullying civilians who were weak. Konoha ninja. In a war right now. Receiving orders to kill everyone nearby to prevent so-called information leaks. Konoha. And ninja, isn't that from something like Naruto? Yes. It's this world, a certain blank interjected, when Nahida discovered clues about the world. Inter-village brawls. Legendary eyes. What a world dominated by bloodlines. Controlling these so-called Konoha ninjas to kneel before me, Nahida contemplated the little she remembered about the Naruto storyline. I've been thrown into the Naruto set. A world where villages only know how to brawl and blank, you didn't even pick a better one for me. Burning, killing, plundering, chaotic systems. Twisted. Nahida. Once you establish your own kingdom in this world, you can open a new one. You can step into a new world from the previous space you stayed in, but you must have enough foundation. I can't guarantee the next world will be Teyvat, but I can guarantee there will definitely be a chance to return. All right, then it's decided, let the glory of the 7 gods of Teyvat shine over the entire other world. After communicating, Nahida spread her senses across the village, starting to check for survivors. She arrived a bit late. There are a few pitiful little ones left alive. Nahida murmured as she approached their hiding place. Upon hearing Nahida's self-talk, Yahiko and Konan felt their hearts racing. Yahiko carried his unconscious companion Nagato on his back. The 3 of them weren't family, but they were familiar. Until this group of ninjas appeared, shouting about the mission, then robbing the villagers' food and killing everyone in the village to prevent so-called information leaks. Only the 3 little ones playing a game hid in the corner, still alive. Fortunately, when they were discovered for the first time, some ninjas were killed by Nagato's sudden burst of power. But Nagato soon collapsed from exhaustion. This also alerted the group searching for living villagers elsewhere. They discovered Nagato's uniqueness. Come out. The bad guys have already been controlled by me. I mean no harm. Do you need to take revenge with your own hands? If not, I'll just kill those ninjas. From the gaps in the corner where the little ones were hiding, Nahida looked down at them. This startled the little ones inside. But fortunately, Nahida's beautiful appearance and demeanor were friendly enough. The little orange-haired boy bravely crawled out from the gap, because if Nahida really had ill intentions, all 3 of them would have died today. Yahiko felt a bit nervous, but looked at the ninjas that Nahida had specially controlled kneeling on the ground. Upon seeing those murderous demons frozen in place, and kneeling dumbly behind the suddenly appearing Nahida, the bigger orange-haired boy bravely walked towards Nahida, while the other 2 little ones peeked out from the gaps of the collapsed houses. They were a bit worried. A little boy and a little girl. The little girl with a dirty little head looked fearfully at Nahida. But fortunately, Nahida looked beautiful and her attire was not as cold-blooded as those beasts. The first impression made them feel much more at ease. The bigger red-haired little one woke up from the previous fainting, though exhausted, still warily looked at Nahida. Yahiko, be careful. She might also be a ninja. It's fine. Nagato, though, I don't know why I don't feel she enjoys killing as much as those ninjas. The orange-haired boy named Yahiko still smiled at his companions. Be careful, Yahiko. The blue-haired little one gently reminded. Yahiko looked at the bodies of the Konoha ninjas controlled by Nahida. His body trembled with anger. Step by step approaching. His angry hands clenched tightly, but he glanced at Nahida, afraid she would be angry at his actions. Nahida extended her hand, indicating they could freely deal with these ninjas. As for whether children should not be involved, that depends on the situation. The hatred for family should be resolved by them. Such chaotic times do not allow children to remain bloodless. Raindrops began to fall from the sky, but home. Nagato stared blankly. The plot may differ slightly from the original. Butterfly effect. Seeing Nahida's gesture, he lost the mood to be wary. No matter whether Nahida had ulterior motives or whether she would suddenly turn on them, the most important thing right now was to make these enemies pay. Even if Nahida would kill the three of them later, that would be enough. The three dirty children in their tattered clothes no longer cared about the raindrops falling. Their home had been destroyed by those cold-blooded beasts. Let them be drenched in the rain. Beasts. You beasts. Die. Die. Mom and Dad. I can avenge you. With all their strength, they picked up stones and desperately smashed towards the bodies of those few, venting their anger. These so-called Konoha ninjas were lost in dreams controlled by Nahida with no resistance. Watching the rain pour down harder, Nahida extended her hand to the sky. A layer of cyan light appeared above the already collapsed village. The three little ones, exhausted from venting against the dumbfounded ninjas, also noticed Nahida's actions. Up until now, their basic vigilance towards Nahida had been mostly set aside. The little blue-haired girl proactively spoke to Nahida. Thank you, you're so beautiful. Are you a god? Nahida gently patted the little one's head. She smiled softly. However, she did not immediately explain anything. The other two children also wanted to say something, but they were only a few years older than the little girl. All the adults in the village were dead. All the children had died, leaving only the three of them. For a moment, they were filled with uncertainty about the future, standing still. Hey! Nahida approached the three little ones, not the slightest bit disgusted by their dirtiness. She took turns hugging and comforting the three little ones. The little girl named Konan pressed her small face against Nahida's palm. So warm. Then, as if recalling something, she began to cry again. Mom! The language memory she intercepted from the Konoha ninjas allowed Nahida to understand and speak the local language of this world. Although it wasn't a good language. Don't cry. Konan. Yahiko Nagato, right? My name is Nahida. If you're willing, I can be your mother from now on. Do you want to come with me? Noticing the three little ones' confusion, she donned her divine robe. And about what little Konan asked earlier, you were right, I am a goddess, the goddess of plants. Do you think this world is terrible? Do you think it's right for people to kill each other? Do you think nobles enjoying the hard-earned benefits of the common people is justified? Are you willing to join me in changing this world? No need to rush in answering me, not treating them lightly just because they were children. Nahida bent down, earnestly speaking word by word. The three little ones stared blankly at Nahida, now wearing her divine robe filled with divinity and motherhood, nodding their little heads. Mother 3. Let's go. Changing the world takes time. It requires understanding many things. You need to grow up. Before that, I will teach you everything you should know. Once again, she took turns patting the heads of the three little ones. Nahida opened a door in front of her. It was a door leading to her own little world. Huan na lan na. This is my divine kingdom. A dreamlike world. Compared to Yahiko Nagato and Konan's current situation in the ninja world. Indeed, this place is like a dream. Wow. So beautiful. No war. No demons killing everywhere. The little Linaros were preparing a lot of fruits on a stone table. 3 differently colored mushroom beasts were summoned by Nahida, bowing down to the little ones. The peaceful atmosphere here, the dreamlike scenery, made them forget much of their sadness over losing their families. Leading the way, Nahida continued to ponder future matters. It seemed there was much to do. This world was somewhat terrible. As for the storyline, it had been too long. I didn't know much about it at first. I wonder if blank will drop some spoilers. A somewhat troubled Nahida supported her chin, bringing the rescued Konan, Nagato, and Yahiko into Huan na lan na, to let the 3 little ones relax and change their blood-stained clothes. Fortunately, the things she had previously stored inside were still there. Clothes in various styles from 7 different countries, as well as seasonings and such. She chose a few pieces. She buried the already deceased family members with the 3 little ones. Is the ninja world at war now? Do these ninjas ever stop? Thinking they were suspicious individuals wanting to check their memories. Nahida's patience was nearly exhausted under the ninja's reckless approach. Forget it, let's seal you here instead. Be careful. This will hurt a lot. Green elemental chains continuously bound the ninjas who couldn't understand human language into a bundle. Nahida turned, looking at another trio that had come to attack her. She helplessly rubbed her forehead and quickly blocked Nagato, who was about to use his eye's power. Because this time the ninjas wore the headband with the emblem they would never forget. Nagato, be a good boy and listen. The loyal plants listened to Nahida's call, and also sealed the ninja in a green vest in place. To avoid being disturbed by the ninjas, Nahida took the rescued refugees away from the brawling area. There weren't many people fighting, at least not compared to Nahida, who had participated in the Divine War. The scene wasn't large. It was just that whenever the ninjas arrived in that place, they caused great harm to the lives of the people. The wandering ninjas took the opportunity to create chaos. The nobles were indeed unharmed. It was time to check other places. Nahida traveled through the ninja world saving people. During this time, she saw a strong man using lightning elements being overwhelmed by numbers. Nahida always felt a sense of alienation towards this world. She made the children without homes call her mother to connect herself with this place. As for other matters in this world, she did not want to think too much for now. Although she wanted to establish a kingdom, but these children were enough. Perhaps after a longer time changes would occur. Time quickly passed. The War of the Ninjas. The fighting has ceased, leaving behind a ravaged land. The cries of refugees mourning their lost loved ones fill the air. Many children who suffered through the war are now grappling with severe psychological issues. At first, Nahida intended to intervene directly in the war among the ninjas and command them to stop. However, being new to this world and unaware of its powerful beings, she restrained herself. She does not believe herself to be invincible. She dedicates herself to rescuing the disaster-stricken and educating the orphan children of the war. As time passes, the children who initially followed Nahida have grown significantly. Nahida sat on a branch of a tree overlooking the little ones on the ground. Ding dong. The void terminal reminded her that it was time to return to class. As she stepped down, a slide formed from condensed azure light appeared beneath her feet. She slid down the slide, arriving at the place where the children attended class. As she spiraled down the slide, Nahida gradually grew larger from her usual form. If she taught the children in her youthful appearance, it would lack a certain authority. At the same time, a bell was hanging from another large tree. Two Lon Naluo were vigorously shaking the bell to create sound. Upon hearing the bell, the little ones brought back by Nahida quickly ceased their play and walked towards the classroom, taking their seats. A minute later, Nahida, now wearing a pair of glasses to enhance her presence, swiftly entered the classroom. Come on, read with me. Oh. In this open-air classroom filled with the essence of nature, the surrounding grass and those peculiar mushrooms were present. The Lon Naluo were curiously blinking their little eyes, watching the king of grass disseminate knowledge. Nahida's silky hair swayed gently. Behind her floated a chalkboard. Little ones, did you learn what we covered today? How do you read these? Which good child can tell teacher Nahida? Xiao Yu raised her hand. Don't others know? It's all right. Let's have Xiao Yu read it first. Very good, Xiao Yu. Take a seat. This is your reward. As a cyan crystal butterfly landed on Xiao Yu's hair, it transformed into a beautiful hairpin decoration. Their eyes were fixated on the hairpin atop Xiao Yu's head. Xiao Xian wants to try too. Then come and read it. Holding a teaching stick, Nahida pointed at each letter. Xiao Zin's voice trembled slightly. The commotion at the end of class didn't seem to bother her. In this quiet setting, the gaze of everyone on her made her voice increasingly hesitant. Xiao Xian is excellent. This is for you. Nahida snapped her fingers, and another style of hairpin appeared atop Xiao Zin's head. Time flew by during class. Nahida's goal in teaching this class is to help the children learn the common language of Teyvat, which is the Liyue dialect. Adding pinyin was necessary because some children had already grasped the local language due to their age, while others found it difficult to learn the common language of Teyvat. If you wonder why she wants to change the children's language, it is because the current language makes Nahida feel a bit uncomfortable. Even the Sumeru dialect would be acceptable to her. However, for some reason, when she hears this language, Nahida feels a surge of anger, wanting to strike the speakers. After finishing class, Nahida once again sought a quiet corner by herself. She began to compile and upload some records of the ninja world that she had gathered during her travels to the void terminal for safekeeping. These records would help her complete the fragmented history of the ninja world. While exploring the ninja villages, Nahida lent a helping hand to every refugee she encountered. They were mostly people from small countries. They had left their hometowns due to frequent invasions by the ninja warriors of major nations. Nahida also tried to ask them about their thoughts on life. This deepened her understanding of the situation in the ninja world. These wandering refugees sought Nahida's protection and offered her their only loyalty. Among these wandering refugees from small countries, the children still retained their innocence, unlike the adults who had already grown accustomed to the harsh realities. This was why Nahida arranged for all the children under her care to attend classes at Huan Nalana. In the ninja world, martial skills are certainly indispensable. Nahida also took the time to impart these skills. However, she does not practice the chakra training method as described by Yahiko. But in terms of martial arts, she had learned under the tutelage of the martial god from Liyue for quite some time. The old man did not hold back and taught her many things. Over such a long period she has grasped many techniques that integrate elements of the local ninja world. Ninja chakra cannot be directly used to control elemental energy. Although those strange techniques are quite interesting, overall it involves utilizing a filtration and refinement of elemental energy. Refined chakra cannot enhance the body. The natural energy that permeates the world has different names in every. Listening to the feeling of elemental energy becoming weak and powerless, she could change it. She flew out from Juan Nalana. Nahida glided through the sky after elementalizing. A streak of emerald light traced across the heavens. In her perception of the ground, she sensed another group of ninjas. Below was a forest. A group of people dressed in coarse cloth were desperately running. But the last two figures came to a halt. Run. Don't worry about me, old man. No. Grandpa. I want leave. The elderly man clad in coarse fabric was desperately pushing the little one who was supporting him. The old man's leg, pierced by a ninja's kunai, hindered his movement while the young child could not bear him to move. The other villagers in coarse cloth were panting heavily, not waiting even for a moment as they fled for their lives. The figures behind them kept shifting positions. Their faces were painted with grotesque patterns, playing a game of cat and mouse. They were a group of wandering ninjas. Their skills were mediocre and their quality was low. Haha, run. If you don't run well, have to make a move. With an arrogant demeanor, they kept threatening others. They were ninjas, but merely a few wandering ninjas who had learned a tiny bit of ninjutsu by chance. Usually when they encountered ninjas from larger villages, they could only bow their heads and endure the beatings and scoldings, and then they would seek out ordinary citizens to vent their frustrations. As for the nobles, they were not someone the wandering ninjas could provoke. Even small nobles could hire ninjas from ninja villages to eliminate them. Nobles could hire people to deal with the harassment from wandering ninjas, but a group of impoverished farmers could only accept their fate. The local lords would only continue to demand more food from their farmers, and then hire ninjas to engage in violent clashes for their amusement. Run. What a bunch of useless insects, they can't even move after playing for so long. The chain weapon in the wandering ninja's hand hooked around the old man's neck, making a hole. In an instant, the old man fell silent. The child was knocked to the ground, and watching his grandfather's death, his eyes glistened. Desperately, he threw stones with his small body at the wandering ninjas. Yet he was kicked to the side. Why? We have no grievances with you. Why do you want to harm us? Ha ha ha, look at this foolish little one asking why. The man, his face painted, grasped the child's slender neck. So weak. Why? Ha ha ha, because this world is like this. The great ninja villages bully the small ones bully us, so we just bully you. If you have the ability, go hire ninjas to kill us. Ha ha ha. Satisfy you. Suddenly a crisp female voice rang out, followed by a loud bang. Before the wandering ninjas could grasp the situation, they were blasted into the ground, forming a pit that they could not escape from. As the dust settled, the little boy was astonished to see a figure standing in the large pit. It was a beautiful little girl. She was barefoot with her jade-like white feet entwined by green vines, wearing something green on her ears and a leaf-like ornament on her head. The little girl, with a finger on her mouth, looked at the boy and extended her small hand. Countless green light spots flew from her hand into the boy's body. No! It doesn't hurt anymore. The boy quickly thought of something, ran in front of the little girl, and bowed his head several times. Please, save my grandpa. I beg you. He tried to bow his head again, but was stopped. Two grass chains appearing from nowhere held the boy's shoulders. Seeing the boy's gaze, the little girl nodded and helped the old man up. Sensing the old man's condition, she was relieved that she was not too late. Nahida began to glow and grow larger. Then she helped the old man again, amplifying the life force belonging to the grass element. The blood wound on the old man's neck began to heal rapidly. Before long, the old man coughed and started to awaken. What is this? The old man slightly opened his eyes, hearing someone calling for him. Hello, old sir. Are you feeling better? Nahida bent down to look at the old man. I am Nahida, you could consider me a deity. Her overly gentle demeanor could lead mortals to underestimate her divinity. God. Deity. Nahida's form appeared grand in their eyes. Unapproachable. The old man quickly rose to kneel and thank Nahida. The grass chains that had been holding the boy were unknowingly released, and he too pulled the old man's hand to express gratitude. As for kneeling in thanks, Nahida did not mind it. However, she did not wish for them to kneel to her repeatedly. Get up. You do not need to perform such great courtesy towards me. My kingdom is called Sumeru. As long as you do not violate the law, you do not need to kneel to anyone. You are neither my subjects, so there is no need for that. Furthermore, you can call me the King of Grass. The old man and the boy listened quietly to Nahida. However, upon hearing Nahida claim to be the King of Grass, the old man asked a question. Great deity, you said you are the King of Grass. Then is this land of grass also your domain? This place is called the Kingdom of Grass. Yes, King of Grass. The old man honestly answered. Not yet, but it will be soon. Nahida said mysteriously. She then transformed back into her small form. Ahem, well, the deity's time is over. Now it's Nahida. Little one, do you have a name? And this old sir. What is your name? The little boy tilted his head, blinking his eyes in confusion as he looked at Nahida. The old man then spoke, "Great deity, my name is Yuan Ban Mao. As for the little one behind me, he does not have a name. I found him. I have no children and he seems to have no family. I adopted him. When I first saw those horns I was quite surprised. I was also scared thinking he was a child of a monster, but over time as we spent time together, he became a little child with horns for reasons unknown." Seemingly worried that Nahida might think the little one is a monster, the old man rambled on. "Old sir, no need to worry. I will not harm you or him." Nahida looked at the little boy, who was still holding the old man's hand, her gaze also drifting to the boy's head. She had not noticed the peculiar markings on people's faces in this world. The little boy indeed had small horns on his head. Ding dong. A message suddenly arrived in her terminal after several days of silence. Detected that little grass has encountered a special NPC, can be recorded as a familiar, special NPC unnamed. So there are yaksas in this world. However, how should I put it? Nahida sensed the power within the little boy. Although he is in his childhood, this yaksha is rather weak. Perhaps there are some beings or races that look similar across. This is nothing significant. Nahida chose not to overthink useless matters. Looking at the prompt, she recalled the short stature of the fungus under old Zhongli, which she had always found enviable. Unlike the Nahida from the original plot, who became foolish after the Great Kind Tree King, within the world tree was erased, she only had the foul-mouthed boy Sandugu as her remaining subordinate. Nahida had previously asked why did Blank assist her and appear at specific times. Most of the time Blank appeared when Nahida encountered troubles, guiding her and providing assistance from beyond the world, which was met with Blank's persistent silence. Only a few phrases were uttered in the end. "I can only tell you that I will not harm you, but now is not the time for you to know." Nahida shook her head, scattering her somewhat excessive thoughts. If Blank is unwilling to speak, so be it. After all these hundreds of years, she could at least conclude that he would not harm her. Everyone has their little secrets. It's fine. Nahida placed her fair hands on the little boy's head, gently touching the dark green little horns on top. This made the little yaksha blush. While enjoying the sensation of touching the horns, she also examined the yaksha bloodline within the little one. However, she mainly wanted to touch the horns of that short fungus she had been longing to. As she touched the yaksha's horns resembling the face of a certain short fungus, she spoke. "Little one, you are not human but a special race known as yaksha. Most importantly, forget it. I will tell you about lifespan later." Seeing the little one's stunned expression, due to the sudden revelation, Nahida decided not to overload him with too much information. Not mentioning the long lifespan of a yaksha, even normal humans would eventually grow old and die in front of him. As she thought about this, she recalled those foolish souls who died protecting Sumeru, a group that was never mentioned in the game. Nahida's expression grew somewhat melancholic, but she quickly rallied her spirits, because she had saved and brought them out. "Child, would you allow me to name you and teach you the way of immortals, so you can protect those you wish to safeguard in the future?" Nahida had learned many things. While traveling in Teyvat, she would always pester them to teach her. Even if she couldn't learn, she would force herself to memorize. Yaksha. It turns out her dear grandson is not human. No wonder. He's always so short. She initially thought the child's stature was due to hardship. The boy, listening to Nahida talk about teaching him the way of immortals, wasn't sure what it was, but he knew that if he learned it, he could protect his grandfather, so he prepared to kneel again. "I told you here, you don't need to kneel at every turn. You don't have to feel indebted to me. I will teach you the wondrous methods of immortals, and you will need to protect my kingdom for 1,000 years. After that, if you wish, you can leave. From now on your name shall be Shao, the guardian yaksha of my nation of grass." A sphere of divine power manifested in her hand and flew out to merge. "Congratulations, little grass has gained a follower. Follower Shao contract successful. Follower bloodline awakening begins. You all go stay in my divine realm for a while. Shao, you too. By the way, take this. There will be someone to teach you inside." Nahida tossed a knowledge jar to Shao, then opened the door to Huan Nana. The world before them seemed to split open. Looking from this harsh world towards the split corner, small fairies twirled above like flowers. Lan Nalu was shaking its tiny body. Brilliant, tranquil, full of hope. Crystal clear green butterflies fluttered their wings and danced. Far Bomao bowed to Nahida one last time before stepping inside. Nahida continued her elemental flight. She needed to find a larger town and acquire a map. The nation of grass, humph. Since it's called the nation of grass, isn't it just her own place? This country surely has little historical record. After pondering for a while, Nahida decided to take action, how to justifiably sweep all the nobles clean. In the distant past, the deities walked among the world. Then, due to certain events, the gods fell into slumber, and now the filthy old rat nobles occupy the kingdom, mocking the people. Humph. Supplement complete. According to the information received, the so-called 5 great ninja villages have been quiet for a long time, which has reduced the number of orphans and refugees that Nahida takes in. Nahida wanted to visit these major ninja villages, but time was tight. The last village, the Hidden Leaf Village in the Land of Fire, she hasn't visited yet. Although Huan Nana has enough people to live, the presence of refugees would disturb the residents. The Lan Nalu are her followers as well as her subjects. And the other beings inside are as well. Moreover, restraining the peaceful lives of humans is ultimately not a long-term solution. She indeed needs to check it out to give those mercenary organizations that fight constantly a good beating. If they are truly ignorant, then they will have to suffer the consequences. She is not incapable of killing. She has fought alongside her dear Tree King mother during the God Wars. Decay? Slaughter. Without missions, ninjas will starve to death. This is the genuine sentiment expressed by those ninjas she has controlled. Listening to the so-called lords is the only way to acquire funds and such. Should she say it's the lords' brainwashing or the inherent flaws of this linguistic race? Along the way, the sight of homeless children stirred her compassion, pitifully gazing at her. The divine loves all people, despite not being her subjects. Protecting them is not a big issue for Nahida. Most of the refugees are a result of battles between ninja villages, as well as the plundering of taxes by those. The techniques employed by these ninjas are quite intriguing. Those strange bloodline powers are also a bit fascinating. As for the power called chakra, Nahida has felt it in detail. The chakra of ninjas allows them to use techniques, but they cannot harness the elemental force directly from the air, and the amount of chakra within their bodies is something Nahida has yet to discover in abundance. All of them seem to have become brittle from excessive training of chakra, and their lifespans appear to be short as well. Nahida does not recall the main storyline of this world. Passion is the story of the protagonist's past and life, but the reality is in places where the protagonist is absent. The number of children without homes continues to rise. Suffering is repeating endlessly. The number of people taken in by Huan Nana is also increasing. Nahida wants to establish a nation outside. She is not worried about being unable to defeat a group of ninjas, but rather about the forgetfulness of the plot, and the fact that aside from herself not many in this world can understand how to operate a national organization after discarding the nobles. The new nation will still continue the divine authority of Tivat. As long as the highest deity does not encounter any accidents, then this regime will be perfect and will not have significant issues. Nahida does not refuse any ordinary adult seeking refuge while she is saving children. Little stone carrot houses were built one after another in Huan Nana. Mia and Nagato also made many new friends here. The Lan Nalu. Life here compared to the outside ninja world is simply paradise. Although there are a few too many children, food is not a concern. If there's not enough, she can use divine power to catalyze it. Being the master of grass and wood, Nahida would never let them starve. Every day Nahida would send out 7 clones to teach the children the Tevat common language and the principles of being normal human. Looking at Zhongli Wendy Raiden Ei, Fukalos, and her own great kind Tree King Bile, she whimsically transformed the clones to resemble the 7 gods. It might also be that she missed them. The split personalities controlled the clones to speak the phrases of her friends. Her main body would walk across the world, seeking suitable places to prepare for the reestablishment of Sumeru and picking up children everywhere. She also wanted to find the way back, although Blank had said that she would know when the time came. Where should we go today? Without a specific goal, Nahida randomly chose a direction to fly, familiarizing herself with this new world, while keeping an eye out for any pitiful child to rescue. Then Nahida flew into a ninja village. Continuing to explore, Nahida saw a few big men biting a red-haired little girl. Outside the house, Nahida furiously summoned grass vines, dragging the few despicable ninjas out directly. Then as they were dragged out the door, the grass vines painfully choked them to death. Inside, the red-haired little girl was still in a daze, waiting for those despicable men to come bite her. The sunlight from outside shone through the window. The frightened little girl witnessed an unforgettable scene. It was not those people who came in, but rather a red-haired little girl, looking at Nahida with tears in her eyes. This scene she would remember for a life. Walking through the front door was not those vile grass ninjas, but an exceedingly gentle woman who stepped lightly toward her as if gliding on clouds. The woman's eyes were filled with tenderness and love, which made her feel an unparalleled sense of relief and comfort. Nahida gently squatted down to meet the little girl's gaze, extending her hand to softly stroke the red-haired girl's hair, her lips curving into a warm smile. However, the red-haired little girl mustered her courage to speak to Nahida. "Can you save my mommy? Mommy is going to die. Come on. Let's go save your mommy." Upon hearing that the little one's mother was still alive, Nahida did not delay, and immediately picked her up to understand the situation. Holding the little girl, Nahida asked, "Little one, do you know where your mommy is?" "Pretty sister, I know. Mommy is over there. She's feeling very unwell." As Nahida stepped outside, she began to call out, calling for her follower, "Lan Nalu, Grass King, what is your command? Take the civilians from this place to safety." "Yes, Sumeru Heavy Machine. Begin clearing this area." After saying that, Nahida summoned several of her modified elemental relic machinery. Standing on one of the relic machines while holding the little girl, she gazed intently at these big fellows. This technology was borrowed from the unique human kingdom of Kyria. Human wisdom also has its uniqueness. She would never underestimate their intelligence. As for how she obtained the technology, please, she and her great kind Tree King are both administrators. This is something other deities cannot know. They are not incapable of looking themselves. Nahida had modified the power source long ago, originally intending to use it in Sumeru to lighten the burdens of the people. However, after a warning from a certain god knowing that using this would overly deplete the already limited elemental force of the world, Nahida has not prepared to bring it out. Nahida sat upon the enormous palm of a relic guardian, her divine power enveloping the gravely injured red-haired woman beside her with a persistent anger burning in her heart. She gazed at the ruins scattered around without a hint of sorrow. The atrocities committed here were truly repulsive, and leaving behind the remnants of their former selves was of little use. In this so-called grass ninja village there was not a single innocent soul except for the tormented individuals. Thankfully, the little one's mother had rescued her. Upon entering, she overheard a plan to turn someone into minced meat. These wretched beings were no different from the things on that island in another world. Xianglin, your mother is fine. She will wake up later. I promise. She gently touched Xianglin's hair, which had not been cared for due to the harshness of this place. She looked at the elderly and young people brought out by the Lan Naluo, their bodies riddled with injuries, their eyes still filled with fear. May wisdom guide you. Nahida softly uttered these words, as the divine power emanating from her palm began to soothe their physical pain and the mental brink of collapse. After seeing that these people were no longer afraid, Nahida continued, I am not a human. I am the spirit of nature. This evil place has been destroyed by me, and I see that you have nowhere to go. Then come with me. As she spoke, the plants around her grew rapidly and leaned toward her as if paying homage to the great deity. The dawn sunlight illuminated Nahida's figure. God, we are willing. One by one, the ragged individuals gazed at Nahida with yearning. They bowed toward her direction. Seeing these pitiful people finally react, Nahida let out a sigh of relief. She feared most that they had become numb, in which case she would have to erase their memories. No matter where she was, the identity of a deity was always far more effective. Once they believed in Nahida's identity, those ordinary people cooperated remarkably well. Remember not to be afraid. I will have the Sumeru guards take you away. The people, being safely grabbed by the strange giant, made some startled exclamations. Days passed. Xianglin's mother woke up, a gentle and amiable person. Yet upon awakening, she was filled with suspicion and held her daughter in silence. Her body trembled. After Xianglin carefully explained the situation word by word, she was ready to kneel and thank Nahida. After being pulled into a standing position by Nahida's divine power, she still seemed quite reserved in the presence of the cleanly dressed and well-groomed Nahida. A brief explanation followed. This room was a treehouse created by Nahida's divine power. Outside people were bustling about with great energy. Nahida released the people from Huan Nalan. Once their positions were decided, they began construction. Nahida's departure dividing line. Now a single clone should suffice here. Building Sumeru would take quite some time. After freeing a sufficient number of relic guardians, she planned to visit the last country she had not been to in the ninja world. The Land of Fire. She remembered little about the intricacies of this world, and never assumed everything would be exactly as she remembered. It was essential to confirm how things had developed. The remainder of her purpose would be for temporary leisure. She felt somewhat unhappy that there were no tree kings here. She missed home. With a droopy face, she crossed the border of the Land of Fire and arrived at a new village. A small community established beneath a cliff carved with several human faces. Not far into her walk, Nahida witnessed something that made her frown. At the intersection, many ugly individuals openly expressed malice toward a weaker being. Among them, even children were already throwing punches and kicks. In this ordinary little street, which could even be described as shabby, such a scene unfolded. No one intervened in the scene of multiple children bullying a single child. Some adults were merely watching with hostile gazes at the boy, who was curled up protecting his head. The children bullying that single boy were not from noble families either. They were constantly proclaiming their own. The boy being beaten had not even clashed with them. It was simply that he was an easily bullied target in the village. The indifferent adults watched this farce, while subtly pulling their own children away to prevent potential misfortune from the fox demon affecting their kids, leaving while spitting disdain at the innocent boy. You evil fox demon. A chubby child with a face full of flesh wore an expression that begged for a beating, trampling the ground with his feet. He was thrilled. The fox demon described by his parents was being punished in this manner. Die, you monster without a father or mother. The other children, laughing maliciously, joined in. Then a few adults emerged from the crowd. Naturally, they did not come to stop the children from bullying the blonde boy. Rather, they believed the misfortune from the child of the fox demon might harm their own children. Thus, with a few slaps, the little brats clamoring to be heroes of Konoha immediately quieted down. Among those who hit the child with a mother was taken away, but it was clear not all had mothers, and the children not caught by their parents. These scruffy-looking kids laughed wantonly. Since those kids were taken away by their parents, we have no choice but to be the big heroes. The adults said that this blonde boy with 6 fox whiskers on his face was the child of a fox demon, very evil and dangerous. Bullying others could be dealt with by adults, but bullying this guy was perfectly fine and even praiseworthy. They were already fond of bullying others and wouldn't miss such an opportunity. To bully what the adults called a fox demon made them heroes. The blonde boy, powerless against the multitude of children tormenting him, stubbornly corrected them on their name for him. I am not the child of a fox demon. I am Uzumaki Naruto. But regarding his lack of parents, he opened his mouth, weakly attempting to retort. Humph. You dare to talk back. Just quietly go die, fox demon. It's all your fault. All the grievances he had endured at home were vented onto the boy named Uzumaki Naruto. You guys hold him down for me. I want to feed this evil fox demon something delicious. Ha ha ha. Got it, boss. They themselves were just kids from the lowest families in this village, yet they were eager to unite and bully the weaker. Nahida looked at this group of children who should be the purest of ages, but were displaying such malicious natures. Her expression turned somewhat cold. The individual beside her, clad in leather and with fiery red hair, took the initiative to speak. Do you want to help him? If you want to go, then go. Nahida rolled her eyes, tending to the restless little hands of these rebellious avatars. They are just my avatars. Each one a dramatic actor. Ha ha ha. The fiery-haired person laughed healthily. While some humans here had personalities she could recognize, she felt that more of them made this world seem too distorted. With a sigh, Nahida ultimately couldn't bear to see the situation continue. Stop it. What do you want to do to my child? Nahida couldn't bear to watch those little brats bully the child named Uzumaki Naruto. She had thought that those sensed individuals nearby were protecting this child. But as she witnessed the lead child about to put a filthy object in the little guy's mouth, she intervened, striking the offending child's hand with a wooden stick. That hurts. How dare you hit me? Who are you? Mind your own business. He is a fox demon who eats people. The few little brats bullying others were a bit frightened by the appearance of the tall woman. But upon seeing her face, they all fled in terror. Because she bore the same 6 whisker markings and hair color as the child they were hitting, which made them remember what this woman had just said. She said this child of the fox demon was her child. Upon realizing this, the troublemaking children screamed, cold sweat dripping from their brows. Nahida also timely allowed the little brats to see a fox head when they looked at her. The mother of the fox demon has arrived. Run! The children scattered in a flurry. As for the adults who took the opportunity to leave after being glared at fiercely by Nahida, they also left with peculiar expressions. The onlookers thought little of it, assuming these little brats were just acting up again. After all, from their perspective, it was likely just 2 women from another village who couldn't stand the sight of the fox demon child and were seeking justice for him. Then the little brats, scared, suddenly scattered. Naruto remained with his eyes closed in fear. Still repeating. Nahida gently walked toward the curled-up Uzumaki Naruto, picking up this frail little guy. As for the surrounding people, she used her divine power to fabricate a new memory of the recent events. As Nahida intended to carry this pitiful little guy away, several ninjas wearing animal masks who had been hiding nearby put him down. Which village are you from? I forgot, and I missed a few of you. Nahida halted her steps. Aside from the leading ninja, the other ninjas wasted no time and prepared to form hand seals. Nahida would not allow them to perform their technique right under her nose. The light of the 4-leaf clover pupils flashed, and the masked ninjas were instantly frozen in place, their eyes turning into 4-leaf pupils like Nahida's. Only the person at the front was spared, not because Nahida couldn't control him, but because she was unwilling to hide and needed someone to relay a message. The white-haired masked Umbu ninja at the front, unwilling to concede, attempted to use a technique to break Nahida's control over his companions. But it was of course futile. After dealing with the ninjas, Nahida's gaze turned toward the sky. Has no one taught you not to pry into others' affairs casually? Feeling someone spying on her, Nahida directly shattered the voyeur's crystal ball with her divine power. In the Hokage office, the elderly 3rd Hokage emerged from a corner, gazing at the scattered fragments of crystal balls and the substitute wooden stake filled with debris. Fortunately, his instinctive battle sense prompted him to perform the substitution technique. Who is this woman? Go! Quickly send the other Umbu to find out where the Ninetails Jinchuriki has been taken. The Jinchuriki must not be lost. The Umbu on standby around the Hokage building swiftly received the order and departed. Today, in the village of Konoha, the night passed quietly on the surface. The sky brightened once more. Compared to yesterday, a uniquely styled treehouse appeared in Konoha village, having seemingly emerged from nowhere, yet those who saw it felt as if it had always existed in this world. Inside the treehouse, a small boy with golden hair slept on a wooden bed. His nose twitched as he caught a delightful aroma. Feeling a bit hungry, he slowly began to awaken. What a wonderful smell! Ha! Where am I? Why am I not home this time? He scratched his cheek, looking around in confusion. Naruto gazed at the somewhat unfamiliar surroundings. Was it quicker this time? Bandages? Did Hokage Grandpa come and bandage me up? There was a wooden bed and a simple wooden table with a few books on it. Were there other people here? But in this village, was there really no one who would dislike him, the son of the fox demon? With a rip, Naruto tore off the bandages that bound him, feeling much better. He awkwardly placed the torn bandages in the corner of the bed and lifted the comforting blanket that smelled of Naruto couldn't quite understand what was happening now or who had brought him back. Usually he would wake up in his messy home the day after passing out. Sitting in front of the nice wooden bed, Naruto pondered what to do next. The aroma wafting through the room made his stomach growl. "You're awake, Naruto. Now that you're awake, come eat." Naruto, still looking down, failed to notice a very gentle voice from the doorway. Following the sound, he saw a woman with long white hair, dressed in a lovely emerald green dress and wearing a cute apron. Most importantly, her face bore the same 6 patterns as Naruto. Who are you? Did you bring me back?" With a mixture of excitement and disbelief, he asked. "Naruto, are you still dazed from sleep? What silly things are you saying?" Nahida squinted her eyes, slightly speaking with a gentle smile. "My name is Nahida and I am your mother." As Nahida spoke, her expression suddenly turned stern as she added, "Enough chatter, Naruto, get up. Come eat." Naruto's little head still struggled to understand the situation, but instinctively he replied, "Okay, Mom." He called out to her sincerely without hesitation. Naruto quickly stood up and followed behind Nahida. In the living room of the treehouse, a large bowl of egg fried rice was placed on the other side of the table. Nahida pulled out a stool and gestured for little Naruto to sit on a special chair she had prepared for him. Grr, grr. His hungry stomach growled again. Naruto looked at Nahida. Nahida sat on the opposite side of the table, facing little Naruto. She smiled slightly. "Why are you staring at me? If you're hungry, just eat your fill. If it's not enough, there's more." "Okay, Mom. I'm starting." Slurp slurp. "Delicious, delicious. I want another bowl." Nahida did not refuse and took Naruto's bowl once more to head to the kitchen. She had already sensed how much Naruto could handle. The fried rice was also catalyzed by her divine power, essentially her own divine energy. So she wasn't worried about the little guy overeating. Nahida initially planned to leave after reading the records of this ninja village. However, now that she had encountered this little guy Naruto, she found herself looking at him as he carefully gazed at her, afraid that Nahida would scold him for eating too much. She didn't want that look from him. If she chose to let him grow up in Huanlan, this child would definitely overthink things. In the end, Nahida decided to keep Naruto close and raise him herself, teaching by example. This ninja world's ideology is quite flawed and needs to be reformed from the ground up. The entire value system of this world left Nahida speechless. The rulers known as daimyo trained those extraordinary ninjas like dogs, doing whatever they pleased, and the ninjas with their extraordinary powers acted as if they had lost their minds, becoming ninjas to make money. To make money, they had to kill, as the so-called pride of ninjas led them to do nothing but murder. The daimyo would collect money from ordinary people to squander and use it to control these ninjas. She truly didn't know what to say. It was as if the great sage wanted to accumulate wealth and then use it to manipulate the grass god. At least in Teyvat, those with a vision were not leaders but ordinary people who could be treated with disrespect. Extraordinary ninjas who were supposed to have powers were controlled by those overweight daimyos as if they were mere pets. And they were even manipulated by ordinary people, sending children to the battlefield to fight for a bit of wealth. Thus, she decided to personally raise this child, allowing the new ideology of the divine beings from another world to correct the murderous mindset of the people in this world. But everything was still early. Instead of urgently teaching Naruto knowledge, Nahida decided to simply accompany him for now. During one night, while Naruto slept, Nahida dealt with the pursuers who had come after her for forcibly taking Naruto. Then she gave a good beating to a certain old monkey who tried to control her, and she kindly revealed a certain person's name to that old monkey. This name was one that Nahida saw in the memories of one of the ninjas guarding Naruto. Thinking of this made Nahida even angrier. The decayed old man had extended his poisonous hands to the child for his own selfish desires. Another day passed in the large treehouse. "Come here. Wash your hands." Nahida took Naruto's hand, carefully teaching him how to clean them. Naruto's previous clothes, stained with shoe prints and dirt, had long been discarded by Nahida. Now Naruto wore clothes that Nahida had gone out to buy. It would have taken time if she made them herself, but it wasn't that Nahida couldn't make them. "Alright, for the first time Mom is teaching you, but from now on you have to do it yourself." "Okay, Mom." Little Naruto watched Nahida's actions earnestly. Then he learned step by step to complete the task. Isn't it wonderful? Adults love obedient children. I will definitely listen to Mom well. This way she wouldn't suddenly disappear one day, right? Naruto didn't know how many times he had envied seeing the scenes of other families on the side of the road, and he didn't know how many times he had dreamed of it. He didn't want to let go. Today Nahida still served Naruto a large bowl of golden egg fried rice. Even though they had been eating it every day lately, Naruto never got tired of it. "Wow, it smells so good." Little Naruto's face was full of expressions. Instantly adorable. "Mom, I'm starting to eat." "Eat slowly. There's plenty. By the way, when eating one must be quiet. Although we are at home, we should still practice not talking while eating or sleeping. As for the reason, look, this is how Mom eats. I take a bite and then talk and it sprays food everywhere." After serving herself a bowl of rice, she sat beside Naruto and spoke to him slowly. These matters truly required the guardians of the children to teach one by one. Nahida, who understood Naruto's situation, would naturally not forget. A knock came from outside the door. Naruto, are you home? An old voice rang from outside. It's Hokage Grandpa looking for me, Mom. Naxida's eyes narrowed slightly as she told Naruto, go open the door. Let your Hokage Grandpa in to eat together. Outside, the Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was rubbing his bruised face. Upon hearing the door open, he was relieved that it wasn't that awful white-haired woman. That woman hadn't lied to him. She really was living here with Naruto. It seemed that Kushina had indeed taken precautions against him. White hair couldn't possibly belong to the Uzumaki clan. Or was it that another red-haired woman was from the Uzumaki clan? However, Sarutobi Hiruzen had no time to ponder this. Naruto tugged him away from the door, and before going in told Naxida that he wanted to speak with Hokage Grandpa privately. Hokage Grandpa, is that person inside really my mom? Standing outside, little Naruto's face lacked the innocent expression he had when facing Naxida. Although he was very fond of this suddenly appeared mother, and the morning's life was something he had never dared to dream of, it was too sudden. Naruto lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking. After sharing his thoughts with the third Hokage, he turned back to look at the treehouse. Sarutobi Hiruzen intended to guide the conversation with some words, but upon seeing the gaze from the treehouse fixed on him, he changed his approach. Well, that little Naruto. She indeed is your mother. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a terrifying aura from inside locking onto him. Feeling somewhat intimidated, he acted as a witness for her. The most important thing was that Naruto, who had been taken away for a night, was still not under control, nor was there any sign of the tailed beast seal being lifted. And Konoha couldn't afford to offend this ancestor from who knows where. As long as the person was still in Konoha, no one could refuse the will of fire. Ah, really? Is it really her? After anxiously waiting for the answer, the little guy's heart that had been hanging finally settled. His eyes also brightened once more. Then he tugged the old third Hokage, wanting to go inside. Third Grandpa, Mom made delicious food. We've been out for so long, a mom must be getting anxious. His little eyes filled with vitality once more. Inside the treehouse, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was helplessly pulled in by the little guy. I'm sorry to disturb you, old man. Naruto. Mom. There was a slight pause, but as an experienced ninja, he didn't slip up. The third Hokage immediately spotted Naxida in the house wearing a cute apron, taking out a large cake from the kitchen. A third Hokage, come in and sit. I just baked a cake for Naruto. Let's taste it together. Naxida casually invited the third Hokage to join them, while also serving him another bowl of rice. She had made too much, and it would be a waste if it wasn't finished, so this guy could take care of the leftovers. After casually greeting the third Hokage, whom she thought was a monkey monster, she continued to watch little Naruto. Maintaining her tree-like form, Naxida reached out and gently ruffled Naruto's hair. The little golden-haired boy was as docile as a kitten. Naruto, come try it. See if you like it. Naxida poured a cup of tea for the third Hokage and placed the first piece of cake in front of him. It's very delicious, Mom. The third Hokage watched as Naxida continuously fed Naruto, and as Naruto asked her questions about where she had been, the thought that Naxida was a precaution set by Kushina against him grew heavier in his mind. After staying for a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen excused himself, claiming he had important matters to attend to. Goodbye, Hokage Grandpa. Naruto, just stay with your mom. Grandpa will come see you next time. Naxida's expression didn't change. Her eyes narrowed as she smiled gently at Naruto. After Sarutobi Hiruzen left, many of the surrounding Umbu retreated, but a few remained. However, Naxida paid no attention to the outside matters. She gathered the used utensils from the table, preparing to wash them, but before that, looking at the satisfied little Naruto, who was patting his belly, Naxida kept a close eye on him to prevent him from developing a poor diet, easily overeating when he finally got good food. Naruto, stand up. Come walk with me. Mom. But the villagers. I know you're afraid they'll bully you too. Naxida reached out and stroked Naruto's hair. Then let's go to a place where there are no people. Although as long as Naxida wanted, not even ordinary people or Sarutobi Hiruzen could see her. The sun was slowly setting again, but this time Naruto was not alone. Holding hands with Naxida, he looked at her, taking one step at a time on the path home. Naruto, are you happy today? I'm happy. I've prepared your own room for you. You'll stay there from now on. As for your old house, you don't need to go there anymore. After returning to the treehouse, Naxida guided the little guy to take care of his personal hygiene, and finally, after Naruto lay in his little bed, just as he had longed for, she gently covered him with a blanket and began to tell him a bedtime story. Naruto, there's one more thing, but let's leave it for today. Good night. Naxida gently kissed the little guy on the forehead, wishing him good night, as a mother, allowing him to experience the dreamlike days he had longed for. Morning. The sounds of chirping insects and vendors' calls began to rise outside. In that exquisitely decorated room, which still left Naruto in disbelief, was his own. Naruto quietly rolled out of bed. The brand new bedding had no trace of any odor. The room was so clean and tidy that it made him a bit dazed. After a while, he recalled that he now had a mother. He was no longer the son of a neglected fox demon. It was so quiet that he looked around. Why couldn't he hear a single sound from outside? Worried, Naruto opened the door to his room wearing his pajamas, peeking into the living room. He feared that it was just Nahida playing a prank on him, only to laugh at him the next day, questioning why this demon dared to call her mother. He hurriedly crossed the stairs. Little Naruto looked around cautiously, the figures in the house. At a glance, there was no one. No, there was one. There was a little girl. A small girl was sitting on the sofa, swinging her short legs, while flipping through a book. The little girl on the sofa did not have the long legs like the mother he saw yesterday, but wore a dress of the same color, and was all, "Who are you?" Naruto looked at the little girl timidly with a gaze filled with both fear and disgust, but mustered the courage to ask in order to find out who she was. This little girl. The one who resembled his mother so much, could she be the biological daughter of his mother? The little girl with four-leafed eyes was engrossed in her book on the sofa, and Naruto did not notice that at some point the girl's Seeing the dazed Naruto, she tilted her head and smiled, greeting him. "Good morning, Naruto." Can't I sleep a little longer?" "Naruto. Me." Nahida glanced at her own state, understanding the little one's confusion. Like this? Nahida sat on the sofa, glowing, transforming into her gentle and mature appearance. "Do you remember what I told you before sleeping last night? Now you understand. I am the mother you saw yesterday. Go get dressed, wash up, and eat something, so we can have a good chat." Nahida tilted her head with a cute expression, her special voice calming Naruto as he returned to his bedroom. When Naruto came out of the washroom again, he looked towards the living room. At that moment, Nahida transformed back into the adult form that Naruto was familiar with. She had moved from the sofa to a position at the dining table, flipping through a history book about the ninja world that she had found in the hidden leaf village. On the other side of the table were fresh hot milk and egg pancakes that had long been prepared. "Are you ready?" Nahida glanced up. Seeing Naruto, who was a mess, Nahida rubbed her forehead, having been absorbed in her book. "My fault," she said, noticing Naruto's messy hair and casually smudged face. As a first-time mother, Nahida clearly forgot that the little one wouldn't know how to tidy up properly. Holding Naruto's hand, she returned to the washroom, using her power to create a platform for him to lie down on. "Lie down, close your eyes." With divine power, she gently massaged Naruto's messy hair, while slowly nurturing his malnourished body. Humming a tune she learned over time. "Naruto, your hair is too long, let me trim it for you." Naruto nodded his little head. The morning passed like this, and under Nahida's care, though he still looked quite frail, he appeared much more spirited than. Sitting on the sofa in the treehouse living room, Nahida did not maintain the 6 patterns on her face or the peculiarities of her pupils. "Are you full? Originally, I wanted to quietly nurture you to grow up before revealing the truth. But after thinking about it, after changing into a suitable hairstyle and outfit, Naruto looked like he could attract the attention of little girls." Nahida handed Naruto a glass of milk, encouraging him to drink it every day, and continued saying, "Naruto, previously you went to ask that monkey demon, your so-called Hokage grandpa, if I was your mother, right? Naruto, you don't need to rush to deny anything. I am not angry at your distrust. On the contrary, I truly am not your mother. But rather I looked at the foolishness of those people when I passed by you. I wanted to find a reason to protect you." Naruto had been lowering his head in unease since Nahida began her first sentence. He had been trying hard to convince himself that Nahida was his mother. "What's wrong? Are you afraid I might suddenly abandon you again?" It's okay, Naruto. I am telling you this just to ensure that even if you are a child, you still have the right to know. If you still wish to recognize me as your mother, I will still accompany you as you grow up, educate you, and let you resolve the terrible values of this world by yourself. But before that, let's resolve the chaotic tenant issue within your body." Hearing that Nahida wouldn't abandon him, Naruto relaxed, but his little head was filled with big question marks. "What tenant? Wait and see, you'll know soon. Knowledge to share with you." A green light appeared in her hand, leading Naruto into the ceiling space. Inside the ceiling space, Nahida led Naruto to a huge iron cage. Each world has developed different power systems, but this place really resembles a sewer. "Naruto, I didn't expect that there were quite a few tenants residing within you." A massive creature in the iron cage quickly approached as it sensed someone coming. As the enormous creature drew near, Naruto could see clearly that it was a gigantic fox. "Ah, what a big fox!" it growled. The fox was tightly bound with many chains, but upon seeing Naruto, it deliberately approached to intimidate. "Little brat, you." The 9-tailed fox wanted to try to trick the young Naruto into unsealing it. However, it didn't notice that another person had already torn off the sealing talisman, and a blonde man appeared on the scene. "Naruto, a waking little son." Minato originally thought that the 9-tailed fox wanted to deceive Naruto into unsealing it, but upon seeing the unfamiliar Nahida, he was about to question her when he was slapped next to Naruto. "Ha ha ha! Foolish woman, you actually unsealed it." The 9-tailed fox excitedly saw the sealing strip torn open and was about to dash out. Then it faced Nahida's eyes, wanting to use its claws to shred her, but the 9-tailed fox suddenly felt something was off. "Noisy little thing. Be quiet." The 4-leafed eyes stared straight at the gigantic pupils of the 9-tailed fox. "Although it would be simple to deal with you, I have a feeling that using this might be a better way to subdue you. Go my collection. Nahida's green light shot towards the back of the nine-tailed fox, creating a spatial fluctuation. Behind the nine-tailed fox, a massive shadow emerged. It was a gigantic crystal-clear super mech, built with the wisdom of the entire institute in cooperation with the divine. Giant God Guardian No. 10. As for the name, it's somewhat void, just resembles the accompanying product of the void terminal. Although Nahida would prefer to call it God of the Grass Machine. Behind the giant God Guardian, many huge arms appeared at Nahida's summons. Why is my back feeling chilly? Is this woman summoning something? Why does it seem like there is a shadow covering me? Realizing that something might have appeared behind it, the nine-tailed fox slightly turned its head. When did this big fellow appear behind me? It was about to gather a tailed beast ball, but was silenced by the giant God Guardian. In the end, the nine-tailed fox could only see many arms descending upon it, and then a feeling of losing consciousness. Damn, familiar feeling. The beaten nine-tailed fox quietly fell into a coma, and the fastest fourth Hokage also awkwardly stopped his Rinnegan. Then he looked again at the little Naruto who had been watching him from the start. That little brat, hello? I am. Before Minato could finish, Naruto quickly ran towards Nahida, took her hand again, and said with his head down, Mom, let's go home. Though he said this, the tears in the corners of his eyes did not lie. Minato looked at Naruto and Nahida. No, Naruto, there is someone else you must meet. From the iron cage in the ceiling space, Nahida's eyes looked at a consciousness mass radiating red light that was still sleeping. She reached out to activate it. Just like that, Naruto was embraced by a woman with fiery red hair. Naruto, my child, I am sorry for you. While awakening the red-haired woman, Nahida kindly shared Naruto's experiences that she noticed before coming. Then she walked in front of the silent Minato. Come with me. There is another tenet hidden deeper within Naruto besides you and Kushina. There were only the nine-tailed fox and himself and Kushina within Naruto. Minato did not understand what Nahida meant but followed her request. He heard what Naruto said earlier. He also understood that this lady was probably Naruto's current adoptive mother. Nahida, with Minato's chakra consciousness, began to move constantly while a certain chakra that was locked began to escape. Where do you think you're going? From Nahida's body, chains of grass elements began to appear out of thin air. These chains shimmered with a verdant glow, crystal clear like emeralds. They spread rapidly, quickly covering the entire sealed space as if to bind everything within. Each chain emitted a peculiar wave of power, allowing the following Minato to sense the immense energy contained within. Who exactly is this woman named Nahida, and why is Naruto so close to her? The more powerful and special Nahida appeared, the more defensive Minato became wary of her intentions regarding Naruto's 9 tails. If Nahida could read minds, she would probably give Minato a blank stare, not the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, just a plain speechless stare. The sealing of the 9 tails could even lead to death. As the number of chains increased, the entire space was enveloped in a green glow, forming a colossal palace of grass elements. The strange chakra mass attempted to escape deeper into Naruto's consciousness, but the grass element palace was already formed and Nahida's defenses were impenetrable. The bizarre chakra mass collided against the grass element wall of the Hall of Knowledge, only to be tightly bound by the elemental chains extending from Nahida's body. This chakra mass, radiating strange fluctuations, illuminated Minato's chakra body, causing it to take on a peculiar state. Minato, holding his head, began to mutter. We should be kind to each other. We should forgive everyone in the village. Their harm against Naruto is simply from their own considerations. It's all about love. You golden retriever, what nonsense are you talking about? It seems this thing carries mental pollution. Nahida, resting her chin on one hand, pondered briefly before making a decision regarding the affected Minato. She delivered a wake-up slap to him. Wake up, big golden retriever. Nahida hesitated to call him by name, realizing she didn't know Minato's name. Ugh, why do I feel like I've been hit? Am I under an illusion? A slap brought the forcibly brainwashed golden retriever back to normal. Minato, covering his face, asked, Did we catch it? Nahida chose to change the topic, controlling the Hall of Knowledge to rapidly shrink. The green elemental force fixed it in place within this space, extending several long green beams to the ground from which several stone pillars grew. Referencing the decoding pillars of the ceiling ruins in Sumeru. It seems someone was incessantly talking in my head just now. Did we catch that thing? This person. Minato, holding his head, was about to say something to Nahida. You can call me Nahida. 4th Hokage. Let's go find Naruto first. Nahida addressed Minato using this title, as she didn't say much more, noticing that Minato's form was already starting to fade. When Nahida and Minato returned to the ceiling space of the tailed beast, Kushina was anxiously holding the unconscious Naruto. What happened? Kushina, seeing his wife holding their son with worry, caused the golden-haired figure to rush over. Naruto suddenly said he had a headache, and then he fainted. It's because of that strange chakra we caught just now. Nahida explained. The chakra mass did not transform into a human form like Kushina and Minato's chakra, but was still clearly visible to Nahida. It was a gentle man dressed in peculiar ancient attire. After being captured, He did not attempt to escape but started explaining to Nahida visible only to her. Nahida didn't understand the man's words about the endless reincarnation struggle with his brother, but one sentence stood out. He said that expelling him would affect this generation's reincarnation body. Blank, what do you think? In a private chat channel with someone, even though she already had a determined thought in her heart, she still asked. The instinct belonging to the demon god accurately told Nahida not to rashly eliminate this strange chakra being. It wasn't about affecting Nahida herself, but rather that this little Naruto might run into trouble. She also couldn't just ignore it, as it was continuously radiating a saintly light around, potentially affecting the child's intellect. After reflecting on the earlier situation, Nahida continued to sift through what she could say to explain to Kushina. Let me handle it. Nahida extended her hand, her power merging into Naruto's body with twinkling starlight. Naruto's eyelids trembled and opened. The first sight of the two closest people to him brought him great joy. Mom, I'm fine. I feel so much clearer in my head now. Those who bullied me, Mom, I'll make them pay for their sins myself. This was the last topic he discussed with his mother. Nahida, Mom, you're back too. Let me introduce you to my mother, Kushina. Hello, Kushina. Nahida and I can now be considered Naruto's foster mother. Nahida and Kushina nodded in cooperation, even though they had already understood each other previously. Thank you. Nahida, Kushina said, looking at the gentle Nahida, unsure of what to say, only expressing her gratitude repeatedly. The pure and clean eyes made Kushina feel that Nahida was like a deity descended to the mortal world, appearing quite out of place in this world. Then she glanced at her husband, who still had an awkward expression. Naruto's feelings towards his father were quite complex. For a long time he had hated being referred to as a fox demon. If he were a bit older, the chakra might have influenced him differently, but this little guy was not like that now. Liking was liking and hating was hating. As for this village, apart from nightmares, there was no lingering attachment. Aside from a few scattered individuals who treated Naruto. Look at what you've been protecting. Our child is suffering. Kushina slapped Minato across the face, having seen that he was still thinking of explaining for the village. Minato Namikaze. You have already died. As the fourth Hokage, you've died. Your entire family perished for this broken village. Your child lives worse than a dog in the place you protected. Minato. I don't expect you to come back to deal with those who bullied Naruto, but don't forget, besides being the fourth Hokage, you are also Naruto's father. Minato. If you dare speak on behalf of those in the village again, just get lost. Naruto quietly felt everything under Kushina's embrace, even if it was just a faint layer of chakra forming a motherly love. Nahida quietly refrained from intervening in this little family's dispute. A concise review of what Nahida currently possesses and the established threads of her story. Identity of a figure blank. An entity connected to this present Nahida, observing her by peculiar means and offering much assistance. Many secrets are kept from Nahida, yet there is no malice. Transit space, a special pocket realm that allows Nahida to transfer its name still unknown. Huan Na Lan Na, originally a dream world where the Lan Na folk of Shumi lived. When Nahida left Taiwait, it became bound to her consciousness, a tiny world tethered to her. Nahida, not the same branch that originally existed on the Taiwait timeline, but without major differences. Her body bears oddities borrowed from that other world. The form she was born into upon arriving in Taiwait is peculiar. When a divine body dies in Taiwait, there is no lingering hatred from a demon god, only a deep love for the land. The Hurrying World route unfolds as follows. One, upon entering that world amid chaos, Nahida sheltered the first children she met. After the world was surveyed, she felt aimless. The blank entity assigned her a purpose. A mission to found a nation. 2, as Nahida wandered that world inspecting potential places to build a homeland, she became ever more dissatisfied with its institutions and doctrines and resolved to intervene. 3, she denounced the nobles as traitors who had stolen a godly realm, erased their inflated place in recorded history, and began collecting suffering children to educate them while attempting to reform the minds of those adults still salvageable. Nahida divided herself into 7 avatars, each echoing the visage of a different god. Power and scale. Despite Taiwait being fractured, the elemental force Nahida wields is not something the ninjas of the ninja world can directly command. To use ninjutsu, they must still refine chakra and perform hand seals. Some exceptionally gifted shinobi, having learned certain sacred animal techniques, can channel a force comparable to Nahida's element driving, yet ninjas still cannot wield it like a demon god. They must accumulate and learn to sense and direct the sacred chakra. Because the ninja world is whole, Nahida's demonic form continues to grow. A protective presence even gifted her many offerings, all wrapped up like a large present. The grass element and the title grass god are her names. Some speak of it as the wood element, for she bears the epithet grass god, and in the ninja world they call it wood element. Nahida does not deny herself by insisting otherwise. Daddy, Mommy. Little Mingren could not contain his emotions. He fell apart, crying out toward the place where the chakra souls of his parents were dissipating in the sealed space. Mingren clung to the vanishing motes of light that were all that remained of his parents, unwilling to let go of the hard-earned paternal and maternal love he had just received. Tears kept falling onto the floor of the sealed chamber. Should I interrupt the little one's grief, she wondered. Are they simply going to drift away so tenderly? She would never consent to that. Her child would be raised by her. Still, a certain small grass had already prepared. Nahida hesitated, uncertain whether the chakra consciousness of that world and the original's consciousness were truly the same. In the end, it was only a collection and transfer of awareness, a trivial matter for one no longer suppressed by the sky isle. Nahida held 2 curious jars. Opening their lids, she gathered the 2 chakra consciousnesses that were beginning to disperse from the sealed area. The utterly distraught child bowed his head, lost in his own world and oblivious to what his new foster mother was doing, repeating only "Daddy." "Mommy." After collecting the consciousnesses, Nahida produced 2 familiar mannequin bodies. Not that humiliating contraption made by the Inazuma Raiden, but the kind of doll every blonde traveler called overpriced kaiserlin. She inserted the 2 jars into the opened consciousness slots atop the dolls' heads. The jars containing the awareness of Mingren's biological parents slipped into the dolls, and the 2 maid-clad kaiserlins awakened. The dolls' bodies were identical except for hair color, one red and one blonde. Nahida, Juxina, now embodied as kaiserlin, had no leisure to check her own state. She understood enough to know Nahida had acted, and was wholly focused on consoling her weeping child. Shuimen, embodied as kaiserlin, was ignored for the moment. Shuimen noticed something. The gold-haired kaiserlin examined her jointed hands and thought, could this be the puppet art of the sand-hidden village? No, sand village puppetry was not so finely wrought, and there were no chakra strings visible linking the dolls. Listening to what Nahida intended to say, he stepped closer to hear more, not out of blind devotion to Mai or to serve Konoha, but because he feared no one helps a stranger without reason, and he wanted to be sure of Naxida's motives. Mingren, my child." Juxina, sitting up as kaiserlin, greeted Nahida and tried to rush forward to soothe Mingren, but Nahida stopped her. Shuimen, in his kaiserlin form, remained overlooked. Nahida said, "Not yet." Juxina, "Let Mingren cry more," she said. "He carries too much pressure in his heart. A good cry will not harm him." Nahida, having understood the source of Mingren's turmoil, looked on with mild disdain at Shuimen's unwavering loyalty to the village. She fashioned 2 swings of condensed grass element behind herself and Juxina, motioning Juxina to sit. Shuimen stood behind Juxina. "Children can cry without harm," she reassured. Juxina nonetheless continued to watch Mingren kneeling on the ground. "I have been watching Mingren's psychological state all along," Nahida said, eyes bright. "Do not worry." She explained matters one by one, while tassels of braided grass elements slipped through her fingers, a practice once used to hone delicate manipulation of grass, now idly toyed with like a small pastime. She turned to change into her divine robe and offered a reintroduction. "Juxina, greetings. I am a deity from another world," Nahida said, acknowledging the strangeness, and then dismissing it as unimportant. "What matters is whether you accept the world as it is. Children become ninja and learn how to kill to take part in lethal contests. I want to change the whole world. Will you come with me to accomplish this?" "Wait," Juxina murmured, "let me think." "A god?" she asked quietly. "Do gods truly exist in this world?" She felt bewildered by the notion of a god and by talk of reshaping the world. Nahida smiled inwardly. Perhaps she had not explained well. "Come, I will show you." "And Mingren, how long do you plan to stay like that?" Nahida added, looking at Juxina and Shuimen, who could not fathom or were afraid to imagine the scene she described. She had not lowered her voice. Her conversation with Juxina had been plain and open. The child's tears had already begun to subside. Perhaps his face had been too soaked, perhaps he simply refused to rise. Hearing Nahida speak of Mingren, Juxina and Shuimen relaxed and let go of some of their worry. "Very well," she said, "let us begin. Knowledge for you." 3 motes of green light flew to the 3 of them and drew their consciousnesses into Naxida's memory. They returned to the treehouse and Nahida pulled Juxina's family's awareness into her recollection. A slow, long music rose. Stones lifted and merged into a path. At its end, a stone gate appeared. For silhouettes halted on that aerial road. The banner-bearing Nahida led Juxina and Shuimen returned to their original shapes toward the stone gate. "You have not been resurrected nor restored," she explained. "This place is not reality but my memory space. Come, I will show you around." Passing through the stone gate, they became falling meteors toward the world below. Shuimen reflexively reached to gather his wife and child and bolt with the flying thunder god, only to find no power at all. They did not continue to fall indefinitely, and Nahida arrested their descent midair. "Apologies for the fright," she said. "This is my world called Taiwait. I will introduce it piece by piece. In Taiwait, gods walk among mortals. There are 7 nations ruled by 7 elemental deities. Before I left, the nations mostly ran themselves. The gods had retreated to the shadows. One need not become a ninja to join in slaughter and strife. During my time, I discussed Zuma's policies and the education of deserts and rainforests, with the Tree King keeping some forces in check. Separation of church and state was implemented. Research should resemble real research. As for troublemakers who stoked conflict in deserts or rainforests, they were dealt with when I feigned an assassination of a friend, and such mercy was almost too generous. Zuma's void terminal houses a button to report matters to the grass god. Whether reports were true or false, the world tree's caretakers would know. Juxina and Shuimen looked upon this tranquil and harmonious realm with surprise. People with special abilities did not need to take lives to earn a living. Whether called adventurers or defenders of a nation, many occupations sustained people. Compared to warriors like the feared shinobi, the knights and the people of the Chenyan Corps felt unusually noble to them. Laborers no longer surrendered the bulk of their harvest to nobles. Shui men saw commoners treating nobles with indifference. Without nobles, a state need not collapse. The teaching Shui men had received in the ninja world, loyalty to the daimyo, reverence for the aristocracy, was profoundly shaken. Juxina's eyes shone brighter and brighter. She had long harbored a private disdain for the ninja world, but had been powerless in Mai to change her fate. From being made a Jinchuriki to the downfall of the Uzumaki clan, and the fate of her child Juxina, and Shui men were already inclined to believe Naxida's claim of being an otherworldly deity. Mingren listened quietly, too young to fully understand, but these nascent ideas struck his small heart. Yet several figures in the memory began to break free from the fixed replay and approached the fore. First, we are here, Naxida said. This place is Mangda, under the authority of the wind god Babachuosi. Windmills and a towering effigy filled the view. As Naxida had not long dwelled here, she populated the scene with a few night NPCs. People here revere freedom. Once there was a storm king who failed to understand his people. Led by the wind god, the people rose and reclaimed their liberty. The image beneath their feet shifted back to Mangda. The pleasant airs gave way to a savage picture of winds and snow covering the land, people fleeing the blizzard for shelter, and then rising against a king who denied them freedom. Ordinary peasants took crude weapons and sounded the cry of revolt. Naxida, who had known Mangda, first wind god, allowed the memory space to display that deific pressure perfectly. So formidable, Shui men thought, and he shielded his family. In the scene, the wrathful tornado demon god paused. A grand figure left the throne, not looking at Shuimen's family, and approached. Longjuan, do you regret it? She asked. In the earliest days, when the demon gods were born, conflicts between them were rare. They tended to mind their own domains, but unlike most, the small grass wandered. When Naxida first arrived, she was still excited, and though she ran about, she was taken back by the Tree King until she had mastered her powers enough to be permitted to travel Taiwait. That made most demon gods acquainted with this tiny, sweet, talking little god who gently coaxed them. Back then, many demon gods were blunt and naive, acting according to their own understanding of care. Some of their ways were rough, but they tried to help their people live. As Naxida traveled, she offered suggestions in her charmingly roundabout way. Though many gods stubbornly claimed they would not listen, they nonetheless changed in small ways. Over time, the demon gods ceased to resist this little one. When Naxida first reached Diocleobian's domain, he worried she meant harm, but after she clung to him day after day, he gave her a name, the Regret. Little grass, did I not tell you? A king does not regret. Now they have the freedom to choose for themselves. They should be living well now. What is this asking? Nahida understood perfectly. If Long Wanwan had been willing to accept her revised plan back then, none of this would have happened. Such stubbornness. But she had been careful. When Long Wanwan sought to die, she was secretly taken away. Mengdes histories record Long Wanwan as dead, yet I realize I never asked Kongbai where she hid the person for me. I must ask when this is over. Who are these humans? Your people. Why are there only 3 of them? Those 2 grown humans seem to be missing so much. What happened? Dai Kalabayan stopped his hand from stroking Nashida's hair, rose again, and turned to look toward Mengda, answering Nashida's question, even as he inquired about the current situation. Long Wanwan, how are you still so stubborn? And I have grown. I am no longer little grass. Call me the king of grass. Chatting with an old acquaintance eased Nashida's long-dulled spirits since arriving in this wretched world. She deliberately traded barbs syllable by syllable with this lonely sovereign of the tower. Dai Kalabayan extended a finger. A tiny wind orb barely strong enough to sting struck Nashida's brow and left it flushed. It was of course only the proud, lonely king's small punishment for that obstinate little creature who called him dense. Nahida covered the spot that had been struck, sat down where she stood, and began to sob. As for the Shui men family, Mingren looked around at this curious world, while Shui men listened intently to Nashida's conversation, seizing whatever useful information he could. Mingren wanted cheerfully to greet Dai Kalabayan, but seeing Nahida linger, he did not intrude. Jo Xianai's gaze lingered on her child before it took in the peculiar vistas of Tiwate. Enough, little grass. That little gust only reddened your brow. With the strength of this remnant of my past, even my all-out effort would scarcely harm you. Exposed, Nahida dropped her hand from her forehead. Her smooth brow showed no sign of injury. Little grass. You are still that cunning little thing. He murmured and reached out to tousle the hairstyle Nahida had just arranged. I am but a vestige of the past. Only you still speak to me at such length. They have arrived as well. I must depart. Before any entreaty could be voiced, a figure had already vanished. 7 silhouettes descended from the sky. At their approach, Dai Kalabayan dissolved into wind and dispersed. Nahida, her hand still unwithdrawn, was enfolded from behind by another warm, verdant presence. Warm tears dampened her back. The Ci Shu Wang held his little daughter tightly to his chest. Little grass, you wicked creature. You need not risk yourself for us any more. You must never do that again. Nahida felt the Tree King's body trembling as he spoke, his voice stammering with emotion. For a divine being to lose composure so utterly revealed just how deeply the Ci Shu Wang was moved. I do not know what sort of existence drew us here, but it seems they mean no harm. He did not deceive. Here they had indeed found Nahida, who had once been dead. That was what he thought in his heart. It seems you know something. There are times when certain matters are burdensome to speak of. Do not trouble yourself over whether to tell us. Just remember to protect yourself and do not suffer losses. Emolakusi folded his arms, his pupils imprinted with geomotifs, and looked at the familiar scene with a hint of nostalgia as he spoke in that reassuring tone. The other gods nodded at Emolakusi's words. After a while in his embrace, the Tree King's agitation finally eased. The Shui Men family remained silent in the background. Many among them were inscrutable, though in truth only Shui Men himself dared not speak. Zhou Xian'ai and Mingrun had stars in their eyes. Zhou Xian'ai was astonished and eager, at the presence of those mighty auras, impatient to witness the great shinobi villages humbled. Mingrun, watching the comforting aura of the gods gathered around Nahida, set his heart on a new life goal. He had thought his Hokage grandfather the most revered of figures yet compare. Let me introduce you to a newly met family. In the memory chamber, Nahida straightened slightly and entered Su-Mi's reception hall. 2 long rows of sofas flanked a table laden with food, whose aroma reached the nose but did not fill the stomach. On one side sat Nahida, Zhou Xian'ai, and the other girls. On the other, the few male gods chatted with Shui Men, the 4th Hokage. Once settled, they listened as Nahida recounted the affairs of another world. Such a wretched world. Simply surviving there is all one can do. Once it is pacified, one can live freely. The people of that other world also yearn for freedom. The more Nahida spoke, the colder the expressions of some gods became. The goddesses patted Mingren, who grew a little shy from the crowd. Shui Men reflexively began to justify the shinobi system, but the man seated at the center steady as stone quickly and decisively dismantled what was already a flawed ideology. The core judgment was clear: that system made no. So do not be angry, Mama. Nahida tried to act coy and nuzzle the Tree King's hand, but the Tree King was not so easily softened. He kept a stern look and glared at the wayward girl. The Electro siblings, the Water God, the Fire God, and the Ice God watched Nahida and the Tree King's exchange and laughed heartily. Nahida's death had left the 7-god assembly on that side rather subdued until now. How delightful. When D somehow procured a drink, after a sip he rose and began to play. In the memory space, discovering Teyvat truly excited Nahida, who embraced a few people enthusiastically. It was only when Zhongli and others pointed to the people behind them that Nahida remembered she had brought others into this place. Feeling a bit awkward, she hurriedly freed herself from the embrace of the Tree King and cleared her throat to introduce again. Kushina and, the 4th Hokage. Let's continue. The Dendro Archon's flower cart. She conjured a flower cart for transportation within the memory space. Don't be afraid, those are my mother and my friends. They don't have any strange tempers. Although we call ourselves gods, we are merely beings a little stronger than ordinary people. Upon hearing Nahida refer to her as her mother, the great Dendro Tree King reached out and pinched Nahida's face. Minato looked at the 7 deities, who seemed gentle only when looking at Nahida. Those pairs of eyes revealed a sense of authority. Just looking at them gave him a feeling of pressure greater than that of the Ninetales. The feeling of being unable to escape. He reluctantly believed Nahida's words that they were all quite good. Nahida, there isn't much time left in the memory space connected to Teyvat. Here, take this. From the hands of the 7 deities, 7 differently colored glass beads flew towards Nahida, merging into her. After doing so, the 7 elemental deities returned to their original fixed positions within this memory space. After meeting the 7 deities of Teyvat, Nahida's originally anxious heart also eased. Although Blank said that her power would nourish Teyvat, she couldn't fully relax until she saw it for herself. Poor great Dendro Tree King. We will eventually reunite. With her mood restored, Nahida took Naruto's family and began to travel through the Land of Winds. In this memory space, they would have plenty of time. Enough for Nahida to correct the distorted views of this couple and little Naruto. Or perhaps find other ways. From the free-spirited Land of Winds to the final winter country that doesn't believe in tears. The scenes that Nahida had engraved in the past were interspersed with the shining past of humanity from each country she had traved. Tearing away their false masks, only the ugly and disgusting postures remained. Their claims of nobility, based on bloodline and hereditary titles, were no different from the behaviors and images of the nobles in Minato's memories. Nahida carefully began to sort out this 4th Hokage, who clearly bore the marks of being greatly influenced by the outdated ideals of the ninja world. Because if Nahida remembered correctly, the education they received in the ninja villages taught them nothing but killing and a bit of ninjutsu. They didn't teach anything else. So this 4th Hokage might not even have a higher cultural level than the students now. So, it turns out you can survive without taking on missions. How wonderful. Because of the final protection of the gods. They wouldn't end up like the Uzumaki clan. Ahem. You've seen enough. Simply watching won't allow one to experience anything. Next, I need to change my approach. Let's go live and feel it for ourselves. With a crisp snap of her fingers, the scenes before Kushina, Minato, and Naruto rippled like waves. When they awoke again, Minato supported his head. Hey. Minato, are you okay? Did you hit your head? Anin, do you want to help see how our Minato is doing? Before them stood a robust man with strange horns on his head, laughing oddly and speaking to them, along with three brothers who looked exceptionally clever and a cart from which people emerged upon hearing the noise. It was a green-haired girl with a demon mask on her face, along with his wife Kushina and son Naruto. Minato, are you okay? We came here to ensure Naruto could have a better education. You can't get... Seeing the concerned gazes of his wife and child, Minato hurriedly assured them he was fine, just a bit tired. The green-haired girl named Anin came forward to check on Minato, and replied to the robust man with the horns, "Boss, he's fine. He probably just bumped his head when you saved him. He just needs to rest a bit, no problem." "Alright, Anin." "Hey, Minato, I think you're still too fragile. When you have time, join our Arataki gang, let's train together, and see how you're doing." "What did you say your name was?" Arataki Ito." As he spoke, he patted Minato's shoulder with a strong hand. "Minato, why don't you just sit in the cart with us? It's okay, our Anin is a holder of a vision. She's not just any ordinary girl." The green-haired girl wanted to say something but ultimately urged Minato to get on the cart. "Minato, are you okay? Seriously, how could you be so careless?" Kushina supported her husband, who was holding his head, and helped him sit down on the cushion inside the carriage. Naruto followed his mother, concerned for Minato. Once Minato entered the carriage, Arataki Ito outside boomed with his unique and hearty voice, saying, "Brother Minato, sit tight. I've heard from Albedo that although Sumeru has arrived, we still have quite a distance to our destination. We need to speed up, alright? Ito, I'm counting on you." Minato gathered his spirit. After the headache, he finally remembered that they were from Inazuma. This time, because Naruto was growing up, Minato didn't want him to struggle like he did delivering food everywhere. So he and his wife Kushina saved some money to settle down in Sumeru, hoping to send Naruto to a better school. Though Inazuma also had schools, it couldn't compare to the educational institution of Sumeru. Little Naruto was completely unaware of the hardships awaiting him. After confirming that his father was fine, he relaxed and continued to look out of the carriage window at the passers-by. As for Arataki Ito and the others, he remembered them as the street rascals often looked down upon in Inazuma City, but they had a good relationship with Minato's family. This time, hearing that Minato was going on a long journey, it was just right that Arataki's member Kujusera was also heading to Sumeru, so they agreed to travel together. The security in the main cities of each nation was generally fine, but in the wilds monsters could appear, making solitary travels in Teyvat quite risky. Unexpectedly, they really encountered a monster, a Geo-Hilichurl King. Fortunately, Ito, this big brother, was quite strong. As a holder of the Geo-Elemental Vision, he could break the shield, unlike Minato, whose attack only scratched the Hilichurl King's shield a little. And then he was charged at by the Hilichurl King. So how did I dodge that attack from the Hilichurl King? I can't quite remember. It seemed like a beam of green light had deflected the Hilichurl King for a moment. "Darling, if your head hurts, don't think about it anymore. You've worked hard today. Come over and rest a bit. We still have to move tonight." Kushina didn't wait for Minato to refuse and forcefully rested his head on her thigh. Naruto was also very obedient, closing the carriage window and lying down on his own soft cushion. Although normally the place where his father was now his mother's embrace should be his spot, seeing Minato injured made him feel quite heartbroken. Kushina softly hummed a nursery rhyme for her little family. Although there was always a strange feeling, this kind of life was also quite good. When the family woke up again, they had already arrived at their destination, where Kujusera, wearing a demonic mask, was negotiating prices with the landlord. Our big brother Arataki Ito was busy carrying luggage from the carriage with his three little brothers. "Oh, you're awake. Just in time. I just finished haggling the price, so you can rest assured about the payment. I checked with the boss, the house is fine." At this moment, Kujusera had settled the price with the landlord, and confirmed the mora needed for the house with Kushina. Why didn't she ask Minato? Because all their family's money was managed by Kushina. "Thank you, Albedo. Otherwise, I would probably have ended up spending a lot of unnecessary money. These are the mora for buying the house, and another bag is my private reward for hiring the Arataki gang. Don't refuse. Minato, go buy some food nearby. Don't worry, there's still plenty of mora left. Everyone has helped a lot, and we can't let anyone go hungry. If it's already past working hours, just look for some ingredients to bring back. Minato, do you know where the commercial street is? If you don't know the way, we can go together. It's a good chance for you to familiarize yourself with the area." Minato scratched his head in embarrassment. He grew up in Inazuma City, so he was familiar with it, but he had never really stayed in Sumeru. "Then I'll trouble you, Albedo. Once we finish moving, let's go out and explore together." Outside the treehouse, the guardian, the avatar of Nahida Makika, noticed some small creatures approaching, some bugs, and some dead soldiers. With a firm stance and a raised sword, her hair began to ignite. She swung her sword at the attacking ninjas, and they exploded into smoke. Without a shred of hesitation, the other ninjas arrived, playing a rather dull game. As she activated her elemental sight, a gigantic flame giant appeared behind Makika, launching an area attack against the root ninjas, who had become like puppets. Outside the treehouse, the affected area was quite extensive, and an ominous bandaged old man looked fearfully at the incoming massive flames, while the root ninjas desperately protected the bandaged, one-eyed old man. "Tisk still alive. The power of the avatar is indeed too limited. Let's do it again." Wait, please don't release large-scale ninjutsu again. I'm sorry. It was our Umbu's mistake that caused you to be attacked. Konohagakure will provide you with the response you desire. Several surviving Umbu ninjas quickly appeared, persuading her, while demonstrating good bowing etiquette, sitting down respectfully. Humph. This will not happen again. Makika, the avatar of Nahida, sensed that one had escaped. However, her main body was still with Naruto, who was unaware of what to do, and had not yet awakened, so she didn't plan to tear the face now. The bandaged old man staggered back to his root base, angrily kicking away the root shinobi, who had come to attend him. Risen. No wonder you agreed so readily. Damn it. That malevolent outsider. She actually caused me to lose another Zulunian Sharingan. I must think of a way. Yuanfei risen, so that is why you were too afraid to act. Too weak. Mui's Renzali Jinchuriki must not be lost. In the Horying building, the aged gorilla Yuanfei risen had already received reports from the Umbu ninjas. He drew several deep drags on his cigarette. Very well. I understand. Dismiss them. Where did that woman come from? She wields such power, yet her name is unheard of in any shinobi village. After returning, Yuanfei risen ordered the Umbu to investigate and collect intelligence on Nagato. Go find me the proofs of ownership for these properties. I'm going out for a while. These items were proofs of property, left behind by Mingren's parents. For now, since Mingren is still young, he planned to have members of the Yuanfei clan manage them and take a small fee for their trouble. A show of force would not work after all. His instincts had been right. The woman was exceedingly dangerous. They would have to change tactics. First, use the assets left by the Shuemen couple to do some discreet inquiries. Kongbei, you arranged the situation of Shu Wang, and the others in the memory space, didn't you? Nagato sat atop the great tree crowning the Jingshan Palace, the dream world she had made around herself. This dream had been fashioned to fill the void of family love that Mingren lacked and to let them experience a life that could have been. She entered the identities she had devised for the Shuemen family into the dream. Sitting in Jingshan Palace, a screen materialized before her displaying the Shuemen family, while she transmitted information to Kongbei. What Nagato had not expected was that Kongbei replied swiftly. That's right. Also, there are a few things for you. By the way, the people you rescued in Taiwate are sleeping in the deepest part of the space you once occupied. They slumber there. That space has been completed. If you wish to enter, summon the gate to it from the terminal and the doorway will open. A small temporal rift tore open before Nagato, and 7 stones of varying hues tumbled out. Because of the connection to Kongbei, information about the stones promptly appeared. Luja Core, a sealed artifact from the Benghai World Fusion, grants an additional persona free of charge, and speaking the login password bestows special bonuses. Note: use with caution. This thing. Why give me something so dangerous? It is laden with potent negative effects, Kongbei replied. You will need it. Kongbei offered no explanation and walked away from the screen, ignoring Nagato's muttering. No way, Nagato said, tossing the Luja core to the ground, but fear made her snatch it back. The energy in this air was far healthier than the dying state of the Taiwate world, and there was no suppression by cosmic law. As long as she lived, Nagato would only grow stronger. Benghai energy was too perilous. If it attracted Benghai's attention, who knew whether this world would be severed from the tree system? Nagato felt uneasy leaving it anywhere, so she kept it on her person. She could not even return it if she tried. Damn Kongbei's strong-arming. She had sent it over without explanation. Seeing that Nagato did not reply, she prepared to leave as well. Since it was a dream world, there was plenty of time for the family to savor the experience of being together. She would also awaken the sleeping friends back home. Those divine adversaries, immortals and monsters she had once slain in Taiwate. A stone gate rose from the earth before her. Nagato stepped through, and when she opened her eyes again, found herself in a very quiet place, a small hillock with a shallow summit, its hollow painted with several yellow motifs. In the distance, endless white clouds stretched to the horizon and nothing else was visible. Beneath her feet the ground was solid, but only a small patch. Along its edge stood 2 stone brick gates, one lay dimmed in gray, the other glowed. Through the glowing gate, she could see the treehouse where they lived. If this was the gate she had just come through, then the other must be the gate to Taiwate. How is this place? Much better than before, right? It's good. The unending darkness always made her uneasy. Do you see those caves over there? Those are gifts left for you. The people you rescued in Taiwate are there too. As for the 2 gates, just as you thought, the new gate will open and the extinguished gate will shine again. Several clusters of candles lay upon the ground, their purpose unclear. On the void terminal, Kongbei's avatar was clicked. Nagato was already used to Kongbei's abrupt sign-offs. She began to explore the caves. When Nagato sought to enter, a transparent barrier appeared before her, prompting whether she wished to proceed. She touched it again. The barrier no longer hindered her. She entered. What might be inside those caverns? How exactly had Kongbei preserved her friends? And what had the cost been in the first place? Inside was a claw machine. Beside it stood a notice: friend claw machine, want to awaken them? Go for it. If you catch them, they will truly begin to wake. Note: 90 attempts guarantee 1 friend. Friend tokens a means of payment. Everything has a price. This can cover the cost to reclaim a friend. It will appear at random in the hands of someone in need in your current world. As for how to obtain it, equivalent exchange perhaps. After reading, the notice glowed and transformed into a coin stamped with her chibi portrait. Kongbai stepped away from the screen, took a cigarette from a pocket, and lit it. Ahem. Regardless of whether I will continue. In the dim room, the pixelated little grass deity on the screen played at a claw machine. Tiny pixel figures bore thought bubbles above their heads, their emotions shifting constantly. As light flared beside one pixel figure, another pixel figure appeared. The items in the claw machine are various capsule toys containing different small figurines resembling little friends. This is also left by the blank. Is this the cost? Isn't this just drawing cards? What kind of cost is this? Even in another world, I still have to learn how to exploit loopholes to complete commissions. It feels like playing a game. Can one really pay the price for change? Looking through the glass of the claw machine at those familiar shrunken sleeping figures. I'm sorry, but it's just good that you are still here. I am too weak. I can only use this method to keep you safe. I wonder what expression little Ing will have when she discovers that the friend who stabbed me in the back is dead. Save, it's all right. It's all right. Nahida comforted herself with her words. Her eyes did look a bit desolate. Pretending to be a rebellious child in front of the Tree King wasn't so bad. Back then she was just small with a big heart wanting to save everyone. Thankfully, with the help of the blank, otherwise the consequences of meddling would have led to the heavenly principal standing outside the house throwing cold iron nails to pin her down. During that period, the War of the Archons had long since ended. She had been planning for a long time to pretend. Remembering Ying's incredulous gaze as she looked at Nahida when she killed the elderly and young of Kairagi. Before the heavenly principal arrived, she had to hide the last weakness of Kairagi, even if it was just to help them avoid the curse from the heavenly principal. Kairagi was just heavily exploited by that Raiden Makoto. Those warriors of Kairagi wouldn't flee. She knew they never believed in gods, even drag. Naruto woke up in his room. His father Minato was in the kitchen with his mother discussing something while holding a map. However, Minato was quickly driven out by Kushina for being in the way. Good morning, Dad. Good morning, Mom. And another ordinary day for the family began. Due to the unfamiliar diet of Sumaru, Kushina's cooking skills had improved rapidly. The members of the Arataki gang had already said their goodbyes and returned to Inazuma. With the companionship of family, proper education, and no chaotic influences on his character, Naruto was truly outstanding. Starting elementary school in Sumaru, he was praised by everyone as the exemplary child. Knowledgeable, composed and gentle and polite to everyone. With no malnutrition, he was also growing tall quickly, no longer that skinny little guy. Inheriting his father's sunny disposition, his face attracted the attention of the little girls in Sumaru City. However, Naruto regarded them as just child. In the moment of despair, a boy who had come with his father to experience adventure brought her a glimmer of hope. Avril only heard a voice say, Rinnegan. The scorpion's tail was broken, and she found herself held in a warm embrace. Naruto, like his father Minato, possessed the Eye of the Wind God. The Rinnegan was an elemental technique developed by Naruto's father. As for when he obtained the God's Eye, Naruto wore it after returning home one day. Knowing some details about the Eye of the Wind God, Minato did not ask further. After saving Avril, Naruto looked at her leg, which was oozing black blood. In her shocked and embarrassed gaze, he began sucking the poison from the wound. Meanwhile, Minato was helping the mercenaries clear away the scorpions. When he turned back after finishing, he saw his son unconscious, and his face showed clear signs of poisoning. Having only sucked a few mouthfuls of poisoned blood, Naruto felt dizzy. He had done this mainly because this time Minato brought Naruto here, mainly to let him experience it for himself. He took out the antidote from his waist pouch and fed it to Naruto, also offering one to the desert girl in front of him. By the time Naruto woke up again, it was already night. He found himself on the back of a giant beast with mercenaries walking alongside it in small groups. Naruto felt himself being held but did not look back. Dad, let go of me. Is there any water? My mouth tastes so strange. Naruto, still dazed, reached out for a water bag from the person behind him. The person behind him did not respond at all, and Naruto, feeling discomfort, didn't notice anything unusual. For instance, the water bag handed to him wasn't the one his mother had packed when they left. After gulping down a big mouthful, Naruto felt something was off. This water bag seemed to have a different taste. Chewing his lips, Naruto wanted to ponder what was wrong when he heard his father walking over from the front of the group. Naruto, you're awake. Dad, if you're here, then who is behind me? Naruto, a bit flustered, tried to turn his head, and in search of something to hold onto his hand, brushed against the smooth, fleshy thigh of the person behind him, almost causing him to fall off the giant beast. He was quickly steadied by the person behind him. Having rarely had close contact with anyone other than his mother Kushina, Naruto could clearly determine that the person behind him was a girl. Oh, so your name is Naruto. Thank you. My name is Awire, and I'm a child from the desert. Awire lightly stepped on certain places on the beast's back, bringing Naruto to face her. You want to turn around, right? I can turn around as well? Although the giant beast is very gentle, it still takes some practice to change direction on its back. Now, facing each other, Naruto finally understood who was behind him. Your leg should be fine, right? Feeling a bit awkward, remembering his somewhat intrusive actions, Naruto stammered an explanation. I didn't mean to be inappropriate. Meanwhile, Minato, who was ignored by Naruto, discreetly returned to the front of the group. Pfft. Ha ha ha. You're so cute. Awire was well aware of whether Naruto truly acted inappropriately. After all, what kind of fool would use the method of sucking drug blood to be inappropriate? However, watching Naruto with his head down and blushing face, she remained silent for a few minutes, simply enjoying the sight of the embarrassed boy. The unique red cloth of the desert people covered Awire's eyes, which were filled with mirth. Two spiraled pigtails swayed back and forth with the movement of the giant beast. The sunlight of the desert reflected health on her skin. The bold desert girl hugged the embarrassed blonde boy. I believe in you, Naruto. Naruto is Awire's savior. Don't look so down. Awire gently placed her hands on Naruto's head, ensuring they were at eye level. And she began to actively engage in conversation. Naruto, you've never lived in the desert before. Those scorpions' venom can be sucked through the mouth. It works to some extent, but those who suck drug blood will also be poisoned. Awire tried to delicately explain an unpleasant truth to Naruto. That sucking drug blood had a slight effect. Naruto's face quickly turned red. How could he not understand? That sucking drug blood was foolish behavior. Wow, your face is so red, Naruto. Awire poked him with a gloved finger. Seeing Naruto's blush spreading from his face to the rest of his body, she laughed and stopped teasing him. As for how much of his body was visible, Awire noticed Naruto's red neck and hands. You should return the water bag to me. I'm sorry for using your water. Although Awire truly didn't mean to tease Naruto this time, he seemed even more shy. It's okay. Naruto is very handsome, different from the boys in our desert. Awire won't mind. After receiving the water bag, Awire took a sip. Having talked so much, she was a bit thirsty. Awire is fine now. I'm going to find my dad. Naruto hurriedly jumped off the giant beast and ran towards Minato, feeling too shy to look back at Awire. After arriving at Shumi City, Awire's personality was very cheerful and warm, unlike Naruto, who as he grew up was very quiet due to the awkward relationship with his father. While chatting with Minato, Awire also expressed that she hadn't found a place to live and wanted to ask Naruto and Uncle Minato for help. As for the people from their gilded caravan, they were with other commissions and they were only traveling with Awire because they knew her family. Minato refused Awire's offer of Mora as payment, stating that there was an empty room in their courtyard if Awire wished to come. As for the rent, Minato patted his chest and said to let Awire keep it for her school expenses. Minato had been to the desert many times and was well aware of the situation. Those Mora were probably saved by this girl for a long time. Adding another bowl at home wouldn't cost much. Just like that, it was unclear when it started. This girl who emerged from the desert moved into their home. Neighbors joked about Naruto and Awire. Awire didn't stop or respond, merely blinking her lovely big eyes at Naruto as they walked together towards the classroom of the academy. However, when they reached the main road, Naruto quickly slipped away in his robe. It wasn't for any particular reason, but he simply couldn't handle the enthusiasm of the girls who admired him. The world of dreams evolves rapidly. Minato and Kushina gaze at their son, who has grown tall like a sprout, feeling a sense of pride. Yet the passage of time has left its marks on their faces, with wrinkles and gray hair starting to appear. Minato's adventurous work has raised concerns for Kushina and Naruto, leading to a decision for him to change his occupation. With the Mora saved by Minato and Naruto's scholarship, they purchased a small storefront in the city. They primarily sell the Inazuma desserts and dishes made by Kushina, while Minato has started a simple food delivery service. As for how to accept orders, praise be to the Dendro Archon, the Void Terminal of Sumeru has proven to be incredibly useful under the Archon's development. Thanks to Naruto, because orders were placed at their shop, there were several instances where it was likely Naruto himself delivering them due to helping at home, which led to many orders from the Academy's junior and senior students, especially with a competitive spirit, but they are genuinely delicious, resulting in decent business for the shop. Minato and Kushina provide excellent education for Naruto. Although they worry about his safety at times, they do not overly coddle him and strive to give him space to express himself. They are certainly not preparing him to be a useless person. After seeing Naruto reach adulthood, Kushina began to prepare for suitors for him. The neighbors rarely mentioned it, as they always assumed Naruto and Avellini were already a couple. Regarding this situation, Kushina chuckles and plays it off. Although she is unaware of the current developments between her two children, she is certain that Naruto and Avellini must have feelings for each other. As for the emotional state between her desert girl Avellini and Naruto, Kushina does not intend to interfere too much. The two kids understand their limits. Matters of the heart should follow their natural course. Recently, the Academy has had an extended holiday. This isn't a problem. The main issue is that Avellini hasn't returned to her. Without a second thought, Kushina pushed Naruto out the door, ordering him to accompany Avellini back to her hometown. The reason, of course, is that it is unsafe for a girl to travel alone. Holding his sore backside, Naruto looks at Avellini, who has changed into her desert attire, wanting to say, if it weren't for Avellini lacking a vision, he might not even stand a chance against her in an unknown fight. Though Avellini's combat skills lack a vision, her methods from the Desert Golden Legion can easily defeat ordinary vision bearers. Then the old couple watched as Naruto and Avellini walked away gossiping about the kids. Avellini is someone she watched grow up. It's nice that the two kids can come together, and she doesn't need to worry about Naruto. There are plenty of girls who come to fawn over him every day. As for that old fool with a brain who hurriedly urged the kids to get married. What's the rush? Marriage isn't the same as immortality. They will grow old. However, it seems these two little ones have yet to break through to that level of intimacy. Minato, do you know if Naruto has asked you about such feelings? Holding a thermos and brewing herbal tea, Minato just finished a sip, cough cough. Well, Kushina, I recall that Naruto did ask us about our past romantic experiences. Oh, I didn't expect Minato to remember that. Then let's go. Since the kids are not around today, we want open the shop, and we can sleep a bit more. With a whirlwind of activity, Kushina quickly sent out the notice, and then carried Minato, who wanted to refuse, back inside. Outside things were proceeding in an orderly manner. Watching the sleeping Naruto and his family, Nahida sat on a swing pondering the next step. She was not worried about Naruto encountering any issues. A lifetime in a dream equates to just a day passing in reality. In a false dream, once they wake up, will they not succumb to despair? If they remember that lifetime in the dream. Wearing her leather outfit, Mavika, the god of fire, returned after dealing with the root ninjas outside, observing the situation of Naruto's family and saying, "Dreams indeed have such possibilities. But I do not intend to allow them to retain all memories of their dream when they awaken. That would become their past lives. Other unnecessary memories I will blur out. Except for, well, as for Naruto experiencing love, other matters are not a problem as long as Nahida deliberately blurs them out." Meanwhile, the ninjas from the various clans in Konoha have also received various news. 2 women assaulted the Hokage and killed many Umbu. Although they want to believe that the news in their hands is false, the serious expressions of the messengers have left them in deep thought. The members of the ninja clan in Konoha had the audacity to pretend to be passersby, peeking around the treehouse. As for going inside, they did not believe they could be stronger than the Hokage, nor did they have the courage to do so. The door of the treehouse creaked open. The strange onlookers quickly dispersed. Look, those locals are back again. And these 7 people are from Teyvat. From the treehouse, Nahida was the first to appear, followed by 7 differently dressed warriors. These individuals were the remnants of the warriors from the 7 nations that Nahida had awakened to confront the abyssal monsters. They were the leaders of various factions. It is the Lord of Fire. One woman dressed as an ancient warrior saluted the puzzled Marvika. I present myself, Emil, captain of the first guard of Nada, before the Lord of Fire. Emil, she is not the Marvika you know, but my avatar. Nahida clarified Emil's confusion as she watched her avatar Marvika being saluted. These are the people I saved back then. The others still need to be awakened slowly. You know that damn alchemist in Kyria released something before leaving. I don't want them waiting helplessly to die. Marvika approached the Nada commander, who had seen the real Lord of Fire. Thank you for your defense of Nada. Do not worry, Teyvat is safe now. We will return. Suddenly changing her attitude, Marvika extended her arms and embraced Nahida. Still the same scent. Your mother Buyir is waiting over there and is quite anxious. They are probably rushing over here now. This world feels so wonderful. It doesn't carry any sense of oppression at all. And Emil, it's truly delightful. You are still alive. Nahida, somewhat unsure of how to respond, addressed the 7 commanders behind her. For now, there is nothing for you to do here. Let's return to Huanlan. Yes, King of Grass. Marvika, let's go. Sit inside and wait for her to come. I never expected those beads would serve this purpose. But that's great. Although it was just an avatar that came. Looking at the 7 figures, Nahida took turns hugging them. Tired of those sneaky ninjas creeping around, Nahida had thrown several modified Sumeru guards around the treehouse. After pouring tea for the commanders, Nahida began to explain the current situation of the ninja world. They expressed their support for Nahida's plans to cleanse the ninja world. Nahida was already itching to take action. So, old man, do you think we should start now? We can. But we cannot use our full power. Although this body carries the consciousness we left in the beads, it is still fundamentally the avatar you created. Why not start from one location and develop gradually? Overthrowing the existing order isn't difficult for you now, but the deeply rooted beliefs of the people will greatly affect the establishment of your new order. Buyir mentioned that you have already cleared the grass country. Once so, why not develop there? As for the rest, you can do as you please. They changed their outfits back to the appearances of Zhongli and Venti from that side as they entered the house. They appeared quite casual, as if visiting a neighbor. However, they all maintained an air of secrecy regarding the state of Teyvat. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Danzo was left disgruntled after a confrontation with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Regarding his previous failure, Danzo did not believe he was incapable, but he forbade himself from going this time, as he always operated based on his own objectives. He once again colluded with outsiders. He had also uncovered an important piece of information. There was a little girl in the treehouse, delicate and weak, seemingly easy to bully. Once captured, he could use her as leverage along with her eyes. If he used them against that damned red-haired woman, he could obtain a loyal dog. Go, you all go guard that place. As soon as that woman leaves or the little girl comes out, bring her back. A few well-concealed ninjas glanced at the message in their hands. With the obtained passphrase, they bypassed the defensive barrier and began heading towards the direction where Nahida resided. The news from the village claimed that the information came from the subordinates of Shimura Danzo of the Leaf Village, suggesting that the Ninetales Jinchuriki was placed in this location. Could it be a trap? The ninja known as Mountain, codenamed for this team, was the brains of the group and appeared somewhat frilier than the other two, though still robust compared to other ninjas from different villages. For ordinary ninjas from other villages, he was still considered quite tall. Before the mission commenced, they prepared to discuss the details of the infiltration operation. Mountain did not immediately answer his teammates' questions. He was deep in thought. There were no explicit demands for the mission, and their Raikage had no intention of assigning them an impossible task to eliminate them. The objective of this mission was not strictly defined. All they needed to do was infiltrate the Leaf Village and gather sufficient intelligence for their village. The Lord did not stipulate that we must capture the Ninetales Jinchuriki. Everything prioritizes self-preservation. Surviving allows us to continue serving the village. We must never trust that old man Shimura Danzo's words. According to our undercover agent in the Leaf Village, the current Ninetales Jinchuriki seems to be under the watch of two women who do not belong to the Leaf. The Leaf shows no objection to this, which is very suspicious. Those two women definitely have issues. Therefore, we will avoid that position and take a detour to gather more useful information in the Leaf Village. After pondering, Mountain squinted his eyes, then pointed in a certain direction. He sensed a ninja radiating an aura reminiscent of a corpse, making him very conspicuous. Let's take out those over there first. Since the Leaf wants to use us as tools, let them see what we truly are. When Danzo of the Leaf Village allowed other ninja village ninjas in Nahida, had already taken her people and left. The Leaf Village was merely a gathering place for ninjas surrounded by ordinary people, accustomed to the protection of ninjas. Beyond the territory that the ninja village was willing to protect, more people awaited the dawn, which was the blessing Nahida sought to provide. After leaving behind her shadow with the fire god, Nahida took Naruto, who was still dreaming, and transformed into elemental form, flying towards the land of grass. Nahida had planned this in advance, not wanting to rush into battle. The land of grass now contained only the people she brought from Teyvat, and the children she had rescued, the eldest of whom still had a few years before reaching adulthood. Expanding territory again could easily lead to collapse. Although divine power could allow Nahida to take over all governance, all administration and policies could indeed be accomplished. However, that would have no significance. A world and system changed in such a way would merely become a game for herself. Once Nahida's gaze no longer fell upon it, the return to the original aristocratic system would only be a matter of time. She could slowly devise plans guiding the little ones to complete the transformation of their own world. The ones who truly held power in this world were merely a group of ordinary feudal lords. After understanding the ongoing ninja world war, Nahida realized it was merely a conflict between a few ninja villages. If not for the ninjas possessing extraordinary power, the scale of destruction would likely be much smaller. Compared to the deaths of ninjas in the Ninja World War, the number of civilians killed by ninjas while undertaking missions seemed to be even higher. As the group flew beyond the borders of the Land of Fire and entered the Land of Grass, the ground was lined with neatly arranged houses in the style of Sumeru. Near the houses, on a conspicuous path, many enormous one-eyed relic sentinels lay still in corners, ready to unleash a whirlwind upon any careless ninjas. There were also some uniquely designed buildings, crafted by Nahida's hands, constructed in cooperation with the villagers. Nahida slowly descended from the sky with her companions. Watching this scene, she felt that there was no divine law coming to punish her for studying other matters. Plans could be made together. The human inhabitants here regarded themselves as divine, and thus they were her subjects. All good things must be prepared step by step. Out of concern that their thoughts had not yet changed, Nahida did not fully elevate the common people's lives to an excessively happy state. A happy future needs to be fought for by themselves. What she could provide was enough protection and correct guidance. Nahida did not require offerings like the traditional divine beings they believed in. The utmost demand was merely to instruct her subjects to celebrate her birthday as the current national holiday of the Land of Grass. The 7 gods behind her quietly observed the situation in Nahida's territory after landing. Then Nahida brought her companions to the central building. She sensed that her clone was residing here. This place was a palace established by the citizens living here for Nahida. The guards in front of the simple version of the Jingshan Palace began to bow quickly upon seeing Nahida. "I have met the esteemed lady of the Land of Grass," the guard said while bowing. The guard looked curiously at Nahida's back. "Is the lady of the Land of Grass going to meet esteemed guests? I will go outside to notify them to prepare." "No need," Nahida shook her head. The guard's virtual terminal began introducing the identities of those behind. His eyes sparkled as he once again said, "I have met all esteemed gods," and then obediently tried to step aside. Nahida did not ignore the little guard's expectant gaze for praise. The guard was a local of this world. Nahida was sure of that. Your name is Byuk, right? Your common language is quite good. No need to notify anyone. These are my family, no need to be nervous. Yes. Lady of the Land of Grass. Byuk relaxed upon hearing Nahida's words. The guard's role was mainly to deter wandering civilians and act as a runner, so it was just Byuk on duty. The simple wooden palace was quite cozy in its arrangement. It seems a bit crowded here. Should I arrange for the building guards to expand? No worries. Little Grass, we do not need food or sleep. Living arrangements are not urgent. As acquaintances, they were comfortable. Finding a place to sit down. This scene reminds me of the past. Back then, they were just as enthusiastic about contributing to the construction of their homeland. I remember you mentioned wanting to change their previously solidified mindset. Why don't we become teachers? Let's inscribe the spirit and thinking of the 7 nations into the chapters of this new world. And yes, feel free to do what you want. You have already sacrificed a lot for Teyvat. This will of ours comes to this realm solely for you. They are now your citizens. Little Grass. You need to work hard. Since you said you would protect them, you must strive to do so. Go do what you want. There's no need to rush the reunion feast. When you return to Teyvat, I will prepare a grand festival of the flower god for you. The Tree King Boer said while reaching out to rub Nahida's little head. The other gods nodded in agreement. Their love for humanity had already been devoted to their own kingdoms, and they were no longer the young demon gods who were willing to take on the responsibility of sheltering new subjects when humans sought protection. After Nahida brought Naruto back to Mukio village, she settled his family in her own residence. Subsequently, Nahida's main body chose to remain in the Land of Grass instead of embarking on journeys, while the 7 gods who descended through her avatars briefly held a reunion banquet with Nahida and their old acquaintances before joining her in the world's restoration. A single person or an isolated demon god cannot save everyone in the world. She must prepare for battle, to sweep the ninjas and daimyo into the grave of history. Additionally, according to the memories of the earth veins in this world, it seems there are traces of outsiders beyond those in Teyvat. No, this planet also bears traces of outsiders. In a classroom of the Academy of the Land of Grass, as the clock in the topmost tower chimed, students dressed in their respective academy uniforms gradually left the classroom, leaving only 3 individuals and a man seated confidently at the podium. Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan looked respectfully at the reassuring figure clad in a brown long robe. Yahiko admired the man named Zhongli, who had recently appeared in the Land of Grass, and was appointed as a teacher by the Lord of Grass specifically for the establishment of the academy. The academy was divided into 7 branches, with Zhongli serving as the head of the Liyue branch. Teacher, is it really possible to achieve the world you spoke of before? If we kill those nobles and ninjas, won't that be a bit wrong? The orange-haired Yahiko maintained an idealistic stance about making the world a better place. Yahiko, come sit down. Konan, Nagato, you too as well. Zhongli slowly sipped his tea, not in a hurry to answer the question. Yahiko, let me ask you, do you think what the Lord of Grass has done is right? The act of exterminating all the daimyo, including so-called ministers and ninjas. Zhongli's tone was calm, his gaze filled with experiences fixed on Yahiko, who was in the middle of the trio. I remember the actions of those deceased daimyo and nobles were recorded in the books I provided you. Do you recall? Do you think those events were real? They are real, teacher Zhongli. Regarding the past troubles of the nobles, they too had suffered oppression, so how could they believe that it was false? Yahiko, do you think the country belongs to the daimyo? The nobles believe that being noble allows them to live comfortably without needing to work, and they can seize the hard-earned food of the farmers in the name of nobility while insulting them as commoners. The country should not belong solely to the daimyo, but the common people also cannot manage the country. Teacher Zhongli. Yahiko, have you seen a country governed by a daimyo that is good? Zhongli's tone remained calm. He would not give Yahiko a direct answer. Just like Liyue and Teyvat, before truly growing up, he would protect their understanding. Have you ever seen a country ruled by the common people? The daimyo have governed poorly. I have only seen the current Land of Grass led by the Lord of Grass, Yahiko answered after pondering for a moment. It is unimaginable for ordinary people to manage a country in other places. Those nobles and ninjas are trash. Konan also said through gritted teeth, while Nagato, though silent, also harbored great disdain for the ninjas. Yahiko, you are not wrong, or ordinary people who solely know how to farm indeed lack the ability to manage their country. And that is why you must rely on your studies. In the future, pay close attention to the teacher's lessons, Yahiko. The daimyo continuously demand that you kneel in the name of hereditary and bloodline. And now the Lord of Grass will slowly, step by step, guide you to grow up. Well, it is now time for class to end. I have matters to attend to, so I will not say more. Go explore and complete the assignments I have given. Well then, goodbye, teacher Zhongli. And we have already paid for your tea. I know you certainly did not bring your wallet again. Well, thank you. 3. The development of Sumeru in the ninja world has just begun, but the power and foundation belonging to humanity still seem very thin. Meanwhile, the gathering of ninjas amidst the turmoil in the ninja world was swiftly crushed by mechanical guards after causing disturbances while investigating matters in the former Land of Grass. In the heart of the nation, Nahida inserted the servers of her newly reconstructed void terminal. Since this world lacks a world tree, and it may not exist, Nahida has not found it, so she used this power to insert anchor points into the nation. The anchor points can protect the people while amplifying the signals of the void terminal throughout the Land of Grass, and the changes in the Land of Grass have also attracted more ninja scrutiny. In Konoha, Danzo angrily smashed the things in his hands, cursing it. He was actually deceived, and Danzo too had days when he was played. Time passed swiftly. After discovering Naruto's disappearance, Konoha grew furious and prepared to issue a bounty warrant for both Nagato and Naruto. This entire mess is the result of your weakness, Hiruzen. Once the Jinchuriki is recaptured, I shall deliver him to Root. Weapons must embody unwavering discipline. As for those two enigmatic women, sheer numbers will ensure their demise. I shall dispatch Root Shinobi to locate the Jinchuriki. Unlike you, Hiruzen, I shall not falter with such feeble hesitation. Hiruzen Sarutobi silently puffed on his pipe, offering no protest. His silence and implicit acquiescence to Danzo's plan. Yet he too secretly deployed his own shinobi to search. Yet Konoha's elite combatants had already been largely depleted. Ultimately, Naruto's status as Jinchuriki compelled Konoha to mount its own search, though few in the village truly cared about his sudden vanishing, save perhaps that girl with the Byakugan. Nor should we forget the ramen shop owner. To ordinary villagers, the Hokage had simply slain the fox demon Naruto, and when noble clans inquired after the Jinchuriki, they accepted whatever Hiruzen Sarutobi declared as absolute truth. Years slipped by, still no trace. Recently, however, merchant caravans brought rumors in the Land of Grass. Travelers encountered a radiant sun-like boy, and whispers spoke of profound transformations sweeping the land. In response, Konoha dispatched an Umbu team led by Kakashi. What in the world has happened here? Why did Konoha receive no intelligence? Kakashi, the silver-haired man with perpetually half-lidded eyes, scanned once more the meager clues concerning Naruto provided by the village. He recalled how years prior the Land of Grass had welcomed shinobi freely, its borders wide open and unguarded. Now before the border checkpoint stood a towering sign, inspection station entrance, and before it stretched a long winding queue. Among them were merchants in fine garb, and everywhere ragged refugees, gaunt and skeletal, yet their eyes burned with unmistakable hope. The inspectors wore uniform ochre battle uniforms, and carried long spears adorned with white cherry blossoms. Most stood vigilant, while a few used floating terminals to verify identities. 3 among them possessed strikingly vivid red hair. Red hair. Could they be remnants of the Uzumaki clan? Kakashi glanced at the other border stretches, now barricaded by colossal thorn trees, impassable to ordinary folk. The Land of Grass, it seemed, had regressed. No wonder it had faded from Konoha's awareness for years. If it had reverted to a samurai path, so be it. But it was none of his concern. With a swift sequence of hand seals, he vanished in a puff. His appearance now utterly unremarkable, his shinobi vest replaced by plain civilian attire. He hurried toward the end of the line, and tapped the broad muscular back of the person ahead. Excuse me, it's been ages since I last visited the Land of Grass. What on earth is happening here? The man turned, bellowing in a thunderous voice. Who the hell calls me brother? I'm your elder sister, you squint-eyed brat. If your vision's poor, stay indoors. She raised her arm, preparing a crushing bare shoulder strike against the startled Kakashi. Startled not merely by her words but by her sudden turn. Only to be sharply rebuked by a soldier maintaining order in the line. Halt! What is this? Refuse inspection and leave immediately. Honorable samurai, this insolent youth provoked us. We submit fully. We beg your indulgence. Here's a small token of our goodwill. The burly man beside her, her husband, was prosperous enough to offer a money pouch, unaware of the Land of Grass's transformation. He assumed these guards were traditional martial warriors devoted to self-cultivation. Sir, please observe order and respect us. We are not samurai. We are the Chenyan army, one of the 7 legions of the Land of Grass. So long as you abide by our laws, no one in this land shall trouble you. Of course, honorable Chenyan army. We'll stand properly at once. He gently guided his wife back into place and whispered reassurance. Ahua, it would be foolish to forfeit entry over a man with poor eyesight. Let us endure today. The sight of those 2 powerfully built, deeply affectionate spouses was so disarmingly tender that Kakashi instantly retracted his error, and instinctively reached for his Sharingan, intending to slip past under Genjutsu. But another moved faster. Ha! A pack of chakraless warriors daring to bar my path. I am Tetsuleg, the Driftingan Water Wanderer. Today you all die. The rogue shinobi formed hand seals and launched himself skyward, legs blurring as he soared beyond bowshot range. Then laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha. You think mere warriors can halt a shinobi? Delusion. Before I depart, I gift you a few of my homemade presents. Unfazed, the guards remained impassive. While nearby the statue, everyone presumed to be a solitary one-eyed monument, stirred to life. Its luminous single I had already locked onto the rogue shinobi, still flapping through the air like a panicked bird. Then, a streak of azure light slashed across the heavens. No scream escaped, only ash scattered on the wind. Once the threat dissolved, the Sumeru one-eyed sentinel settled back into silent hibernation. waiting patiently for the next fool who overlooked its presence ready to deliver a devastating, unforgettable slap. It's better to wait in line, honestly. Let's gather more information before making any other plans. Because someone has fallen into a trap, Kakashi maintains a dead fisheye expression, pretending to be a refugee without using any illusions. The captains of the Chenyan army at the checkpoint saw the crowd becoming a bit flustered and began to calm them down with a loudspeaker. Alright, we will continue the inspection now. Everyone, please do not push. The identity registration will be quick. I understand your concerns. You may have heard some rumors about the situation in the Grass Nation. Once you enter the borders of the Grass Nation, there will be no more unrest. Those behind are the current mechanical guards of the Grass Nation. As long as you do not violate the laws of the Grass Nation, they will also protect your safety. That one-eyed mechanical guard is just a puppet of the puppeteer. The line at the entry checkpoint is still long, and there are still a few impatient individuals who think highly of themselves and want to cut in line, causing a stir. As for the Chenyan army, the few hidden ninjas in the line believe that these strange warriors are nothing more than relying on that puppet giant. They are all elite ninjas from their village. As long as they are careful and use shadow clones to confuse them, these mere warriors can be easily dealt with, hindering the ninjas from carrying out their tasks. Warriors, you have already chosen the path to death. With that, several clouds of smoke and ninjutsu erupted from the crowd. Several figures quickly launched an attack on the Chenyan army. Then the sounds of clashing echoed incessantly. The Chenyan army responded promptly, quickly forming their battle formation. From their bodies, strands of rock-yellow aura gathered in the air above the battle formation, forming a noble-looking phantom radiating a powerful aura. The phantom took the initiative to strike. A spear made of rock flashed, and those few still bouncing ninjas, including their shadow clones, were all obliterated. Damn it! These damn cold-blooded beasts are trying to enter the Grass Nation again. Many in the Chenyan army have suffered injuries from ninjas. They are well aware of the cruelty of ninjas and hold a deep disdain for them. Their battle formations and martial arts were all taught by that Mr. Zhongli. The Void Terminal quickly contacted for reinforcements. It was not them who were injured, but rather the unfortunate ones in the line who were affected. Quickly, squad, there are a large number of civilians injured at the border checkpoint. We need to dispatch priests. Please respond if received. Received. The nearest priest group has been contacted and is on the way, estimated time 1 hour. Era. Please try to keep the seriously injured holding on for a bit longer. We've already called for priest support. Understood, Captain. The Chenyan army's proper handling made the people in the line increasingly trust the rumors they had heard that the Grass Nation had a divine presence, and that the people living there were very happy and healthy. Big brother Chenyan army, we want to help too. A few somewhat dirty children from the line stepped forward to say. The Chenyan army felt much better than those sycophantic warriors raised by the nobles. Otherwise, the people here would have left at the first sign of unrest. The uninjured refugees were actively helping out. Although the Chenyan army remained vigilant towards those waiting in line, even after the daily inspections ceased, they showed great concern for the elderly, women, and children. Moreover, it was clear that the Chenyan army was very different from the ninjas and warriors. Using a special martial art, the issue of a single martial art being at a disadvantage in combat against ninjas was addressed. The 7 gods had passed down their own divine arts from their respective realms. In Teyvat, only those with divine powers or special talents could use elemental force. This was a rule set by the heavenly principles, preventing those without a vision from wielding external magical powers. However, the people in the ninja world all have a certain level of perception of the special elemental force, natural energy, in the air. Apart from the widely known training methods for chakra, there were no other ways to harness it. Thus, the techniques that could be taught were passed down to specific individuals with the approval of the 7 gods, and the military's training methods were also imparted by Morix, the ancestor of all gods, after some experimentation and modification. The original palace of the daimyo of the Grass Nation has been completely dismantled, and at the very center of the Grass Nation grows a gigantic tree that reaches the sky, upon which a grand palace has been built. Nahida stood at the top of the giant tree, sitting on a swing made of grass elements, looking down at the town below. Compared to when I first arrived here, it finally feels somewhat familiar. People coming and going on the streets, merchants calling out, children's laughter, and those students in the academia uniforms buried in their studies. Someone is looking for me. Nahida tilted her head, sensing that someone had entered her office. She transformed into a green elemental form and flew towards her office. 2 women looking quite similar in maid outfits entered with a boy who had yellow hair. Good morning, godmother. Good morning, Nada. The last maid, feeling awkward, reached out to greet Nahida. Good morning. How has Naruto been lately? Is he getting used to everything? Godmother. Naruto scratched his head awkwardly, knowing exactly what his godmother was asking. In the world that Nahida had specifically created for their family, he had forgotten everything about the ninja world. As a qualified, well-educated, and happy child, Naruto, after a long period of nutritious supplementation, had grown strong for a boy of 7 or 8 years old. Moreover, through Nahida's separation from the 9 tails, the 6 paths markings that had always troubled him had vanished from his face. As for what Nahida had just asked, it had left her somewhat speechless. Nahida had originally planned to wait until their family awakened to obscure and shield the memories of the people they encountered in dreams, keeping only their life with family to avoid Naruto going insane, if he discovered it was all a dream after awakening to his beloved. But fate is so wondrous. Among the people Nahida saved there indeed existed this girl, and by coincidence they got to know each other. Those whom Nahida saved had their lives solidified with the help of the blank, preventing them from exhausting their lifespan upon revival. Thus the newly awakened Avellini is now about the same age as Naruto. That's why Nahida asked when they met, how have things been? The shy little Naruto, dressed in new clothes, lowered his head when his godmother inquired about his progress with the girl. Nahida also decided to stop teasing him. His memories of Avril from the dream world had already become blurred, and whether it was fate or not, she let them develop on their own. Come sit. Kushina, is your shift over for today? Nahida took the lead and sat at the main seat, while two Catherines, note the previous chakra of Kushina and Minato, merged with the Catherine doll, surrounded Naruto and sat down on the other side. Yes, the newly established Adventurers Guild has been well received. Aside from some initial issues, due to being overworked, other Catherines had some malfunctions and errors. But recently everything has fallen into place. Everyone has accepted the new profession of adventurers. In the Land of Grass, arrangements have been made from cities to villages for the establishment of Catherines and branches of the Adventurers Guild, along with the classification of adventurer levels, enabling even children to post their own troubles needing resolution. The Adventurers Guild is Nahida's positive guidance towards the martial spirit of the people, rather than the main job of killing ninjas. Adventurers who dream of challenging uncharted territories and completing highly challenging tasks are more likable, and it's also a place for ordinary people to seek work. Low-level tasks are mostly solvable by ordinary people. That's good. A few Rinnegan appeared out of nowhere, carrying baskets filled with fruits. Kushina and Nahida received the fruit baskets. Try these, Naruto. These are local specialties recultivated in the Land of Grass. Do you remember what they are called? Nahida stood up and reached out with her small hands, presenting a bunch of dundu peaches before Naruto. It's dundu peaches, he exclaimed, gazing eagerly at the fruit basket. Nahida's dream for their family might be a false compensation or something. However, fortunately the outcome seemed quite good. The brainwashing from that time was completely washed away by the subsequent experiences in Teyvat. Though some parts were blurred after awakening, the integration of the despicable methods during his time in Konoha and the correct memories of his life in the dream world allowed Naruto to grow quickly. He clearly understood the methods of the so-called Hokage Grandpa and would settle accounts with his dear Hokage Grandpa. He certainly would not forget those who harmed him, the orphan who was protected by his father. His current body was still too small. Even though he had gained the Eye of God after awakening, it was not enough. The survival tactics of ninjas were too numerous, and the Eye of God, which communicated with the elemental powers of this world, the elemental powers in the ninja world are natural energies, was insufficient for him to achieve revenge. I came to find you today. Before Nahida could finish, the door was pushed open again, and a girl with orange hair, looking only slightly older than Naruto, rushed in with a fox in her arms. Mom! I'm sorry, I didn't know you were entertaining guests. Sorry to interrupt. After a formal apology, she tried to leave with the fox in her arms. Next time knock on the door. Little Kyuka, come sit. Nahida patted the spot beside her. This little girl named Uzumaki Kyuka was the one she had saved when she first came to the Land of Grass, pleading for help to save her mother. But ultimately it was a step too late. The horrifying face of the ninja, who used human flesh and blood as medicine, was also the reason Nahida was determined to clear everything away. Sitting obediently next to Nahida, she also reached out to give her a piece of fruit, which Kyuka quietly accepted and tasted. Kushina continued to talk about the familiar faces she had seen. We encountered ninjas from Konoha. It was Tsunade of the Senju clan and Jiraiya, the perverted sage wanted by the city defense team, as well as signs of many other ninjas from various ninja villages. Minato listened to his wife's comments about his teacher with an awkward twitch at the corner of his mouth, but how could he comment on Jiraiya? After all, he was his teacher, and he still refrained from voicing his opinion. As for Konoha, the 4F4, including the old man Sarutobi Hiruzen, with their ridiculous slogan, they were even less capable than a treasure hunting team. I am already aware of this matter, and I will send someone to resolve it. Nahida maintained a calm demeanor as she listened, her unique voice indicating that she was already informed. After discussing serious matters, Kushina did not hold back, getting up to squeeze in beside Nahida, holding the little Nahida close and inquiring about what she wanted to know. Dear Nahida, when are we going to set off to eliminate those guys? Nahida didn't mind Kushina's affection. It was just that as a mother, Kushina looked at the small child with overflowing maternal love and simply wanted to hug her. Konoha! Yes, I can't wait to smash those old geezers' faces to bits. She waved away Kushina's playful hand, rubbing her elfin ears. Preparations have long been sufficient. I just want to wait for them to grow for a while. What is that? Nahida's eyes turned towards one side of the palace as her divine power manifested chains that dragged out something that had been eavesdropping. A squishy person was dragged out. Oh no! It seems I've been caught. This entity, which appeared more like grass than a person in Nahida's perception, was still being mischievous while bound, and then was controlled by Nahida. The strange creature's eyes transformed into symbols of the grass element. Nahida wanted to probe its memories, and only saw a creature that looked similar to it, but was a grotesque black color. That entity noticed her intrusion, and then under Nahida's chains the controlled white creature began to swell rapidly, about to explode. Barrier prison. The grass element chains swiftly bound the creature that was about to explode tightly, and in the end a sound like a small firecracker was heard. Nahida was not weak and was discovered. Rather, these entities' memories seemed to be interconnected like a web, and the black creature had the highest authority over them, actually controlling them to self-destruct. However, she still heard the names of these entities: White Zetsu, which was called Black Zetsu since it was black, right? Kushina and Minato protected the two children, watching as Nahida paused her actions, waiting for the next instructions. It's fine, that entity has already been dealt with. I'm checking again. Nahida crossed her arms and linked to her established Void Terminal's main server, reversing the link to all the Void Terminal headsets. She began an overall scan of the land of grass. As the progress bar of the Void Terminal reached 100%, a bird's-eye view of the entire land of grass began to be marked densely with red dots. Lin. With no mission at hand, Afei sank once more into memories of the past, whispering that name over and over. He sat alone in a cave within the rain country, the very place he often retreated to rest. Something's wrong. Afei. Just now someone used White Zetsu to spy on my location. From the grass emerged a black-faced pitcher, plant its voice grave as it addressed Afei, who remained lost in his own world. Wearing an orange spiral-patterned mask, Afei's hollow, detached demeanor instantly hardened into cold-blooded severity. Black Zetsu. You had better be reporting something truly momentous. Humph. This wretched world is unbearable. Even a single second spent here breeds revulsion. Black Zetsu could only sigh inwardly, wordless and weary. Well, if it weren't for your feeble mind so easily controlled, you'd have been eliminated long ago by him. It was indeed surveillance relayed just now through White Zetsu. White Zetsu has been compromised. That person attempted to trace our whereabouts through it. But fortunately they knew little of White Zetsu's nature. I seized the chance to trigger its self-destruction. It happened in the grass country. All remaining White Zetsu within its borders were just annihilated. Oh, so the grass country truly has birthed someone extraordinary. Grass god. I wonder who would prevail in a clash, this grass god, or our organization's current god. Cease all further deployment of White Zetsu into the grass country. Upon my return from Konoha I shall go myself, to confront this grass god, and retrieve the vessel bearing Madara's eyes now severed from our control. Afei fixed Black Zetsu with his lone, unblinking eye, his voice icy and sharp. As for gods. The shinobi world teemed with self-proclaimed deities, half-gods, god of shinobi. Even their own organization's leader styled himself thus. Meanwhile in Konoha, the shadow of Konoha, no longer restrained by the third Hokage's authority, launched increasingly ruthless measures, now holding Hiruzen Sarutobi firmly by the throat. The loss of the Jinchuriki had become damning leverage. This was one of the rare, irrefutable failures directly attributable to Hiruzen Sarutobi. A clear, undeniable misstep laid bare before all. Hiruzen, shaken by the Jinchuriki's disappearance, found himself utterly subdued by Danzo, no longer daring to oppose Danzo's proposals as the balance of power had irrevocably shifted. Inside the Hokage Tower, Danzo once again confronted Hiruzen. Hiruzen, your weakness cost. The Uchiha clan must be eradicated. For Konoha's sake, these unstable elements must be purged. The Uchiha have grown dangerously restless. Having spoken, Danzo strode away without awaiting Hiruzen's reply. His step bold, his hand absently tracing the bandage dye beneath his sleeve. Such terrifying power belonged, rightfully, in his hands alone. For Konoha's safety. Upon returning to the root headquarters, Danzo, flanked by elite root shinobi, received a man whose face bore two deep nasolabial folds. The man appeared before him in a flash of body flicker technique and knelt head bowed, ready to report. I will commence tonight, Lord Danzo. Do not forget the pact we forged. Itachi Uchiha's voice remained flat, utterly unchanged, as if the knight's grim task were no more consequential than fetching his younger brother home. Hearing this, Danzo carefully masked his disdain for the Uchiha, adopting the tone of a benevolent elder as he addressed Itachi. Of course, Itachi, you are the exemplary inheritor of the will of fire. We shall safeguard your younger brother Sasuke without fail. Danzo's grotesque, aged face twisted into a false smile as he gazed upon this dutiful son. His assent effusive, his words honeyed. Yet out of concern for his brother's safety, Itachi issued quiet, veiled threats before rising and vanishing in another flicker of body flicker technique. Once Itachi had departed, Danzo issued his command to the root shinobi. All personnel stationed at this base shall converge upon Uchiha territory. When Itachi strikes, follow close behind, and retrieve every Sharingan eye from those he kills. Yes, Lord Danzo. With chilling silence and the stillness of the dead, the root shinobi bowed in unison and answered. Danzo magnanimously forgave Itachi's insolent threats, for soon his palm would overflow with Uchiha apologies. He would with reluctant grace accept these compensations for the Uchiha's peril to Konoha. To hoard such dangerous power instead of surrendering it to him. Truly the Uchiha were born wicked. Within the Uchiha clan's Southern Hill Shrine, members, clad in garments emblazoned with the Uchiha crest, sat in strict order, from clan head down to elders, filling the sacred space. Spurred by relentless pressure from Konoha's prodigy of 4, and fueled by rumors accusing the Uchiha of plot, and compounded by villagers mounting grievances against the Uchiha police force, the clan convened yet another meeting. Notably absent were those born without chakra aptitude deemed unfit for shinobi life. We should eliminate that useless Hiruzen Sarutobi and install an Uchiha as Konoha's leader. No, we must not. The village already recoils from our actions. There must be another path. After the first proposal was swiftly rejected, the two factions erupted into heated debate. Once again, the meeting dissolved in discord, mediated only by the clan head Fugaku Uchiha, whose conciliatory efforts left no one satisfied. Leaving the shrine, Makoto Uchiha walked pensively toward her usual haunt. On one of the Uchiha's commercial streets stood a striking figure, youthful, unmistakably not of Uchiha lineage, whose presence drew curious glances. His attire differed markedly from Konoha's standard garb. A feather adorned his hat, twin braids swung over his shoulders, and in his hands rested a weathered wheezing accordion. Its melody unfamiliar, haunting, beautiful. Owing to orchestrated village-wide propaganda, few outsiders ever ventured onto Uchihan streets, making the stranger's appearance all the more arresting. Thus many eyes, unused to seeing outsiders, fixed upon him. Ah, brother your music is so lovely. Many thanks to my dear audience. The poetic performance concludes. Shall we share a meal, friends? Miss Makoto. The children gathered around Venti had grown slightly familiar with him. This mysterious young man had lingered on the Uchiha street for several days. Aside from a mild wariness of the kittens clutched by the children, he displayed no trace of prejudice or discomfort toward the Uchiha. Uchiha police force officers conducting routine inquiries confirmed he posed no threat and took no further action. Makoto had first encountered Venti during one of his impromptu performances, and mistaking him for a girl at their initial meeting, had serendipitously befriended him. Venti's melodies soothed her restless spirit. She returned daily to listen. Though given his talent, he naturally drew crowds each day. Of course, I'd love some dango too. Venti, having thanked the crowd, dashed toward Makoto Uchiha and the cluster of Uchiha children eagerly awaiting him. Laboratory. A woman with wild tangled hair hammered relentlessly at her keyboard. Those anomalous code fragments. They're self-modifying, refining their own architecture in real time. Could it be a virus? On the monitor, a pixel art interface, normal visuals began to flicker violently. Damn it. Whatever you are, I will not let you impede her awakening. If eradication fails, then integration is the only recourse. Installing antivirus protocols directly. She yanked open a drawer, inserted a USB drive into the mainframe linked to the central cryochamber, and resumed her tireless work. Refining the program, perfecting the code. Have a candy first. Just wait a moment. Wait for your big brother Venti. Once Venti arrives, sister will take you both to enjoy a delicious meal. Uchiha Izumi offered a faint wry smile as she withdrew 2 candies from her pocket, originally meant to soothe her own unease, and handed them to the 2 small children clutching their rumbling stomachs. After another brief quiet wait, the familiar figure of the emerald-robed poet finally appeared beside her, hurrying with gentle haste. Seeing Izumi bent low, tenderly comforting the 2 little ones through their coughs, he cleared his throat with a soft ahem, before greeting her. My sincerest apologies for keeping you all waiting. As a token of remorse, my friends, I shall treat you today. Whether it was the composed Uchiha Izumi or the 2 wide-eyed children, Venti's presence always conveyed profound respect toward each of them. His luminous green eyes, however, immediately detected something amiss in Izumi. He playfully winked, attempting to coax a smile from her. Even as he declared his treat, he hastily jingled the freshly gathered stack of donation notes, just to reassure Izumi he wasn't penniless again. Izumi rose to her feet and brushed dust from the hem of her garment. Venti, you're here at last. We haven't waited long, but these 2 little ones look ready to collapse from hunger. Venti, you little wine-drunk poet. Save your earnings. Don't squander every coin on sake. Today I'll cover everything. Keep your money for yourself. Relying solely on street performances. One day, if fortune turns, you'll find yourself homeless and starving again. So obey me, save your coins. And after tonight's feast, Venti, you must leave promptly. To stand too close to an Uchiha, even a seasoned shinobi, invites injury. How much more so for someone like you, a carefree wine drinker? Her voice turned icy, her gaze dimmed, delivering words that struck the children as startlingly real. Sister Izumi. The 2 whispered, disbelief shimmering in their eyes as they stared up at her. Suddenly distant, suddenly stern. Their wide, eloquent eyes seemed to speak volumes. Yet Venti merely chuckled softly, his usual easy grin unwavering as he watched Izumi. He knew precisely what weighed upon her heart, and had lingered nearby for that very reason. Izumi's gaze drifted upward toward the empty sky. Since returning from the South Hokage Shrine, she had been deep in thought. The clan meeting earlier that day had laid bare the truth. Within days, the hot-headed faction, fueled by outrage over Konoha's recent actions, would incite the entire clan to rebellion, and Venti, an ordinary civilian with no shinobi training and no Uchiha blood, risked being Izumi sighed troubled. Lately she'd spent each day immersed in Venti's tales. So much so that she'd scarcely spoken to Ataka lately. Her once obsessive affection for him had gradually softened, grown distant. A man whose world revolved solely around his younger brother. How she now wondered had she ever fallen so deeply for such a man. A weary exhale escaped her. Her thoughts a tangled knot throbbing with confusion. She'd even forgotten in her own sharp admonition that Venti hadn't replied at all. Lost in her reverie, she failed to notice his silence. Venti meanwhile let the children guide her gently, holding her hands, while he led the way forward. As for the minds of Konoha's leadership and the Uchiha elders, how best to describe them? They all belonged to the same village, yet harbored such bitter division. There was still ample daylight remaining, and while Izumi drifted through her restless musings, the exuberantly free-spirited Venti had already guided them to their chosen dini. Sister Izumi, here are your dango. You were lost in thought just now. A brother Venti asked us to get them for you. The young Uchiha girl delivered this with a conspiratorial wink, championing Venti's cause. Though small in years, the children understood far more than adults assumed. They knew Sister Izumi loved the clan head's eldest son, the foolish one, but he oblivious saw no one beyond his own younger brother. Only Izumi remained blind to that truth. Not like brother Venti. No shinobi yet astonishingly perceptive. He'd even gone out of his way to buy her favorite dango before meeting her today. Venti remained blissfully unaware of the children's private musings, instead enthusiastically introducing their party to the ramen shop's owner. Had he known their thoughts, he'd surely have been startled. His interest in the Uchiha stemmed not from romance but from the same impulse that had drawn him to Mondstadt the Uchiha. The clan of love, cursed yet radiant. Possessed eyes that gained power through loss, a phenomenon that left him awestruck. Their affinity for wind-aligned cultivation was unmistakable. Guided by whispers carried on the breeze, he traveled here deliberately, to observe, to wander near, and ultimately to choose a leader who might guide them toward true freedom. Ichiraku, apron draped and chef's coat smudged with oil, spotted Venti and greeted him warmly. Oh, our little wandering poet has returned. Brought quite the entourage today. Are you hosting a feast? What would you like to order? Master Ichiraku, I've said it before. It's difficult to believe, I know, but I. Thank you for your kind offer, Master Ichiraku. But please prepare one bowl of your signature ramen for each of us. Anything extra is simply to make up for past debts. Soon several bowls of steaming hot ramen were brought over by the owner, who instructed his daughter to serve them, while he also placed a few dishes of side dishes on the table for Wendy and the others. Thank you, handmade boss. Eat up, here are some side dishes. If it feels too much, you are always welcome to perform in my shop. All meals and accommodation on me. Okay, handmade boss. It'll definitely come if needed. After expressing his gratitude, Wendy smacked his lips. But seeing the little ones seated beside him, Wendy didn't take out any wine. Choosing to eat ramen for the gathering felt a bit underwhelming. Mon's hospitality shouldn't be ramen. It does seem a bit petty, but the only good food in Konoha is ramen and barbecue, and there isn't much else to eat. After all, despite its boasting, it's just a ninja village where ninjas spend their days thinking about killing rather than good food. Common folks can't fill their stomachs, how would they have the luxury to study delicious dishes? Barbecue is quite popular though. Wendy remembers it was started by a certain ninja clan in Konoha, but by the time they agreed to eat together, there were no spots left. This gathering is just a simple gesture for now. At the right moment, Uchiha Izumi's mindset should be able to undergo Currently, Uchiha Izumi still harbors thoughts about the great Hokage of the Leaf Village. If what Wind told him didn't have any accidents, such thoughts would change tonight. Or, at the right moment, let Uchiha Izumi dream a dream for freedom, spreading the ideas conveyed in Wendy's poems and stories, allowing this girl to become a competent leader in the pursuit of freedom, just like Vanessa. The cage of this ninja village confines the will of all ninjas. However, this confinement is not meant to restrain the dangers of ninjas, but to solidify their belief that they must work hard for those commissions, becoming qualified hounds for the daimyo and nobles. The treasure hunters of Teyvat all know to seek wealth without harming lives. And then there's this so-called Hokage. He speaks of the so-called will of fire, but from his own actions, Wendy sees no evidence of him practicing what he preaches. If the so-called will of fire were truly enforced strictly, it would not be wrong. But those who wield power like the Lawrence clan ultimately forget their original intentions. The king who eradicates the storm becomes the next tyrant. In the secrets of Konoha that Wind told him, there are many bizarre happenings. Quite a few left this bard dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how such thoughts could even arise. Now the family of the third Hokage in Konoha is called the Sarutobi clan. There are quite a few people, far more than the other prominent ninja clans, and they have plenty of resources in their storerooms. Moreover, they already bear a striking resemblance to the corrupted Lawrence from Mon's past. However, these matters are not what he as a bard needs to worry about right now. What's more important is to entertain the friend sitting in front of him. What are you thinking about, friend? Wendy, blinking his eyes, placed the dumplings he had previously bought in front of Uchiha Izumi. It's nothing for me. Although he said so, Uchiha Izumi's eyes were filled with exhaustion. The food has arrived. Let's fill our stomachs first. You can't think of answers on an empty stomach. After taking a sip of tea, Wendy smacked his lips while looking at the tea in the cup. Ah. It's really a bit uncomfortable without alcohol. Yeah. Sister Izumi, the dumplings are going to melt away if we don't eat them. Sitting beside Uchiha Izumi, Uchiha Yuina was also urging her sister Izumi to eat first. The little boy had already started eating but noticed that his older siblings had not yet begun. Not knowing whether to swallow or to act like his friend the little girl and invite sister Izumi to eat, he was at a loss. Little Tiger Ji's eating sound abruptly halted, and after a moment's contemplation, he mustered the effort to speak the words that came to his mind. What? Digo, brother, sister, also eat. Little Tiger Ji, just eat your food with swallow first before speaking. Little Yuina also urged, eat up, finish early and go home. Sister is just a bit tired and has no appetite. Besides Wendy and Uchiha Izumi, the two children were just ordinary kids from the Uchiha clan. Their parents had passed away early, and although the Uchiha clan would not abandon any of its members, the monthly orphan subsidies were not enough to afford good food, so they had to save. More money from the clan was needed to train ninjas, which they understood early on. The meal had transformed from a state of gloom to one of liveliness under Wendy's considerate atmosphere. By the time they finished eating, it was already quite late. There wouldn't be much nightlife at night, so they all returned home. Uchiha Izumi, being a girl living alone, couldn't take Wendy in. Of course, our bard never intended to stay over. Before leaving, the best bard in Mond for 3 consecutive years, presents a farewell poem to my friend. Farewell. Uchiha Izumi, believing that Wendy had taken her advice to leave, felt comforted listening to the farewell poem of this boy, who by chance became her friend before he departed. In a distant millennium, the deities of that time still walked the earth. The poem's time passed quickly. The story of the dragon and the boy came to an end. After the sound of the zither concluded, Uchiha Izumi, coming back to her senses, looked at the still smiling boy in front of her. Farewell. Never to meet again. After saying this, she turned and fell silent, walking towards her clan's land, while the 2 little ones in her arms were still reaching out, saying goodbye to Wendy. Goodbye, Wendy brother. All right, Izumi. Goodbye to those 2 little ones as well. Wendy also waved his hand to bid them farewell. Once the figure of Uchiha Izumi disappeared from sight. Sensing several approaching presences, Wendy walked towards a quiet corner, and then jumped out several masked ninjas. Without a word, they started to attack as soon as they saw Wendy. However, a sudden gust of wind swept in, and when they reopened their eyes, only the kunai they had just thrown was stuck in the ground, quietly standing there delivering a fact to them. That green-clad boy ran away. Konoha, today's ninja academy, rarely hosted. Those in certain ninja families who were aware of some insider information had early warned their families to keep quiet tonight, not to go anywhere. Itachi, you are a fine child who has inherited the will of fire. The village failed the Uchiha. Failed them. A deep sorrow softened the aged face. Love for the village etched into every wrinkle. As he repeated his apologies, gazing upon Itachi with tender, sorrowful eyes, a few crocodile tears fell. This performance by Hiruzen Sarutobi, moments before Itachi's decisive action, dissolved the last vestiges of the young shinobi's hesitation. Itachi lowered his head, his voice low and steady, as he offered quiet reassurance to the aging 3rd Hokage, who despite his years still bore the weight of the Uchiha clan's unrest. The Uchiha clan's thinking is too narrow. They do not deserve your concern. I will resolve this matter myself. His conviction hardened. Those among his kin who lacked loyalty to the village would be eliminated. The time is near. Lord Hokage, I must prepare. And my younger brother, I entrust him to your care. With that, he bowed deeply and departed. Hiruzen Sarutobi watched Itachi walk away, puffing slowly on his pipe. Do not disappoint the village. Itachi, as for your brother, go forth without worry. He is unmatched in nurturing children, though Itachi's brother has already grown. Too old now for gentle guidance from the beginning. Uchiha, do not blame me. Blame your own restless hearts. The village can tolerate no further threat. I have granted you your chance. Darkness gathered like a shroud over the entire Uchiha compound. Itachi arrived at the appointed place, the Uchiha shrine, clad in his ANBU flak jacket. The air before him rippled like water. A masked man emerged wearing a tiger-skin mask, a unique space-time ninjutsu. This man could seemingly wander Konoha at will. Upon completing this mission, Itachi would infiltrate the organization he named, determined to safeguard the village's hard-won peace at all costs. Itachi-san, you've come as agreed. Then let us begin now. The masked man drew a long blade from its sheath, and paused, fixing his gaze upon Itachi. More precisely, upon the figure who had followed Itachi. Oh dear, it seems you haven't acted yet, Itachi-san. You've been discovered. Shall we begin with her? The long blade pointed toward a figure concealed behind a distant tree. She appears to know you well, Itachi-san. Can't bring yourself to strike. Shall I assist? Itachi knew precisely what that assistance entailed. In the dim light, the twin furrows beside his mouth carved shadows deep as abysses across his face. No need. Activating his Sharingan, Itachi strode forward, one deliberate step after another, toward the tree where she hid. Fuyumi. He spoke her name. Hiding behind the tree was Uchiha Fuyumi, just having seen two children home parting ways with a youth named Venti. Fuyumi had intended to return directly home. But there she encountered Itachi, his expression heavy with unspoken burden. Though clad in ANBU gear and masked, Fuyumi recognized him instantly. By familiarity alone. Itachi, lost in thought, did not notice her. Neither could she sleep. She had come to speak with him, to share her thoughts on clan and village. Instead she witnessed him conspiring with a stranger. Itachi. Who is he? Her face paled. Disbelief clung to her voice. She still sought his explanation, still wove excuses in her heart. After a silence, Itachi spoke softly. Fuyumi. Look into my eyes. For this girl who harbored affection for him, this was the utmost mercy he could offer. Itachi prepared to cast an illusion. A fabricated lifetime of bliss with him, before ending her life with his own hand. Elsewhere Venti, sensing events unfold, could only murmur such reasoning. Even we elders have never encountered its like. Having entrusted Fuyumi's fate to Itachi, the masked man vanished. Then struck. His first targets, the Uchiha patrol shinobi. Who goes there? Watch out, enemy. Ah! The patrol shinobi fell swiftly. Cries piercing the night, then silenced just as fast. His uncovered solitary eye burned with fathomless madness. Before Itachi stood the girl ensnared in illusion. Her body cradled gently in one arm while his other hand guided a short blade slowly inexorably toward her heart. Yet within the genjutsu, Fuyumi did not enter Itachi's scripted fantasy. Instead, a certain free god seized the moment, guiding her through an entire life in Mondstadt, a life forged in liberty, dedicated to liberation. The illusion unfolded in the blink of an eye. Within it, Fuyumi lived as Venti's chosen successor, enduring enslavement, then rising under the wind god's guidance to liberate Mondstadt. There she was transformed. She understood now such rigid shinobi villages and insular clans inevitably devolved into autocracies, ruled by the whims of a select few. Before the great tree of Mondstadt she stood enlightened. Fuyumi gasped. This wind god bore a striking resemblance to the boy named Venti she knew. Before she could utter a word, the deity whispered, "It is time to awaken." A vision, a divine artifact suffused with the essence of wind, materialized before her. Awakening from the illusion, she understood everything. Itachi, madman that he was, intended to slaughter his own kin to preserve the hollow rule of a handful of. The lingering warmth in her gaze toward Itachi vanished, replaced by glacial resolve. Clutching her newly awakened vision, she summoned a gust of wind, hurling herself backward. The blast struck Itachi full in the face, his form dissolving into crows, reassembling moments later nearby. Fuyumi unfastened her weapons and gripped them firmly. Guided by both the illusion's trials and the silent grace of the free god, her Sharingan spun faster, ever faster. Its pattern coalesced, forming the celestial sigil of her very own constellation. Fuyumi, no wait, who are you? Itachi's Tomo whirled violently. A golden skeletal construct erupted around him, shielding him as he stared warily at Fuyumi. Humph, and who else would I be? If not Uchiha Fuyumi? Itachi, traitor to your own blood. You think to kill me just now? Heh, so you've swallowed the lies of those old fools in the village. Let me guess, they've laid every grievance between the Uchiha and Konoha squarely upon your clan's shoulders, while remaining utterly silent about their own despicable deeds. Yes. Even before the knight's founding she had seen through such politicians' games. The remedy, to cleave their delusions apart. Blade in hand. Silence. Fuyumi. Your thinking is too narrow. The Hokage acts with irrefutable justification. For the village's sake, such ugly notions as clan loyalty must perish quietly. Hearing her question, the Hokage's authority, Itachi's icy composure cracked. His voice rose in a rare, furious shout. One skeletal arm surged forward, crushing down toward Fuyumi. Because Uchiha Izumi spoke out to slander the Hokage and the village she loved, Uchiha Itachi's expression darkened as he shouted in a defensive tone. The narrow-minded thoughts of the Uchiha must not harm Konoha. With a fierce look, the Tomo in his eyes quickly spun into a pattern summoning the third divine power of the Uchiha clan's Mangekyo Sharingan. Susanoo. Without any hesitation, Uchiha Itachi launched an attack on Uchiha Izumi. A gigantic orange warrior with only its upper body appeared and drew its sword to strike at the target. After what he thought would be an easy victory, he resumed his guise as the dark hero burdened with the world's weight. The long sword of Susanoo, formed by the immense power of his orange eyes, raised a massive cloud of dust. Did Uchiha Izumi die? Had Uchiha Izumi, who just followed Uchiha Itachi, been caught by that attack, she would likely have perished. But it was not so, or her mind was in a chaotic state, yet her hands and feet moved swiftly even though she was merely a chunin before. However, the merging of her memories from a lifetime immersed in illusions made her mental state somewhat uncomfortable, while the immense pain allowed her Sharingan to upgrade, and her combat instincts soared rapidly. It was now clear from the preceding situation. This Uchiha Itachi truly intended to strike against the entire clan. Otherwise, he would have no reason to target her. Damn that foolish patriarch. The current conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha was entirely of the Uchiha's own making. Now the upper echelons of Konoha along with the elders of the Uchiha were engaged in a deadly power struggle. Corrupt and no different from that bunch of Lawrence beasts. What do you mean you can't find the next Hokage candidate? Humph. If all the key positions in Konoha weren't filled with the Sarutobi clan, she might believe it. Damn it, if the Uchiha have conflicts you should resolve them within the clan good. Instead of addressing the issues they target those who bring them up. Uchiha Itachi, you really are a genius. Uchiha Itachi. Do you think you are the only one with exceptional talent? Self-righteous fool. With that the tomo in Uchiha Izumi's Sharingan began to spin and change, as she enveloped herself in her own half-body Susanoo just like Uchiha Itachi. However, Uchiha Izumi's Susanoo was not a warrior like Itachi's, but rather the form of a female swordsman dressed as the Dandelion Knight from the illusionary world of Mond. After summoning her Susanoo, Uchiha Izumi directly initiated the final phase of Susanoo. At the same time, the eye of the wind god in her hand began to glow. The natural wind element communicated through the eye of God, greatly enhancing her Susanoo, allowing the pressure on her eyes to decrease significantly. The sudden appearance of a giant blue female swordsman in the Uchiha territory awakened all those who were sleeping. The slightly smaller orange Susanoo didn't seem very conspicuous. Seeing the complete blue Susanoo, Uchiha Itachi gritted his teeth and covered his eyes, also summoning his complete Susanoo. Feeling the rapid consumption of his ocular power, he aimed for a quick resolution. The awakened Uchihas began to move around as ninjas. There are enemies. Someone shouted loudly to wake those who were still asleep. Everyone stay alert. Also there are ninja captains gathering the teams and giving orders. This team of Jonin will escort all the civilians to the shrine. Hurry, don't dawdle. There are enemies. After coordinating the use of the Eye of God, Uchiha Izumi felt that the consumption of her Mangekyo Sharingan was not as great as Uchiha Itachi's. Wiping away the blood tears from the corners of her eyes, she said again, Uchiha Itachi, who do you think you are? What gives you the right to decide everyone's fate? You self-righteous fool. When problems arise, instead of seeking the root, cause you choose to eliminate the one who raised the issue. Do you think you're clever? Uchiha Izumi mocked Uchiha Itachi again, having just received a familiar voice's hint. She explained to herself why she was controlled into the illusionary world and Uchiha Itachi's original intent, making her realize that she had not been mistaken. There was no time to ponder whether the voice's owner had ulterior motives, as a truly malevolent presence was already before her. Another orange Susanoo appeared, blocking the attack of the blue Susanoo female swordsman. Of course, it was only for a moment. The attack of the Susanoo female swordsman grew faster and more adept. The cracks in the orange Susanoo were continuously increasing. The clash of the two giants caused significant destruction to nearby buildings. Additionally, Uchiha Izumi noticed that many more people were approaching the clan grounds. After such a long battle, then without bothering with Uchiha Itachi, she hurried to find that dangerous masked man. I feel like my speed has increased. A Uchiha ninja was astonished to find that his hand seal speed had greatly increased. The injuries he sustained earlier were slowly healing. Don't dawdle. The enemy is still out there. Are you trying to die? Everyone pay attention. All ninjas except for those with 3 tomo stay away. You are not his match, don't throw your lives away. As for the rest, let's not let this masked man escape today. The masked man completely ignored the Uchiha ninja's arrangement, strolling leisurely as he chose his next target to kill. Uchiha Fugaku also heard the commotion and warned his wife to be careful before coming to check. Then he saw the masked man casually disregard all the attacks from the clan and kill another clan member. Bold. Who are you? Daring to oppose the Uchiha. Uchiha Fugaku activated his Sharingan and spoke harshly. Hehe, Uchiha. Just a foolish clan. I didn't expect Uchiha Itachi to lose. Truly a worthless thing. What happened to Itachi? The masked man paid Uchiha Fugaku no mind, merely looking in another direction. I didn't expect the plan to go wrong because of you. Could it be that Uchiha Itachi couldn't bring himself to harm you, his little lover? The masked man did not receive a reply from the direction he was looking at. Instead, a wind blade rushed toward him. However, it passed through the masked man without inflicting any harm. The space around the masked man began to distort like ripples, and he vanished from sight. Then he appeared where Uchiha Itachi lay lifeless. Still too weak. But it's not your time to sleep yet. The masked man pulled out a ball of black something that was still screaming and shoved it directly into Uchiha Itachi's mouth. I wonder what effect this gift from our leader will have. Originally lying lifeless, Uchiha Itachi began to move. The dark energy started to spread all over his body. His form began to distort. The masked man inserted the object into Uchiha Itachi's body, and then casually sat down, waiting for Uchiha Itachi to awaken while gazing into the familiar distance. After waiting for 3 minutes, the severely injured Uchiha Itachi, who was lying on the ground, opened his eyes and stood up. His Sharingan had turned from red to pure black. Now black-eyed, the patterns in his Sharingan distorted and disappeared. His movements seemed a bit stiff, like a resurrected corpse. Upon seeing the back of the masked man, he revealed a strange smile. Then his body emitted the crisp sound of bones realigning and his movements returned to that of a normal person. The masked man, noticing the sound behind him, affirmatively said, "Awake." Uchiha Itachi's umbu vest had long been tattered, but the awakened Uchiha Itachi did not mind. Even though his whole body was exposed to the wind. Just a temporary vessel. Phew. It's nice to feel the body again, Uchiha Itachi muttered heavily as he exhaled. His voice, shrouded in dark energy, was hoarse like the sound of metal scraping. "Now that you're awake, stop dawdling. Itachi-kun. They are coming." Humph. Knowing he was being urged by the masked man, Uchiha Itachi cursed back, somewhat displeased. "Get lost. You think you can command me, you rat-like thing?" The masked man was not angered by the insult. Nor did he urge further, instead he distorted the space and vanished again. His performance was interrupted by an unexpected turn of events and he could no longer participate. However, according to the leader's instructions, awakening Uchiha Itachi was considered complete. With his eyes closed, Uchiha Itachi was sensing the situation around him. She's not here, just a strange avatar has come, and some annoying pests have arrived. Then he'll play with these bothersome things for her. Uchiha Itachi, not having seen the person he wished to see, curled his lips downward, keeping his head low to avoid revealing his abnormality. Waiting for them to arrive so he could surprise them. The enormous commotion from the Uchiha clan attracted many people. What on earth happened at Uchiha's place? After the heads of the Inuzuka Nara and Akimichi clans met, they looked towards the smartest among them, the head of the Nara clan. "Should we go have a look? The three of us will go take a look, inform our own people, and be careful not to go out recklessly." Danzo in his root's lair also felt the massive commotion coming from the direction of Konoha. His mind was filled with thoughts. Have the Uchihas discovered Uchiha Itachi's movements? Or has Uchiha Itachi betrayed Konoha? As expected, there is no hope for the Uchihas, they are truly useless. You three go and check the current situation. If there's no problem, you three should strive to bring back enough Sharingan for me. Yes, Lord Danzo. The three root ninjas quickly disappeared from the root base towards the edge of the Uchiha clan's territory. Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned as he led the umbu to the Uchiha territory. He then saw Uchiha Itachi, shrouded in black smoke, bowing his head. "Itachi, what happened to the Uchihas?" Seeing Uchiha Itachi standing there in a daze, the third Hokage took the initiative to ask. He had not seen any dead bodies scattered around the Uchiha territory, so he was uncertain whether Uchiha Itachi had begun to slaughter his own clan. Thus he could not act hostile. Hearing his voice calling him closer, Uchiha Itachi abruptly raised his head to look at the newcomer. Then he gave the third Hokage a strange, sinister smile. The expressionless face that looked human had turned into something demonic as he smiled. The old third Hokage was startled and took a step back. And then Uchiha Itachi swiftly attacked with a skeletal hand of Susanoo grabbing him. Bang! Hiruzen Sarutobi's body turned into a wooden substitute. As for the other ninjas who accompanied him, the training of the Hokage's guard allowed them to dodge the attack before being caught in the prelude. However, a few unfortunate souls were directly struck by Susanoo and died on the spot. Although the situation was chaotic, a ninja from the Hokage guard rebuked. "Be careful. Uchiha Itachi is not acting normally." At first it was hard to tell, but once he made a move, anyone with functioning eyes could see. Someone who could emit black smoke was simply not normal. His eyes, pure black. Uchiha Itachi might have been controlled. Be cautious, pay attention to his eyes, do not make eye contact. Always be aware if anyone around you has been caught in an illusion. Several umbu ninjas familiar with the Uchihas quickly advised the younger umbu not familiar with such precautions. Susanoo. Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo warrior reappeared and began to grab, and this time it was a complete, fully formed Susanoo towering over the few umbu ninjas like they were insects. It seemed that due to the change in his eyes, Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo had undergone significant transformation. Gulp. The umbu ninjas swallowed hard in unison. This was the power of the Uchiha's eyes. That was the only thought left in their minds. Everyone prepare for battle. You go notify the others for quick support, the rest of you engage. The enemy is very powerful. Uchiha Itachi must have been controlled. For the sake of Konoha, we cannot hold back. Eliminate him. Yes, Lord Third. The umbu quickly distanced himself using body flicker technique, then utilized shadow clone to rush towards all the ninjas. Summoning technique, Monkey King, old buddy, looks like I need your help again. A battle began like this. At the center of the Uchiha territory. The root ninjas, except for a few who died after Uchiha Izumi had attacked Uchiha Itachi at the beginning, were still coldly searching for the eyeballs of the Uchiha clan members killed by the masked man. And then they were discovered by a large group of astonished Uchihas. Welcoming the root ninjas was a blade of azure wind. The scene returns to earlier. The gathered Uchiha ninjas, seeing the dangerous masked man flee, turned their gazes toward the imposing Suzuha female swordsman who had frightened off their enemies. What is that? Do you know that gigantic figure, Brother Tiahua? Is that an enemy? I don't recognize it. Regardless of age, the Uchiha did not recognize the power that was typically unattainable for their Sharingan. The Uchiha ninjas murmured among themselves about the identity of the massive swordsman. It shouldn't be. The attack on that masked man just now was her doing. If she were an enemy, she would have attacked us instead. A gigantic female warrior. But it felt very different from a warrior. It seemed familiar. This is Susanoo, the divine power belonging to us, Uchiha. The Uchiha of insufficient rank did not recognize what it was, but Uchiha Fugaku did. As the clan head, he must know these things, but besides that he also possessed those eyes with 3 tomo, only he had never told anyone. There were also clear records of this divine power in the stone tablet. However, this Susanoo looks somewhat different. Did the girl from Uchiha awaken her Mangekyo? Before anyone could ponder further, the blue Susanoo swordsman dissipated, and a figure slowly descended before them. It's Uchiha Izumi. Uncles and aunties. Brother Tiahua. Uchiha Izumi greeted every familiar clansman, except Uchiha Fugaku. Izumi. Uchiha Fugaku noticed that the girl usually regarded as Itachi's wife by them did not greet him. Lord Clan Head. No. Uchiha Fugaku. I hereby announce that your position as clan head has been revoked. Ah. Izumi. You cannot do this to the clan head. Uchiha Izumi, think carefully about what you are saying. Shall I consider this you being frightened? Izumi. If you are just overwhelmed by the power of those eyes, then I can only tell you, child. That is just a beginning for the Uchiha. Uchiha Itachi betrayed the Uchiha. Contacted the people of Konoha and that masked man just now. Intending to massacre all the Uchiha tonight. I originally intended to confront him, only to discover that he was colluding with the enemy. Uchiha Itachi controlled me with genjutsu. He deceived me with a false life and then tried to kill me. But he didn't expect that I awakened from the genjutsu just before being killed. My Sharingan thus evolved into its current state. So Mr. Uchiha Fugaku, do you wish to explain your son's actions? You, the useless one, can only wait. Wait for Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo to show mercy. And you all, as proud Uchihas, do not focus all your thoughts on competing for the leadership of a broken village. There is no time to explain the excess. I will state it here today. I, Uchiha Izumi, demand the authority over the entire Uchiha from now on. Any objections can be raised now. Uchiha Izumi summoned Susanoo completely once again, controlling the female swordsman, looking down from the high sky at the entire Uchiha. Is there anyone with objections? Then Mr. Fugaku, I hope you behave. There will be a reckoning for your son later. Your family should be more content, as I can still guarantee not to tear our relationship apart for the sake of acquaintances. Uchiha Fugaku silently stared at that massive Susanoo. He indeed sensed something was off about his eldest son. However, he had not expected that Itachi would choose such a path. Izumi, becoming the clan head cannot rely solely on power, and excessive use of those eyes will lead to blindness. Leading the entire clan cannot rely only on power, which you do not need to tell me. Regardless of whether I am good or bad, I am certainly better than your bred white-eyed wolf son. As for the eyes, I am already aware. Uchiha Izumi then brought up the matter of Uchiha Itachi's white-eyed wolf to stab the former clan head's heart. Attention! The Konoha rat has entered. The Uchiha clan was stunned by the shocking news revealed by Uchiha Izumi, who appeared like a deity. Then they heard Uchiha Izumi mention a rat, and discovered that a few ninjas who obviously did not belong to the Uchiha clan were searching for something. The Mad Duck Sword. Uchiha Izumi unleashed the sword in her hand, summoning the wind element from the natural. A greenish wind blade descended from the sky, swiftly shredding the unaware subordinates of Danzo into pieces. After eliminating the team preparing to wipe out the roots, another Susanoo reappeared at the edge of the Uchiha clan, attracting everyone's attention once again. Earlier, Uchiha Fugaku had introduced the divine power of the Uchiha Sharingan, the Susanoo, to the gathered Uchihas. Has another clan member's eye evolved? Before the other Uchihas could begin to swell with pride, the voice of Uchiha Izumi came from the female Susanoo. That is not our beloved clan member, but rather the Susanoo of our dear former clan leader's son, the white-eyed wolf. It seems Uchiha Itachi is currently in battle. Take your time to come over. I will first check if our beloved white-eyed wolf Itachi is turning against the village he is so fond of. The Susanoo was too conspicuous, and Izumi, whose eyes were indeed hurting, did not swell with pride. The wind element carried her quickly to the outskirts of the clan's territory. Here at the edge were only some abandoned houses. The residents had long moved away, leaving behind ruins yet to be cleared. Crouching in a hidden corner, Uchiha Izumi was spying. She originally intended to say something heartfelt to her dear childhood friend, who was indulging in a Uchiha frenzy, but she was taken aback. She discovered something. It's the defeated third Hokage. Let the Uchiha white-eyed wolf deal with this old man properly before she heads out. As for whether to eliminate Sarutobi Hiruzen, she had not yet decided. The ninja world is such a small place. She had been to other areas, except recently she heard that the land of grass seemed to have undergone significant changes. They all look like nobles. It wouldn't be easy to break the peace. Now she simply wanted to prepare to unify the chaotic factions within the Uchiha clan, using her own power to educate them on their narrow-mindedness and their often obsessive nature. They lacked vision and knowledge, the knowledge that exists within illusions. Just recalling briefly, she had already made significant discoveries. Those things that were usually deemed as truths. And within it she who became the Knight of Dandelions leading an entire nation had no interest whatsoever in becoming a feudal lord or the Hokage. Even if the ninjas were somewhat insightful, they would be among the upper echelons, yet they all lived as cannon fodder. How could one even begin to describe this? Just like her past self. How could I ever have fallen for Uchiha Itachi, that fool? It seems something is off with the appearance of Itachi's Susanoo. A skeletal frame intertwined with orange and black was using one hand to squeeze a giant ape, while the other hand clutched our dear third Hokage. As for the surroundings, they were naturally those closest to the third Hokage, but now they all lay dead. The tragic sight of their demise. Burnt to ashes. Not even having time to use a substitution jutsu before being crushed by the Susanoo. Even an ordinary ninja, no matter how gifted to reach the rank of Jonin, was helpless compared to these families with bloodline limits. Black flames burned on the corpses of the deceased, consuming even part of the soil until someone actively retracted them. Dear Hokage, why are you silent? Aren't you the strongest Hokage, spreading your prowess in the village? Look how valiant your subordinates are. You too. Let's go. Staying in this broken place is meaningless. Let's go play at the Hokage's clan territory. There. Is it not the den of our third Hokage? Oh, let's see what I have discovered. A little creature with a runny nose. Who are you? Let go of my grandfather. Konohamaru flying kick. Third Hokage, let's play a game. I know you love the will of fire the most. You once said that the young leaves burn their spirit for the entire tree. It's truly moving. So, I want you to personally kill your beloved grandson. As long as you let this young leaf of Konoha burn, I will leave. I can even offer a bonus to help revive those who just died. Just let this young Konohamaru sacrifice himself. It's not impossible to bring back the long-deceased fourth Hokage either. Grabbing a random dead ninja's body, the black power surged from Uchiha Itachi's hand, instantly refining it. The originally lifeless corpse began to move again. It hurts. Before he could finish, he was crushed to death again and tossed aside. Dead without a sound. What on earth is this Uchiha Itachi scheming? Has he truly sunk so low as to betray even Konoha, the very village he claims to protect? Let dogs tear each other apart. So he's exacting vengeance upon the elderly third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi. Yet I distinctly recall landing a blow that left Itachi half dead. What extraordinary jutsu did he employ to restore himself? Uchiha Izumi remained motionless, concealed in the shadows. Hey, esteemed third Hokage, have you reached your decision yet? Her tone dripped with sardonic mockery. If my memory serves, wasn't it you who lamented constantly about the shortage of shinobi along the border? Well, Hokage-sama, your own village still has quite a few left. Even the mighty Uchiha clan, the largest clan in Konoha by far, doesn't command such numbers. So, have you decided, dear Hokage-sama? The Sarutobi clan arrived swiftly, only to recklessly provoke Uchiha Itachi, who held Hiruzen Sarutobi captive. Release the Hokage. Uchiha Itachi. Release young Moegi at once. A particularly unimpressive-looking Sarutobi shinobi shouted incessantly from within the attacking formation. Release young Moegi immediately. Striking a child. What kind of prowess is that? Meanwhile, other Sarutobi shinobi, broad-shouldered and brutish as apes, relentlessly hurled their signature jutsu against the towering Susanoo. Help me, Ebi Susensai. Wah! Sniffling young Moegi clung helplessly. So much so that even Itachi, suspended within Susanoo's grip, nearly recoiled from the snot-dripping brat. Your servants are remarkably well-trained, though evidently lacking in discernment. Though perhaps not quite sharp-eyed enough. Cough, cough. Just who are you? The third Hokage chose not to address Itachi's earlier words. Hiruzen gasped heavily. Then with a sudden thud, the figure gripped by Susanoo shattered into a log, while the Hokage himself reappeared yards away. His aged frame heaved with labored breaths. The substitution jutsu truly defies reason. As if witnessing it for the first time, Uchiha Itachi marveled aloud at the jutsu's elegance, yet felt no surprise at the Hokage's escape. Absolute domination held no purpose. Very well. The game begins anew. Those not on the guest list would do well to depart quietly. The game has commenced. From Uchiha Itachi surged a colossal vortex of inky black energy, rapidly expanding outward to envelop everyone present, though causing no harm. As the obsidian light receded, all beheld a vast luminous chessboard. Its grid split precisely between black and crimson. 31 members of the Sarutobi clan, including Hiruzen Sarutobi himself, now stood rigidly upon designated squares positioned with uncanny precision, as if they were living pieces. There's a character above your head. Yours too, a pawn. And above the third Hokage's head, it reads General. Does that mean handsome? 2 elite Sarutobi Jonin, each bearing the kanji for advisor, stood flanking the third Hokage on his designated squares. Yet the black side of the board differed dramatically from the crimson. Directly opposite the third Hokage upon the black half of the board stood none other than that peculiar, unsettling Uchiha Itachi. Calm, unwavering, and faintly amused. Beyond the board's edge, spectral spectator stands shimmered into existence. where Uchiha Izumi watched bemused as a light-hearted bard stuck out his tongue and grinned, heh. Venti, what are you doing here? Wait, you're the wind. Had Izumi not just glimpsed Venti, she might never have recalled this figure had appeared more times than any other across the entire narrative, within the realm of illusion itself. Shoo! Friend, watch there first. Later I'll answer whatever you wish to ask. You're far too loud. Don't move. Sudden barriers materialized around every Sarutobi piece, sealing them utterly in place. Silenced immobile. Third Hokage-sama. I grant you 3 minutes to memorize the rules. Uchiha Itachi wove chakra into the air, inscribing the rules of shogi in radiant script. One final note, only by checkmating me may you lead your surviving clansmen out. Any captured piece perishes instantly. Should you lose you may try again, and the board will reset accordingly. Countdown begins now. His voice, dark serpentine chilling, sent beads of cold sweat rolling down Hiruzen's brow. This space isn't genjutsu, it's an ocular technique of the Uchiha's Sharingan. Damn it. General, you lost again. The third Hokage of Konoha. Will you continue? As he spoke, Uchiha Itachi controlled his piece the cannon and eliminated Sarutobi Hiruzen the commander. In an instant, the remaining red pieces on the board screamed in anguish after Sarutobi Hiruzen, the commander, was eliminated. The characters above them shattered, and the bodies of the Sarutobi clan members turned transparent, losing consciousness and drifting like spirits to the abandoned peace zone. My 3000 ninja. Who exactly is he? Is he one of the Uchiha? Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart bled. Each new round of the game discarded all previous pieces. In the 81st match, Sarutobi Hiruzen was defeated. His already unattractive old face was filled with even more wrinkles. With a face full of rage, the third Hokage constantly tried to sort out his thoughts, but his mind was a chaotic mess. The screams of his clan members still echoed in his ears, whether he chose to attack or ignore the board. People kept dying. From the very beginning, he attempted to use his strongest ninjutsu to attack the board, hoping to save his clan members, refusing to comply with Uchiha Itachi's rules. However, his ninjutsu struck against the transparent barrier, controlling the pieces on the board. Not even the slightest ripple appeared. Forced to comply with the rules, he continued playing, constantly searching for cracks in the board, until he lost yet another game. Having found no solution, he fell into silence. In the audience, Uchiha Izumi and Wendy, unfazed, were munching on sunflower seeds that Wendy had mysteriously produced. Showing no sympathy for Sarutobi Hiruzen, whether the Hokage could see the two munching on seeds was uncertain. Outside the board, all he could see were endless black mists enveloping both sides. Time passed second by second, but the rules of the board wouldn't wait for him to slowly make a choice. Due to the prolonged lack of a next move, he defaulted and lost a piece, returning control to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lord Third, do you see the burning rope in front of you? Stop trying to do useless things. When the rope, it means you forfeit. If you still don't choose after 3 times, all pieces on this board will be considered invalid. Seriously, did I give you some kind of illusion by being too easy to talk to? Waffling and indecisive. You could win this game simply by sacrificing a few important pieces. What are you hesitating about? Tell me, what are you hesitating about? Don't you love to speak of the will of fire? When it comes to your own family, you don't want to follow the will of fire anymore. With his legs crossed, Uchiha Itachi reclined on the stone seat of the general on the board. Irritated, he stretched out his hand and summoned a miniaturized chessboard. His fingers clicked rapidly on operations that Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't comprehend. With each click, all the pieces on the board twisted and died on the spot. Dare to ignore me? Hi, then I'm getting angry. This is the last warning. Uchiha Itachi's sinister voice echoed, filled with wicked amusement. Like a child. If it weren't for her not arriving yet, I wouldn't want to play chess with a monkey. Uchiha Itachi mumbled while yawning. This round, Uchiha Itachi didn't let the third Hokage choose who would be the pieces, instead directly bringing forth the third Hokage's son and grandson and placing them on the board. This finally made Sarutobi Hiruzen start to panic and prompted his next move. Sarutobi Hiruzen routinely made his choice. Are you not Uchiha Itachi? Using these means to create a rift between me and my family and threatening with family members. Did I offend you in the past unintentionally? I know I cannot win against you. Whatever demands you have, please let me know. Even if it means I must take my own life, I only hope you spare my useless son and my clueless grandson. Old man, don't. Grandpa. Hey, please. On the stone chair, the leg-crossing Uchiha Itachi rested his head on his hand, watching the performance of Sarutobi Hizashi and his group with a speechless expression. Although my demeanor seems quite villainous, you aren't exactly good either. At the strange Uchiha Itachi, who looked like Uchiha Itachi, sarcastically remarked, feeling out of place. We're playing a fair game, all right. If you win, there are rewards. If you lose, there are penalties. You know very well whether you've been given a chance or not. Where have I specifically targeted you in this game? Don't just call me a bad guy. Think for yourself. It's been so many games, and if you keep losing, consider your own issues. I am quite generous. If you win just once, not only can those who lost previously be revived, Anything else you want can be revived. Why make me out to be some kind of villain? You have objections. Uchiha Itachi's complaints interrupted the emotional moment between Asuma and Konoha. Sarutobi Hizashi also looked dumbfounded, as if he was supposed to sacrifice himself. It really does seem fair. If we win, can my parents come back? Konohamaru thought, wiping his nose. It's time for me to make an appearance. The chessboard instantly vanished, and aside from Asuma and Konohamaru, who were closest to Sarutobi Hizashi, the rest of the Sarutobi clan vanished without a trace. The ground turned into a regular surface, though it didn't fully revert to the reality of Konoha. This new boundary space seemed to transform into a simple living room within a house. Uchiha Itachi stood before them with complete disregard for defense, speaking to himself. She is coming soon. The absorbed essence is already sufficient. Bang! Before Sarutobi Hizashi could comprehend what was happening, Uchiha Itachi collapsed to the ground. A large mass of black mist erupted from his body. As the black mist began to solidify beside his fallen form, a strange humanoid figure emerged. With a sharp beak-like mask on its face, it was unclear whether it was its face or a mask. Nice to meet you. I am the third Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village. I was just Uchiha Itachi. You can call me Yuanshang. Before that person arrives, let's play one last round. I must say you have great potential for our abyssal sect. I even have to admit you are more shameless than I am. The conditions remain the same. Your bet can be the lives of those few. Or if you want to wager this entire place. The more you stake, the more you can ask of me if you win. You can choose to revive anyone you want. Or perhaps you desire to restore your youth and extend your lifespan. Or gain immense power. Of course, if you wish to opt out, that's fine too. You only have one chance. The entity known as Yuanshang spoke chilling words, deliberately provoking someone's greed. What it said indeed made Sarutobi Hizashi's lifeless heart beat wildly. How can you guarantee you can deliver on those promises? Sarutobi Asuma and Konohamaru initially thought their elder would refuse. But then they heard something. Alright. Who do you think I am? Yuanshang, the kindest among the abyssal apostles. Let me temporarily let you experience the return of youth. As Yuanshang floated there, he extended a hand using his power to lift Sarutobi Hizashi. A purplish red force continuously infused into Sarutobi Hizashi's body. As Yuanshang's power merged, Sarutobi Hizashi's appearance and physique began to change, becoming younger and stronger. Feel the great power belonging to the abyss. The village leader of the ninja, this is just temporary. If you wish to maintain it permanently, make your choice. On the edge of the abyss, the malevolent thoughts of the Uriife Risen continued to stir, but before we delve into that, let us return to a few days prior. In the grass country, now governed by Nahida, Naruto, after completing the assignments given by his teachers in the academy today, planned to head to the Adventurers Guild to take on quests while spending time with his parents. That world was merely a false dream, yet Naruto's family and the knowledge he gained were all too real. Anchor point. Activate. After awakening from a grand dream of reunion, Minato, who had initially resisted Nahida in his loyalty to Konoha, came to understand his previous mistakes. At that time, Nahida asked Minato for some ninjutsu. As a deity born to wield power, she did not need it. Every world has its own strengths in the power system. Nahida would not arrogantly dismiss all that the ninja world had to offer. These anchor points were created in conjunction with the Flying Thunder God technique, paired with portable void terminals provided to all Sumeru citizens, allowing the people of the grass country to instantly reach the corresponding anchor point. As for the energy consumed during teleportation, the stone pillars of the anchor points would automatically absorb it, so there was no need for concern. Just outside the anchor point, at the entrance of the Adventurers Guild, a white-haired individual caught the attention of the crowd, being hoisted up by a blonde-haired Catherine. Although the adventurers coming and going were curious, they were not particularly surprised. Previously, there were those who attempted to probe into the identical figure that every Adventurers Guild housed apart from two seemingly differing-haired Catherine ladies. The guild's trademark. Those who tested the waters were swiftly dealt with by the Catherine whose eyes glowed red. Subsequently, various rumors spread claiming Catherine was not human. Everyone entering and exiting the Adventurers Guild could see Catherine sweetly gazing at all of them. She would also respond to everyone's greetings. No matter the time, Catherine would remain at the counter maintaining that demeanor. This had become an unsolved mystery for all the adventurers. You. This sister, what are you doing? I'm a good citizen. A very good citizen. What is happening? Where did I expose myself? Kakashi Hatake, who had infiltrated, managed to find a lone student from the academy and used illusion techniques to control him, learning some common language of Teyvat. However, having never encountered a new language, he spoke it with a heavy accent. Minato looked at the white-haired figure. He was holding Kakashi, his former student. Kakashi, why don't you take a nap for a bit? In the ninja world language, after knocking Kakashi unconscious with a slap, Minato skillfully performed a very standard maid's bow and explained to the onlookers, "Everyone, do not be afraid, it's just a ninja who infiltrated. I will have him dealt with by the guards." With one hand, he lifted the person and walked towards the second floor of the Adventurers Guild, where adventurers were not received, essentially a place for Catherine and other staff to reside. Catherine was only responsible for the initial registration of adventurers and the distribution of rewards. Other matters would be handled by the recruitment staff. After placing Kakashi on the second floor, Minato activated the void terminal. Calling Kushina? Calling Kushina, is there something you need from Minato? Kakashi has arrived. I brought him to the second floor of the guild. Do you want to see him? Regarding his own student. After his death, he had not looked after his own child at all. Looking at Kakashi's overwhelming aura of death, he could only curse the system of ninjas again in his heart. Just then, the sound of the door opening on the second floor caught Minato's attention. Thinking it was Kushina, he turned to see his son. Naruto looked at the unconscious white-haired figure on the sofa and asked Minato, "Dad, this should be someone you know from Konoha, right? Aren't you going to introduce him? His name is Kakashi Hatake." On Kushina's side, she quickly finished the work she was doing and called another Catherine to cover for her before swiftly heading up to the second floor. Meanwhile, in the highest grass god palace, Nahida had a man and a woman tightly bound in front of her. A man with the word oil written on his forehead protector, and a golden-haired woman in a green coat with ample bosom. After ensuring the capture of both, Nahida began to recite the charges against the two ninjas. Jiraiya, from Konoha, primary occupation, ninja, secondary occupation, author of light novels. According to records from the Void Terminal, he has infiltrated women's baths in the grass country over 30 times, escaping each time. Due to his exceptional strength, the last attempt was to sneak into the Pure Good Palace to spy on the grass god, and was caught on the spot. Do you have any objections? Nahida recited his crimes in her small, youthful voice. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, whose mouth was tightly bound, could only produce muffled sounds. Nahida was not here to seek his opinion. She continued, "Today I sentence you, Ninja Jiraiya, to punishment for lewd behavior and the distribution of obscene literature. You are guilty. Ninja Jiraiya, I shall sentence you to a gender change. The power you pride yourself on will be sealed. You probably think that as a ninja you can ogle ordinary civilians without any remorse. Perhaps even consider it a blessing for them. Then let us see what it feels like when such an experience befalls you." Nahida's finger touched Jiraiya's forehead. From that point of contact, a blinding light erupted. Power seal, transformation. Once it was over, the old man bound in the grass ball had vanished, leaving behind a frail and adorable white-haired girl, her skin as white as snow with silky white hair cascading gently over her shoulders, and her large eyes sparkled like two bright stars radiating a gentle glow. On the other side, Tsunade, hanging in midair, widened her eyes. She didn't want to become a man. Nahida gazed at her accomplishment with her four-leaf clover eyes. As for why she didn't just kill him, well, it could be considered that she had legitimately saved Jiraiya when he discovered himself as a child. Do not be anxious, Lady Tsunade, you are merely in debt. I will not turn you into a man. I am not that cruel. As for him, it is merely to correct his behavior. People often remain indifferent to the suffering of others. You are not wrong in your thoughts. I truly can read minds. Shao, king of the grass. Before the words could finish, a gust of wind dispersed, and the young yaksha knelt on one knee awaiting Nahida's orders. Throw her out of the grass country. Yes, king of the grass. The yaksha rose, grasping the grass ball containing Jiraiya in one hand, and swiftly departed in a whirlwind. Nahida sensed the worried emotions coming from Tsunade. You are worried about him. Do you think she will encounter danger? In regard to this, when his life is in danger, the power I left on him will protect him. Aside from that, whenever he genuinely recognizes his wrongdoings, he will revert. As for the debt you owe within the grass country, you need not fret. We shall personally demand it from Konoha. Come, arrange for me a merchant convoy heading to Konoha soon. The gate of my village remains unchanged, still the same old sight with the two guardian-like male ninjas watching over the entrance. The streets are filled with ordinary villagers and ninjas leaping across the rooftops. It's a place so familiar that it feels utterly filthy. What are they so happy about living under the so-called protection of the ninjas in this false peace? The memories of being beaten and insulted are still vividly clear in Naruto's mind. But as for anger, with his current temperament, he is not filled with rage. Revenge is definitely necessary, but getting angry over a bunch of fools is unnecessary. This return is merely about settling scores. It doesn't matter whether they resent him afterwards or not. Just like no one cared if he was truly an innocent child back then. Apart from the ramen shop owner and his family, it would be no problem if everyone else in Mai was blown to smithereens. However, the looks exchanged between the two of them really posed no problem. After pulling back a corner of the carriage curtain, Naruto glanced at the two guardians and internally mocked them. Just like last time, they stood one on each side watching the front gate of Mai. Since ninjas typically do not use the front gate for battles or sneak attacks, this safe duty carries little danger and minimal reward. Their eyes followed the man walking towards them. At first glance, he looked like an untrained man, and they didn't stop him from approaching. Honorable ninjas. These are some small tokens of respect, please accept them. A middle-aged man in a long shirt smiled warmly as he skillfully handed items to the two. Steel Iron was momentarily taken aback by the leader of the merchant caravan's show of respect. In this world, whether ninja or mercenary, it is customary to expect no more than a task for task payment. Being bribed for the first time left them somewhat flustered. The caravan leader continued to chat warmly with the two, while subtly encouraging Steel Iron and his partner to put the items in their pockets. After securing the money bags, both were in high spirits and no longer maintained their previously cold demeanor, engaging in conversation with the leader. Ahem. You're doing well. If you have any issues in my, feel free to come to us. We'll mostly be around here. The caravan leader was quite considerate, making the two ninjas, who usually had low visibility, feel appreciated. The caravan leader merely smiled and continued with polite conversation. Some small gifts are no trouble at all for you two. Although it wasn't a lot of money, it was enough for them to enjoy a lavish meal after work, which left them, who usually received no pay aside from their gatekeeper duties, somewhat flattered. Members of the caravan from the land of grass were busy moving goods, some of them adorned with strange glass beads. But aside from acquaintances, no one considered them dangerous. After casually checking that everything was in order, Steel Iron and his partner urged the caravan to hurry inside. Once the carriage officially entered the people on the carriage also released the tightly bound blonde girl. Katsumime, you're home. Make sure to behave after getting off the carriage. The woman spoke softly. The gentle lady had pointed ears, her long hair draped over her shoulders, hiding her unique ears, and she wore a long dress adorned with floral patterns, cradling a blonde girl. The blonde girl's eyes slightly shimmered like the enchanting gaze of the woman, though she appeared quite vacant. Naruto, I'm entrusting my sister to you. Nahida reached out, handing the dreamy Katsumime to Naruto for support. As for why Katsumi was in a controlled state that dates back to the journey here. On the way, Nahida noticed Katsumi's astonishment at the current state of the land of grass under her protection, yet for reasons unknown, whether it was the ninja's obsession or something else. Katsumi, despite knowing deep down that Mai was far worse than during her grandfather's time, still refused to cooperate. Then Nahida directly sent Katsumime into a dream. Regardless of how beautifully others describe ideals, unless one experiences it personally, everything is merely an empty false bubble. Naruto's parents Minato and Kushina were the first to step off the carriage. Standing on either side, they awaited the emergence of Naruto and Nahida. The idle villagers of Mai were speculating the identity of the carriage's occupants. I heard a very gentle female voice. It must be the princess of the land of grass. Shoo, keep your voice down. Are you not afraid of being beaten for discussing nobility? The appearance of Naruto, dressed in a black and white split coat and sporting a stylish hairstyle, had several lower-ranking female ninjas in the caravan exclaiming how handsome he was. Thanks to careful nurturing, Naruto, who inherited the looks of Minato paired with his already quite mature personality, had become a dreamboat among many of the students in the same grade at the academy. However, his young age kept older girls from making their move. Yet numerous older girls in the academy had a soft spot for this charming, mature, and composed younger student. The astonishment at Naruto's appearance was not over yet, as another figure exuding exotic charm appeared. Despite wearing a veil, the mature Nahida still caused a stir, with a few onlookers bumping into poles while stealing glances. As everyone's attention was focused on her, Nahida used her powers to cast a mental suggestion. With years of governance, not only had the power of the Archon grown stronger, but the faith power accumulated under her rule was also increasing. The power of governance is quite unique and fascinating, but it's still far too rare. The perception enveloped the entirety of Mai. Spotting a strange creature, Wendy had actually come to Mai, not having discovered the void mentioned. Keeping up this false identity for now, she followed the guidance of the two Catherine maids to the place where they would be staying for the next few days. Several days quickly passed. Nahida quietly waited in Konoha for several days, waiting for the emergence of the danger that the blank had mentioned would harm the world. The conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha was intensifying. Inside the Konoha Inn, Nahida, maintaining her adult form, held a cup of tea in one hand, while the other embraced the now shrunken Tsunade, who was still lost in a dream. Nahida noticed that this Tsunade seemed to be aware that it was a dream, but was somewhat reluctant to wake up. Two figures dressed in maid outfits stood before Nahida, speaking. You said you wanted to take Naruto to see the house he used to live in, right? Yes. Nahida, there are many things we left for Naruto inside. Minato and I are preparing to take Naruto back to take a look. Godmother, if we make too much noise, will it affect your matters? It's fine. You all go ahead and do what you want. But just in case, here, Naruto, take this. You should know how to use it, right? Nahida placed a device glowing with green light into Naruto's hand. If you have any other matters, contact me through the terminal. A firearm-like device made with special metal and divine power that can achieve special effects. Experimental Dream Terminal No. 1. Upon hitting an enemy, it can cause. Note, as it is an experimental device, it can only launch one attack. Yes. Godmother. Naruto nodded, looking at the information displayed on his terminal, as he followed his parents out the door. As for whether Naruto would be recognized without disguise, would he? Even Naruto himself sometimes couldn't believe the changes he had undergone when looking in the mirror. The little orphan who barely survived under the hand of an ambitious man at birth, and the now brilliant prodigy of the academy. The 6 paths of fox whiskers on his face disappeared when Nahida separated him from the 9 tails, and his undernourished body was gradually gaining weight from his mother's delicious meals. His hair remained fresh with daily cleaning. His clothes, coordinated by his mother, matched his temperament, making it easy for people to sense his extraordinary aura. How many would suspect that this Naruto was the once trampled fox demon? Sarutobi Hiruzen would ultimately have to account for the whereabouts of the inheritance left to Naruto by his parents. The third Hokage better not be too greedy. Catherine's fist cracked with sound. Minato and Kushina led Naruto towards the place where they used to live. Here we are. Let's go inside. It seemed like it hadn't been cleaned in a long time. Before Kushina could find the spare key hidden in her memories, she was stopped by a tall, burly man. Who are you three looking for? This is the property of the Sarutobi family. Please go and enjoy elsewhere. The man in the ninja vest looked at Naruto and the two maids behind him without being rude, merely assuming they were curious outsiders, and politely trying to persuade them to leave. Then, just as the burly man was about to say something else, a figure appeared behind him and struck him with an elbow, causing him to lose consciousness. Minato, with his blonde hair, looked at the man who had fainted and then tossed him out of his property. He was curious to see how many from the Sarutobi clan would have the face to claim this residence as theirs today. Would the Konoha ninjas turn against them? The answer was no. In the current education of the Land of Grass, there was also an analysis of the current ninjas. While the nobles hired ninjas to kill each other, aside from a few small nobles who might face the risk of being killed by ninjas, the large nobles would almost never die due to ninjas. This was a default rule for all the large nobles, and hiring ninjas to fight was merely a matter of ninjas killing each other without needing to consider the ninjas who were essentially hired servants. Even if the ninjas they hired lost, it would only cost them some money. It was just a matter of knocking someone out, and even if Minato killed that man on the spot, given their spending in Konoha over the past few days, no one would say anything. Pushing open the door, Minato and Kushina did not start cleaning first, but instead went to their stored items. There's nothing left. The entire house, aside from the furniture, had all traces of ninjas completely. Boom! The sound of the explosion and a soaring azure glow shot into the sky, creating a tremendous commotion that echoed throughout the entirety of Konohagakure. It roused the sleeping villagers. However, since it was not in the center of the village, they did not rush out into the night, remaining in their homes, the last sanctuary of warmth. On the rooftops, a continuous sound of footsteps could be heard as many ninjas leaped across the rooftops. Beyond the fluctuations of chakra emanating from the ninjas, a stillness enveloped the senses. Nahida felt something familiar. Pulling back the covers, she carefully extended her long legs from beneath them, being cautious not to disturb the sleeping Tsunade beside her. She activated the radar plugin connected to her void terminal, and the phantom outlined on the radar revealed the target of her mission. How could something from Teyvat appear here? This was the reason she had been called, to resolve this situation. She maintained a distance between her feet and the ground, avoiding contact with the dust. Nahida approached the window. After pulling open the wooden window, the evening outside was adorned with twinkling stars, and she gazed in the direction indicated by the radar. It seemed faint now. She could not pinpoint its exact location accurately. She wondered if there were others with it. If it came into contact with the beings of this world, who knows what would happen? The wind brushed past, soothing Nahida's somewhat restless heart. Naruto and his parents, the two Catherines, had moved into their original home. As for contacting her regarding any matters, Nahida acted as her own server. The void terminal remained connected despite her departure. Thus, there would be no major issues. As for whether the void terminal would only function in the Land of Grass in the future, once anchor points were established in other locations, connectivity would be restored. This wasn't a major issue. A feeling of spatial transmission was sensed within the house. A blonde Catherine appeared along with another red-haired Catherine and Naruto. After placing his wife and son down, Minato reported to Nahida the information he had gathered, Lady of the Grass King. According to what I learned, Uchiha Itachi attacked his own clan tonight in conjunction with outsiders. And then Uchiha Itachi was defeated. The extent of the injuries was unclear since I did not approach. When Uchiha Itachi killed his childhood friend, his eyes suddenly evolved. There's also the matter of that childhood friend Uchiha Izumi obtaining a wind god eye. Minato finished speaking and looked at Nahida, awaiting instructions. Ready to follow Nahida's command, he prepared to take down the 5 major wastes of Konoha at any moment. Every time he looked at his former home completely emptied of its legacy, he felt an urge to rush over and deliver a parting gift to the Sarutobi family. Nahida did not turn to look inside the house nor interrupt Minato's report. Naruto, still asleep upon arrival, was placed on the soft couch by Kushina. I am aware. As for what follows, if there are no issues, you should remain quiet here for now. It's best if you don't get involved with the matters ahead. Those things are perilous. A rather unobtrusive barrier outside the inn quietly appeared after Nahida's words. A group emerged from the central building, which Nahida observed. It was the third Hokage, clad in the so-called Hokage robe, leading a group of ninjas in that direction. It was not the moment for her to appear. Has your poetry concluded? Nahida spoke nonsensically to the air. A gust of wind blew past and an accurate response followed. A world enveloped in a black barrier. Yuan Shang opened his arms to extol the greatness of the abyss, gazing at the young Sarutobi Hiruzen, experiencing it. How do you feel now? Sarutobi Hiruzen. The being known as Yuan Shang, much taller than a normal person, gazed at the young man before him, dressed in a Hokage robe. The young man was covering his face with bloodied hands. Beside him lay the corpse of the person he had just fought desperately to replace. I feel fantastic. A youthful body brimming with power. I lack nothing now. I don't remember how long it's been since I felt this way. Well, as long as you're satisfied. Yuan Shang's tone seemed to hold some scrutiny. Yet beneath the joy of returning to youth and the expressionless face of Yuan Shang did he notice anything. Under the eager cover of Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands his mouth curled upwards wildly, and the gaze he shot at Yuan Shang grew increasingly fierce, completely ignoring the fallen son and grandson beside him whom he had previously cherished. Lord Yuan Shang, I wish to trade for other things. Let's go. There are many people outside who can be used for sacrifice. As Sarutobi Hiruzen took a step closer to Yuan Shang, suddenly two more Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared behind and beneath him. The ground softened unexpectedly. Hiruzen's clones dragged Yuan Shang underground. The other clones and the main body did not pause. At the fastest speed, several large ninjutsu bombarded Yuan Shang's face. Bang bang bang. A series of injuries ensued. It was only after Sarutobi Hiruzen's own chakra was nearly depleted that he ceased his actions. Left in the deep pit where Yuan Shang had been dragged was merely a strange branch. Is that thing dead? The surrounding dark barrier shattered as it lost its master's function. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen return to the village, he finally felt at ease. However, the people outside had already seen Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the corpses surrounding him gasping in shock. Who are you? Why are you wearing the third Hokage's clothes? The young ninjas did not recognize this suddenly appearing young man. Sarutobi Hiruzen only then felt the gazes of those around him and recalled the fallen corpses nearby. His expression rapidly morphed into one of sadness as he sought to explain. Several ninjas of the same generation recognized him. Third Hokage, how did you change? Originally the two of them were watching the farce from the so-called audience seats. However, in the end, they only saw Uchiha Itachi on the chessboard seemingly making some kind of deal with the third Hokage. All members of the Sarutobi clan have vanished. Only I and Wendy remained here. Though invisible, we were still relatively safe. Just moments ago, it was one of the seats in the audience, and in the blink of an eye it transformed into a man-eating demon. Just as the black mist aimed to engulf Uchiha Izumi and Wendy together, a deep green barrier isolated the two of them from the black mist. A barrier of wind elements. Looking at Wendy, who was pretending to be clueless and winking at me. How do we get out? Wendy's gaze was fixed on a certain spot. Follow me. The wind will tell us the answer. Along the way there seemed to be terrifying entities within the eerie black mist, as Wendy leading the way paused several times to shoot out a few wind arrows. Until the last time, the wind arrow pierced through the obscuring black mist. They burst through safely. Suddenly brightness. Familiar scenery returned. They were at the outskirts of the Sarutobi clan's area. Wendy, you. Upon seeing Wendy's attention drawn to a certain place, Uchiha Izumi curiously looked there as a tall humanoid monster was being bound by vines around its neck, struggling incessantly. Following that was a woman's furious shout. Where do you think you're running to? The Abyssal Apostle. Following the commotion, reinforcements from Konoha and the Uchiha ninjas intercepted the young Sarutobi Hizashi. Apart from Uchiha Izumi and the useless bard, Sarutobi Hizashi was the only one still alive. The rest of the Sarutobi clan members who were pulled into that barrier were basically dead. Furthermore, since Wendy and Uchiha Izumi did not appear in the same spot as Sarutobi Hizashi, this young third Hokage was suspected by everyone. A lot has happened today. I'll post this first, the rest will be deleted later. Here begins the filler to reach 10 characters not part of the main text, and will be deleted later. On the Luafu Immortal boat, an unexpected guest entered Changle Sky purposefully searching for something and ultimately found it at the Romu Pavilion. He heard that there was a person on the Immortal boat named Lu Quan who had a passion for collecting oddities. Every day he would set up a small table outside his door, serving a pot of tea, inviting passersby to sit down and share a drink while discussing strange tales. He would meticulously record these oddities, embellishing and integrating them. One day, as usual, he set up his tea table in front of his house, and around noon, a person walked over. Wearing a conical hat, he asked at the tea table, "I have a story, would you like to hear it, sir?" Lu Quan replied with a smile, "Of course." The person wearing the conical hat sat down and slowly began. "This is a true story, one that hides the path. The story begins at the end of the ancient beast era, when the world was in chaos, the stars were displaced, and the heavens rained down 28 demonic stars. Boom! The earth-shattering battle left the Beast King nearly torn to shreds, as an immense hand descended, ripping apart the black sun, and the azure flames on the Beast King's body had no effect on these rebellious subjects. Your abilities are nothing, so I will shatter your power." Although the celestial beings had cornered the Beast King, they still could not eliminate him. King Amber looked at the vast world, and then turned his head to gaze at the distant light in the sky. What a magnificent tree bearing countless worlds of birth, no longer to be occupied by you, the incompetent. The current decline is merely temporary. When this decline passes, an unprecedented era of greatness is about to arrive. Unfortunately, I will not see that day. Everyone, I shall take my leave first. A celestial being dimmed and eventually shattered, yet his fate continued to be passed on. King Amber saw what lay beyond the light, but he also witnessed a different future. Within the radiance, words began to materialize. The so-called clear and indisputable ancient beast appeared strangely vague at this moment, while amidst the faint spark the words, celestial being, were actually visible. But there cannot be two suns in the sky nor two masters in the world. This world will follow its own path naturally. You should not rebel. The Beast King laughed maniacally, feeling his power rapidly declining. Yet he was still far more powerful than the celestial beings. Your strength will soon vanish entirely. I will inherit the ancient Beast clan's legacy for all eternity. The Beast King laughed wildly, but he understood that his power was not sufficient to continue fighting. He felt his body about to shatter into pieces, turning to dust, unable to reassemble. The power of the ancient beasts would also be exhausted, and in the distance Leviathan and the others' battle was also nearing its end. An ancient beast was slain, the god of destruction perished, killed by the celestial beings. The greedy Ouroboros was also depleted in battle, and at this moment he chose to flee. As he did, the celestial beings on the other battlefield surrounded him, using their power capable of destroying countless star systems, sparing no effort to kill the Beast King. Watching everything unfold, the Beast King let out an angry and unwilling low roar. This was originally something that would disturb the universe. This was supposed to be a fatal blow that would cause all beings to sink. The final twilight of the gods was nearing its end. How can it end like this so humiliatingly? This is my universe. No way, it cannot just end like this. Yes, his goals had not yet been achieved. How could it? Such an ending is simply too cowardly. The stars will not extinguish, nor will I. If I am the sun, then the people of the universe would rather commit suicide than perish alongside me. Very well, then let you see the radiance of the sun. That calamity that has never been extinguished since ancient times. At this moment, Kuiper stepped forward, instantly catching up to the Beast King. The Beast King was blocked by Kuiper, realizing the strength of these folks. He was far weaker than before, and after losing the help of the ancient beasts, his power had decreased significantly. Without others' assistance, can you not deal with us? You are merely a child who has not grown up, relying on the legacies of your predecessors to indulge in pleasure, yet you still do not know to repent when facing death. Kuiper mocked openly, and the Beast King was enraged. However, as he moved his beast paw to strike down, it was firmly blocked by Kuiper's massive arm. Damn it, damn it! The Beast King looked ahead, growing increasingly frantic, and at that moment the tearing space revealed a clockwise rotating abyss. What do you want to do with the tree of imaginary numbers? The blizzard howled. A celestial being sighed. Having lost the protection of your subjects and the suppression over us, your power is crumbling, and you can no longer deal with us. At least 3 people here are not weaker than you. Another celestial being with crimson giant eyes looked down upon the Beast King. Beast King, you, the scourge of the universe, the fallen monarch, how dare you still show your face here? What are you daring to bark at us? Killing the Beast King, how amusing. For you it seems unnecessary to be bound by the courtesy of lords and subjects. We are the beings nurtured by the universe, yet not your subjects. Look at me, fulfilling the will of the people. The Beast King was enraged, roaring. So-called celestial beings, you ants, if it weren't for the fact that I spent too much energy on this tree, how could you insects flaunt your power in front of me? I am the royal bloodline of the ancient Beast clan, the master of the universe. And you mere slave savages, how dare you be impudent before me? I am heaven, I am the Tao, I am reason, I am the sun of the world. Kuiper said, this sun should have extinguished eons ago. What exists now is merely the ashes gathered from burning kindling. In essence, you are just dust and embers before the grave. I have heard that the true form of the sun is the golden crow soaring from the tree that supports the worlds, flying from one world to another, leaving behind the afterglow that is the everlasting star. The Beast King was surrounded by the celestial beings. This was a battle among the pinnacle of the universe's strong, and until this moment other beings finally realized how vastly different they were from the celestial beings. The Beast King gazed at the light with overwhelming hatred. Just a step away, yet it was blocked by that damned Kuiper. How could this not infuriate the Beast King? You won't let me rewrite history, then I shall take you all to death with me. The Beast King roared in rage, to die alongside ants. Such a humiliation. But in that moment a massive pressure descended, and a huge ice crystal crashed into the Beast King, ripping his body apart and leaving a massive gash in his neck. You wish to stop me, but the body is merely a vessel for my hatred. My resentment towards the universe is eternal. You shall die, and I will be reborn in that hatred. The Beast King's power enveloped the area, but the freed celestial beings possessed strength that was not inferior to his. The Beast King was knocked back by a slap from Kuiper, his spirit in chaos. Meanwhile, the falling wind and snow severed half of the Beast King's head, followed by the shifting stars in the sky, drawing back all the nebulous energy into the universe. The Beast King's body was thoroughly distorted by this celestial maneuver, and his corpse was forced to begin disintegrating. At this moment, he simply abandoned this flesh. The pressure from the celestial beings grew increasingly closer, the pressure ever more urgent. The Beast King discovered his power was diminishing, and his rage began turning into panic. Who will protect me? No one answered him. The sounds of battle filled the heavens and earth unceasing. Yet this vastness began to give a feeling of unreality. The Beast King was pushed to the limit, realizing he couldn't even withstand a single celestial being. What? Someone protect me. The Beast King gasped. I am the royal descendant of the ancient Beast clan. I should be the master of this world. I am the sun, the only eternal and indestructible sun that cannot be shot down. His consciousness was becoming unclear. All things in the universe were forced to seek shelter from the storm, yet the power that emerged at this moment was terrifyingly strong. It was at this moment, from that endless light, a formidable hand broke through the restrictions, reaching out from another world. With a single strike, the celestial beings instantly retreated. The earth was stained with blood. Following that, the world-shaking hand blocking the sun and casting shadows reached for the Beast King's core. His soul. After this hand appeared in the distant skies, a crimson star shone fiercely, plummeting towards the world. The hand swept through the universe. The celestial beings had prepared to face this terrifying hand, but in the next instant that hand vanished. Yet an even greater impact appeared out of thin air. Among the ancient stars, that rapidly approaching fired star was not the westward-moving dragon star, but another one that blocked the dragon star, extremely similar. The Mars star. Not good. You all listen now. The words were not finished. That hand had abruptly appeared before all intelligent life. Touch the sky and the heavens will collapse, touch the ground and the earth will sink. The Milky Way will be obliterated and the sea of stars will dry up, turning everything into desolation, as if returning to the primordial ignorance of the universe. No sound, a terrifying silence surrounded them, yet everyone knew that the hand was extremely furious. As the fired Mars descended, 28 stars fell to the desolate corners of the universe. That hand seemed to fear the groups of stars appearing in droves, and upon grasping the Beast King's soul, it intended to ding. A brilliant golden light extinguished the high and supreme radiance, faded, replaced by the 28 stars streaking across the sky like meteors scattering in all directions. After a period of time, the universe's wilderness erupted in chaos once more. It was a mass of fog surrounded by boundless water, a shallow layer allowing one to stand atop, while that mass of fog eerily floated on the waves, giving a very unsettling feeling. Anyone would feel that this mass of fog was an ominous sign, and thus he refrained from touching it. However, that mass of fog seemed very fond of him, constantly approaching. He tried to dodge, but while retreating he stepped into the deep waters. He could not move, only watch helplessly as that mass of fog encroached forward. A terrifying danger of annihilation seemed to be imminent. He struggled but found no means to escape. He groped aimlessly. Suddenly a meteor flashed across the sky, pausing briefly before swiftly approaching him, and then his vision began to blur. That mass of fog seemed anxious, and he felt that it was displaying an emotion of anger. What was that? The fog approached but then stopped, seemingly blocked by something. The last thing he saw was the sun's everlasting star fire in the midst of midsummer. Since ancient times, heroes have had blood and spirit. Judge Wei, hey Judge Wei, do not go. Wei Yong was jolted awake as someone pushed him, realizing he had actually fallen asleep. He yawned, and at that moment the two performers on stage were reaching the climax of the script. How can one fear death and crave life? Do not go. Wei Yong rubbed his face and then rubbed his eyes, finally seeing that the one who woke him was a small officer from the Cloud Rider army. How could Judge Wei be sleeping here? If others see, it would create a bad influence. The small officer approached with a flattering smile, but Wei Yong did not show any sign of disgust. Instead, he responded very politely, "Indeed, I was careless. Thank you for the reminder." The small officer looked shocked, immediately clasping his hands and muttering, "Oh my lord Judge, you truly are a This journey is to seek without a trace. Do not go. What a waste to roam the world." When the silver-armored divine general finished the last line of this play, the black-armored divine general could no longer say anything to obstruct him, only clasping his hands, bidding farewell to that resolute back. Thus this play, adapted from the deeds of the Imperial Bow Department, temporarily came to an end with applause resounding from the audience, as if it might shatter the artificial sky above. Wei Yong looked around and also joined in the applause. The small officer gazed at Wei Yong, sighing, "Judge Wei, this place truly is a wonderful place to forget worries and sorrows, no matter when it is always crowded here year after year, day after day." Wei Yong nodded in agreement, but the small officer changed his tone. "However, the officialdom is not a banquet for guests. It is far more dangerous than the battlefield where you kill people. Although you are the favored one of the marshal and in the common folk renowned as the sky within reach, if you do not take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity during the marshal's birthday to show yourself before him, it would be all good, but if the marshal finds out you are feigning illness, that would be even worse." At this moment, a different group of performers took the stage, likely from another troupe. Wei Yong recognized this as the flower segment from the play Fire Horse. The marshal does not like mere sycophants. Doing your own part is the best gift to the marshal. The small officer nodded repeatedly, then ceased speaking until this grand play also concluded, and Wei Yong stood up and stretched. Stretching his back, he strode confidently out of the theater, not forgetting to take a stack of paper credit points from his pocket and scatter them carelessly into the sky. The fluttering banknotes soared through the air, instantly drawing the attention of a majority of the crowd away from the stage. A small official, quick on his feet, leaped up and managed to grab a handful, yet it was merely a drop in the bucket. Those around him quickly caught on rushing forward like wolves to seize the opportunity, their eyes filled with nothing but greed for the credit points, even resorting to physical fights. The instigator of all this chaos, however, remained completely indifferent to his actions, and the outcome swaggering away without. As the wind blew, the master of Luofu's star fell, and many heroes throughout history have harbored regrets. Vowing to secretly ensure the prosperity of thousands, the songs of victory and defeat echo sorrowfully. Extra, extra, a newsboy shouted. The Academy has dispatched a scholar to support the celestial ship, and the war has reached a boiling point. The Jade Palace is besieged. Extra, extra. Wei Yong saw the newsboy and reached out to buy a copy, but just then a starship opened up at the roadside, forcing him to abandon his intention. This starship was evidently waiting for him, evidenced by a person descending from it and heading straight for him. It was not vanity but instinct. This instinct had saved his life countless times before, and it would prove no different this time. When the other party was within 7 steps of him, Wei Yong called out, "Wait, are you looking for me?" The other party paused, then replied, "Yes. Did I kill your beloved friends and family?" "No." "Do you have any troubles that require my assistance?" "None." "Then why are you seeking me?" The other party replied, "Though I have no personal matters, there is an urgent matter that requires the assistance of Judge Wei." Wei Yong replied nonchalantly, "Speak freely. If it's about people or money, feel free to ask. In this celestial ship alliance, there are very few things I cannot accomplish. It is indeed about people but not money. On the contrary, I come to acquire wealth for the judge." Wei Yong scoffed. Over the years, he had only given away wealth, never received it. Realizing that Wei Yong would not be swayed by mere material wealth, the man stepped a little closer and pointed towards a nearby tea house. "It's not suitable to discuss here, Judge. Let's find a quieter place to sit and talk in detail." "As you wish." Upon entering the tea house, the attendant saw Wei Yong and immediately broke into a flattering smile, politely saying, "Welcome back, master. Is it the usual place again?" Wei Yong pondered for a moment and replied, "No, please find me a secluded private room. I need to discuss some matters with this gentleman." "Of course, please follow me, master." After turning several corners and passing countless private rooms, the attendant cheerfully pointed to a refined room. "Judge, this is the Dragon Flower Room. The soundproofing is excellent and seldom does anyone come this deep. It's no different from the upper-class private rooms." White Crow disregards Dragon Flower. "Oh good, this will do." Wei Yong took out a stack of credit points and handed them to the attendant. "I've booked all these rooms. No one is to disturb me." The attendant looked at the money in his hand, which he had worked for years to earn, and immediately trembled with excitement, hurriedly saying, "If you need anything else, master, just call for me, and I will come immediately." Wei Yong replied with a gesture for him to leave. As soon as he sat down, the man sighed. "Money, this mundane object, can make countless heroes bow down. It's truly a marvelous tool." Wei Yong brewed a pot of fragrant tea, casually waved to close all the doors and windows of the private room. "Speak, what is it you need from me?" The man shook his head. "No rush, the background of this matter is still unclear to Judge Wei. How about I tell you a story?" "Please." The other party settled down, perhaps pondering how to begin. After a moment he spoke. "During the twilight of the Great War, as the star gods rose to power, the Beast King, arrogant and tyrannical, fiercely resisted the star gods externally, while ruthlessly suppressing his kin, internally declaring himself the center of the universe, the everlasting sun, intending to drag the entire universe down with him. Ultimately, even most of his subordinates betrayed him, leading to the swift demise of the ancient beast tribe, reaching a point of desperation. At this time, the ancient Beast King heard a rumor that the world we inhabit, along with other unreachable worlds, is actually rooted in a tree where the truths of the world are birthed. He was determined to seize the ownership of this tree, to fulfill his delusional ambition of permanently ruling the universe. But he failed. Although the tree had no master, it was not something he could occupy. He was exterminated in body by the star gods, sent to stop him, yet his soul escaped. And even though his delusional ambition failed, he certainly brought forth some things that did not exist into our world. Corresponding to this tree is a surging sea. The tree, like rootless duckweed, is anchored in this sea. They are two sides of the same coin, yet are irreconcilable. At a certain moment, the sea sensed the presence of the tree's world, summoning 28 demonic stars and sending them here. Wei Yang's heart jolted. Although this story's Twilight War and ancient Beast King felt too distant and unverifiable, he still had a faint sense of truth. He was telling the truth. Seeing Wei Yang's expression, the other party knew that he was half convinced and took the opportunity to continue. "Once the ancient virtual tree blooms, the 4 symbols and 7 stars will emerge from the ocean. There have always been incidents stemming from peace. What was meant to be peaceful is not peaceful. Judge Wei, those 28 demonic stars are divided into 4 directions with 7 in each, and you are one of them, the Eastern Horn Star Hornwood Dragon." This light, casual remark struck Wei Yong like a hammer. The other party's lips met briefly. These 4 symbols and 7 stars have turned for millions of years, and are meant to manifest in this amber era. Wei Yong steadied his nerves, pouring a cup of tea, gently blowing it. "So what if I am one of the 28 Having said that, he drank it all in one gulp. Since Judge Wei is one of the star masters of the 28 constellations, there is currently a significant matter at hand. This is the time for Judge Wei to showcase his talents. This is destiny." This statement jolted Wei Yang awake, realizing that he had been awaited here. He pondered for a moment before asking the pressing question, "What do you want me to do?" Naturally, these inner thoughts were known to no one, but the other party confidently continued. "I have long heard of Judge Weiss' reputation for righteousness. Now I have a wealth worth 300 billion to present to the judge as a meeting gift." 300 billion. Just thinking about that amount made Wei Yang feel parched. As a mid-level officer in the Celestial Ship Alliance, his monthly salary was barely around 200,000. 300 billion. Are you planning to rob a company? Wei Yang forced himself to calm down, pouring a cup of tea for the other party, who had not expected such a strong reaction, hurriedly accepting it with both hands. As the other party drank tea, Wei Yang glanced around, his voice unconsciously dropping. "May I ask where this 300 billion is now?" The other party set down his teacup and smiled slightly. "The Celestial Marshal Chun is approaching his birthday. This is not a secret. Thus some unscrupulous individuals have extracted countless resources from the common people, exchanging them with the company to obtain rare treasures meant for tribute to the Amber King. A 6-phase ice intending to use this Luofu celestial ship to present it to the marshal." Wei Yang looked at him in confusion, clearly not expecting such a scenario. "This? Are you suggesting I cover up this 6-phase ice? Judge Wei, when it comes to taking or not, regrets will come too late." Wei Yang closed his eyes, appearing somewhat tempted yet seeming to struggle. He then raised his head. "Am I truly one of the star masters of the 4 symbols and 7 stars?" "Absolutely, Judge Wei, feel free to take it." Wei Yang was somewhat puzzled. "How did you come to know of such bizarre matters?" "Hee, I possess some rather remarkable abilities. I can foresee events that are about to occur in the future." "You are?" Wei Yang instinctively raised his voice but quickly reacted, lowering his tone. "How dare you, a wanted criminal across the universe, approach me on this celestial ship?" The man smiled gratefully. "Without risking the tiger's den, how can one obtain the tiger's cub? This adventure is merely to assist the judge." "That's enough." Wei Yang slammed the table and stood up. "I am the judge appointed by Marshal Chen, a mid-level officer of the celestial ship. How can I betray my duty and conspire with you, a wanted criminal?" With that, he turned to leave, but the other party frowned and stood up to stop him. "Judge Wei, what do you intend to do? Are you going to allow this heinous act to occur before your eyes?" Hearing this, Wei Yang turned back. "That's true. I cannot just walk away." Before he finished speaking, Wei Yang suddenly struck. The man was caught off guard and barely managed to dodge. "Did you not say you could foresee the future? Why didn't you predict that I would attack you?" Wei Yang taunted, yet his strength did not diminish. "Judge Wei is the Star Master descended from the heavens. Though I can traverse yin and yang and know the past and present, I cannot predict your actions. Even the star gods cannot do that. Perhaps the esteemed scholar has a way, but I certainly cannot." As he spoke, the man seized the opportunity to grab Wei Yang's arm, flipping behind him to counter his move, binding him to the ground, laughing. It seems Judge Wei still needs to practice his martial skills. Wei Yang's face instantly turned red, stammering. Can a hero's worth be measured by his martial skills? What the judge says is true. Although the judge is currently pinned beneath me, he is still a renowned hero while I remain a wanted criminal. But judge, if you lack sufficient martial protection, even heroes can easily be overthrown by others. I am just a judge, merely an ordinary officer who has barely reached the minor star level. Above me are the Lord of Hell and the General. It is entirely normal for me to be no match for you. Let me go. All right, I will let you go, but the judge must not make any moves again. I fear for the man indeed kept his promise, and Wei Yang could feel the pressure on him gradually easing. Realizing the vast disparity between them, he did not wish to humiliate himself further and thus stopped resisting. Wei Yang stood up, stretching the arm that had just been restrained, while the man brushed off his sleeves, as if he had just gotten a speck of dust on him. Wei Yang looked at him suddenly and said, "If you don't kill me today to keep me silent, I will definitely report your scheme when I return and personally apprehend you to close the case." The man laughed heartily. "I am not a thief after wealth. While that 6-phase ice is intriguing, it is just that I merely pity the common people, which is why I came to seek righteous individuals to intercept the ill-gotten gains and return them to the people. I thought that by finding Judge Wei we could undertake righteous deeds together, but it seems it is still too early." Wei Yang showed a struggle in his expression but ultimately firmed up. "When the time comes, I will naturally report the source of this ill-gotten wealth to the marshal, but I will not allow any mishaps to occur before the marshal receives this gift." The man nodded. "I did not misjudge you, Judge Wei, but what you are unwilling to do, other righteous people will be willing to." He sensed that Wei Yang still had intentions of making a move and advised, "Judge Wei, think it through carefully. This is not merely a matter of personal honor and disgrace, but it also involves countless common people." Having said that, he opened the jump point and gradually became ethereal. "Thief, do not harm my brother Wei Yang." A loud shout came from outside the door, accompanied by a spear that shot through the door like lightning, rapidly approaching the man. The man vanished without a trace, while the spear continued its unstoppable trajectory, piercing through several walls of the tea house, ultimately flying out into the boundless starry river. "Brother!" The door swung open, and a nearly 2-meter-tall youth rushed in anxiously, his round face pale, with 2 thin black mustaches under his nose, a narrow waist, and broad shoulders resembling a massive bear. "Third brother, am glad you made it. Upon seeing the newcomer Wei Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. What are you saying, brother? How could I let such a small-time villain injure you even slightly? While listening to the man's story, he had been careful, and secretly sent a message to his trustworthy brother urging him to come quickly to stabilize the situation. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late, or otherwise they might have been able to apprehend the criminal. Now is not the time to chat. Wei Yang pressed down on Wei Jin's shoulder. Third brother, I need to see General Xian. Go gather our people and be ready for my orders. Although Wei Jin did not understand why out of trust he agreed. All right, but... Brother, you are of the short-lived race. General Xian looks down on short-lived races. It might be hard to see him. Wei Yang patted his shoulder. Ha ha ha, who am I? Known as Wei Yang, the one who can reach the heavens at arm's length, there is nothing I cannot accomplish on the celestial ship. You can rest assured. Wei Jin hesitated for a moment but could only nod. If my brother needs anything, I am willing to go through fire and water. All right, it's not that serious. Within the Divine Strategy Office. Seated on the throne, General Xian looked at the petition before him, then glanced at Wei Yang, slowly accepting it without opening it to read, instead asking a question. What is the name of the person who intends to intercept the marshal's gift, and what are their distinguishing features? As Wei Yang was about to speak, a thought suddenly flashed in his mind. Countless common people's sweat and blood had been extracted to exchange for this unjust gift, making him feel a pang of conscience. Although there was currently no evidence to support that every word he said was true, Wei Yang did not want to take the risk, so he swallowed his prepared words and instead replied, I do not know his name, but I remember his appearance. I can draw it right away. Hey wait, I fear your drawing might negatively impact our wanted notice. Wei Yang was speechless, silently swallowing his anger and saying, if that's the case, I will just narrate it verbally. General Xian gestured for the secretary to start taking notes and waited for Wei Yang to speak. Stop. How come in your description he is sometimes tall, sometimes short, sometimes fat, sometimes thin? One moment you say he is of the Ming clan and the next you claim he is a fox person. Are you sure you remember clearly? General Xian interrupted Wei Yang, who was still talking a mile a minute with some impatience. For the second time Wei Yang was interrupted, but he did not dare to lose his temper in front of a general yet. He suddenly heard General Xian speak. Looking at your appearance, you haven't already struck a deal with that thief, have you? You're trying to fool me. Wei Yang sighed deeply. He had truly become somewhat helpless. Do you believe that I am here to confuse the situation and create opportunities for my partner? He emphasized the word partner heavily, clearly trying to suppress himself. Isn't that so? Wei Yang was so angry he could hardly speak, finally managing to squeeze out a sentence through gritted teeth. If I had truly reached an agreement with that thief, why would I not hide it and come here to discuss strategies with you? Who knows? Perhaps you two have fallen out and want to use my power to eliminate your partner and silence him. Wei Yang completely understood now a General Xian was intentionally going against him. His anger subsided and he felt reinvigorated. Ah yes, do as you wish. What a waste of my time, farewell. The Xian supervisor looked down at Wei Yang's back with a cold snort, glancing at the petition in his hand, before casually tossing it into the nearby furnace. Though Wei Yang had been driven away, the Xian supervisor still kept a wary eye. Whereas Jian Shou Feng Ruoyun, the young hero of the Cloud Rider Army, Feng Ruoyun, was as swift as lightning and elusive as shadows. A handsome, imposing young swordsman stepped out from among the civil and military officials, bowing to the Xian supervisor. Feng Ruoyun is here. You are to lead 500 Cloud Riders to search for suspicious individuals all over Luofu. You are granted the authority to act freely with the right to report after taking action. Do you understand? Countless eyes swept over, and under immense pressure Feng Ruoyun gritted his teeth and replied, understood. Good. As expected of my trusted confidant whom I personally promoted. The Xian supervisor nodded in approval and then turned to the many officials present. I know many of you are on good terms with Wei Yang, but I advise you all, even though Wei Yang is favored by the marshal, I am the general of Luofu and my words are the only rule here. Do you understand? In this grand office, silence fell for a moment, broken only by Feng Ruoyun's tiny voice, yes. The Xian supervisor looked over with dissatisfaction, but there was nothing he could do, so he simply waved his sleeve and left. Under the watchful eyes of a group of brawny men, Feng Ruoyun slipped away quietly, as if he had committed a heinous crime. At the moment he stepped out, he seemed to hear a colleague laughing and saying he looks like a dog. Wei Yang, this is the place. Wei Yang led over 80 Cloud Rider soldiers, including the valiant Wei Jin, accompanied by a clever fox person, to a locked small courtyard. The fox person pointed at the courtyard and earnestly said, my little brother saw someone sneaking in this morning, and after closing the door they never came out. Usually this courtyard is empty, with people suddenly coming in. Now there must be something amiss. Looking at the courtyard before him, Wei Yang couldn't help but praise, some things are indeed more reliable with you guys. If I let the Cloud Riders come, we might not find it until tomorrow. The fox person laughed, hee. We are just a bunch of minor tricks, not comparable to the brave Cloud Riders. Wei Yang gave a considerable amount of money, and the fox person immediately felt the impulse to kneel down in gratitude, wagging his tail, and saying, if Boss Wei has any use for me, please don't be stingy. I Huda will definitely give my all. Rest assured there will be a time when I need you. That would be great. I won't disturb you all any longer. Farewell, haha, farewell. with a large sum of money in hand, Huda quickly ran away, leaving the Cloud Riders poised and ready to act. Wei Jin received Wei Yang's permission and stepped forward to block the door, pushing it slightly only to find that it had been bolted from the inside. He then retreated 2 steps and charged at it with all his strength. The bolt broke with a loud crack, falling to the ground. Wei Jin rushed inside with his hooked spear, followed by the Cloud Riders entering in an orderly manner. Wei Yang stood outside, and within moments there was commotion in the courtyard, starting with a scream followed by several Cloud Riders flying out over the courtyard wall. Wei Yang was quick and caught them in midair, otherwise they would have crashed down, and likely needed to go to the Danding division for medical treatment. "Are you all right?" Wei Yang checked him over and found no injuries, but a palm print had actually been left indented in the iron armor. Fortunately, the armor had protected him, otherwise if his flesh had taken a hit, he would have ended up with multiple bruises. Wei judged that thief inside is extremely powerful. Not even 80 of us brothers could handle him. Only Lord Wei can contend with him. The soldier covered his chest, clearly in unbearable pain. Wei Yang looked towards the courtyard. At this moment, the commotion was gradually subsiding, and he quickly walked into the courtyard. There he saw dozens of soldiers piled on top of one person, while Wei Jin leaned against his hooked spear, panting heavily, evidently having just emerged from a fierce battle, which surprised Wei Yang even more. Among all the celestial vessels, there were no more than 3 who could surpass Wei Jin, and now, even with over 80 well-trained soldiers helping, he had only narrowly won. "Ugh, let me go, you all. Let me go." Wei Jin, not seeing Wei Yang, stepped forward and squatted down, saying, "What a good fellow. If it weren't for the task at hand, I would really want to fight you all thoroughly." That person pinned down by the Cloud Riders struggled fiercely, but gradually exhausted his strength, cursing, "If it weren't for your sneak attack and overwhelming numbers, I could kill you all barehanded." Still putting up a front. "Wasn't it you who threatened my brother Wei the other day? Now you're caught so quickly. What are you talking about? I don't know anything." Wei Yang walked up beside Wei Jin. "No need to trick him. He isn't that person." Wei Jin looked at Wei Yang, somewhat troubled. "Brother, if this guy isn't the thief trying to snatch the marshal's gift, then there are no more leads. Let's just..." He made a gesture of cutting a throat, and Wei Yang understood the implications but still rejected Wei Jin's idea. "Even so, we can't casually sentence someone to death. We should investigate thoroughly first." Wei Jin bit his lip, reluctantly cupping his hands. "I will follow brother's orders. But this guy, even if he isn't the thief aiming for the marshal's gift, doesn't seem like a good citizen either. It would be better to knock him out." Wei Yang nodded him. "That's fine. It's almost dawn. How about we take him to the Dihung Division's officer song for some food and drink?" "Good." Wei Jin received a hypnotic pill provided by the Danding Division from his subordinate. This pill was previously used for patients in need, allowing the user to fall into a dreamlike deep sleep to facilitate treatment. Later, the Cloud Riders heard about it and stockpiled this type of pill in large quantities to subdue dangerous criminals. The man on the ground struggled desperately but was still forced by Wei Jin to swallow the pill. Before long, the effects took hold and his resistance gradually weakened until he became completely still. To prevent any unexpected occurrences, 2 sets of handcuffs and leg shackles were added. After ensuring everything was secure, Wei Jin ordered the suspect to be taken away. As dawn broke, Wei Jin led a team of Cloud Riders, along with the captured suspect, to the area where the Dihung Division was located, Changle Tian. Along the way, Wei Jin was still a bit puzzled as to why Wei Yang was not in a hurry to catch the criminal, but instead wanted to come to the unfamiliar territory of Officer Song for drinks. Wei Yang had already noticed Wei Jin's thoughts, but had not explained along the way. Now that the Dihung Division was within reach, he no longer concealed it, telling Wei Jin his speculation: "If that thief wants to intercept the gift for the marshal, aside from tricking me, who else do you think he would look for after failing?" Wei Jin pondered seriously for a moment on this Luofu celestial vessel. The only one comparable to brother is only Officer Song. Wei Yang nodded in agreement. Officer Song Zhongyi has been handling government affairs for over 300 years, possessing considerable influence both in the civilian and official realms. If I were the thief after failing to win me over, I would definitely go looking for Song Zhongyi. He glanced around and deliberately tossed a handkerchief embroidered with the character Wei into a corner, where it wouldn't attract much attention, mumbling, "Oh dear sister, I'm only doing this to catch the criminal. Please don't blame me, brother." Confirming that no one else saw, Wei Yang pretended that nothing had happened and instructed everyone to act as if they had seen nothing. "Brother, this..." Wei Jin was puzzled again. Wei Yang halted his words. "It's just a shallow probe, let's continue on our way." Come, everyone, don't be polite, just eat and drink heartily." A man no more than 400 years old with a heroic demeanor and handsome features, Officer Song Zhongyi, raised his wine bowl in greeting to the visiting crowd, receiving cheers from everyone. He then sat at a table with Wei Yang and Wei Jin. "Wei Judge, I have long heard of your name. I heard that the marshal personally appointed a short-lived man as a judge, which made me want to visit, but due to busy official duties, I couldn't fulfill that wish. I didn't expect you, Wei Judge, to come to my door today. It's truly a great honor." Wei Yang cupped his hands in salute. "Officer Song is being too polite. I am but a junior and should proactively visit my seniors. It's just a pity I couldn't prepare a gift this time. I hope to make up for it next time." There's no need for such formalities. We are both officials serving the common people of the celestial vessel. There's no need for such empty courtesy. By the way, I haven't asked yet, did the judge and the valiant Wei come here on official business? Facing Officer Song Zongyi's inquiry, Wei Yang took a moment to phrase his words before saying, I, Wei Yang, have inadvertently gotten embroiled in a conspiracy concerning the marshal, and my brother Wei Jin and I are currently pursuing the thief throughout the celestial vessel. Officer Song Zhongyi became interested. How so? Have you caught someone? Wei Yang nodded. We captured a suspicious individual in a civilian house in the central area of the Starship Sea. He doesn't seem like a good citizen and may be related to this matter, so I had my brother Wei Jin take him down, preparing to bring him back for questioning. However, it is still early, and these matters are usually handled by the Diheng Division. I came to greet the officer. The person is currently detained outside the Diheng Division. Is that so? Officer Song Zhongyi was somewhat surprised. Truly efficient. You already have a lead so soon. If my Diheng Division had such efficiency, there would be no injustice in Luofu. While Wei Jin was focused on eating, he suddenly received a kick from Wei Yang. Years of cooperation allowed him to immediately catch on to Wei Yang's thoughts, and he chimed in, I've heard that Officer Song loves to eat coconut lamb. Why isn't that dish on the table? The scribe standing nearby laughed. This valiant man is joking, isn't he? The celestial vessel has been at war with the prosperous people for many years. Supplies have all been transported to the front lines, and we in logistics can barely get any meat, let alone the rare coconut lamb. Wei Yang added, by the way, I accidentally lost a handkerchief on the way here. It was embroidered by my little sister, and she specifically reminded me to keep it safe. It has my surname embroidered on it. I wonder if it can be found. Officer Song Zhongyi slammed the table. How could this be a problem? He pointed at the scribe. You go call a few attendants to find the judge's handkerchief. After a pause, he suddenly added, also call a few attendants to go with me to the nearest primitive planet to fetch some coconut lamb for our 2 guests to eat. Yes. The scribe obediently went to issue the orders, but Wei Yang stood up with a sincere expression. Officer, that's too much trouble. There's no need for that. However, Officer Song Zhongyi replied earnestly, since guests have come to my place, I should extend my hospitality and do my best to satisfy them. Wei Jin also stopped eating and quickly stood up to dissuade. I was just saying it casually. Please don't take it seriously, officer. If we can't even handle such small matters, how can we manage major affairs? Please wait a moment. After saying this, Officer Song Zhongyi hurriedly left. Wei Jin looked at Song Zongyi's retreating figure and sighed, what a righteous man Song Zhongyi. Wei Yang heard this and nodded in agreement, indeed righteous. Just then, as Song Zhongyi exited the Diheng Division's door, he heard someone shouting, Let me go, you've got the wrong person. Let me go. He looked over and saw a tall man with thick eyebrows, big eyes, yellowish skin, iron-like beard, and a voice like a bronze bell struggling under the eaves, unable to exert strength due to the effects of the pill. Living a life of drifting across the seas, breaking waves, and leaping over the tides to achieve extraordinary. Seeing this person, Song Zhongyi immediately understood that this was the suspect Wei Yang mentioned. He heard him cursing. If it weren't for your sneak attack and overwhelming numbers, I could have killed your leader with my bare hands. Let me go. Song Zongyi's heart sank. Wei Jin's strength was well known throughout the celestial vessel, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was the second strongest in Luofu. If it came to using a spear, taking up a sword in hand would surely see this title of Swordmaster change hands. Looking at the expressions of the Cloud Riders guarding him, it seemed that what he said was not false. Song Zhongyi remained vigilant. Come, please drink tea. Wei Yang accepted a pot of brewed fragrant tea and shot a glare at Wei Jin, who reluctantly took it, consoling himself to treat it as a hangover tea. At this moment, Song Zhongyi returned from hunting after just half an hour, cupping his hands. I apologize for the delay. The coconut lamb has come back and is already being cooked in the kitchen. The handkerchief of Wei Judge was also found located among a pile of miscellaneous goods. It must have been accidentally lost and blown there by the wind. Wei Yang took the handkerchief from the scribe behind Song Zhongyi, checked it, and confirmed it was his. Thank you for your efforts. Haha, not at all. It was no trouble. Officer Song Zhongyi patted Wei Yang's shoulder heartily, and then returned to his seat. Wei Jin looked at Wei Yang. Impressive, brother. In just a few bowls of wine you managed to retrieve this handkerchief. It's truly admirable. Hearing Wei Jin's praise, Song Zhongyi smiled even more brightly. Just a trivial matter. If a guest requests something from me, I should do my best to fulfill it. Wei Yang also smiled, and then pointedly remarked, it seems that in Changle Tian there's nothing Officer Zhongyi cannot accomplish. This statement was no longer a compliment, but was close to flattery, making Song Zhongyi look somewhat uncomfortable as he glanced at Wei Yang. What does the judge mean by this? Please speak plainly. Seeing that the time was right, Wei Yang confessed his intentions to Song Zhongyi. I am afraid that Officer Zhongyi has taken on a business that should not be accepted. Song Zhongyi was puzzled. What business? Wei Yang sighed. This business truly itches at the heart. Even I was almost unable to resist leading the benevolent to be unkind and the righteous to be less righteous. Officer Song, your righteousness is commendable, but it would be even better if you didn't value wealth too highly. Song Zhongyi snorted coldly. Those wealthy merchants, being rich yet unkind, think only of business, and even when their mouths overflow with oil they are unwilling to provide supplies to clothe and feed the soldiers on the front lines. They live a life of wealth, yet leave countless common people in poverty for a lifetime. Wei Yang strongly agreed. But officer, please don't act impulsively, and do something you will regret. A lifetime of reputation is hard-won but easily lost. Song Zhongyi became even more confused. What business is the judge worried I will engage in? Wei Yang smiled. What I mentioned earlier, being inadvertently caught up in a conspiracy regarding the marshal, is precisely this business. Intercepting the gift prepared for the marshal. Realizing the danger, Song Zhongyi took over the conversation. Where should we start with this? Wei Yang never speaks falsehoods. A few days ago, in the central area of the starship, a stranger suddenly approached me asking for my assistance to intercept the marshal's gift. As the marshal's personally appointed judge, I naturally rejected him and later let him escape. This time my brother Wei Jin and I are making a significant effort to capture him. If he comes to Officer Zongyi's residence and talks about some 4 symbols and 7 stars, you must never believe him. Song Zhongyi was taken aback. 4 symbols and 7 stars, what is that? He will know when he arrives. After a full meal and drinks, Wei Yang took his leave and Song Zhongyi immediately expressed his willingness to see him off. As they exited the Diheng Division's door, artificial snowflakes were falling from the sky. Wei Yang exhaled into his hands and then stuffed them into his pockets. Wei Jin stepped forward and ordered, "Release the prisoner." Yes. The man had shouted all night, his voice hoarse and weary, lowering his head yet still shouting in protest. "Let me go, I haven't committed any crime." Wei Jin explained to Song Zhongyi. "This fellow is the thief I captured." Song Zhongyi leaned closer and feigned surprise. "Xiao Sanzi, what are you doing here?" The man momentarily did not react to being called, while Wei Yang's deep gaze fell on his face. Wei Jin, being impulsive, exclaimed, "What? Is this an acquaintance of the officer?" Hearing this, the man realized they were speaking about him. He hurriedly raised his head, found the unfamiliar one among the 3, and cried out, "Uncle I. It's an evil person, save me." Wei Yang asked, "Who is this?" Song Zhongyi replied, "This is my nephew Wang Xiaosan, my sister's son. I've only seen him in his youth before he followed his mother to Zhuming. Sai, he has grown so much already. Xiaosan, what brings you to Luofu without even notifying me? Are you here to seek refuge with your uncle, or have you turned to thievery?" The other party defended himself, saying, "Uncle, it's not me. I haven't stolen anything. If you haven't, then why did the judge and his men catch you? Speak the truth." As he spoke, he drew his sword and pointed it at the other person's neck, exuding a murderous aura. Wei Yang immediately rushed out to grab Song Zhongyi, saying, "Since we are family, we must not act impulsively. Let's hear him out first, shall we?" The large man cried, "Uncle, I was drunk yesterday and wandered into a civilian's home. I saw no one around and fell asleep. I only woke up in the evening to realize I was in trouble. As I was about to leave, these cloud riders barged in and beat me up, then brought me here to you." Song Zhongyi feigned anger and kicked the large man over, saying, "You are beyond redemption. Don't I provide you with food, clothing, and shelter? You caused such a huge mess over a little bit of rice water." Wei Yang stopped Song Zhongyi, saying, "Calm down, my lord. Your nephew hasn't committed any serious offense. It was just an extraordinary situation. Had we known he was your nephew, we wouldn't have been so rough. Quickly untie him. Now that the misunderstanding is cleared, we shall take our leave." Song Zhongyi sincerely said, "Judge Wei, you are too polite. In the future, if you need to perform righteous deeds close to the heavens, I have some resources here. For my sake, please accept them." As Wei Yang was about to refuse, Wei Jin suddenly stepped in to help hold him, saying, "Then thank you very much." Ignoring Wei Yang's disapproving expression, he stuffed it into his pocket. Wei Yang cupped his hands again, saying, "Farewell." Song Zhongyi returned the gesture, saying, "No need to see you off." A group came and a group left, just one less suspect but a sudden windfall. Wei Jin smiled as he handed the money to Wei Yang, saying, "Brother, you are just too thin-skinned. Let me handle these matters in the future. I don't care for face." Wei Yang pointed at him unhappily, saying, "You next time you must not be so rude." Ding dong. A message prompt came from the terminal. Wei Yang opened the message interface and saw a note from someone marked Cloud Rider Soldier Li Sailang. "Judge Wei, the Wind Sword Commander, has discovered suspicious individuals appearing around Taibusi." He remembered that the last time this Cloud Rider found him, he said his mother was critically ill and needed treatment. However, at that time the war with the Fertile People had just begun and the front line was sending back a large number of wounded. There was a shortage of staff and medicinal materials in the Danding Division. He had arranged for a chaos physician to help his mother escape danger. Now he was here to repay the favor. Wei Jin saw Wei Yang's message and said, "Brother, your past assistance to others is finally starting to pay off." Wei Yang laughed heartily, saying, "This is called good deeds attracting good fortune. I will head to Taibusi now. You and the brothers go back to rest and come to Taibusi later to meet." Wei Jin grabbed Wei Yang's sleeve, concerned, saying, "Brother, you are in the light, while the enemy is in the dark. I am not by your side, so be cautious. If you are not sure, just wait for me to come." Wei Yang pressed his hand down, smiling to reassure him, "Do not worry. I am not so easily schemed against." Hearing this, Wei Jin, despite his many worries, finally released his grip, saying, "Understood." dividing into two paths with two conversations happening in the Earth Balance Division. After Song Zhongyi sent the person off, he turned to the man kneeling on the ground and asked, "You look unfamiliar. You have never come to Luofu before, right? Where are you from and what do you want? Speak the truth or I assure you that you will not fare better in my hands than in Wei Yang's." The man, grateful for Song Zongyi's help, did not dare to lie, saying, "I am here to bring good news to a hero." "Who are you talking about? Where does he live?" Chang Yuan shook his head, saying, "I do not know where he lives. I only know that the people of the immortal boat call him Yu Rui Song Zhongyi." Song Zongyi's eyes lit up, saying, "I am Song Zhongyi. What is it that you want from me?" "You are—" The man did not expect to find his target by mistake and immediately explained, "My surname is Chang and my name is Yuan. I originally worked under the company, but because I took a path of immortality I am called Fan Tianlong. I specifically came to bring good news to you, my lord. Last night I drunkenly fell asleep in a civilian's house and unexpectedly got caught by the Cloud Riders and brought here. Truly fate brings people together even across 1,000 miles. Without fate we do not meet. Fortunately today I was saved by you, my lord." Song Zhongyi ordered someone to bring Chang Yuan a few sets of clean clothing. Once he was dressed he asked, "You mentioned bringing good news to me. What is it?" Chang Yuan replied, "I have roamed since childhood and met many heroes. I often hear your name, so I dare to say this. There are no outsiders here, so I can speak openly to you." Song Zhongyi said, "These are all my trusted aides, so feel free to speak." Chang Yuan continued, "I have heard that General Fong Humo has collected 30 trillion treasures from the company to offer as tribute to the Celestial Repair Department, presented to celebrate Marshal Chen's birthday. Last year countless gold, silver, and jewels were also sent, but the Marshal rejected them. This year again they are preparing to offer tributes to the Star God, which must arrive at Luofu this month in anticipation of the Marshal's arrival. I thought this was ill-gotten wealth and should be returned to the people. So I came to discuss a plan with you. I know you are a true hero, both wise and skilled. I am not talented, but I have learned some skills. I am not afraid of a few dozen Cloud Riders, even if there are 1 or 2,000 cavalry. If you, my lord, have the heart of the people and righteousness and want to conspire with me, what do you think?" Song Zhongyi already had a plan in mind. If this matter were to be exposed, he would only lose his position. If successful, it would benefit countless common people. He immediately said, "Good. Since you are here, you must have suffered a lot. Please go to the guest room to rest and we will discuss this further." Song Zhongyi instructed the clerk to lead Chang Yuan to the guest room to rest. However, Chang Yuan thought to himself, unexpectedly suffering this misfortune, I owe thanks to Lord Song for saving me. But that group of Cloud Riders deceived the Lord of his money and held me for a night. It would be better to catch up and get back the money from them to return to the Lord and also to vent my anger. With this thought, Chang Yuan nodded, sneaking out while it was still dark and hurriedly heading in the direction where Wei Yang and the others had gone. As the night faded, the rooster crowed and the sun rose, bringing light to the world. The Fan Tianlong Chang Yuan had been rushing for almost half an hour, turning through 6 or 7 streets, when he saw Wei Jin leading the Cloud Rider soldiers, but the leading Judge Wei was nowhere to be seen. Chang Yuan caught up and shouted, "Don't go!" Wei Jin was startled and turned around, seeing Chang Yuan approaching. Wei Jin raised his hooked spear, yelling, "What do you want, you rascal?" Chang Yuan, panting heavily, said, "You return my uncle's money and I will let you go." The money had already been handed over to Wei Yang by Wei Jin. Even if there were any left, he wouldn't give it back. He laughed, saying, "The money is a gift from Song the Steward. What does it have to do with you? If it weren't for the fact that Song the Steward is your uncle, I would have already taken your life. How dare you ask for money?" Chang Yuan angrily said, "You all unjustly captured me for a night and deceived my uncle out of his money. It would be one thing to offend me, but to swindle my uncle's money is unacceptable. If it is not returned, I will make you regret it." Chang Yuan's words were heartfelt. He had long admired Song Zongyi's reputation and had come to seek refuge with him. Now that he had been saved, he felt completely devoted to him. "I understand. Did the leader of yours take the money and run away?" Wei Jin was also angry, saying it was of no concern to him, but Wei Yang was the first to react. He immediately pointed at Chang Yuan and scolded, "You insolent rascal. If you dare to speak ill of my brother again, I will tear your mouth apart." Chang Yuan retorted, "You soldier scum, who harm the people, what does it matter if I curse you?" Wei Jin scolded back, "Thieving, looking with rat-like eyes, you will surely drag Steward Song into trouble. Watch me capture you and send you back to the Earth Balance Division." Chang Yuan angrily declared, "Last time I didn't finish you off, this time I will settle this once and for all." He swung his fist and charged at Wei Jin. Wei Jin saw Chang Yuan rushing in and burst out laughing, readying his hooked spear to meet him. The two clashed on the road, trading blows back and forth. Chang Yuan was swift and Wei Jin could not land a hit. Chang Yuan threw a punch and Wei Jin blocked with his spear. They fought for dozens of rounds, neither side gaining the upper hand, and the fight grew fiercer, each unwilling to back down until blood was drawn. The Cloud Rider soldiers saw that Wei Jin and Chang Yuan were at a stalemate and were about to join in to surround him. Suddenly someone dashed out from a side alley, wedging between the two, and swung a long knife, striking Wei Jin's spear and forcing him to stagger back over 10 steps, colliding into a group of Cloud Rider soldiers. Then, with another downward strike, he forced Chang Yuan to retreat, although he still lost half of his hair. The newcomer coldly said, "You two are having a good fight. Wanna fight me too?" He crossed his long knife, horizontally stabilizing both of them. Looking at the newcomer, they had a beautiful complexion and a delicate appearance, truly a natural beauty impossible to ignore, a flower captivating the nation. The golden armor gleamed, and they had won many battles both south and north. Wei Jin focused his gaze and was shocked to finally recognize the person. He immediately stepped forward to salute, saying, "Cloud Rider Warrior Wei Jin, I greet you respectfully. I have met the Ten Kings Division Lord Yen Jun Lady Yi Wangshu." Yi Wangshu sheathed her long knife, glancing at Wei Jin, saying, "Continue fighting. Why have you stopped? If this drags on the people of Chang Lutian, will see you." Wei Jin, the earth-splitting spear, unable to handle a mere thief. Hearing this, Wei Jin felt embarrassed but had to admire Yi Wangshu's ability to take on two opponents, realizing that in terms of strength the other party was indeed superior, so he did not refute, only saying, "You are right, my skills are still lacking." Humph. Yi Wangshu did not continue to press him, but turned her attention to Chang Yuan, looking down from her height, saying, "You dare to attack the Cloud Riders. You have quite the audacity." Chang Yuan seemed to be intimidated by Yi Wangshu's presence, and swallowed hard, feeling some fear. Wei Jin stepped forward to explain, "My lord, you may not know. This fellow broke into a civilian's home yesterday and fell asleep, so I caught him and brought him to Steward Song Zhongyi. But it turned out he is the steward's nephew, so I spared him. The steward treated us to drinks and gave me some gifts. This fellow deceived the steward and came here seeking money from me. How could I just let it go?" Yi Wangshu pondered, "I have known Song Zhongyi since childhood, and am familiar with his relatives, but I have never heard. This is suspicious." Yi Wangshu did not expose him publicly, but instead said to Chang Yuan, "I have a deep friendship with Song Zhongyi since childhood. I know him well, he often does favors for others. If you come to demand payment, it will embarrass your uncle." Chang Yuan dared not act rashly, saying, "My lord, you do not understand. This is not my uncle's willingness to give. He deceived my uncle out of his money. If it is not returned, I cannot explain it to him." Wei Jin smiled lightly, saying, "Unless the steward comes personally to ask, I will return it to him, but I cannot give it to you." Chang Yuan angrily retorted, "You framed me as a thief and deceived my money. Why should you not return it to me?" Wei Jin said, "This is not your money. I will never give it to you." Chang Yuan replied, "If you don't return it, then I will fight." He looked at Yi Wangshu and the words stuck in his throat, "Fight." "Su." Yi Wangshu, impatient to find Song Zhongyi, revealed a fierce expression, saying, "If you two want to fight, I won't hold back either. If anyone dies, do not blame me for being heavy-handed." Chang Yuan was truly scared but still unwilling to give up, stubbornly saying, "Let him return the money and I will leave." Wei Jin gritted his teeth, saying, "If it weren't for the sake of the steward, I would have killed you with one spear thrust. Killing you would only tarnish my name." Chang Yuan clenched his fists, anger rising. Just as he was about to strike, he was suddenly seized by someone from bang. This punch, which could have shattered half of Chang Lutian, was caught steadily by someone. Chang Yuan saw that the one who caught his punch was Song Zhongyi, wearing an angry expression. Song Zhongyi shouted, "You beast! How dare you be rude to my esteemed guest?" Chang Yuan's anger dissipated instantly, realizing he had embarrassed Song Zhongyi, and did not dare to speak. Yi Wangshu remarked, "It is indeed you who can stop this farce." Song Zhongyi also saw Yi Wangshu and was shocked, wondering how she got involved in this, asking, "Why have you come here to cause trouble with the younger generation?" Yi Wangshu replied, "Your nephew seems to be new here, and wants to show off in front of you, coming to Wei Jin to demand the money you gifted him. Then they started fighting. I happened to pass by and called them to a halt." Seeing that no one was injured, Song Zhongyi breathed a sigh of relief, turning to Wei Jin, saying, "This beast came here without my knowledge. Brave warrior, please do not take offense. I will definitely visit and apologize another day." Seeing that Song Zhongyi was courteous, Wei Jin did not wish to press the matter further, cupping his hands in respect, saying, "Steward, you are too kind. I know this matter has nothing to do with you. There is no loss, so there is no need for a visit. Farewell." Yi Wangshu looked at Song Zhongyi, saying, "If you hadn't come, there might have been a major incident. I watched for a while. This kid Wei Jin learned a spear technique from General Yao Qing Wanhua. Being a master of the great star level, he is hard to find an opponent for, yet he still struggles against him. Your nephew's punch just now, I could not catch it in time. I could only cut him down with a knife." Hearing the first part, Chang Yuan felt indignant. Hearing the latter half, he was even more disheartened. Yi Wangshu pointed at him, saying, "Where did your nephew come from? I have not seen him in Luofu before." Song Zhongyi replied, "Let's not discuss that for now. You arrived just in time. I was wondering whether to invite you to conspire on a major matter. I was just thinking of calling you, but I could not find this lad. I only heard from the clerk that he saw him leave and rushed to follow Judge Wei. I hurriedly came after him and fortunately caught up with you. Let's return to my place. We have some matters to discuss." Yi Wangshu nodded and followed several people back to the Earth Balance Division, placing her long knife on the weapon rack, saying, "Just now I was very curious about what you said, Judge Wei. Who is this person? I have never heard of him before." Song Zhongyi sighed and said, This Judge Wei is called Wei Yang. More than 20 years ago we conquered a planet that had been enslaved by the Buli people. At that time, the marshal personally came to this planet to comfort the soldiers after we defeated the Buli forces. He happened to see Wei Yang, who was still in swaddling clothes, and took him back to the immortal boat to raise him. A few years ago Wei Yang passed the Cloud Rider officer exam, but since there had never been a precedent for someone of short life to become a Cloud Rider officer, the marshal specifically arranged for him to enter the Ten Kings division. I originally did not pay much attention, but by the time I noticed him, he already had the title of Close to the Heavens and had gained high prestige among the lower classes of the immortal boat, even forming a brotherhood with high-ranking officers like Wei Jin. Yi Wangshu became interested, saying, "Short life. His subordinates all respect him." Song Zhongyi smiled, saying, "You have not been here these past few years. The Ten Kings division has become his one-man show." Yi Wangshu's heart trembled slightly as she silently noted this name, then asked, "And who is your nephew?" Song Zhongyi replied, "This person is surnamed Chang, named Yuan. He used to work for the company and specifically came to seek refuge with me. Last night he drunkenly slept in a civilian's house and was caught by Wei Jin and brought here. I recognized him as my nephew, which allowed him to escape." On a small hill a purple-black fissure appeared on the ground. An abyss apostle who had just been killed by Sarutobi's surprise attack flew out, looking towards the direction of Sarutobi, who carried the power of the abyss. Feeling the increasingly intense fluctuations of the abyss energy, the power of the abyss is no joke. Greedy people. Admiring himself in his heart, he also disposed of a foolish ally, just like that group of dragon lizards. Dying in the greatness of the abyss. Confirming once again that his masterpiece did not encounter any changes, he called forth the portal to the abyss again, pretending that this mastermind had already perished. According to the instructions of the prince, the task has been completed. Next he just needed to avoid being noticed by that figure. He took slow steps towards the portal. Whoosh, whoosh, just as he attempted to slip away. From the underground where he was hiding, several emerald green plant chains emerged, resembling pythons attacking their prey, tightly binding him in place, even pulling him towards the opposite direction of the portal. The plant chains appeared fragile, but despite his struggles none broke. He sensed the exceedingly rich power of the plant element. Turned to ashes. His body began to turn red. Flames intertwined with the pitch-black power of the abyss burned the surrounding plants to ashes. "So I was discovered, the god of grass. You have come. Since you have discovered me, let us engage in battle." Those eyes radiating red light glanced at Nahida, and without hesitation, instead of fleeing immediately, he launched an attack. He looked up at Nahida hovering in midair. With a flick of his arm blade, he formed two fiery energy blades aimed at Nahida. This moment is the time for wisdom. Nahida drew her weapon, not the original divine tool teapot of the little grass god, but a crystalline green onion-shaped one-handed sword. With a single slash, she dispersed the two energy blades. The battle continued. If it were those abyss twins, Nahida would have been cautious, but the abyss apostle was not strong enough to defeat her. It was just a chance to test those modified ninjutsu. After obtaining ninjutsu from Minato and Kushina, Nahida had also noted quite a few. She had completely revamped them. Now ordinary soldiers could not learn them, but those with a vision could. Afterwards, she would continue to improve. The progress of all her subjects would definitely be possible. As for Nahida herself using them, she did not need to perform hand seals like ordinary ninjas. As long as she clapped her hands, natural energy would form the desired effects according to her thoughts. Grass clone. Nahida used grass clone. Bang, bang, bang. Nahida suddenly created many clones of herself beside her, nodding at each other. They began to raise their respective green onion swords, overwhelming the abyss apostle. The abyss apostle raised both hands high, praised the abyss. The abyss apostle raised his protective barrier. Nahida's plant element was ineffective against the fire element shield. Realizing that Nahida was helpless against his shield, the abyss apostle used provocation. Nahida's rationality decreased slightly. Nahida's attack power increased. Nahida used her finger-biting technique. Numerous waters appeared above the head of the abyss apostle. The shield of the abyss apostle shattered. Nahida's clones used a combined slash. The abyss apostle suffered severe physical damage. The abyss apostle pleaded for mercy. "Wait a moment. Please, Grass King, stop. If you continue to attack, I will really die. Grass King, my name is Abyss Apostle. Although I am an abyss apostle, I believe I haven't done anything bad in your realm. I haven't harmed anyone related to you, have I? Can you let me go?" You are abyss apostle. Apart from the skin color, ordinary people would not notice any difference between abyss mages and abyss apostles. However, in her memory, the name of abyss apostle was still very clear. Back then she was just a yellow-haired traveler who liked to sleep. In a certain storyline, an abyss apostle named Abyss Apostle appeared. "Do you know me?" The abyss apostle lowered his hand that covered his masked face, surprised that Nahida seemed to recognize him. Nahida did not answer him. Instead she pondered. According to her memories of that time in the game plot situation, should she kill this guy? Or ask this fellow about the reason for the Abyss appearance here. Even though the people of the Abyss had died and returned to the Abyss, this Abyss Apostle named Abyss Apostle seemed extraordinarily resilient like a normal person. She had encountered other Abyss Apostles in Teyvat. Those apostles would only loudly praise the Abyss and then rush forward, except for a few words back and forth. They would not show any fear while battling the Abyss. Unlike this fellow who pleaded for mercy. As per the prince's request. Grass King, you have won and captured me. You are eligible to receive this. The Abyss Apostle took out something that seemed to be given to him. The object in his palm radiated light, a glowing puzzle piece. The puzzle depicted a little girl. With only one corner, it couldn't reveal anything useful. Seeing Nahida lost in thought, the Abyss Apostle slowly retreated, trying to take advantage of Nahida's distraction to open the portal and escape. But what awaited the Abyss Apostle was the green onion sword that pierced his heart. Should Abyss Apostles die? The Abyss Apostle still wanted to argue a few points. He was not afraid of death. Their deaths were merely a return to the earth. He just wanted to ask Nahida this question. Nahida took out a candy from her small space and answered, "Nonsense. If you don't die, do I have to die? You will always be an Abyss Apostle for a day." The battle ended. After noticing the silence, several figures emerged from the ruins of the fight. Observing Nahida flying in the sky, seeing the curious ordinary civilians and the arriving ninjas, Nahida sighed wearily, her palms extended outward. As her hands came together, they began to glow. "Be good. The bad guys have been chased away." Nahida's authority combined with her voice quickly calmed the expressions of the people on the ground. The sudden azure light in the night attracted many people's attention. Then all who saw it, whether ordinary people or ninjas, fell into a daze. Each person illuminated by the light in Nahida's hand displayed an innocent smile. This special illusion formed by her authority in conjunction with her consciousness. The head pat light could directly connect to individuals, or be used in a group patting as before. Those who were head patted would have most of their adult memories blurred, while their pure childhood memories would be greatly awakened and enhanced. Meanwhile, at the other side, Wendy and Uchiha Izumi, who had been sneakily observing Abyss Apostle's appearance from the beginning, suddenly left to rush back to the center of the Sarutobi clan, heading to another battlefield. Even if they hadn't finished watching the go, with the strum of the lute in his hand, their speed accelerated again, jumping from rooftop to rooftop. Sarutobi glanced at the scrutinizing and suspicious gazes of the surrounding people. He felt a great anger in his heart. "What are your gazes about? Are you suspecting me?" I said. "That monster was killed by me." They all died because of the monster possessing Uchiha Itachi. His young and powerful body made Sarutobi's words exude a sense of strength. The pride of looking down on his peers returned. "Humph. Who allowed you to question me, the Hokage? In light of your doubts about me, this is the punishment. Kneel." As the youth returned with the power of the Abyss after releasing murderous intent and pressure, most of the ninjas standing in front began to kneel, trembling with cold sweat. However, the Uchiha ninjas were resolute, each glaring with their Sharingan, struggling against the pressure while trying to stand. The few clan heads at the front still stood straight against the pressure. What the hell happened here? Sarutobi, seeing these clan heads defy his order to kneel. Sarutobi was very displeased. He detested disobedient individuals. When he was old, he had the will but lacked the strength. But now he was not. Several clan heads looked at Sarutobi under pressure. Out of respect for the Hokage, they did not immediately attack. Until the rejuvenated third Hokage gritted his teeth and began to speak. "The Uchiha clan has rebelled against Konoha, and Uchiha Itachi has committed suicide in guilt. Now everyone kill all the Uchiha. Why aren't you making a move? Or do you not wish to listen to me, the third Hokage? Disobedient dogs, you traitors of Konoha." Inazuka Nara and other clan heads looked at the somewhat deranged third Hokage. They definitely couldn't engage in a battle. It was hard to say whether this third Hokage was truly the Hokage. They could only try to control this young third Hokage. No one noticed. After saying this, ominous red light began to spread in Sarutobi's eyes. As Sarutobi started to act, just as Uchiha Itachi had been possessed, a black power overflowed from his body, appearing very eerie. Danzo also came over after receiving news of trouble in the Sarutobi clan. Upon entering, he saw his damn old partner, rejuvenated with Sarutobi's predatory gaze, fixated on Danzo. "Danzo, my old friend, you finally arrived. Notify your root members to come. These traitors are trying to revolt today." Sarutobi felt a bit uncomfortable. But it was nothing, the vitality of youth only brought mild discomfort. Looking at the Konoha crowd confronting him, in his view, the Uchihas mocked him with frenzied smiles. The worried gazes of his allies also stimulated his heart under his sight. Seeing his old friend, he quickly used the body flicker technique to reach Danzo's side, complaining in a tone as if they were bullying him. "Old friend, let's touch the abyss together. Look at me, I've returned to my youth. Let's kill these traitors together. Devote everything to the deep." Konoha. The ugly old man Danzo with his eyes tangled was startled by the suddenly close Sarutobi. Goodness! What have you done, Sarutobi? As Sarutobi approached him, Danzo felt something writhing in his heart, something hidden wanting to emerge. Something eerie. He used a substitution technique to appear on the other side where others were confronting him. Seeing the corpses of many Sarutobi clan members all over the ground, Danzo asked seriously what had happened. The Uchihas naturally hated this old man Danzo and did not explain, but some other clan heads elaborated. Elder Danzo, after we received the signal for support from the Hokage, we came here. First, let's control this Sarutobi. Let's take him down first. If Sarutobi had not been enhanced, the cooperation of so many Jonin and clan heads would be no problem. But, after questioning, when they turned their heads again, Sarutobi had already undergone a mutation. You all, Danzo, even you have betrayed Konoha. Then, for the sake of Konoha, I can only ask you to die. Everyone, disobedient dogs don't deserve to live. What of the first Hokage's clan? They can all die. You Uchihas are the same. Why not obediently die? Die? Sarutobi's mind was already very chaotic. He felt the scene before him continuously shifting. Mocking him, being scolded by the second Hokage. The truth of the black pot Danzo had placed on him appeared in full. Abyss transformation. Sarutobi launched an attack. Sarutobi summoned a summoned beast infected by the abyss. The summoned beast also glowed with red light, transforming into a stick. Earth Dragon Bullet. Suddenly the heads of earth dragons erupted from the ground, spraying mud and stones, injuring many who were caught off guard. Sarutobi used a charge. Sarutobi used a cage. Sarutobi used a fire dragon bullet. It's not working. The young third Hokage's strength is incredibly strong. If he goes all out, many will probably be in trouble today. Go all out. There is no need to hold back. The third Hokage has already been controlled. Everyone go all out. Ninja below Jonin level, leave. This is not a place for you to participate. That tight-fitting guy, you should leave too. This is not a place for you. Might Guy looked at the person advising him to retreat, revealing his healthy smile. It's time for the Azure Beast of Konoha to make its appearance. Soon, under the relentless bombardment of ninjutsu from the rampaging Sarutobi Hiruzen. Among those present, there were few ninjas still standing. The sealing-class ninjas attempted to trap the third Hokage with the four-symbol seal. However, this state of Sarutobi Hiruzen was unexpectedly powerful. He seemed to embody the title of the strongest Hokage. Though in this state he seemed intent on killing everyone in Konoha. A hellish joke. Submissive towards outsiders. Yet striking fiercely within. Some unfortunate ninjas, before they could even use their substitutes, were directly injured and killed by the abyss-invaded Sarutobi Hiruzen through ninjutsu. After letting out a scream, death, from the corpses of the dead, the blood-colored white mist was absorbed into Sarutobi Hiruzen's body. However, the ordinary ninjas who could not observe this did not notice. The fragile ninjas seldom managed to save such unfortunate kids who were unprepared with their substitutes. From the hands of a seasoned, shadow-level third Hokage with a youthful and robust physique, and a lifetime of ninjutsu experience, Danzo, who had been thoroughly taken care of by Sarutobi, spat out a mouthful of old blood. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Danzo gasped for air, and summoned his summoning beast. Damn it! He wanted to flee, he wanted to slap himself. Why on earth did he leave the root base to join this commotion with that dog Sarutobi Hiruzen? Several clan leaders were also running low on chakra. As for who Sarutobi Hiruzen was fighting now, it was Might Guy, the Azure Beast of Konoha. Many people were only now noticing this special Jonin. The green-clad weirdo. They finally understood why the Hokage agreed to designate Might Guy as a special Jonin. Currently, it was Might Guy who had yet to open the 8th gate, holding back Sarutobi Hiruzen. Having opened the 7th gate, he struggled to use his formidable physical techniques to kick Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was about to harm the injured, away. As for the 8th gate, he was still not quite able to maintain it for long, but if there were no other options today, he had prepared for that final moment of attack no matter what. No way. This third Hokage seems completely unfazed. Are we going for broke? I had planned to save this move for my dear friend Kakashi. Suddenly, before Might Guy, who was charging forward to fight, desperately appeared a gigantic Susanoo female warrior. With one hand, she tossed Might Guy aside. Uchiha Izumi wielding Susanoo stood in front of her clan. As for the others in Konoha, those opportunistic bastards. Uchiha Izumi easily blocked Sarutobi Hiruzen's attacks. But at the same time, the surface of Susanoo indeed had some cracks. Third Hokage, it seems you were the one pulling the strings. Was this grotesque appearance a backlash from that cursed thing? And that beast Uchiha Itachi. Today we must settle the score. Coincidentally, Uchiha Itachi, who was being propped up by several Uchiha ninjas, also awakened and looked up at Uchiha Izumi. His eyes were filled with dead silence. Only he knew what he had seen while being controlled. Izumi, be careful of the third Hokage. He cannot be controlled by Genjutsu now. Uchiha Taiho approached a little and loudly shared the information they had gathered during their battle with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Got it. You all retreat. This current Sarutobi Hiruzen is not something you can deal with. You too. You white-eyed wolf beast, after everything is settled, well, settle the score. Ignoring me. How dare you ignore me and talk big over there? The evil Uchiha. Death. Offer everything to the abyss. After attacking Susanoo and not getting the desired results, Sarutobi Hiruzen changed targets. It was evident that this younger Sarutobi Hiruzen had completely lost his reason. A deep-seated hatred for all living beings before him arose within Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. He let out a roar like a beast. In an instant, he appeared before an injured ninja. His purple-black hand pierced through that ninja's heart. Sarutobi Hiruzen began to devour the heart. In Uchiha Izumi's Mangekyo Sharingan, as Sarutobi Hiruzen consumed that heart, his power was actually becoming stronger. No, this cannot be allowed to continue. Otherwise this guy would be able to take down anyone today. Where is Wendy? Help me out. Cough cough. Due to certain reasons. You know, I haven't governed before, so I'm quite weak now. As Uchiha Izumi turned her head, searching for Wendy, she heard this sentence by her ear. Barbados, do something useful. As Sarutobi Hiruzen attempted to repeat his previous tactics, Uchiha Izumi forcefully blocked him while wielding Susanoo. Get them far away. Every single person who dies to the third Hokage will strengthen him. Who? I am counting on you. Miss Izumi. Danzo also took a deep breath and thanked Uchiha Izumi. Although Uchiha Izumi would rather directly cut that old dog Danzo down, Sarutobi Hiruzen charged back in. Sarutobi Hiruzen's movements were growing faster. The Sarutobi staff in his hand struck Susanoo, causing cracks to spread all over. This is bad. My vision is starting to deteriorate. This guy has actually become this strong. Although the giant Susanoo provided excellent defense, it also gave Sarutobi Hiruzen a great target. Seeing Susanoo about to shatter, Uchiha Izumi did not maintain it any longer, because Wendy had said reinforcements were on the way. She could only hold him off with swordsmanship and the eye of God. Blood tears fell from her eyes. The consumption of her ocular power was significant even with the assistance of the eye of God. The blade in her hand cut through Sarutobi Hiruzen's ninjutsu. The wind granted her agility and sharpness. As time went on in battle, Uchiha Izumi's condition also began to deteriorate, while Might Guy, who had rested for a while, wanted to rush in to save her. Everyone watched the battle from a distance, stretching their heads to see the situation. How much longer until Wendy arrives? I'm about to collapse. They are coming. Friends. The lack of physical strength meant Uchiha Izumi could not withstand this attack. At that moment, a golden light flashed continuously. When Uchiha Izumi opened her eyes again, she saw a golden-haired maid figure looking at her with concern. It's rest now, Miss Uchiha Izumi. Leave the rest to us. After bowing, the golden-haired maid vanished in another flash of golden light. And before Sarutobi Hiruzen was a woman in a maid's dress identical to her save for hair color, and a golden-haired boy. Looking at the frenzied Sarutobi Hiruzen, Naruto felt a bit emotional, then pulled out that experimental item and stabbed it deeply into himself. The emerald energy liquid embedded in Naruto was quickly absorbed. A violent storm erupted around his body. This thing was, to be precise, merely a byproduct of an accident during Nahida's experiment. The crazed Sarutobi Hiruzen, seeing a boy with familiar red and gold hair, whose appearance was now a chaotic mess, uttered the name. Minato. Kushina. You have returned. I am not wrong. I am the Hokage. I cannot be wrong. I merely made the choice that was most beneficial for Konoha. His madness momentarily gave way to guilt as he reflected on the promise he made to Minato and Kushina during their last moments, yet he quickly reverted to his frenzied state. I am not wrong. As Naruto utilized the item Nahida had given him, with the smoke storm that had formed around him dissipating, a tall young man appeared resembling Minato, but perhaps even more handsome, with golden hair. He wore a warm smile. Looking around, he said, So I was summoned to this time. TCH. There are only 3 minutes left. Surprisingly, his godmother was not here. At this moment, he recalled the embarrassing history of his father as a butler. Haha. What a pity there was no camera to document it. My terminal here can't log in either. Recognizing the two Catherines, the young man with golden hair struggled to suppress a smile. He winked at the two Catherine's parents. But before he could greet them, he noticed Sarutobi Hiruzen approaching him and Catherine with a stick, and the golden-haired youth couldn't help but laugh. However, this smile was filled with danger. Someone was about to have a bad day. If it weren't for his wife waiting for him to go shopping, he would have stayed longer just to deal with that old turtle Sarutobi Hiruzen. It turned out that using it back then, when he fainted, was just temporarily summoning my future self. Looking at the still backward little village, with corpses scattered everywhere, the barbaric and ignorant ninja village system and its slaves were truly shocking. Watching the ninjas of the mad Sarutobi Hiruzen, who were clearly worried despite having been killed by the so-called Hokage, the ninjas observing the battle from a height also saw the golden-haired youth appear. That is the fourth That person looks like the fourth. The fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze had not left for long, and many present recognized and had seen that spirited figure. No! The fourth died a long time ago. Could he be the fourth's child? He has already grown so much. Naruto clenched his fists tightly. However, even though time was short, he finally found the opportunity to beat that dog of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Damn! After observing so many timelines through the Void Terminal, I had been brainwashed into being their dog, and inherited some worthless Hokage title. No ambitions. Although I can't blame that isolated and brainwashed self, I will always remember my grudge against Sarutobi Hiruzen for brainwashing me. Later, I even fought aliens for a pathetic village in close combat. What Hokage grandpa? Does he deserve it? On the orb at his waist, 7 differently colored beads began to glow. The golden-haired youth skillfully lit them up. As he did, the pressure of the natural energy emanating from him increased. Then everyone present lost sight of the golden-haired youth. Only Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was knocked into the air, struggled in a hoarse and powerless manner. His body covered in The waning state proved the recent presence of the golden-haired youth. He seemed capable of easily defeating Sarutobi Hiruzen, but he was merely toying with him in a mocking manner. Hokage, you the so-called strongest Hokage. Today I will let you know. Pretending to make you fly? For the sake of his wife, who had made him angry less often, he rarely swore, but now he found the opportunity to curse Sarutobi Hiruzen again. Mastering the 7 elemental natural energies, he dealt with someone like Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was only modified by a bit of abyssal power, with ease. Of course, it didn't matter if he ended up being corrupted and dying. Damn, time is running out. The golden-haired youth stopped his mockery. Clenching his fist with one hand, he faced Sarutobi Hiruzen. He did not intend to kill him outright. For ninjas, being killed was not an insult. Humph. On the contrary, the golden-haired youth wanted to save him, but not completely save. Let Sarutobi Hiruzen enjoy himself. God! Mother! Before the golden-haired youth could greet the people, he felt time had run out, and he instantly vanished, returning to the unconscious 7-year-old Naruto, who was being held by golden-haired Minato. Lord of the Grass Kingdom, the matter has been resolved. Then let's go. Those ninjas are also about to arrive. Sarutobi Hiruzen, lying on the ground, regained clarity in his eyes. His body reverted to that old state. He tried to move but felt no sensation in his arms and legs. Ugh, ugh, ugh. He could only make indistinct sounds, as it seemed even his throat had been damaged. As they approached again, they only saw a few beams of light streaking across the sky. That fourth's child does not wish to return to the village? Nara's clan leader sighed, instructing the ninjas to take the third and the surviving ninjas back to the hospital. Phew! Everyone, do not pursue him. For solving the problems caused by the third, we have already shown care. Now the important thing is to quickly decide on the candidate for the 5th Hokage and repair Konoha. After the Nara clan leader finished his instructions, the 3 elders who arrived late, along with Danzo, who longed to become Hokage, felt their hearts ignite with passion. Upon seeing Jiraiya transformed into a white-haired girl by that strange little girl, and ordering his subordinates to take him away, she was filled with worry for Jiraiya's safety. She then heard Nahida's explanation, and saw Nahida's gaze directed at her. Tsunade couldn't ascertain whether this so-called grass god was truly a divine being. After all, her great-grandfather was once referred to as the god of ninjas. The title of deity wasn't particularly rare. Tsunade's eyes were filled with suspicion, and there was hatred. These strange vines resembled her great-grandfather's would release. She was certain that the little girl claiming to be the grass god was not from the Senju clan. Who was she? A product of experimentation from? Nahida, who heard Tsunade's chaotic thoughts, remained silent, aware that a person's beliefs could not be easily changed by words in a short time. Then let Tsunade experience it personally. Tsunade's gaze was drawn to Nahida's 4-leafed eyes. Her eyes were a special bloodline limit. Then, before Tsunade, Nahida's eyes, glowing with a green light, grew brighter. The burst of light made her close her eyes. Eventually she realized that she could no longer evade when Nahida was likely using an illusion. Losing consciousness, Nahida approached the tightly bound Tsunade. After seeing that she had already fallen into a dream, she laid her down. Hiss! What an obstructive barrier. Let's make her smaller. When Tsunade regained consciousness, she opened her eyes. The tiny Tsunade looked around in confusion. A small bed, covered by a quilt, surrounded by some peculiar badges. Where is this? So familiar. A soft voice from a little girl drew the attention of those in the room. Tobarama, I heard a voice. It must be Tsunade waking up. Little Tsunade, if she wakes up and doesn't see her parents, she might cry. Brother. Soon as the voices outside drew closer, 2 familiar big men appeared before her. One man sporting a mushroom head and a white-haired man following behind him. Great-grandfather. The crisp call of great-grandfather by little Tsunade brought great joy to Senju Hashirama, who was squeezed to the front. Haha, Tobarama, look. Tsunade still recognizes us. The white-haired man teased his foolish older brother. Brother, be serious. You're already a grandfather. Tsunade, you just woke up, you might not remember. Your parents have gone off to be adventurers and entrusted you to us for a while. Ha! Tsunade's mind was filled with question marks. Nahida had not blocked Tsunade's memories from the ninja world. Tsunade had also stayed a long time in the greatly changed land of grass, and had come into contact with many things. Her heart had actually grown accustomed to the current style of the land of grass. Much better than the power struggles of her third Hokage teacher in Konoha, the only obsession left in her heart seemed to be the unwillingness to see Konoha built by her grandfathers be destroyed. Senju Hashirama skillfully placed little Tsunade on his shoulder. Tsunade, you can't cry. Great-grandfather is taking you out to play. And later when your grandmother Mito finishes dinner, well, return on time. Having been taken out by great-grandfather for so long in her memory, Tsunade was a little dazed. Great-grandfather. The whole world felt very real, compared to the rough world constructed by illusions. Little Tsunade tightly held onto her great-grandfather Senju Hashirama's hair, looking at the little person who suddenly appeared before her. It was the little girl from the land of grass who had captured her. Don't panic. They won't hear us communicate. In Tsunade's dream, a projected Nahida communicated with Tsunade. Tsunadekan, I sense you seem to have a serious mental illness. Please don't mind the previous joke. I do not require control over Konoha. Since you have stayed in the land of grass for so long, you must be clear about my philosophy. Everything in this world is established based on your memories combined with your experiences in the land of grass. Do you need me to block your current memories and let you experience a beautiful dream of growing up again? Why did she want Tsunade to relive a beautiful dream? Nahida herself could not explain it. Regarding the story of Naruto, honestly, at least 1,000 years have passed. She only recognized a few characters, having no additional memories of the world's development. As for knowing Tsunade and other ninjas, it was merely because there were records in almost every ninja village when she first arrived here. Many things, although only a few individuals were aware of. But whether it was the wind or other natural spirits, everything was recorded. As long as Nahida, the vast majority of ninjas would be unable to observe her, since the server of the Void Terminal was planted in the land of grass. Nahida could more or less check the information of every person in the ninja world. Nahida felt like the ninja world was preparing to regard her as the world tree of the ninja world. Moreover, a few days ago she sensed that a space was also connected to her little world. A space filled with a sense of death. Nahida could feel that she could control the door of the newly connected space, deciding whether to open it. Then she peeked inside, many souls with no consciousness at all, and an elderly man floating at the center. She saw a strange old man. Holding a staff, the old man seemed to want to say something and attempted to control the space to expel Nahida. Sensing the lower-level authority of the old man, Nahida, who was actually trying to expel her, controlled this soul space to throw the old man out. She didn't know where that old man's soul went after being thrown out. However, in that space she found a familiar soul, Naruto's mother, after turning several times. Confirming that Naruto's father's soul was not found, Nahida withdrew. After Kushina's soul was brought out, it automatically fused with the chakra within Catherine's body. And she didn't know why. Kushina seemed not to realize that her soul had returned. Since Naruto's father's soul was absent, Nahida was not in a hurry to tell Naruto anything. Furthermore, the blank existence had also been very low recently. Almost only the automated task reminders from the blank remained, rarely appearing. Just now, after taking a look at the appearance of relatives constructed from Tsunade's memories, remembering that there was a similar soul in that space, Nahida casually placed it into Tsunade's dream. Combined with the Void Terminal and Nahida's authority to construct the dream, it allowed all souls to understand the common knowledge of life in this dream world. And related memories they might not remember clearly, but the memories would tell them there was. After receiving Tsunade's response, Nahida nodded, modifying some of her perceptions. Just the understanding of the dream world allowing Tsunade to believe she had been reborn. Tsunade looked at her familiar great-grandfather. Great-grandfather, are we going to the casino? Ah! Shoo! Tsunade, who told you that great-grandfather is going to the casino? Great-grandfather, I'll take you to listen to a play. Your grandmother Mito has been saying that recently. Gambling is wrong. Tsunade, tell great-grandfather if your second great-grandfather said that great-grandfather secretly went to the casino. Little Tsunade sat on Hashirama's shoulder, laughing heartily at Hashirama's suddenly changing expression. Great-grandfather was still great-grandfather. Great-grandfather, Tsunade has noted it. Great-grandfather definitely did not go to the casino. Being taken outside by Senju Hashirama, Tsunade's eyes widened as she observed her surroundings. It was the familiar yet unfamiliar Konoha village. However, several obvious buildings were missing, and several large buildings had appeared. The missing buildings, for instance the Hokage building, people came and went on the streets. Soldiers dressed in standardized uniforms stood at every intersection guarding and patrolling. Little Tsunade did not see a single ninja wearing a forehead protector. Even the few people she was very familiar with in her memories were dressed in green clothes and carrying a backpack. There was a building labeled Adventurers Association. Many people dressed in green clothes were entering and exiting very lively, each person's face filled with smiles. At the front desk of the lobby stood a girl in a green-made outfit with a smile welcoming some younger guests. Tsunade. That's the Adventurers Association. It's a pretty good organization. Replacing traditional ninja missions, your parents are also high-level adventurers. Once Tsunade grows up, she will definitely be a great adventurer. However, we are not going there today. I've made an appointment with a friend. He should be there now. Your second great-grandfather isn't coming with us. He has a lot of work to do. Great-grandfather is second great-grandfather busy with Hokage duties. No, it's not necessary for him to be busy with the affairs of a village. There is no Hokage right now. Little Tsunade, are you confused from sleeping? I remember they would tell us some things in elementary school. But little kids shouldn't think too much. Time to fly. Senju Hashirama accelerated his speed. Not jumping like a ninja on rooftops as Tsunade remembered. However, this feeling was also nice. Soon they passed through the crowd, arriving at a place that looked like a tea house. Many people were sitting at tables drinking tea, arranging several windscreens inside, and a man holding a fan was speaking. Last time it was said that when the Rock King Emperor went to war, he once said, "Two destinies." Cough. He once said, "I have no intention of Zhualu, but I know the suffering of the people." Senju Hashirama was very pleased to hear this segment. He tucked little Tsunade under his arm and sat down next to two familiar men at the tea table. Madara. Zhongli, you're really here. A man with wild hair tilted his head for a glance at his old friend. Hashirama, you're late. But after looking at the man dressed in yellowish rock clothing, he still managed to control his emotions and mutter a complaint. Little friend Hashirama, don't worry. I and Madara haven't been here long, moreover you have your reasons. This is your granddaughter. Nice to meet you. This item is a gift for our first meeting. Zhongli produced a blank orb from his hand. An unclaimed god's eye. No way. Zhongli, this item is too precious. The current cultivation path after adjustments from several deities. The vast majority of people can progress even without so-called chakra seeds or bloodline limits as long as they continue to follow the prescribed training. However, the god's eye still holds significant importance. After reaching a certain stage in cultivation, if one wishes to progress, they need to master certain things, and possessing a god's eye means that becoming a deity will not just be an ethereal pursuit. Little friend Hashirama. No need to be polite, this item is of little use in my hands. I believe little Tsunade will be able to reignite it. Furthermore, let's refrain from talking anymore. The storyteller has been looking this way many times. Interrupting the storyteller is quite impolite. Little Tsunade was placed on a long bench. Being small, she still couldn't see the table. However, thankfully listening to the story did not require looking, just listening was enough. The waiter poured little Tsunade a cup of sweet water. Some older guests would bring their younger generations here. As the owner, he had long instructed the waiters to prepare suitable tea for the children. The drinks for adults were too bitter for children. The storyteller's tales captivated everyone. More and more passers-by sat down in the audience seats out of curiosity. With the words, "Let's listen to the next part next time," the audience reluctantly left their seats. Let's go. There's still time. Let's continue wandering around. Let's go to the Grand Theater. Zhongli glanced at his void terminal, checking the schedule for the nearby Fontaine Grand Theater. The chain opening of the Fontaine Grand Theater is found in many places, but the one in the Land of Water is the most luxurious and visually stunning. Madara, who had a stern expression, took the opportunity, while Hashirama wasn't paying attention, to place his small gift in the arms of little Tsunade, who was resting on Hashirama's shoulder. Madara, with his stern face, thought little Tsunade would be frightened and cry, leaving after giving the gift without saying a word, not noticing that little Tsunade was curiously looking at him. However, Hashirama was not foolish enough to miss it. Hearing his granddaughter's voice, he noticed the item in her hand that had a familiar style. Is Mr. Zhongli going to the Grand Theater? Yes. Little Jiraiya, would you like to join us? I'll treat you. The little white-haired boy looked at the Grand Theater that was filled with praise. As a child from an ordinary family, he did not have extra money to play here. His mother had also said it was impossible to trouble others too much. Mr. Zhongli, I won't. Come on, little fellow. Today I'll treat you, don't worry. It's just some money my brother is quite good at inventing and creating. It's fine. The three continued forward, and occasionally members of the Senju clan appeared greeting the little darling Tsunade. Upon reaching the Grand Theater's entrance, they encountered an exceptionally pale family. Orochimaru. Came with your family to watch the show? Zhongli. Sensei. Yes. I came here with Dad and Mom today. At this moment, Orochimaru was still a taciturn child. Wow. Several people lined up in an orderly fashion to enter. The Grand Theater was built in an incredibly luxurious manner. One could vaguely see a few hurried actors rush past to the backstage. Seeing that there were children, Senju Hashirama also did not keep Tsunade on his shoulder for long. Holding hands, they allowed her to greet her peers. Nahida followed the caravan with Naruto's family, leisurely making their way to Kanahagakure. Along the way, Nahida pondered whether her actions could be seen as fulfilling a dream for those with incomplete lives. Apart from the world being false, growing up again with the company of family should be quite nice. Companionship, like that of the Tree King and herself. It should be right. She was also lost upon arriving in Teyvat. Her memories of Blue Star were unclear. Aside from some game memories, everything else was a blur. Overthinking without any means of verification was meaningless. Sitting on the swing, Nahida held her companion Rana, observing Tsunade's dream world. Nahida merely blurred part of Tsunade's cognition. However, it seemed that Tsunade herself no longer wanted to dwell on the initial struggles of wanting to return to reality. No need to rush. The dream world will awaken Tsunade after she experiences the natural cycle of life and death. Those souls from a space resembling this world's underworld also seemed quite satisfied with such a world. Bringing Tsunade to Konohagakure. Who knows? She simply wanted to go ahead and do it. This world was also a game for Nahida, and did not require any reason. Perhaps it was Nahida's inexplicable pity for her. It seemed that Tsunade had a little follower left in the land of grass, so I should instruct someone to let them know. Calling, Catherine, please inform the patrolling personnel to explain to a girl holding a pig. Hang up. The bored Nahida also joined Tsunade's dream world, observing people coming and going. Humans are indeed quite complex. When Nahida finished her round and returned to find Tsunade, they had already come out. The little ones chattered excitedly about the shocking show. However, just as she was pondering what to do with the remaining time, Senju Hashirama's void terminal rang. Wait a moment, Brother Zhongli and Madara, I need to take a call. Sneakingly searching for the answer button on the terminal, Senju Hashirama was cut off by the display mode. The void terminal on his ear projected a call interface showing a call from the sun labeled in the notes. Looking at the projected image, little Tsunade stepped forward and tapped on the constantly pulsating answer icon. The image changed again. Two beaming faces of a man and woman appeared on the screen. Hi, good afternoon, little Tsunade. Looks like it was Tsunade who answered the call. Father seemed quite unaccustomed to this technology. After being nagged by the children, Senju Hashirama squatted down and emawed while growing mushrooms. Then Madara came over and gave him a hard slap on the back of the head. Hashirama, it's just that you're not familiar with something. Have you already given up? Get up. Madara, encouraged by Madara, Senju Hashirama seemed to enter a strange state. Not far away around the corner, a certain brother complex and a white-haired individual were glaring at each other. Evil? Although the Uchiha clan now has many soldiers defending the country, don't think you are the same as Una. You cowardly brother complex. As two big men continued their argument, they started fighting again. A kind passerby kindly called for patrol. Stop. Once again, you two. What's going on with you two? The patrolling personnel came to check, and since they recognized both individuals, seeing them with bruised faces resembling pig heads, they felt relieved. It was not that others were intentionally causing trouble. Senju Tobarama and Uchiha Izuna both belonged to leading figures in their respective fields, so it was not good to be too harsh. However, the frequency of fights between these two can only be said that as long as they are in this area, reports of fights and brawls often come in, and it is likely to be caused by them. After being caught, both of them wanted to keep it a secret from their families. Due to various reasons, they also compromised by following procedures to have their respective family members. Seeing that the two had merely bruised each other's faces, they did not impose excessive punishment. Before leaving, they could only give them a verbal reprimand. Dewdrops pattered softly from the leaves. A swift azure wind swept past, setting the surrounding branches trembling. In a remote hushed woodland, the azure wind sphere halted, then dispersed. From its fading glow emerged a youth with azure hair gripping a human-shaped bundle tightly bound in braided vines. Shao casually tossed the vine-wrapped bundle onto the grass, then turned away without another glance. Reigniting his wind will twin stand technique and vanishing into the breeze. Lately, shinobi from neighboring nations had grown unervingly alert, as if sensing something, and infiltrated Kusa no Kuni like stealthy rodents. Unlike the hapless vagabonds who'd first attempted to breach Kusa no Kuni's borders, these intruders evaded even seasoned soldiers, whose perception augmented by void terminals could pierce illusionary transformations yet still fail to apprehend them. Only he could resolve such threats. Though several of the elders could intervene, these were mere trifles, hardly worth disturbing the grass sovereign or the seven. Once cast upon the earth, the binding vines loosened of their own accord, dissolving swiftly into mist, leaving only a girl with waist-length white hair slumbering peacefully, eyes closed. Her garments were less modest than tattered, clearly those of destitution. Yet her arresting beauty defied such humble origins. Curious woodland creatures, startled by her sudden appearance, crept forward cautiously to observe this ethereal being. A faint singular aura emanated from her, subtle yet unmistakable. Roar! A thunderous bellow echoed through the forest, scattering the timid animals gathered around the white-haired girl in pain. Moments later, the source emerged, a tiger grievously wounded, its fur matted with blood, deep gashes tearing. It caught the scent of prey, the unmistakable musk of bipeds. In this world's peculiar design, even beasts possessed a measure of awakened intellect. Some bipeds were easy quarry, others terrifying predators. Its own wounds bore testament to the latter. Its limited cognition could not ascertain whether this seemingly slumbering white-haired biped might erupt into lethal violence at any instant. Instinct urged it to roar. A warning, a challenge. But then, azure light flared from the woman lying beneath the tree, dazzling and sharp. The already wary tiger recoiled with a startled yowl, leaping away like a giant terrified cat, vanishing deep into the forest's shadowed heart. Silence reclaimed the woods, until dusk bled into the sky. Then gurgle. A soft rumble from her belly pierced the stillness, and the white-haired girl stirred awake. Cough. So thirsty. She rubbed her temples. Yet her very first whisper made her freeze. Why did her voice sound so melodious? So distinctly female. Where's my chakra? And where's little Jiraiya? That serene, scholarly girl, just moments ago unconscious, jolted upright with uncouth vigor. Memory flooded back the cause of this form, the chain of events, merely out of curiosity, and to glean intelligence on new developments in Kusa no Kuni. Yet fate dealt a cruel twist. She'd stumbled upon someone bathing, and been seized on the spot. Was that woman truly a deity? No, truly gone. Little Jiraiya. I'm sorry. She clawed frantically at her white hair then, refusing to accept reality. Yanked down her trousers for one last desperate check. He'd always enjoyed observing beautiful women, collecting artistic references, but never wished to become one. Jiraiya sensed this transformation was no forced illusion, it felt innate, as if she had always been female. Even as she inspected her new form, old habits resurfacing. Her lecherous instincts flared anew. She almost delved deeper, until parched throat and gnawing hunger overrode desire. Cannot sense chakra. Cough. So thirsty. Water. My body feels utterly drained. Prolonged deprivation had pushed this body to the razor's edge of collapse. Yet Jiraiya's shock at her abrupt physical metamorphosis had masked its dire signals. Her disciplined shinobi instincts swiftly reasserted control. Yet even then dizziness forced her to lean heavily against the trunk behind her. Cough. Damn it. Why is this body so frail? As the initial adrenaline ebbed, agony surged her legendary techniques. Utterly undetectable. Though never a master of taijutsu, her body now felt utterly ordinary, bereft of chakra, untrained alien. She didn't even know her location. All she saw, endlessly, was forest and more forest. What once would have been effortless, leaping to the canopy to survey surroundings, now loomed impossibly high. Knowing the nocturnal woods held unseen perils, she dared not stray further. From the dark underbrush, a rustling, whispering hush. Her reflexes screamed hide, but rising too fast sent vertigo crashing over her. Thump. Jiraiya collapsed helplessly onto the ground. No. She tried to rise, but her limbs betrayed her, utterly mocking every futile struggle with merciless weakness. Before unconsciousness claimed her, all she could muster was. Footsteps drew nearer. Torches flickered as figures converged, drawn by her fall. Shaoyi, hold the torch steady. Something's over there. Sounds like prey's been caught. I'll investigate. You two stay put. Yes. Old father, a grizzled elder, his face etched with deep scars, advanced slowly, axe in hand, probing toward Jiraiya's motionless form. A human. He checked her breath. Still living? Boy, come here. Coming, old father. A young man and a sly-faced, middle-aged man hurried forward at his call. Only upon approaching did they see clearly not game, but a woman, and an astonishingly beautiful one. The elder remained impassive, but the youth stood transfixed, ensnared by her allure. The sly-eyed man narrowed his gaze, saliva pooling as his eyes roamed over the unconscious woman with undisguised. Shaoyi, carry her. We're returning. Without glancing back, the elder issued the order, his eyes fixed on the animal tracks circling the woman. Yes, old father. In the dark night of Konoha, the air above the territory of the Sarutobi clan was still permeated with a lingering scent of blood, as the stench from the corpses scattered across the ground began to rise while the buildings remained unchanged. The desolate territory was enveloped in a chilling silence, causing even passing ninjas to shudder in fear. A jonin led his 3 genin students tasked with a special mission to clean up the corpses of the unfortunate souls. Could it be that the spirits of the fallen Sarutobi clan have returned? A timid genin boy, having never seen blood before, looked at his teammate and the jonin leading them. Then hurry up and clean. Seriously, Atai, what are you doing? You're a ninja, for goodness sake. Why are you acting like a regular person? Let's finish this quickly and get out of this eerie place. Is the Hokage really incapacitated? Master, did you hear anything? One of the other boys in the genin squad board spoke, while incinerating a corpse with fire release from the rooftop where he lay, observing his teammates and their jonin leader. The reclining jonin glanced at his 3 colorful disciples, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. One was timid, one disdainful of his teammate, and one liked to pry into matters he shouldn't. I don't know. Stop prying into things that you shouldn't know about in the village. Just focus on your crank mission. If you don't want to do it, you can opt out and return to drank missions. Oh no. Teacher, please. Well, do it. I don't want to go back to weeding and babysitting. After being urged to continue with their tasks, the three genin finally fell silent and got to work. The dramatic transformation of Konoha village that night ended abruptly and hastily. The Uchiha clan led by Uchiha Izumi left only a remark stating that the Uchiha would not interfere in the Hokage's competitive affairs before taking away the traitor Uchiha Itachi. Danzo, unusually silent, refrained from provoking trouble. He needed to prepare for the competition for Hokage and had no time to deal with the malevolent Uchihas. At this time, no one in Konoha could compete with him for the position of Hokage as long as he could silence those old fools. Everyone had already sensed that something was amiss, but the teachers on stage said, "Hey, have you noticed? Iruka Sensei is stalling for time, right?" "Yeah. Iruka Sensei has repeated that sentence 3 times already." "Indeed. It's true. Who knows how much longer it will take. Do you want a snack?" In boredom, Ino and Shikamaru casually took some chips from Choji's hand and popped them into their mouths. The infatuated girls were still secretly watching Uchiha Sasuke, who was resting his chin on his hand, eagerly waiting to go home and find his brother. Outside, the sky had grown very dark, but the promised ones had yet to arrive to notify any news. The majority of the students had begun to show impatience at the inexplicable delay. A sudden bird call from the windowsill of the ninja school made Iruka finally breathe a sigh of relief as he announced, "Class dismissed." Upon hearing that Iruka Sensei was finally letting them go, the students no longer cared about the reasons for the delay and rushed out eagerly. For example, Sasuke, who could hardly contain his desire to return home to see if his brother had been waiting for him. In an instant, he used his somewhat proficient body flicker technique to leave the classroom, quickly appearing on the street and sprinting towards home. In the dim night, for some reason Sasuke felt that it was eerily quiet. As he turned another familiar corner, Sasuke, who thought there would be no lights on except for his own home, saw something different. Every household in the Uchiha territory was brightly lit. The familiar faces of uncles and aunts whom he usually ignored were staring intently at him. "Lord Izumi, Uchiha Sasuke has arrived. Bring Uchiha Sasuke over." Hearing this from the crowd, Sasuke felt a chill run down his spine. Uchiha Jonin swiftly appeared behind Sasuke, binding him tightly as he pulled the rope and led him towards the shrine. The ordinary Uchiha people watched them leave their gazes towards Sasuke filled with disgust. Although the Jonin had always referred to Sasuke as young master, starting today that would no longer be the case. Sasuke looked helplessly around. The South Shrine, which Fugaku had brought him to a few times, was the meeting place for the Uchiha clan. This Jonin, usually friendly towards him, seemed different today. "Is something happening at home? Brother, where are you?" Soon the maddening scene unfolded. The South Shrine was even brighter. Everywhere, whether on the walls or elsewhere, there was a large empty space left in the middle where his father Uchiha Fugaku would normally sit, but now sat a woman whom Uchiha Sasuke loathed the most. And his longed-for brother Uchiha Itachi was bound and kneeling before all the Uchihas. His body was covered in blood and mud, and his once flamboyant hairstyle was now a disheveled mess. He hung his head in a daze, not uttering a word. Behind Uchiha Izumi stood Sasuke's father and mother, both with their heads bowed and worried expressions on their faces. Sitting high above, Uchiha Izumi looked at their family with a serious expression. As Uchiha Sasuke looked at his brother's perplexed expression, wanting to ask something, the people beside him had already dumped a pile of evidence proving that Uchiha Itachi was a white-eyed wolf, ready to slaughter everyone onto the ground. Those were the pieces of evidence Itachi had kept on him to prevent Konoha from harming Sasuke. "No, it can't be. My brother wouldn't do this." Sasuke looked at those things in a frenzy, but still leaned towards his family in his heart. To the left and right, there were those who believed Konoha was blackmailing his good brother. The gazes of the Uchiha ninjas around him were piercing, making Sasuke feel extremely uncomfortable. He wanted to explain something. In silence, he ran to the bound Uchiha Itachi's side, wanting to ask something, but his brother's already resigned demeanor showed no signs of innocence. Sasuke's gaze visibly dimmed then. He raised his head, wanting to speak to the woman who sat in his father's former. "Sister Izumi, save it. I'm not your sister. And don't act like I'm going to do anything to your—" Sasuke's eyes glanced at his silent brother, and the parents kneeling beside him with their heads bowed, pondering many thoughts. Looking at the girl sitting high above, his voice faltered as he tried to call out Sister Izumi again, attempting to approach the girl from the Uchiha clan, whom he originally disliked for stealing his brother. He was quickly interrupted by Izumi's voice. "Izumi?" The words he had yet to finish were swallowed back down his throat. The eyes of the Uchiha on either side were fixed intently on their family. Izumi's expression was serious, and she said little. Refusal was merely meant to teach this thoughtless boy a lesson. Sasuke, who had never been interrupted or refused by anyone other than his parents and brother, felt his face flush with embarrassment. Feeling the piercing gazes of his clansmen like searing flames, as if they wished to burn his family to ashes along with the deep-seated mockery in their eyes. What on earth had happened? Was it his brother who was in trouble? Sasuke felt a whirlwind of complex emotions at the scene, focusing solely on one thought. Why bully his brother? His mind raced with chaotic thoughts. Was it the Uchiha who had framed his brother? She must have used despicable means to deceive everyone, as she was fond of his brother. A pair of Sharingan appeared in his eyes, spinning rapidly as it upgraded. Uchiha Itachi was in a terrible state. It was unclear what that ghastly entity had absorbed from him. After being brought back, his body was nothing but skin and bones clearly visible. None of the disobedient Uchiha dared to inflict private punishment on Itachi despite explicit orders. As for his constant suffering, who would care? This was exactly what he deserved. Dying was easy, living was his greatest torment. No one would pity him, a brainless, self-satisfied, and ungrateful wretch. Everything was merely It's opened. Are you resenting me? Oh, I forgot, no one told you your good brother is preparing to slaughter all of us, leaving only you as a condition to exchange for peace with Konoha. Your brother claims he's doing this for the sake of the Konoha family. Isn't that truly touching? It's incredibly foolish to the point of being moving. A well-trained dog of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Despite having gone through so much, Izumi felt she could control her emotions well, yet when it came to Itachi, an unquenchable fire burned within her. As she explained the reason for this scene, her tone shifted. The Uchiha couple had met alone with Izumi before Sasuke arrived. This sudden change in Izumi's demeanor negated all his previous actions, leading him to realize his shortcomings and incompetence as the clan leader. She was not wrong. At that time, he had indeed been a puppet manipulated by the higher-ups of Konoha. Meanwhile, Sasuke, upon hearing Izumi insult his brother, struggled to control his freshly awakened Two-Tomo Sharingan, his face turning red as he wanted to rush to confront her. He was kicked back to his spot by a Jonin standing guard beside Izumi. Behave yourself. Uchiha Makoto, who had been accepting the clan's resentment with her head down, rushed to Sasuke's side, tightly embracing him, while desperately trying to calm the furious Uchiha Sasuke. Izumi smirked, her tone laced with mockery, as she educated the dim-witted young boy on Itachi's originally fool. Aunt Makoto, you don't need to feign resignation. Itachi is a traitor and a fool. But you should also be thankful. To put it bluntly, he has only harmed me and hasn't hurt anyone else. Besides, I must mention, you really need to keep a closer eye on your second son. Impulsive and weak. Alright, Uchiha Sasuke has arrived. Let's continue the meeting. All Uchiha, listen well. What I'm about to say, you are not better off than Uchiha Itachi. Izumi suddenly stood up seriously, her commanding presence honed in the illusion world, as a dandelion knight intimidated all the Uchiha. Yes, Lady Izumi. The Uchiha called out in unison. First, I want to pose a few questions. What do you think? Konoha, I ask you. Your family. Traitors will suffer the consequences they deserve, so listen carefully to what I say next. Think first. Do not rush to conclusions. Izumi finished speaking, crossing her legs, elegantly resting one hand on her chin, and rhythmically tapping her other hand on the arm of her chair. Moments passed quickly, and the Uchiha clan members who had previously ignored her words began to contemplate what Izumi had brought to the surface. But upon seeing everyone's gaze return to her, Izumi continued, the thoughts of the clan must be many. However, it's getting late, so let me share my insights. You might be curious why I suddenly understand so much. That day, just as I was about to be killed, a certain presence altered Uchiha Itachi's illusion. It taught me these things in the illusion world. And today, I will impart them to all of you. The former Izumi may not have had much say in the clan meeting, but now it was different. The faintly appearing gigantic female swordsman's silhouette behind her, along with her convincing composure, discouraged any sudden challengers from the Uchiha. Konoha is neither too big nor too small. In the past, when the previous Hokage were still around, it could be praised. But not now. The current Konoha ninja village, led by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and that Danzo is merely a family servant to a few so-called Hokage. Some of you should have seen it on Sarutobi's territory. According to the normal distribution of resources, based on each family's ninja population, even our Uchiha clan does not have that many ninjas. Izumi's voice resonated loudly in everyone's ears, and though it looked good from the clan leader's position, she still felt uncomfortable. She stepped forward and used Earth Release to create an Earth platform to ensure everyone could see what she was saying and doing. On the Earth platform, as Izumi spoke, there was a slight emotional fluctuation. Where did the Sarutobi clan get their resources? Think about it. This is just a Hokage's family, not counting the other so-called Hokage's supporting families. Compare that to the selfless Senju clan of the first and second Hokage, and see how many of them are left. Guess why now only Tsunadeheim remains. In all positions in Konoha, members of the Sarutobi clan and other Hokage supporting families have been assigned to easy and profitable positions. All the intermediate ninja family's children have been deliberately placed as apprentices and subordinates of their core personnel. In contrast, look at us Uchiha as a ninja family that Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo cannot control. They chose to endure hardships and suffer, and where there are heavy casualties, our Uchiha clan members are sent. Allowing the Uchiha to enforce the law impartially ultimately led to us becoming the arrogant tyrants in the mouths of those foolish villagers. No one should be unaware of why the Uchiha clan is angry, the so-called contradictions and estrangement with the village. I want to ask our dear clansmen, when have you ever thought of overturning Konoha from your hearts? Even the radical faction among our internally divided members merely wish to use strength to become Hokage and seek the treatment that Uchiha deserves. Think about all of this, isn't it right? A large Konoha, due to the over-reporting of our impartial law enforcement, The ones who made mistakes have now become our own people. Look at those few families that are pocketing the profits. What about them? Indeed, they have not been questioned or reported by the villagers. But I believe many have seen their true colors while conducting business. What is the reason for all of this? This Konoha was originally a place where everyone lived together like the first Hokage. But it has changed. It is no longer the Konoha it once was. That Sarutobi Hiruzen is weak and incompetent, striking hard internally while being submissive to external forces. Just not long ago, Konoha the victor had to apologize to the defeated. What have these so-called Konoha higher-ups done? You say, when they need you they call you the inheritor of the will of fire and add that everything is for Konoha. Since everything is for Konoha, why doesn't he go? He is so old. Will you believe that there is no suitable heir to this nonsense slogan? They should cultivate one quickly instead of continuing to muddle through. From tomorrow onwards, these things will be the top priority for all Uchiha ninjas. We cannot clarify these issues simply because our vision is too narrow. As for the affairs of our guard team, a few people should notify them later. That is something Konoha uses specifically to harm us. We no longer need it. Return it to Konoha. That's all for today. Many might still not understand. From tomorrow onwards, we will explain it bit by bit. The voice from the platform spread to the ears of everyone present. The people below fell into deep contemplation. Loyalty to Konoha, or loyalty to the Konoha ruled by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Since the will of fire is the old leaves illuminating the new world, why don't those old ones in the village go? Why don't their children go? Sasuke was also trying hard to listen despite looking rather foolish. No one in his family was being regarded. Originally clan members praised Uchiha Itachi for having some talent, but for Sasuke many had privately said he was lacking. Izumi did not blame the child. Impulsive, naive and having read little useful material, his talent in ninjutsu was just average. One kick should teach him a lesson. Alright, Sasuke, don't look like your whole family has died. I've discussed with the clansmen whether your foolish brother is good or bad. Although that masked man killed a few unfortunate clan members, we won't pursue Uchiha Itachi. He has harmed me once and has not attacked anyone else. We will spare his life for you. From now on, your family will move to the area near the cemetery to guard the spirits of all fallen Uchiha. If you want to attend that ninja school, go ahead. Uchiha Itachi and your parents must remain there and not go out. Do you understand, Mr. Fugaku? In the darkness of the night, the torches quietly burned in the corner of the Uchiha shrine. The meeting concluded after Uchiha Izumi finished her final remarks. Tonight the Uchihas absorbed a great deal of information, leaving everyone somewhat dazed. They felt as though they understood, but were also confused, unable to fully comprehend. However, some individuals who had always considered themselves exceptionally intelligent grasped certain concepts and seemed to be recording their insights. After the meeting, the Uchihas, wearing the emblem of the Ping Pong clan, left in an orderly manner. However, the clan elders from the two factions did not depart. Instead, they blocked Uchiha Izumi, who was attempting to go home. Izumi! Wait a moment, Izumi. Several elders exchanged glances, silently nodding in agreement, and without disagreement they stopped Uchiha Izumi. They had all witnessed Uchiha Izumi's remarkable efforts today, not only awakening her Sharingan but also transforming her strength into something unfathomable. She would lead the Uchihas splendidly. The 500000 Ryo withheld by Konoha had awakened something within them. They began to understand the higher-ups of Konoha. The earlier discussion had also calmed the factions that were previously at odds. It seemed there was truly nothing in Konoha that could entice them. Why were they so fixated on this? The foolish villagers the guards encountered had already left the Uchihas speechless. Why had they tried to seize the position of a minor village chief? It was impossible to take that position from those old dogs. So why not listen to this changed child and her thoughts? As for the former clan leader, all Uchihas were utterly disappointed with his family. Not to mention his supposed wisdom and prowess leading the clan to victory. He had a child who wanted to kill all the clan members to prove loyalty to Konoha, which made everyone want to send them to meet the Sage of Six Paths. Uchiha Fugaku, the former clan leader, had no supporters left, forcing his son to pledge the heads of all clan members to Konoha in allegiance. Who knows if he was truly instructed by the clan leader? After all, would anyone be such a beast as to sacrifice their entire family for outsiders? The actions of the so-called filial son Uchiha Itachi meant that today his family could live in peace thanks to Uchiha Izumi's intervention, and the understanding that death would be too lenient for Uchiha Itachi. Izumi, feel free to do what you must. It is about time for us old folks to heed the words of the young. The elder who was more familiar with Uchiha Izumi spoke first, even though her current prestige did not require their acknowledgement. Moreover, your status has changed. Why not reside in the very center? You want me to live in the most central place that the clan leader should occupy. No need, no need. I am not rejecting it out of distaste, but rather I want to let the old systems fade away. I have already made arrangements. Uchiha Izumi declined the elder's request to move from her original home. Waving her hand, she urged the surrounding elders to stop talking. There is no need for more words. The Uchiha shall no longer adhere to those old ways, and do not forget about tomorrow's lesson, esteemed elders. It is getting late. I shall take my leave. The elders should also return to rest early. With that, Uchiha Izumi leaped onto the wall and began heading home, not in haste to sleep, but sensing someone calling for her. Following the direction guided by the azure light in her elemental vision, she quickly arrived home. Fortunately, it seems I was not affected by that. Izumi, you're back. The door opened from within a green hat adorned with a feather, and the wind brought with it the aroma of apple cider. A young girl with braided hair peeked out dressed in green, holding a bottle of unknown origin. Her face was slightly flushed from the drink. She extended her hand in greeting, while looking behind Uchiha Izumi. Seeing that no child had followed her, the young girl relaxed and took another swig. Uchiha Izumi then supported her chin, watching the freedom of the wind god. Ah, it is truly unimaginable. A chance encounter with a drunken boy on the street, who would turn out to be a thank you, Wendy. Uchiha Izumi suddenly reached out to embrace Wendy, who appeared momentarily stunned. Then in a drunken state she swayed and attempted to sleep on the floor, but was swiftly supported by Izumi as they entered. Being stabbed by Uchiha Itachi's kunai felt unpleasant. Moreover, had it not been for Wendy, she certainly would not have awakened before being killed. To lie in the arms of her enemy dreaming of a false love for a lifetime was revolting enough to make her want to vomit just thinking about it. Even though she was not clear on who had altered her fate in the world of illusions, the bard who had appeared several times to assist Vanessa. And lastly, the wind god who called her back to consciousness. Who would believe it was not Wendy who helped her? Unexpectedly, there was a family waiting for her arrival inside, along with a deceased person she had thought missing for a long time. In her home's living room, two maids dressed similarly except for the difference in hair color stood elegantly beside a woman in a green and white gown. The woman with pointed ears dressed in a white-green gown was savoring the tea presented by the maids with closed eyes. On the other side sat the youth who had appeared during the battle with the deranged third Hokage. It's you, the child of the fourth Hokage. Were you not supposed to leave? Hello, sister. Leave? Are you serious, ninja sister? Naruto's tone seemed quite surprised. That was merely a necessary ruse. Nice to meet you. Hello, Uchiha Izumi. I am Nahida. You could say I am his godmother. Nahida interrupted Naruto from speaking further, taking a sip of tea, then pointed a finger at Naruto, proactively greeting and explaining Uchiha Izumi's queries. Please have a seat, Miss Kwan. There is no need to be nervous. The king of grass comes with no ill intentions. As the yellow-haired maid spoke, she pulled out a chair for Uchiha Kwan, while the red-haired maid poured a cup of tea for her. Try the tea we brought from the land of grass. I apologize for the intrusion. Naxida also expressed her apologies after the two maids finished pouring the tea. Naxida then turned to look at Wendy, who was pretending to be drunk on the other side, but Wendy showed no other reaction. Naxida, accompanied by Joe Xionai in puppet form and Minato in puppet form, originally came to see Wendy, but a bard suggested they meet the suddenly transformative Miss Kwan. Seeing the feigned ignorance of Wendy, Naxida helplessly supported her head. Miss Kwan. Wendy should have told you about Teyvat, the stories of that world. I have learned about you from Wendy. I came to understand your thoughts. Do you wish to change Konoha? My power is sufficient to cleanse all ninjas in the village, but that would be meaningless. After all, this is not my world. Naxida's aura suddenly surged forth, then dissipated, her tone filled with sadness. You must also recognize the afflictions of this world. I had no intention of causing turmoil, but I empathize with the suffering of the people. If you wish to change this world, I can guide you all to make a difference, but I do not wish to handle everything myself. You cannot remain like children forever. Naxida glanced at the invisible progress bar before her, a task that had turned into a way to pass the time. In this unfamiliar world with family nearby, her heart felt less urgent. Even though the Tree King and others were all incarnations. But that was enough. The connection between the incarnation and her true self allowed Naxida to know that nothing major had occurred back home in Teyvat, so she did not need to hurry. Additionally, recently Naxida felt a certain consciousness watching her. The consciousness of this world was automatically accepting Naxida, wanting to absorb her as the world tree to serve as the administrator of the world. Little grass, I beg you, stay in my world. I can grant you the greatest authority beneath me. You can do anything you wish. The realm of death has already been entrusted to you. What else do you desire, dear little grass? Just stay here. That childlike voice continued to plead with her. A glowing orb unseen by anyone but Naxida circled around her, appearing, as if it would not relent even if Naxida disagreed. The reason for this was that kind-hearted beings like Little Grass, who would not sow chaos in the world, were naturally appealing to it. The beings born from the shinobi world were fighting, and beyond the planet, the Otsutsuki clan was draining the life of the planet like a virus to strengthen themselves. Due to certain issues, it could not personally eliminate those rebellious offspring who acted like a virus until it discovered the inadvertently entered Naxida. As for Naxida's thoughts, although the world's recognition meant that she could essentially become the sustainer of this world without issue, being confined here was not an option. Even if the world offered its support, it would not suffice. As for the beings originally birthed by this world straying onto a dark path, she could indeed help cleanse the world of them through sacrificial means. The simple system connected to the blank space, the unified world on the task panel, did not necessarily need to be completed. The blank space never demanded that she must fulfill it. However, with the longevity of a deity, having some goal planning would indeed make things much easier. Before this, Nahida finally learned the name of the transit space in which the blank space had kept her, but still knew nothing. It was the consciousness of the shinobi world that informed it, but as for other news, it was evasive and unwilling to reveal anything. Nahida did not press further. Encounter a transit station where Nahida was transmitted to other worlds. Not a particularly large floating island space. Each time a path to a world was opened, after guiding the world towards the correct order, the originally stone-carved gate would light up. Returning to the initial topic, after speaking, Nahida awaited Uchiha Kwan's response. Her gaze returned to Uchiha Kwan. So, Miss Kwan, besides changing Uchiha, are you also interested in changing Konoha? Uchiha Kwan looked at the gentle woman, then glanced at the drunken Wendy, just as she was about to say something when Nahida seemed to remember something. By the way, Wendy coincidentally saved someone earlier. You might know him. Because the body of the seven gods descended into the shinobi world was created by Nahida, she also had the authority to open the path to Huan Na Lan Na. A young man with his eyes gouged out was found by the free deity and placed therein. Nahida snapped her fingers, and a flowered Lan Na Luo appeared. Nahida instructed Lan Na Luo to bring that person over. Uchiha Kwan did not overly guard against Nahida, she just made a few sounds. And then blinked at Nahida, her eyes expressing a desire for Nahida to continue speaking. Now she was not the lovesick girl who was coaxed by Uchiha Itachi. Even if it was someone brought by Wendy, it did not mean she had to trust him. However, she did want to see who this person was. Soon, a blue vortex appeared in the room and a young man dressed similarly to Naruto emerged. He had a white cloth wrapped over his eyes. From the moment the young man appeared, Uchiha Kwan's gaze was fixed on his face. She recognized him. Brother Shursui. Uchiha Kwan looked at the person who was rumored to be dead, standing up excitedly. The person who appeared initially wanted to hug Uchiha Kwan, but realized it was inappropriate, and instead reached out to shake her hand. Shursui, just out from the portal, was wondering what the King of Grass wanted with him. Upon hearing a familiar voice, "Is Kwan. So this is Konoha now?" Shizui's gentle voice responded to Uchiha Kwan, just as it all. However, upon closer inspection, Shursui, wearing a white band, furrowed his brow when speaking of Konoha, indicating a significant change in him. His aspirations were no longer to mediate peace between families and the so-called village, which could be deemed foolish or even stupid. Konoha, controlled by 5 great fools, was not the home everyone had protected. The will of fire was merely a lie to deceive all ninjas. In Huan Na Lan, besides Lan Na Luo, there were many destined to die, whom Nahida had saved in Teyvat, and among them some wished to avoid contact with the outside world, settling in Huan Na Lan. As for Shursui, who was sent in by the deity, the leisurely Teyvat inhabitants inside often took care of this foolish boy with his eyes gouged out. During his time there, their discussions revealed thoughts that astonished Shursui. Little Shursui, are you getting used to Huan Na Lan? Just as your Uchiha family underwent changes, from today onward, you can rest assured and go home. Nahida continued after exchanging greetings with Uchiha Kwan and Uchiha Shursui. However, Shizui's expression was somewhat akin to that of a child being chased out of their home. Yet he still wanted to return to see his family. Wondering how Itachi was doing, little Shursui, don't sulk. In the Konoha hospital. Ah, third Hokage, why have you done this again? The chubby nurse heard the commotion from the hospital bed. Angrily she kicked the bed. Bang! The bed made a loud noise from the kick, but since it was a private room, it did not attract anyone's attention. The chubby nurse understood clearly. After so many days and her experience in caring for others, something had happened to the person on the bed. Evidently, the nurse shouted again at the severely paralyzed third Hokage, filled with disdain. After yelling, she suddenly realized what she had done through the comic book. She was holding aside and cautiously looked around. Great! No sudden ninja appeared to deliver her a heartfelt speech. She sighed in relief and continued to "Damn old man. Why can't you just die peacefully now that you're paralyzed?" The once glorious ninja, now scolded by a weak civilian like her, gave her a sense of dark satisfaction. Initially, when she heard that the third Hokage was injured and needed care, she thought it would be a good job. She wondered why they didn't send out a mission for ninjas to do this, specifically asking ordinary people. Ninjas are so busy. She thought it would be a good opportunity to win favor, and when others didn't come, she assumed it was because they disliked attending to a severely injured person. After several days, she discovered the third Hokage was truly useless. She had tested it for several days, and apart from drooling, he hadn't responded a single word. His eyes were filled with emotions, but he was just a dying old tiger whose eyes could only roll. She had secretly listened to what the medical ninjas said. When they came, this third Hokage, even when healed, would still drool. However, at first, when she couldn't hold it in, she diligently cared for him for a few days. Now she just wanted to curse Sarutobi Hiruzen, that damn old man, he's disgusting. I can't believe his entire family died, and he didn't say anything earlier. As for the other Konoha ninjas, they have been busy debating the position of Hokage these past few days. Very few would have time to visit Sarutobi Hiruzen. Moreover, many families present that day witnessed what happened. Even a fool would have taken precautions against Sarutobi Hiruzen. Who knows if he was controlled or if their beloved third Hokage was practicing forbidden techniques he shouldn't have. The corpses exposed by the Sarutobi clan were all examined, hoping to investigate what had happened inside. It was impossible to investigate, but they found several relatively intact corpses, all missing hearts, all blood relatives of the third Hokage. This led many who knew of certain dark arts to speculate about the third Hokage's deeds. At that time, the Konoha ninjas watched as the fourth Hokage's child, who suddenly appeared to assist them, left. They saw that small sun-like figure in Naruto, saw him beat the insane third Hokage, and discovered that Sarutobi Hiruzen was still alive, ultimately bringing him back. After several jonin examined him, he was severely injured, but for some reason still alive. He could only be sent to Konoha Hospital, and then he was forgotten by everyone. The ninja clans have been preparing to compete for the next Hokage position. No one had the time to care for an old man who was now all alone, especially a paralyzed old man who couldn't even. Initially, a few diehard loyalists of the third Hokage came to check on him, but all they heard from Sarutobi Hiruzen was, His jaw and throat had long been severely damaged. He couldn't say anything. A few diehard loyalists of the third Hokage looked at each other. After a moment, they all hurriedly left with a line, saying they had missions to attend to. In the corner, the nurse who witnessed all this rolled her eyes. Looking at the third Hokage who was still trying to make sounds, she walked over and slapped him, cursing and grumbling all the while. Sarutobi Hiruzen, wrapped in bandages, began to bleed again from the nurse's slap. As for the medical ninjas, there was only one senior medical ninja in the entire Konoha hospital. The rest were just a few lower-ranked ninjas who could barely assist. As for why there were so few, it was because when Tsunade proposed the medical ninjas, they all claimed insufficient funds. The 5 old geezers used various excuses to cut down the resources for medical ninjas. Especially the one managing logistics, Tsubaki Kanomaru, was particularly resistant to allocating funds for training medical ninjas. In the end, there was only one Chunin who had once followed Tsunade for a while, barely able to take on such a responsibility. As for what to do if ninjas got injured on missions because they weren't trained properly, of course, according to their ideas, it was to make a grand spectacle. After all, they wouldn't let their own clansmen go into dangerous places for missions. Dangerous missions were just a thorn in their side. Training medical ninjas meant spending money, which was like cutting into their flesh. Common ninjas could live or die. After all, ninja battles rarely left complete corpses, and any spare money would have already been shared among them. The other Hokage advisors had also come to check on Sarutobi Hiruzen at first, but after confirming that the third Hokage was completely useless, they all left with urgent matters. The cold emptiness of the hospital room filled Sarutobi Hiruzen with regret. That child beat me like this just to make me feel this way. To face all of this. Asuma, Konohamaru. Only boundless regret spread in his heart. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought, if only back then I had cared for Naruto a bit more while he was growing up. Would that day have led Naruto to hate me so much, and would he have been willing to come back to help? 3 Rinnegan shattered Sarutobi Hiruzen's eternal soul. Naruto, I am the Hokage. Outside the hospital window, 2 maids watched the scene with a golden-haired boy. After asking his godmother Nahida for a favor, Naruto, who temporarily gained the ability to read minds, looked at the disabled Sarutobi Hiruzen. Humph. For Sarutobi Hiruzen, this thorn had been put down. In the days to come, he could only suffer through the ugly and painful gasps of Sarutobi Hiruzen on the hospital bed. There was no punishment more suited for him. As for the remaining Hokage advisors, the game has only just begun. The Void Terminal has already calculated several scenarios that would make them the most uncomfortable. When all your selfishness comes back to you, what will your reaction be? That masked man. There's still plenty of time. Don't let him catch you. Due to a recent discussion at the Uchiha residence, Nahida began her role as a temporary teacher within the Uchiha. Sitting on her swing, Nahida flipped through some of the Uchiha's collections, while observing the neatly arranged adults below, all of whom had fallen into a dream. Unless it was something truly tragic, Nahida did not wish to create a dream world for the children to grow up in. While flipping through items, she tapped her little head. According to historical records, the Uchiha clan wasn't inherently bad. They were simply very proud. Excluding Uchiha Itachi, who was purely an individual case, even Nahida could not guarantee that her educational methods could rectify someone capable of slaughtering their entire family without complete consciousness transformation. As Nahida pondered after hearing Izumi's overview of the Uchiha clan's situation, she thought that convincing the other Uchiha clan members wouldn't be a troublesome matter for her. A beautiful dream about that world would help them understand the correct path, as shouting slogans about things many had never even considered was meaningless. It was still the dream of the new world. It wasn't entirely fabricated. It was based on the governance of the Teyvat deities, allowing them to comprehend what human life truly entailed. And it wasn't about taking pride in being an executioner. Nahida kindly placed all the Uchiha in the same dream. Would using the same method throughout this journey be a bit too ordinary? But there was no other choice. It's still the same reason. After all, adults and children differ significantly, each having their own ingrained stubborn beliefs. Growing up again is Nahida's method, Taking it step by step is essential for if one is too eager, certain dangers that could be avoided might lurk. This method also allows them to understand the world Nahida envisioned. She glanced at Tsunade, who was quietly sitting on the other side after awakening. Nahida did not intend to interrupt her moment of distraction. Instead, she logged into the back end of the void terminal. After she left Sumeru, it seemed a new uninvited guest had appeared within the borders of Sumeru. A portable void terminal was sounding an alarm. Meanwhile, in the woods of Sumeru, a chase was unfolding. Wind will duel stand. Damn. Who are you? Those were just a few ordinary warriors. If you want to protect them, then do so. Why chase me for so long? The sound of unyielding movement behind him persisted. Damn, there's not a shred of hesitation. The sensation of those wind blades resembled what ninjutsu users would feel. Excited, he believed his survival skills were sufficient, begging for mercy while observing. If you feel I have offended you, I deeply apologize. I have some wealth to offer as compensation. A half-human, half-snake existence was writhing through the grass on the ground, attempting to communicate weakness to the pursuer while fleeing, but it was all in vain. Until a gust of wind from behind pierced through the half-human, half-snake entity. A loud bang echoed. The pursuers observed for a while before turning away. Only the wind blades remained, shredding the broken corpse. In a dim base, a small snake crawled out from the A vast area had been reduced to fragments by the sharp wind blades. The little white snake quickly burrowed into the woods, and upon reaching a place it deemed safe, began to undergo a strange transformation. It then spat out a larger white snake which opened its mouth wide. A pale-faced half-man, half-snake entity. After another round of snake spitting, a pale-faced man appeared, disregarding the sticky substance covering his body, wearing a horrifyingly sinister smile. He expelled what was in his mouth into his hand. It was something leaf-shaped. It was truly astonishing. They had used this object to see through transformation techniques. I didn't expect Sumeru to undergo such significant changes. A powerful being has descended. Humph. The deity, whether real or fake. Surely there will be gains. Does the deity they speak of hold the secrets to immortality for me? Or is it a being similar to the leader of that organization? Extending his long tongue like a snake, he licked his lips. Humph, no matter what that thing appearing in Sumeru is, I must say this news has caught my interest. Opening his hand, the green leaf-shaped object lay quietly in his palm, stained with some blood, though not from the killing of... I wonder if this object can help me uncover something useful. And regarding that masked man, he marked down this originally intending to go to his base in Sumeru, Orochimaru had to laboriously find a nearby very concealed and intact base. Upon arriving in Sumeru, he intended to casually grab a test subject from that group of warrior soldiers, but suddenly someone blocked him. His multiple substitution and transformation techniques were directly seen through by a masked person, leading to his demise. After all, he, Orochimaru, was the most resilient ninja. Thankfully, the masked man seemed to think that a damaged body meant death, which would indeed be the case for other ninjas. In his retreat, he seized an item worn by a passerby. Initially intending to kill to prevent identity exposure, he felt an overwhelming sense of crisis as he made his move. Out of caution, he decisively departed. Days passed. In a very concealed underground base within Sumeru, after layering several safeguards, Orochimaru controlled a lowly ninja resurrected through his subordinates Edo Tensei and donned the stolen green void terminal. His true self was at a very distant location, casting control ninjutsu over the Edo Tensei ninja, beginning to share visual perception. The void terminal emitted a few flashes of red light. On the void terminal, only a sentence formed in the language of the ninja world appeared. Orochimaru, you have quite a lot of audacity. Greenish particles rushed into Orochimaru's Edo Tensei lowly ninja. The control of the Edo Tensei lowly ninja was directly seized, and noticing something traveling along the network, Orochimaru quickly severed the cable. Damn! What is that thing, and how did it catch up? Leaving a snake skin behind, he transformed into a swarm of white snakes, attempting to disperse. What he didn't know was that a snake-catching cage formed from grass elements had been ready with its opening aimed at him. The little white snake burrowed for an unknown duration. Just as it was about to stop, it heard the voice of a little girl. This time you ran a bit farther, clearly lacking relevant memories, yet could still vaguely recall certain things. Don't you want to run anymore? The white snake's bald head turned towards the direction of the voice. This isn't an illusion, Orochimaru. The little girl continued speaking in her uniquely soft, childlike voice. Curious, huh? This is the 94th time you feigned surrender. I doubt I can easily believe that you are truly remorseful this time. With gritted teeth, Orochimaru cautiously faced the source of the voice, tongue flicking and lips pursed. Those poor people, aside from the most ordinary individuals, the vast majority have been redeemed by such love. It's indeed quite dreadful. The game should come to an end. Morning. Nahida, who was originally in Konoha, resolving some matters, had just finished addressing issues that required her approval when she sensed someone trying to exploit the newly acquired space. Upon arriving, she saw a pale-faced figure controlling the resurrected Edo Tensei ninja while studying her voice. A certain exceptionally crafty Orochimaru ultimately met his downfall. In his base, he had already mentally prepared himself when researching that pilfered little item. Since it dared to be sent to ordinary people, it was surely equipped with ample safeguards against being spied upon. He originally thought it was a self-destruct mechanism for theft prevention. However, he did not expect someone to follow the item. If not for the sound made by the other party, he would have been completely unaware of their approach. Could it be a technique of spiritual transformation, or was the information from time-space ninjutsu still too scant? The moment he felt an inexplicable sense of crisis, he decisively evacuated. He left behind quite a few confusing clones along the way. It became a scenario of humans spitting out snakes and snakes spitting out humans. Stopping in a half-snake state, he looked around. Did I manage to shake them off now? The scene before him began to distort. He thought he had escaped, but unexpectedly the vista in front of him changed. He found himself back at the spot he had just hidden in. He refrained from attempting to break free again. Under his reincarnation without a body, Orochimaru could confidently state many could fight him, but few could actually kill him. Although today might lead to his downfall in his considerations, it was merely the soul fragments of this body that would be lost. He realized that his previous frantic movements had merely been a ploy of illusion. He could not ascertain whether the other party's illusion had been dispelled or if it still persisted. With a pale complexion, Orochimaru focused intently on his surroundings, with his snake-like vertical pupils, while continuously trying to recall methods to awaken from the illusion. However, the voice that had been whispering in Orochimaru's ear suddenly came from behind him. "Hello, are you looking for me?" Nahida called out, manifesting a physical form from the grass elements, and poked the man resembling a snake demon. Behind him, Orochimaru felt someone touching him. He quickly turned and unleashed a swarm of venomous snakes, preparing for a substitution technique. However, the venomous snakes passed through the body of the person behind him. His substitution technique had yet to finish forming seals. In the end, all Orochimaru saw was that pair of four-leafed pupils, and that ethereal green-haired little girl lost consciousness. The sensation of losing control of his body, akin to an illusion, made him understand. It's over, but it's fine. He had already planted quite a few curse mark fragments, hoping his subordinates would resurrect him before it was too late. He still could not comprehend how someone could follow that item through multiple layers of shells and still get caught, especially since he felt no spatial markings. When the still Orochimaru opened his eyes again, his pupils had transformed into the same as Nahida's. As for why, it was naturally because Nahida had remotely logged in. His mental strength was extremely weak, making him an easy target for her capture. Had this person fragmented themselves, leaving their soul incomplete? Habitually controlling Orochimaru's body, she formed a swing and sat down. She wanted to see this person's little secrets. An inexplicable intuition told Nahida that this person would be quite useful. It resembled the method used by the Archons to create avatars, but for a human to do so would cause significant harm to the mind that could not be restored. Know this person. She remembered seeing them in Tsunade's memory space. They seemed to be her acquaintance. Cold Lord Orochimaru, let me see what you have done. Researching immortality. Is it worth correcting? They look a bit like some foolish Harbinger's lapdog. If they are like the doctor from the Harbingers casually capturing people for disgusting experiments, then it would take a bit more effort. She had killed that thing slices before. She could also find the remaining pieces through one. As long as it wasn't killing for the sake of killing, Nahida would not forcibly punish anyone. She was merely a small grass god, just a little grass god without such great power. She only wished to protect the pitiful children she could see. Everyone should live well. As for those who died in war, if the living harbor hatred due to the death of loved ones, it's fine, and Nahida won't say anything about letting go of hatred, but she can put an end to most hatred. Every day when the world's consciousness whispers in her ear, while she is the world tree of the ninja realm it has mentioned. In this world, resurrection is not governed by gods. As long as Nahida can do it, she can resurrect freely. They will not intervene. They even forcibly gifted Nahida a small world to manage the souls of the deceased. The world's consciousness is a small light orb, and very few can observe its existence. Although the ninja realm's consciousness spoke to Nahida in that manner, it was very assured. This little grass god, while claiming not to care about her subjects or her world, truly did not. However, what she was doing would not deceive anyone, nor would she abuse the authority over death. Nahida merely needed to quiet the disputes on this land. The peaceful days of those lords and nobles were about to end. On the day of unification, she would grant all beings a new beginning. While she certainly cannot resurrect everyone for certain reasons, those who have lost loved ones may be revived. The thought of immortality begins here. As if adjusting a video recording the images in Orochimaru's memory changed rapidly. Nahida frowned as she finished watching those distressing events. With a desire to change Konoha but still believing it had rotted, he decided to take another path. Accelerate X2. Through that care, make those little ones loyal to him. There is love but not much. His life goals are quite resolute. In the center of the Uchiha clan's territory in Konoha, the residence of the former clan leader's family has been dismantled and redecorated. The dawn has just broken. After finishing her morning practice, Uchiha Izumi wiped the sweat from her forehead. She looked at the new shrine in front of her with satisfaction and nodded. It looks quite nice. This shrine will be the new place for the Uchihas to worship. As for the South He Shrine, it is filled with the memorial tablets of deceased Uchihas. The Uchiha should have a belief and goal rather than just impulsively wanting to maintain the peace they perceive. What exactly is the usefulness of what Wendy said? Let's give it a try. The answer will surely be revealed. Finally, she has found a suitable statue to pray to every day. She would have been anxious without the statue of the wind god. However, she must be clear. She is not concerned about love in relation to Wendy. She is quite certain about that. Her admiration is simply respect and yearning for the freedom represented by the god of freedom. She still bears the scars from her past experiences with love. No one can let her fall into the folly of love again, especially that wicked Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Izumi asked Wendy about the stories of the people she encountered in the illusion. Many parts of the illusion would be brief. Uchiha Izumi admires and aspires to become such a person. She wants to be the lion of the south wind in the new nation described by Nahida. The statue of the wind god certified by the true wind god indeed possesses much more spirit than the one I carved from memory. The wind element naturally converges towards the statue. May the wind god bless the Uchiha. After placing the statue of the wind god in a special spot, she closed her eyes and prayed according to the ceremonial practices she remembered. Bang! Ouch! A little guy jumped down from the wall using the body flicker technique, but due to his inexperience landed on the ground with an ouch. Seeing that Uchiha Izumi inside did not notice his embarrassment, the little guy stood up, enduring the soreness in his. Uchiha Izumi clearly heard the commotion behind her, without turning around, but the smile at the corner of her mouth indicated how happy she was. Sister Izumi, the clan members you asked us to notify have all arrived. Alright, I know. Go play. Uchiha Izumi carefully wiped several statues. Upon hearing that the people she had notified had come, she nodded and lowered her head to talk to the statue filled with wind. On a table with a distinctly ninja-style 7 statues radiating various colors were arranged in order. 7 beams of energy erupted from the statues. Then they dispersed in the air, and beads of varying colors engraved with strange patterns appeared in many places around. In the classroom, Nahida gently pinched a green bead that had appeared in her palm, tilting her head slightly. God eye! A few days prior in Konoha, the various affairs of the Uchiha clan had basically returned to normal, while the abandonment of the Konoha Guard's authority surprised many Konoha ninja and villagers. The villagers, no longer facing the enforcement of the reedy disease, were still in high spirits. Uchiha Izumi shook her head indifferently. The enforcement by the clan members was indeed somewhat crude, but with Sarutobi Hiruzen leading the team, the ninja clans colluded with each other. Ordinary people believed that the so-called Hokage would genuinely care about their lives. Then they would be in for a rude awakening. As for wanting to leave afterward outside the ninja village, various rogue ninjas and bandits posed dangerous threats. If they didn't want to leave the protection, they would have to be prepared to have their bones shattered. As for the complaints about the Uchiha enforcement, their success was merely a result of the ulterior motives of a few so-called higher-ups. It was almost time. Today was once again time for training. Let the wind guide me. These statues were exchanged from Wendy yesterday, along with some new clothing rumored to come from the land of grass that she had only heard the clan members talk about. When Wendy arrived, Uchiha Izumi was carving a statue piece by piece. Hey, Izumi, what are you doing? Ah! Uchiha Izumi quickly covered what she was holding with her hands. Wendy, I'm not doing. Wendy's emerald green eyes rolled as she did not delve further into Uchiha Izumi's matter, but instead placed a box in her hands. The bard brought back some good things for friends, Wendy said with an air of mystery. So do you have some wine? You need to exchange with me, otherwise I can't just give it to you for free. Looking at Wendy's outstretched hand, Uchiha Izumi blinked her eyes and took out a bottle of wine she always carried with her, placing it in that hand. Alright, Wendy, I will instruct someone to fetch it for you. As for the items exchanged, they were certainly some wine that the Uchiha had brought back from the land of fire. Ninja families are not fools who rely solely on missions to sustain everyone. They also engage in business. However, for farming, perhaps due to the pride of being a ninja or some other reason, they were not involved. Before dawn, Uchiha Izumi, dressed in new clothes, brought the statues to the newly organized Uchiha Academy in a tray. In the center of the main building of the Uchiha Academy, Izumi placed 7 small statues, according to Wendy's instructions. Among them, one statue depicted a girl in a cloak holding a sphere, and her eyes seemed to shine for a moment. The Uchiha clan was publicly unified into 2 factions by Uchiha Izumi, but there were still some old-fashioned members quietly plotting. Upon seeing the giant blue figure appear behind Izumi, they chose to close their mouths obediently. Uchiha Izumi directly went to the Hokage building to submit her resignation to Lord Danzo, the temporary Hokage. Hokagesima. When Uchiha Izumi addressed him as Hokagesima, the shadowy Danzo showed a hint of amusement, forgetting that Izumi belonged to the Uchiha clan, and conversed amiably. After Uchiha Izumi's skilled pleasantries, he agreed to her application to hand over the guard. A small Danzo was much easier to deal with than that group of Lorens. The Uchiha clan had been quite stable in recent days, aside from some necessary activities to refresh their ninja engagement. Their emotional stability surprised everyone who knew the Uchiha. Recently, they seemed to enjoy peeping on people. Many families reported being spied on, Those people even muttered that what the instructor said was indeed correct. In the end, someone even filed a complaint, and it was only after Danzo personally went to speak to Uchiha Izumi that the Uchiha's behavior began to restrain. Others merely felt that the Uchiha had become even more incomprehensible. After the placement of the statues, several wandering deities in the world felt a response. Nevertheless, they continued to busy themselves with their tasks. Izumi sensed that the power in the air seemed to have increased. The area originally designated for the clan leader's residence had been entirely modified into several large classrooms. These would serve as classrooms for the Uchiha divided into small, medium, and large classes. However, due to age and physical fitness, Nahida's method of allowing them to experience life in Teyvat through constructing dream worlds was not meant for everyone. Aside from a large dream experience for the young adult Uchiha, no interference was made for children, and the elderly who were chosen for other forms of teaching. Elders were quite rare, as the behaviors of ninjas often prevented them from reaching true old age. Most of the time, adults had a significant influence on children. The little ones would find the correct answers in their lives once the adults understood. However, Nahida still required the few remaining elders to come and listen to the lessons, as their stubbornness could easily lead everyone to bias. As for the children, they certainly had no choice but to follow arrangements made by their families. Nahida was not only addressing the Uchiha, she was also in contact with her sages staying in the land of grass gathering. During the time spent in the Uchiha when not in class, Nahida would continue to wander around Konoha. Having transformed back to her youth, she prepared to explore Konoha further. Nahida was exploring Konoha. She discovered an orphanage. With one hand resting on her chin, Nahida sensed her surroundings. This place seems a bit remote. The economic situation doesn't seem very good either. However, that slightly dilapidated door suddenly swung open. A woman in a somewhat faded white robe appeared holding a basket. "Hey, little one, why are you here?" Reaching out her hand to pat Nahida's head, she asked, "Why are you here by yourself? Tell your sister, okay?" Seeing Nahida alone, the woman seemed to believe she had been abandoned. But her luxurious-looking clothing did not seem to belong to an ordinary household. Nahida understood what without speaking, she simply nodded and shook her head. The woman looked around and then picked Nahida up to take her into a new day. In the classroom, everyone was attentively learning. Even Uchiha Sasuke was doing his best to study seriously alongside his elder brother, maintaining a tense expression. One of the little Uchiha, seeing Nahida allowing them to discuss, quietly ran over and stretched out a small hand, asking Nahida to lean down and listen to her. "Teacher Nahida, my grandpa said he doesn't want to come to school anymore starting today." Nahida smiled, as she had noticed it too. Originally, she was waiting until after school to personally visit, but since the little one came to report, she decided to instruct Izumi. "You go check. Your elders are late and haven't come to class." "Okay, Teacher Nahida." The scene quickly shifted to the home of the elders. "Izumi, are you all being a bit too reckless? We old fellows shouldn't have to go to school anymore." Dressed in Uchiha clan attire, Uchiha Izumi merely looked at the elder. "Elder, you have 1 minute. If you haven't tidied up in a minute, then I'm sorry. The Uchiha must change and everyone is essential. You can't be absent either. Everyone is waiting." All right. You little girl, hurry up and get lost. He'll tidy up and come right over." In the boundless interstellar space within a somewhat dilapidated space station, a presence surrounded by a pile of red smiling face masks discovered that someone had left and instantaneously teleported to that location. The smiling face masks did not destroy or do anything. They simply transformed into a girl wearing a fox mask on her head, who began typing on the computer. "File is being retrieved. Name Nai. Physique: the original body was sacrificed to nourish the already endangered Teyvat. The new body branches provided by the mysterious blank are growing steadily by integrating with the local powers of the new world. Inherent authority of a deity: if there is no existence in the current world possessing the same authority, it will automatically gain similar authority in the new world. Note: if there are already existences in this world with the same authority, a struggle for dominance will ensue, and the hostile deities will escalate their intent to attack, initiating a divine war." Nahida's powers. Elemental force. Every world possesses corresponding elemental forces and authorities. Due to the completeness of the world and the varying levels of the world, the strength of elemental forces differs. They also have different names based on the world. Powers mastered by Nahida: incomplete Dendro authority of Teyvat 1. Incomplete authority of wisdom of Teyvat 1. Incomplete authority of dreams of Teyvat 1. Currently mastering the elemental authority of Dendro wisdom and dreams from the shinobi world. Abilities mastered. Different divine arts and celestial techniques learned from the 7 gods in Teyvat. An improved version of the ninjutsu from the shinobi world. Nahida's personal realm, Huanlan Na. A space filled with the undead. Nahida has yet to learn the name of this space. Pure Land. A transit space that crosses worlds. Encounter realm. Current shinobi world region Nahida has mastered. Nation: Dendro Nation. The 7 gods appearing in the shinobi world. Originally they. Today's lesson comes to an end. Class dismissed. As she spoke, Nahida, with her hair tied in a high ponytail in her adult form, tapped her lesson plan on the podium, cradled it in her arms, and announced the end of the class. "Goodbye, Teacher King of Grass. Most of the adults present from the Uchiha clan had experienced a swift journey through the dream world of Teyvat. Having once been an adventurer or a random profession under Nahida's setting, they coincidentally got to know the 7 archons of the dream world. Having seen the 7 archons walking the world, they maintained a respectful title for the divine. Nahida did not linger as she had many matters to attend to. Today's class was part of the mobilization meeting she had prepared for in advance. The previously quiet sounds of flipping pages and studying in the classroom erupted into lively chatter. Is it about to begin? Eliminate the evil Konoha F, for the world belongs to everyone. No need for a Hokage nor any feudal lord as long as we have the leadership of the King of Grass and the arrival of peace. Ninjas should not be mere lapdogs of the fat feudal lords. This came from a corner at the back of the classroom. Such admiration gathered in one place. It was indeed a terrifying allure. However, the winds of change were finally set to disperse the rotten ship that was Konoha. A figure with purple eyeshadow and a conical hat surveyed all of this. Konoha, I have returned. I initially thought I would come here to personally send the old man off, but it seems I am still late. That kind of lingering on a sickbed must be quite ugly, old man. He had also been in Konoha for a few days and had gathered quite a bit of information. Nahida did not impose any restrictions on him. She only asked him to manage his subordinates well. Except for those with genuinely wicked hearts, everyone else had been relocated to the literacy base in the grass country. Orochimaru received a void terminal meant for him, allowing him to access certain materials that Nahida wanted him to review. This also succeeded in keeping Orochimaru in check. He also encountered the former Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, the child of the 4th Hokage. That very similar face reminded him of the spirited man from back then, accompanied by 2 maids who looked like puppets. It was obvious. Others might not recognize him, but he who frequently changed bodies could hardly fail to recognize the 4th Hokage and his wife. Was this the achievement of the King of Grass? The knowledge shared was quite good, but it was clear that Orochimaru was not some young fool who would be impulsive over mere narrative. He looked somewhat bored at the reactions of those present. There was no way to resolve the implanted issues. Then he decided to greet his dear old friend. Nahida was attempting to consume the military rations when she noticed her old teammate Tsunade, who seemed to be in a daze, and walked over. In the end, Nahida chose not to kill Orochimaru. The talent from the local ninja world was far too scarce. Currently, most of the important positions in the grass country still relied on the group of people Nahida brought over from Teyvat who originally existed only in background stories. This small number of people could hardly support the expanding territory of the nation. This was what led Nahida to continually suppress the enthusiasm of her subordinates from the grass country to unify the ninja world. Orochimaru's actions, strictly speaking, were not problematic. When he selected individuals as test subjects, he did not simply abduct them to force them into being his materials. After all, the unfortunate little creatures with their malnourished physiques were hardly suitable as test subjects. They were barely fit to be firewood. As for those with physiques good enough to catch Orochimaru's attention, he could not capture them as they were all grown up, so he just picked up the children with good bloodlines. The children he raised, filled with personality issues, were much easier to experiment on. However, their quality was poor. The only decent one, a corpse bloodline, was also afflicted with bloodline disease. Those strange individuals with animal-like claws were adopted or voluntarily transformed by small families that chose to follow Orochimaru. Seeing Nahida tie Orochimaru up and enter the base, they roared angrily and attempted to attack. Stop. They are not enemies. Orochimaru immediately commanded his subordinates to halt. Sorry. My subordinates were too reckless and disrespectful. Please wait a moment, my lord. I'll instruct them. Nahida nodded. She sat on the swing she had conjured. As for the grotesque human test subjects, Nahida, being rational, did not touch them. All those who had gone mad were destroyed. Even if those little ones did not encounter Orochimaru's experiments transforming them into that ghastly state, they would likely starve or be killed by bandits from unknown origins. As he was tying kunai to explosive tags, Orochimaru initially intended to greet someone. However, as he entered just when class was starting under the pressure of Nahida's intense gaze during the lesson, Orochimaru did not have the chance to greet Tsunade. But now after class, there was no need for such formalities. He took a few steps from the back of the classroom towards Tsunade in the middle. Tsunade was also wearing the device that had caused him to crash. Clearing his throat, Orochimaru sat down in the empty seat beside Tsunade. You got caught by her too. Oh, it's you. I didn't expect her to not kill you. Tsunade paused her connection to the void terminal, crossing her arms as she looked at her old friend. The familiar pale complexion, purple eyeshadow, snake-like slit pupils, and the dusty long robe brought back the state they were in when the 3 of them were still in the same team, with a few less ferocity. I didn't expect that either. Orochimaru also looked at Tsunade sitting beside him with a complex expression. What were you looking at just now? With another sigh, Orochimaru stopped reminiscing. What about Jiraiya? He also realized that normally wherever Tsunade was, that guy should be there too. Upon hearing Orochimaru's inquiry, Tsunade's expression turned somewhat strange. That? About Jiraiya? Forget it, you can see for yourself. Since she kept you alive, she should have given. Tsunade clicked again with her right hand to summon the previous screen. Then she turned her gaze towards Orochimaru beside her, sharing the image. Then Orochimaru saw an image that made it hard for him to keep his composure. Are you sure that's Jiraiya? He has changed bodies too. Tsunade shook her head. With her movement, the two massive figures also swayed. But is this the problem? If it were the previous Jiraiya, he would definitely be uncontrollable, but the one in front of him is not. It's still Orochimaru. Jiraiya would definitely not use your kind of ninjutsu. That is his punishment. A punishment for not being able to control his lust. The green transmission screen of the Void Terminal featuring Tsunade and Orochimaru. After an initial moment of embarrassment, their attitudes returned to a normal state. It seems he had nothing urgent to attend to, and Orochimaru was not planning to leave fixated on the Void Terminal. As for the pursuit of immortality that had faded from his mind, the hints given to him by Nahida had successfully allowed him to abandon the revulsion he felt towards the process of resurrection without a body. This body was crafted by Nahida herself for Orochimaru. As for the old body, it was discarded. Its shelf life was also nearing its end. The drawbacks of resurrection without a body required frequent body changes, which Nahida certainly would not allow. She issued an absolute order that even if the reincarnated body was willing to let Orochimaru take over, it was not permitted. The topic returned to the broadcast screen. After waking from the dream, Nahida gave him Tsunade's last stubbornness dissipated. She mustered her spirit to ask Nahida how she could help. Nahida did not elaborate further, planning to reveal certain matters at the final moment of completion. She instructed Tsunade to pay attention to whether her lecherous teammate had awakened after class each day. In an unnamed forest's depths, a girl who bore a slight resemblance to his old companion Jiraiya, only by her white hair, was busy alongside two others. They were busy preparing a large wild boar. A big wound on the boar's forehead was oozing blood while its eyes had been shot out by arrows. Leading them was an old man with a long scar on his face. It was under his command that they succeeded in the hunt. Everyone appeared quite pleased. Uncle, today's food should last us quite a while. Jiraiya in female form also looked quite happy. Yet he still felt a sense of urgency with no progress in sensing chakra. This left Jiraiya unable to find a way to escape from this place for a long time. His physical strength felt like that of an ordinary girl. Yes, yes, Dad. A boy who bore a strong resemblance to the old man happily echoed. He took a moment to glance at Jiraiya, who was starving due to not having meat for a long time, and thought, in 2 days I'll ask my father to personally propose. Jiraiya's sister had been trying to venture outside. She didn't want to stay here, but the outside world was too dangerous. As a girl, she wasn't a ninja and looked too good. What if something happened? Thinking of certain matters, the boy's face inexplicably flushed. He was secretly making up his mind. The old man glanced at his son, who had a foolish look of infatuation, and then at Jiraiya, who though drooling with hunger had sharp and astute eyes. He was not prepared to meddle in affairs of the heart. What was meant for his son would be. As for that woman, he couldn't grasp her. Her identity was still unclear. She had inexplicably fainted in that place. So many days had passed. This woman was a big trouble. He could hardly control those lustful men. Xiao-yi, when can I finally rest easy and leave everything to you? This group of people were all refugees. However, he was the only one who had a slight opportunity to learn a bit, which allowed him to enter here. Deep in this isolated place, there were no chaotic nobles nor those annoying noble lackey ninjas. Xiao-yi, let everyone know to eat together tonight. Xiao, Jiraiya, help me out. I'll take care of the rest. Okay. I'm coming, uncle. As soon as the boy Xiao-yi left, the old man's expression changed dramatically. He straightforwardly said, Xiao, Jiraiya, after this meal you should leave tonight. You were looking for a way to leave, right? Don't worry, I'll keep it a secret. You've noticed Xiao-yi's emotions too. And those few people. Your appearance is a huge problem. After going out, you should make your face less attractive. This place is not suitable for someone like you to stay. I went out a few days ago. I heard that the land of grass is nice. If you have nowhere to go, you should go there and take a look. The map will be prepared for you, and I will put your package there. Uncle. Jiraiya was suddenly at a loss after being poked by the old man regarding his ongoing behavior. Thank you. He still underestimated others too much. His powerless probing had been discovered. He did not respond to Jiraiya's thanks. While speaking, the old man did not slow down his work, swiftly using the only weapon he had to cut the meat. Jiraiya certainly would not refuse this opportunity. He had indeed noticed those few lecherous individuals who tried to spy on him every night from not far away. His limited good eyesight allowed him to clearly see the expressions of those people, just like when he spied on materials in the back. No, it was far more malicious. Just as those people were trying to get closer, the sound of a door opening from the old man's room caused them to scatter. Those filthy gazes were filled with aggression. Even the old man's intimidating voice could hardly hold them back. Is this the punishment from that little girl for me? Only when truly assuming the identity of a girl can one feel how disgusting those past actions were. Leaving tonight would mark the end. I wonder if Konoha has sent someone to find me. I have become like this now. The life of an ordinary person has also been terrible to the extreme. The speed of seeking the destined child's whereabouts must be accelerated. I don't know if the old man can break the ninjutsu that has put me in this state. After reminding about the necessary things, the wild boar was soon cleaned up. The boy Xiao-Yi who went to call others also returned with a few people. After the meat was sliced up, everyone would soon begin. Come, come, come. This is for Jiraiya's sister. The boy was trying hard to curry favor with the pretty girl only to be slapped on the neck by his father. In this lively atmosphere, several shady-looking individuals began whispering to each other. Hey, hey, hey. Look, it's really making people's hearts itch. That old fool protecting even a picked-up person like this. He definitely wants that woman to be their family's wife. The furtive glances and the lewd speculations began to circulate among them as they greedily devoured the prepared meat. A group of refugees hid deep in this dense forest, having stayed here for a long time, slightly improving from their initial impoverished state. Yet some individuals, due to hunger and their inability to fight back, began to nurture hidden malice. They were deep in this forest. Initially they had come to take a gamble. The nobles had begun to impose taxes once again. The streets of Konoha echoed with the howling wind. In the dimming twilight, Danzo, the acting Hokage, did not return to his home. Instead, he arrived at his base of operations. Back in the familiar shadows of the route, a sense of satisfaction washed over him. Only in his old lair did he feel a semblance of safety. Konoha would be the same in the future. Aside from him, no other ninjas en route would be allowed to think independently, let alone possess any semblance of humanity. All for the sake of Konoha. In a dark corner of Route, Danzo, with half his face wrapped in bandages, let out bursts of sinister laughter. Thinking back to the day he met with the clan leaders, he scoffed. Is there anyone better than me? Humph, the position of Hokage belongs to me alone. He had never been so close to the position of Hokage. As for the candidates, he would shatter their hopes. The direct descendants of the Hokage were mostly unpredictable, either missing like Kakashi or untraceable. Perhaps they were already dead. If not, he would ensure they met their demise outside. Nothing could come back to obstruct his plans. At that moment, the route base was nearly deserted. This was not because they were off-duty. Route ninjas did not have the luxury of leaving after hours like the Umbu. Joining Route meant becoming Danzo's subservient. Of course, if a regular Konoha ninja dared to question Elder Danzo's actions, he would simply respond, "Everything is for Konoha. If you have any objections, then feel free to visit the Route base in person." Many Route ninjas had already been lost during the attack on the Uchiha, and in recent times, he had sent most of the remaining ones out to search for and ambush the missing Jiraiya and others. For Konoha, you must all obediently die outside. When I become the 5th Hokage, I will seek justice for you. Hayashi, it must be that evil Uchiha who has harmed you thus. I will cleanse Konoha and make it the best Konoha. Sarutobi Hayashi, your cowardice has reduced you to such an ugly state. I will not follow your path. Those damned Uchiha must be exterminated. Danzo's daydreaming about the future was not yet over. He was growing impatient. The route base felt eerily quiet with so many personnel deployed. There was not even the sound of training. It was time to replenish Route with some fresh blood. Where are those 3 useless ones? It's been so long, and still no sign of them. Kenwen Chui, where are you? I sent you to the orphanage to bring back new blood for Route. Where are the people you were supposed to bring back? Several voices echoed, but Danzo did not consider them invaders, for even when empty there were still guards among the Route ninjas. He thought a silent invasion was impossible. Hearing the approaching voices, Danzo slammed his fist on his throne, looking at the 3 subordinates who appeared. Come here and explain yourself. If it weren't for the shortage of manpower recently, I would have had you commit seppuku for these failed missions long ago. After all, worst case, I could just demand more from each ninja clan. Would they dare to resist? Humph! Even you trash dare to defy my orders. The voices that approached did not respond to Danzo's words. He sat upon a throne that he had specially constructed for himself in the route base. Shin Uchiha furiously crushed a corner of the throne. Useless, all of you are useless. Danzo did not doubt why those who came would not answer. He did not expect much explanation from the route ninjas. If they failed, the standard procedure was to kill them all. Route does not need useless individuals. He was reluctant to take off the Hokage's attire he wore. The cloak he wore bore no insignia of Hokage, for although he had nominated himself for the position of 5th Hokage, many clans disagreed, and even the remaining 2 Hokage advisors believed there were more suitable candidates. In the end, it became Danzo's temporary Hokage role. Those damned people, once I become the 5th Hokage, I will settle the score with each of you personally. 3 injured route ninjas wearing masks appeared before Danzo. They were the 3 ninjas he had summoned. Seeing the wounds on the route ninjas, he grew furious. The masks concealed their expressions. Aside from a slight glimmer in their eyes, Danzo did not notice anything amiss with these 3. Damn it! The inherently evil Uchiha, they should have died obediently, costing me so much. The masked route ninjas stood stiffly like puppets. While Danzo contemplated how to gain more support, he failed to notice that the 3 summoned route ninjas were still approaching, not kneeling at the stairs as they usually did to await orders. The oddly behaving route ninjas drew kunai and aimed for Danzo's head. Ken, what are you doing? By the time Danzo realized something was off with the 3 controlled route ninjas, they were already very close. In the shadows, Uchiha Izumi, Uchiha Shirsue, and Uchiha Itachi, along with Naruto's family, calmly watched Danzo. Each Uchiha controlled a root ninja, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. Why were they here? It recalled events from a few days prior. Uchiha clan grounds. Outside the classroom. Izumi-san, Shisuikan, please wait. The golden-haired Naruto leaned against the classroom door, blocking their way. Though still a child, he spoke with more conviction than many adults. It's not convenient to talk here. Let's go somewhere else. Naruto was using the Flying Thunder God technique. This is it. Izumi-san and Shisuikan Danzo's filthy actions are outrageous. From the latest information, he wants to become Hokage. The entire shinobi world found rebirth under the benevolent care of the otherworldly deity, Nahida, who had wandered into their realm by chance. The Chao Ji country court, the Fengdan tribunal modeled after the template of Tiwate, had been erected. To lend the proceedings solemnity, Nahida, having assumed an adult form, sat upon the central dais with a stern countenance and began to pronounce judgment. She declared the crimes led by 5 feudal daimyo. The first charge brutality. Waging war by hiring shinobi under the pretense of dividing spoils and seeking diversion. The second charge avarice. Exploiting the common people in the name of lordship. Today they are sentenced to. I, the grass deity Nahida, hereby announce that from this day forth no person or thing may invoke noble birth as excuse to sow discord or commit evil. Those who offend shall be punished by my own hand as I have done today. Seize them and bring them to the execution ground. Soldiers posted around the court quickly moved forward and hauled the daimyos along. The 5 corpulent daimyos, grotesque as swine, begged for mercy but could not form a sound. Tears and snot streaked their faces as they kowtowed relentlessly. To the soldiers who had already begun cultivating elemental arts, the spectacle only inspired disgust. It changed nothing of their resolve. At the execution ground, the proceedings continued. Commoners crowded the square, curiosity brimming in their faces. 2 flying vessels, their wings like vivid green leaves, broadcast the scene to every void terminal. An execution of daimyo. Such a thing was unfathomable. The sight sent shockwaves through the populace. In this world, war had been perpetual. Yet the daimyo of the 5 great nations had always remained untouchable. That had been the assumption of ages past. When the heads of those wretched screaming lords rolled from the block, the crowd felt some invisible shackle loosen deep within them. A daimyo was not inherently exalted. Nobility was not synonymous with virtue. The people's thinking began at last to undergo a genuine transformation. A few days passed. After that day, the shinobi world entered the new year of the grass deity's inaugural era. In honor of the gods' deeds, the people spontaneously assigned elemental birth signs to children in 7-year cycles, each year corresponding to one of 7 deities. Remarkably, many children born in the years of their corresponding element truly mastered that very elemental power as they cultivated. People called it the deity's blessing. The earliest descended grass deity set the era name. The new year that began on the day of unification was declared Grass Deity Year 1, symbolizing the close of the age of ninja villages and the 5 great nations. Unless belief wanes in the ages to come or Nahida vanishes, the counting of years in memory of the grass deity will endure, beginning from Grass Deity Year 1. From the great sacred tree at the center, where Nahida's palace stood, one could look down to streets and alleys already decorated in festive crimson and gold. Though the air retained a lingering chill, many little ones warmly wrapped could not wait. They ran outdoors, clutching fireworks and firecrackers to set off. Let's go, let's go. Yongtai, come play. A chubby-cheeked boy wearing new clothes pushed open his friend's door. After paying New Year courtesies to the elders in his companion's home, he bounded into the friend's room, pockets full of red envelopes. Yongtai's friend lay there bored until he saw his comrade and quickly sat up to get ready. Oh, bring some food for the road. We'll snack as we go. All right, I'll grab some. Wait for me. They'll tell my mother as well. Mom, friends are here. I'm heading out. Okay, got it. Remember to come back early. You have to go to your grandfather's house to pay respects too. Yongtai's mother, busy in the kitchen, poked her head out to say she understood. As it was the last day of the year, only those in the most vital posts remained on duty, otherwise save for Ms. Kai Se-lin of the Adventurers Association, who kept a 24-hour watch. Most had taken leave at the Grass King's decree and gone home. Those who had lost their homes in past wars carried their meager belongings and walked toward the palace where the Grass King resided, seeking shelter and direction. Xiao-nan, are you sure we should wear these to see Godmother? Yahiko held a frog costume in both hands, incredulous at Xiao-nan's choice. Didn't Godmother send us New Year outfits before? Why not wear that set? Chong-men eyed the flashy frog suit, unable to hide his reservations. He tried to voice his doubt gently. Xiao-nan had lately slipped into some mysterious work. When she spoke in that tone, her anger became formidable and frightening. In the end, Chong-men and Yahiko donned the 3-piece frog costumes at the cost of carrying 2 large parcels atop their heads. Each took up a New Year gift and set off. They trusted that she would have prepared everything for them on this day. Kids don't point firecrackers at people or houses. Fine, fine. We know you hate sermons. Be safe and go play. The patrol captain signaled to his squad. A team stepped out and took up a silent watch nearby. Chao Ji country, a residential quarter. The home of Bofeng Shui men. Mingren come. Let's paste the spring couplets. After tidying the house you must go pay New Year respects to your stepmother Nahida. The true revival of Xian with Zhou Xianai and Bo Feng Shui Men had been completed on that special day. The day of Mingren's first birthday. Shui Men, thank you for all your effort today. Xian with Zhou Xianai hugged her bright little son, and waving led Mingren toward the door. The door opened and outside a girl with a crimson scarf lifted her hand to knock. Her twin braids swayed as in her other hand she carried a large wrapped gift and offered it to Zhou Xianai. Happy New Year, sister Zhou Xianai. Then she craned her head to greet Mingren behind her. Mingren, Happy New Year. Bold and unself-conscious, the desert girl Ai Wei Air flung her arms around Zhou Xianai in a warm embrace, much to Zhou Xianai's surprise. Because of Mingren's history their family had few visitors. Xianhua and Shui Men were in many ways solitary. Ai Wei Air, come in, sit down. Zhou Xianai's face broke into a grateful smile at their acquaintance. From her pocket she produced a large red envelope and pressed it into Ai Wei Air's hand. Don't be formal with your sister. It's the new year, take it. All right, thank you, sister Zhou Xianai. I won't come in, but may I borrow Mingren for a day? Ai Wei Air nimbly stuck the other spring couplet to the door, and taking Mingren's hand began to pull him outside. Ai Wei Air. Mingren looked at the girl after pasting his couplet. Zhou Xianai was already turning to Shui Men to begin discussing in earnest the children's future. Ai Wei Air called back a cheerful farewell, goodbye sister Zhou Xianai. Please tell Uncle Shui Men Happy New Year for me. Then she took Mingren's hand, their fingers entwined as she led him away. Chao Ji Country Jing Shan Palace. Nahida had been busy these past days. Not because disaster loomed, but because she prepared a surprise for the children and a great gift for all the citizens of the newly unified realm. As for those to whom Nahida herself needed to pay New Year respects, there were few: the Tree King, the Seven Gods, and a handful of elder figures such as Liu Zhao Wang Yi, who kept the palace kitchens. By comparing the registrations on the void terminals, the number of recorded names corresponded roughly to the number of souls in the Jing 2 had been the cramped soul-filled space the world had shoved into Nashida's hands. Originally the souls catalogued there seemed frozen in stasis. But upon discovering that this was the world's crude version of the underworld, Nahida set about a thorough reconstruction. She stripped away the rigid machinery, a single unyielding Yen Wang and the tiresome reapers, from their powers and dismantled that mocked system. The authority over life and death had been twisted by those with force, rendering the true purpose of the underworld meaningless. She fashioned several avatars to serve as stewards of the Jing Tus operation, giving the realm new simple structures to govern its turning. Then Nahida came to where the souls dwelt. After the reforms, the souls no longer remained coldly suspended, they had awareness. Zhu Jian, you are here. Nahida paused beside two souls whose presence outshone the others. Qian Shou Zhu Jian and Yu Ji Bo Ban bowed respectfully to Nahida. Ban, are you certain you will not return to the world to see it once more? Nahida explained, today will be the last exception. At the dawn of the new year I wish for the hatred that fuels mutual slaughter to truly cease. This is the first and the last time souls who still have family in the living world, those who perished prematurely because of war, may return to the world of the living. This is one of the gifts I give them for the new year. No, my past pursuit of peace ended in deception by those men. I have no face to be resurrected. But if you can grant life to Quan Nai and the others, let them taste this hard-won peace. Nahida said little and only nodded, then roused from their slumber those soul forms who had dwelt in the dreamlike realm of. She transmitted final fragments of worldly knowledge to every soul to be revived at the new year, leaving those who remained silent untouched. After bidding farewell to Zhu Jian and Ban, Nahida instantaneously appeared before the small crowned avatar she had made for herself. The Yen Wang incarnation. The time until the new year was short. Everything had been set in orderly preparation. This one is for Naruto and this one is for Konan. This one is for Nagato. Finally, the preparations for the Pure Land are also complete. Little grass, everything is ready on my side. The small bear's paw gently tapped on Nahida, who was busy packing gifts. Her eyes brightened. Hey! Awesome. It's date honey. Nahida took a small bite and revealed a satisfied expression. Delicious. It's the sugar that suits me best. Marcus had originally sacrificed himself to the land of Liyue. However, the little bit of intellect that remained was taken away by the scheming Nahida and had been dormant since. It was either rice balls or grilled meat, and because of the cravings, after being well prepared, recalling that she had also recruited a stove god, who had turned into a blank slate, Nahida started spreading the concept of stove. She also successfully awakened Marcus. The gods do not rely on the faith of their people, but for Marcus in his blank slate state, faith is still quite useful. Moreover, the faith in their Tevat deities truly has an effect. As the night fell, the lights in every household began to shine. The Pure Land Palace stood as the most prominent building in the nation of grass. The divine palace, built atop the giant divine tree, began to emit a faint divine light as night descended, illuminating the path for every returning child. Happy New Year! A student from the academy sat alone on a bench beside the winding road leading down to the Hearing someone greet him, he politely replied with a Happy New Year, and then stared blankly at the lights of the houses below. Hey, you are wearing the Blue Academy uniform, senior. Brother, you are from the Anemo Academy, right? I am too. But I'm from the Electro Academy, just looking into the distance. Let me introduce myself. My name is Raiden. I'm an orphan. This name was given to me by the Divine One. I didn't have a name before. A talkative boy in a purple academy uniform sat down beside the melancholic senior. What about you? What about you, senior? The boy in the Blue Academy uniform looked at the noisy guy beside him with a deadpan expression. Aren't you bored? Why don't we go visit the Divine One? My name is Kakashi. Can you be quiet for a moment? Yes, just like you said, I have nowhere to go. Could you please shut up? Kakashi's pent-up grievances burst forth in loud roars. A series of angry shouts made the talkative boy Raiden stop. Seeing the boy stunned after the outburst, Kakashi's tone suddenly softened. Sorry. I've been under a lot of pressure lately. Don't mind me, just let me stay here for a while. I will attend the banquet hosted by the Grass King later. Father, you may not know, but in the end what you insisted on and the direction I believe in are both wrong. The mission and the teammates were ultimately a mistake. Peace has come, but the peace of a lonely person is meaningless to those who remain. Nahida was waiting. Naruto, look. It's the Lenaros. So many Lenaros. Purple Nara, Happy New Year. Golden Nara, Happy New Year. A brown Lenaro, clearly more mature than the others, floated in midair, greeting the incoming guests. The Lenaros who used to stay at Huan Nalan now wore scarves gifted by their deity, and pushed little dining carts back and forth in the banquet hall. Some Lenaros disappeared underground, each carrying a red lucky bag. Those were the New Year gifts prepared for their... They didn't need to rely on memories to sustain the forest. Their memories were well preserved, and they made many more friends. In a private room in the Pure Land Palace, the gentle and mature Tree King welcomed colleagues and old friends. The two long sofas were filled with people. After a round of pleasantries, Zhongli, despite wanting to refuse, was still invited to the most central seat. Then, in the lively atmosphere, they started to play around. Most of the mature and steady male deities were not very interested. For instance, in a corner, a famous and rare pair of divine couples in Teyvat were being affectionate. A burly man in a gold-plated style embraced a girl as bright as a flower. The girl, wearing an ancient Liyue dress, stuffed more than a dozen strange stone locks into the stern Zhongli's arms. Feeling a bit tired, but today reuniting with old friends was indeed special. The game of unlocking the stone locks began. The Tree King busily served drinks to the guests. After all, with little Grass not at home, she as the mother had to keep an eye on things. At 2309, the last day of the old calendar in the ninja world, Nahida used her divine power to conjure a sufficiently large screen, preparing for the countdown. It was the last minute. The seat left for Nahida at the long dining table remained unoccupied. Everyone with final 30 seconds. Finally, a vortex appeared beside the great Dendro Archon. Two figures almost identical except for the varying shades of green stood together. Sorry, I'm a bit late. The top of the banquet hall also had a slightly smaller countdown timer. In a commercial street of Konoha, the four big and one small figures walked over from the Uchiha territory and found a relatively inconspicuous spot in the corner of a storytelling tea house to sit down. The profession of storytelling did not exist in Konoha before, nor did it in the entire ninja world. Its emergence was certainly passed down from the people of Teyvat. However, it was not taught by Nahida. It was imparted by Mr. Zhongli, a teacher from the Earth Academy which Naruto had watched with his family at that time. Despite being just one person, the storyteller vividly brought the audience into the scene with only words. Naruto found himself enchanted by this form of performance. He would often invite Avril to come along and support the show. As for storytelling, it also originated from the current land of grass. They waited for the storyteller to begin while listening. Previously, after attacking Danzo at the root and giving him a lesson pulling out things he should not touch, both Izumi and Shursue the Uchiha believed they should directly eliminate that old thief Danzo to prevent future troubles. However, Naruto proposed a new idea. As ninjas, are you afraid of quick pain and death? No. The three of them shook their heads in unison. Their own deaths were the least of their concerns. But what if I were to shatter your most important beliefs and leave you just like the third Hokage lying in the hospital bed now? Naruto guided them to begin thinking with a calm tone. Although they had been studying for some time, the Uchiha still struggled with certain matters. Looking at Naruto, who appeared to be of an age suitable for the Ninja Academy, they did not underestimate him in the slightest. Indeed, if that's the case, I would go mad. After all, I would remember a single blade from someone for a lifetime. Izumi was the first to express her opinion. While saying this, Uchiha Izumi's expression was one of gritted teeth, as she glanced at Uchiha Itachi, who had lowered his head and fell silent. Shursue wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead, trying to ease the tension with Izumi. Naruto observed Izumi's dark aura without showing any change in expression. After all, compared to being scolded by his mother Kushina, this was nothing. Seemingly recalling a topic, Shursue said, "For me in the past, what was more painful than death was the peace between the village and my family that I longed for. My vision was ultimately limited. I failed to see that those leading Konoha had already decayed. In pursuit of peace for the village and family, I pondered day and night, believing that awakening the genjutsu of Koto Amitsukami could maintain peace, trusting too much in those truly responsible for the conflicts in Konoha and losing my eyes. The collapse of belief led to thoughts of suicide. Itachi almost made the same mistake. If it weren't for meeting you, I would have truly succumbed to that constant pain. So Naruto wants Danzo to experience the collapse of belief too. Yes, sometimes living is the greatest pain. Death would be too easy for Shimura Danzo. As for Uchiha Itachi's opinion, well, he has no part in this. Bringing Uchiha Itachi along is just Uchiha Izumi wanting him to open his eyes and see that it's something good. According to the intelligence, it's obvious that old man Danzo and his two incompetent subordinates love to boast about their actions for Konoha. But their actions for Konoha are merely to line their own pockets. Now they've talked so much that they've even convinced, step by step we will tear apart their lies and make their power vanish. The so-called leaders of this generation in Konoha for the sake of power and enjoyment are selfish and always use the false pretense of doing it for Konoha. What we need to do is expose their hearts like shrimp. They love to label others fighting for power in such a small village. They understand nothing of true political maneuvering. Even if Nahida blocked most of the interpersonal relationships in the dream after waking up concerned about Naruto's growth, some feelings are unforgettable. On the Void Terminal, the history recorded about Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo is hardly worth mentioning. However, this does not mean they can be let off the hook. As for whether discussing things in this roadside stall might leak the illusion that affects perception has always been controlled around the few of them. Naruto's little face wrinkled in a frown. He saw quite a few familiar faces. They were those who had bullied him in the past. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto activated the Void Terminal to check if anything had truly happened to their relatives. They better pray that something did happen. If it did, he would give them face and pretend they were deceived by Sarutobi Hiruzen and that old dog Danzo. Otherwise, they would not have a good ending. Last time the story mentioned in Konoha, the two heroic figures, the first Hokage Senju Hashirama and the Rakudu Sannin Uchiha Madara, unified the chaos of the Land of Fire. These two heroes had a yearning for peace in the future. A coincidental promise in their youth led them, despite being in opposing clans, to shake hands and make amends. The world is ever-changing. At the beginning of establishing Konoha, they were still very harmonious. Lord Hashirama and Madara had immense trust in each other. However, the range of families accepted by Konoha expanded. Some ill-intentioned individuals were welcomed into Konoha during this period. Lord Hashirama's temperament was gentle and did not wish to commit mass killings. In contrast, Lord Madara's personality was decisive. He believed that for the sake of lasting peace, some sacrifices were acceptable, and he had always planned that the sacrifices would not be his own people in Konoha. The two heroes who overshadowed all other ninjas of their time began to diverge. Some malicious individuals started to emerge during the period when Konoha accepted families. They were very clear. Lord Hashirama's attitude was gentle towards everyone unless they touched the bottom line. He was too easy to talk to. However, the other Uchiha Madara was different. He had his own considerations when doing things and would never allow those with dirty means to act calmly. They feared him, they were afraid of him. They began to spread rumors in the newly established Konoha. At this moment, the storyteller was interrupted by several masked ninjas who suddenly appeared. Then the people in the storytelling tea house blinked again. Those masked ninjas had already vanished. Should we kill these people or not? Just starting a bit and already can't hold back. If it weren't for the high illiteracy rate, they would have directly spread the already written stories. Not just in this tea house. With specialized funding, support storytelling began for free in many places at the same. The story crafted by the behind-the-scenes mastermind, the Pot Shadow, was extremely fascinating. Meanwhile, Danzo was in the Hokage office wanting to flip the table. Damn it. Who? Those things are not real at all. Who? Where are the Umbu? Has the investigation been completed? Where are the people sent to stop this? That old man Shimura Danzo is truly a beast. Both of the lords were deceived by a weakling they once looked down upon due to their own arrogance. Damn Shimura Danzo. If it weren't for his mistakes with the might of the two lords back then, they could have wiped out 4 nations and the entire ninja world should have belonged to our Land of Fire. Oh, my poor lords, they just wanted to find the true path to peace, yet they were deceived into turning against each other by someone. Even now, the records in Konoha still depict Lord Madara as a figure of brutality and slaughter, ultimately leading to his demise alongside Lord Hashirama. Such things actually happened. He was so calculating even from such a young age. Elder Danzo couldn't have truly done these things, could he? I know. Let me tell you a secret. I know some inside information. For instance, on the night of the Fox Demon, even though everyone claims it was the Uchiha's doing because no one from the Uchiha came to defend the village, Elder Danzo himself didn't appear until the end. In the streets of Konoha, people strolled around discussing as they walked. Thanks to Naruto's financial support, the performers hired had a successful show. Of course, to prevent any desperate moves, elite Uchiha members were stationed to guard other performance venues. Sister Izumi, the Uchiha in other areas, can handle the remaining root ninjas under Danzo, right? Of course. That section on the King of Grass specifically awakened many of us who had not yet activated our Many who became strong awakened impressive ocular techniques. Although later I asked them and they all refused to talk about their experiences, I can tell that no one seemed to exhibit dangerous emotions. However, I heard from the King of Grass that we shouldn't mention anything in front of those classmates who awakened during class. What was it again? I remember it was said that Shi Wuliang had already died. That's how it was. Naruto, do you know the reason? Also, it is said that this phrase when spoken by enemies causes those clansmen who have attended classes to become terrifyingly resolute regardless of their suffering or exhaustion. After speaking, Uchiha Izumi revealed a smile while elegantly dusting off the dirt from her clothes. Naruto smiled back, shook his head, and since he confirmed that the Uchiha would not pose any hindrance, he felt at ease. As for the script specifically for the Uchiha, he was unaware. But it was undeniably exciting. Although it was just a dream, it represented a significant change for each of them, a change that would affect their lives moving forward. Naruto and Uchiha Izumi were responsible for these 2 streets. Konoha village isn't very large. Each person was responsible for 2 streets. The previous idle chatter was merely a confirmation after incapacitating the passing Umbu. Naruto found it hard to gauge the combat strength of traditional ninjas. Though destructive, they were too fragile at their core. Unlike them, the current practitioners in the Land of Grass had their physical bodies synchronized with their cultivation. Previously, they were concerned about the conflicts between the village and their clans. Now that the 3rd Hokage was out of the picture, there were hardly any who dared to speak against the Uchiha. They understood better than ever that the conflicts mentioned by Nahida were never about the village but rather about the corrupt upper echelons of Konoha. Today, this area of Konoha is under the responsibility of Naruto and Uchiha Izumi. A few days ago, Naruto was drafting a treacherous autobiography of the insidious Shimura Danzo, placing all blame. Let the story of Shimura Danzo, the villain of the ninja world, begin to spread. Information in the ninja world travels rapidly. The notorious tale of Danzo began to circulate. The whispers within the village grew louder by the day. The clansmen were ordered by their leaders not to engage with such matters. However, the leaders were already clearly wary of Danzo. While some parts were false, it was evident that the majority would not have occurred without Danzo's involvement. Exposing Danzo's actions was still part of Naruto's plan. Dragging the rats from the darkness into the sunlight. Those blindly gossiping villagers indeed began to believe the storytellers. Many ninjas were bustling in and out of the Hokage building. Danzo had ordered the Umbu to suppress the spread of information. He preferred that those Umbu now dared not approach the performance venues. As for forcefully using the Hokage proxy to coerce others, that was even less likely. He was merely a proxy and could not allow people to die. If he lost the people's trust, he would be finished. At the very least, the Umbu still listened to him to some extent. Under the careful training, his root ninjas had suffered heavy casualties, so he had very few that could still be of use. He needed to meet with his 2 old friends to secure some sponsorship and strike down those who spread rumors. Only a few days had passed. The rhetoric in Konoha had become dangerously provocative and many of the ninja clans had heard about it. What surprised them was, typically such statements would prompt an immediate visit from the Umbu to invite the person to their base for a discussion. Those from clans or with leading jonin were repeatedly warned to watch their words. The people below were waiting for the opinions of those above. Meanwhile, the 3 individuals who could currently make decisions for the village were entangled in their own intrigues. The Uchiha had dispatched individuals to keep watch over Danzo's Umbu and root. The more Danzo tried to intervene, the more powerless he became. He even considered putting on a friendly demeanor in the village, but before he could go far he lost consciousness and found himself back in the Hokage building. Frustrated, he felt like he was going insane. Then there was the fear of whose hand had returned him. Fearing for his life, he longed to retreat to his lair en route. Afterward, he continued to dispatch subordinates to investigate. The ninjas under Danzo's command were becoming increasingly isolated. The uproar had escalated to the extent that the daimyo of the Fire Nation had come to order an inquiry forbidding the malevolent Shimura Danzo from infringing upon the Hokage's authority. Accountability fell on Konoha. The presence of someone like Shimura Danzo posed a danger to them. The remaining 2 advisors to the Hokage were already trembling and eager to expel Danzo to vent public anger. Those rumors. Tsunade and Mito also saw them. Undoubtedly. As for the accusations against Danzo, they might not have experienced them, but the matters they knew about were no different than what They boldly led the clan leaders of Konoha to the Hokage building, indicating their lack of collusion with Danzo. Inside the Hokage building, he glared at the remaining subordinate, who brought in a letter. His face darkened with anger. Damn it, everything I do is for Konoha. It must be those wicked Uchiha behind this. These evildoers have even learned to use such underhanded tactics. And you too, Tsunade and Mito, damn you. How could you 2 betray me? Are they coming? I must leave now. The people of Konoha have been deceived by those spreading rumors. I will definitely. Those filled pages detailing the misdeeds of the ninja world painted a vivid picture of Shimura Danzo as the mastermind behind the scenes. He wanted to explain, but who could argue against the fact that he had indeed done those things? Danzo longed to tell everyone he acted for Konoha, and no one had the right to question his sincerity. Sarutobi was no exception. Even their teacher could not. Moreover, this matter was likely orchestrated by those Uchiha he despised most. After leaving a shadow clone at his seat, Danzo began to flee desperately. Outside, those waiting for the scene revealed satisfied expressions. Help! Acting Hokage Danzo has fled in fear of punishment. Help! Help! The crowd who had been rushing to the Hokage building to confront Danzo were still thinking about how to seize greater power in Konoha when they heard someone shouting. The duck they thought they had was about to fly away. Quickly moving forward, the ninja who shouted began to question. Did you really see acting Hokage Danzo defect? Some remained behind to question this ninja, while the rest, skilled in body flicker technique, had already entered the Hokage building to search. They discovered the shadow clone. A swift strike aimed at it turned to smoke and vanished. They immediately alerted everyone chase after him. Shimura Danzo has become a rogue ninja. The questioning was now meaningless. With powerful leaps, all the gathered ninjas began their pursuit. As he was binding explosive tags to the food pills, he said, "Let's go. Danzo can't hold out any longer. Don't forget those items." A set of equipment for broadcasting images was being carried by Uchiha Itachi. On Naruto's virtual terminal, a model map of Konoha unfolded. The red dot representing Shimura Danzo on the virtual terminal was rapidly approaching. They stood directly in the path Danzo intended to take, waiting for the mouse to come to its own trap. Just a little further. As long as I get through there, I can escape. A kunai with flying thunder god technique was thrown towards Danzo. Danzo tried to use his weapon to deflect it. However, the person following the kunai thwarted his plan. Naruto pressed a spiraling sphere against Danzo's back. Today, Naruto was dressed in clothes very similar to those of his father Minato Namake's, which his mother had found for him. This outfit was the highlight of the day. With a bang, Danzo transformed into a wooden stump. "Ah, dear Grandpa Danzo, where are you going?" Naruto was not surprised that Danzo had dodged the spiraling sphere, because that would have been too boring. Using Flying Thunder God in conjunction with the spiraling sphere was merely to rekindle the memories of those who had forgotten his father. The scene here was being broadcasted to many locations. Meanwhile, on the streets of Konoha, a group of people dressed in emerald green robes were manipulating a square device under the curious gazes of the villagers. As they adjusted it, images and sounds began to appear on the side facing the people. This gathered the idle villagers to watch. The people adjusting the machine not only did not drive them away but even made way for them, allowing them to see the images more clearly. That must be acting Hokage Danzo. What's wrong with so disgusting? That arm. Damn it, Uchiha, it was indeed your doing. Don't forget you, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Tuanzang's old face, reappearing after using a shadow clone, was filled with rage, as he ignored Naruto, who looked almost like a young version of Minato Namake's today. Naruto did not respond to Tuanzang's words. Instead, Uchiha Izumi spoke up. "Tuanzang, where are you planning to go at this late hour?" Izumi's words were not finished. Behind Tuanzang, a flash of blade appeared. The target was none other than Tuanzang's neck. In the sky, a reeded crow was flying, capturing the entire scene. Shizui's figure emerged from behind the blade's light. Tuanzang's head fell. The villagers on the streets of Konoha gasped as they saw the scene, exclaiming that Tuanzang was dead. However, the scene did not unfold as everyone had expected. Shursui neatly severed Tuanzang's head, which had not yet fallen to the ground. Tuanzang's headless body quickly twisted. In a puff of white smoke, Tuanzang's complete form reappeared. His gaze was fierce as he stared at the Uchiha Shursui who had just killed him. "Uchiha Shursui, you're still alive." As he spoke, he instinctively touched the eye covered with bandages, confirming that his eye was fine. He continued to look at the three people in front of him. According to the script, they had agreed upon. Shursui wore a friendly smile. "Tuanzang, you still remember me?" Shursui directly teased Tuanzang. Once Tuanzang recognized that it was Shursui who had attacked him, he surprisingly did not seem shocked. Instead, he tried to soften his expression further. He began to use the same words he had once used to deceive Shursui to defend himself. "Shursui, you're an outstanding inheritor of the will of fire. I never intended to harm you back then, but Sarutobi still didn't trust you. Your eye technique is simply terrifying. Sarutobi forced me to take your eyes, and in the end I was left with no choice but to ambush you to keep those eyes safe in my hands. If you still have grievances, you can take it up with Sarutobi. But old man, could you let me leave first?" Tuanzang spoke with his head lowered, seemingly lost in memories. Step by step, he approached the three. Once he reached a suitable distance, Tuanzang revealed his disguised face. "I never expected you to have survived. Then let's kill once more today." Tuanzang had unknowingly covered himself with explosive tags. He forcefully tore off the bandages from his arm, revealing the eye still writhing inside. The tomo on the eye clearly indicated the identity of its original owner. One of the 6 eyes was already— If we exclude the eye of Shursui in the eye socket, he only had 5 Sharingan left, meaning he still had 5 lives. His remaining 2 subordinates had little time left. The ninja led by Mizuto Menyen were closing in, and if they were held up for too long, they wouldn't be able to escape safely. As the leader of the route, he had done many dirty things for Konoha. If they caught him and held him accountable without Sarutobi's intervention, he would definitely be treated as a prisoner. Mizuto Menyen and Uchiha Kamachi would definitely throw him under the bus to please the new Hokage. Would release exploding tree spear. He pretended to repent and beg for mercy to attract everyone's attention. After confirming this distance could blow Shursui up, Tuanzong didn't forget to reinforce with a wood release technique. If it weren't for the lack of time, he would have wanted to rip out Shizui's last remaining Koto Amitsukami eye as well. Boom! The explosion created a deep pit in the ground. Tuanzong reappeared intact from the smoke. Uchiha Shursui had vanished. Ha ha ha, the foolish Uchiha are still so easy to deceive. Why can't you Uchiha just die properly? Become my dog. What was originally meant for a major scheme had to be used to control this Uchiha woman first. Tuanzong removed his eye patch, revealing that the useless eye he had shown others was actually a Sharingan. Tuanzong widened his Koto Amitsukami, eye giving orders to Uchiha Izumi. Quick capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and take me with you to leave Konoha. Uchiha Izumi did not say a word, instead walking towards Naruto who stood beside her, under Tuanzang's eager gaze. Her hand holding a kunai stopped halfway as it approached Naruto. Then Uchiha Izumi turned her head to Tuanzong saying, "Hey, just kidding, you didn't actually believe that, did you? Impossible." Beep, beep, beep. A series of urgent alarm sounds rang out. The Koto Amitsukami eye that Tuanzong thought he had was flashing with red lights. Before he could react to the oddity of the eye exploded. Tuanzong was blown apart everywhere. Then amidst the smoke Tuanzong reappeared intact. Damn it! When Tuanzong decisively pulled out that precious eye on the spot, the delayed pursuers from Konoha finally arrived at the scene. Uchiha Kamachi had just wanted to shout a warning. 3 unexpected figures appeared. A golden-haired woman on a giant slug, a white-haired woman standing on a toad. The last one stood atop a giant snake appearing androgynous and cold. Lady Tsunade, what do you and the other 2 plan to do? Are you planning to betray Konoha, to actually be with the rogue ninja Orochimaru? Without waiting for Uchiha Kamachi to accuse them of betrayal, Tsunade released her Een seal. She clenched her fist and leaped down from the slug, aimed directly at Uchiha Kamachi and Mizuto Menyen with a punch. Jiraiya, who had just returned from the curse trial taught by Nahida, sent the scandal of the Konoha waste leader to all the Konoha ninjas who followed. The ninjas who originally wanted to stop this one-sided beating halted. Then they looked on in fury. The records above documented how Sarutobi and his group monopolized a massive amount of resources. They recorded targeted oppression plans against various families. Other families were not allowed to appear overly marginalized except for their own. Those with explosive tempers were eager to join Lady Tsunade in beating up the remaining 3 old geezers. Orochimaru, on the other hand, headed towards Tuanzong. He was a person who had always been a lone wolf aside from his 2 teammates and the 3rd Hokage. The only reason for hatred was the matter of his former disciple. Even he did not expect that the mysterious death of Shoju was actually orchestrated by Tuanzong. For the sake of the wood release experiment. Thinking of that child's appearance, Orochimaru quietly approached Tuanzang's back. After signaling to Naruto with his eyes, he gained the right for revenge on Tuanzang's life. Hidden shadow snake hands. Poisonous snakes surged forth. One bit Tuanzong, rendering him unable to move, and then Orochimaru produced 2 silver surgical knives. "Ah! Orochimaru, I will definitely kill you." Ignoring Tuanzang's furious barking, Orochimaru's superb skills allowed him to extract Tuanzang's organs, triggering his revival. Tuanzong was left with only 1 Sharingan. Everyone surrounding Tuanzong sharpened their focus, because this old dog was about to go insane. A brief update, an unreasonable continuation. Naruto and the others watched expressionlessly as Danzo was reduced to Kozang by Orochimaru. Death was merely the lightest punishment for Danzo. Orochimaru's cold and pale face revealed no trace of emotion. However, if Tsunade's brother Shinsuke had been present, he would have noticed. The innards of Kozang were disassembled, resembling the state of Shinsuke back then following Orochimaru's final chakra scalp. The last crimson eye on Danzo's arm also closed. Danzo revived once more, already with red eyes, preparing his final attack to fight them desperately. However, Orochimaru did not step in again to interfere with Danzo's battle, instead returning to Tsunade and Jiraiya, who were blocking the group of ninjas from Konoha. "I never expected we would have a chance to fight together." "Neither did I. But at this rate, are you not planning to change back?" "Well, I don't know how to change back either." Jiraiya scratched his hair, then skillfully tucked his messy long hair behind his ear. He was at a loss for words, feeling that the old man had failed himself and that his 3 disciples were. If the old man saw this situation, he would probably be furious. He had thought he was free from the emotional ties. After slicing Danzo into minced meat, it made him feel that the heart yearning for immortality was once again beating. "Then stand back. Watch over those from Konoha, as 2 of the most important figures are still missing from this scene. I need to wake those 2 up." Orochimaru clasped his hands together and quickly began forming hand seals. Summoning technique. He slapped his hand on the ground and a summoning formation appeared. However, what Orochimaru summoned were not the 10,000 snakes but 2 coffins. The coffins were inscribed with the characters for 1 and 2. Then Orochimaru's gaze shifted towards the battle near Naruto. They could not awaken these two just yet. The scene returned to the furious Tsunade facing off against Tsuin Ino and Mito Menya. Tsunade, stop. You can't treat us like this, stop it. I am the Hokage's aide, I have contributed to Konoha. Ah! The cries of pain did not evoke sympathy from anyone present. Tsunade scoffed and with one final punch, sent both of them crashing into the ground, then used her superb medical ninjutsu to cripple their hands and feet. She then lifted Tsuin Ino and Mito Menya, one in each hand, towards the 2 coffins awaiting Nahida's arrival. Danzo's face was filled with malice like a trapped beast. He initiated with 0 frames. Summoning Beast. Dream Baku. Go stop them for me. As soon as Dream Baku appeared, it opened its mouth wide toward Naruto and the Uchiha clan members, a tremendous force attempting to suck the enemies in. At the same time, Danzo's hands were rapidly attempting to form seals, pulling apart his already tattered half of a garment. A previously prepared curse was awakened by him. As the moment of mutual destruction approached, Danzo desperately recalled his past, the time when he was hunted along with their teacher, the second Hokage. The cowardice he displayed when choosing to be a bait haunted him for most of his life. That one act of cowardice made him lose the position of Hokage. This time he would not be cowardly. For the peace of Konoha, everyone stay here today. The sealing technique inscribed on Danzo's body spread a massive black light, attempting to envelop and absorb everything. Flying Thunder God. Naruto responded quickly, using the Flying Thunder God to retreat while dragging someone with him. Green vines suddenly shot up from the ground where Danzo stood, tightly ensnaring both him and the curse he triggered. They stopped once the vines had bound into a grassy bundle mummy. The azure light on the vines swiftly devoured. Danzo's curse halted. Naruto looked at the arriving figure with respect and greeted, "Little mom, you're here." The 3 Uchiha members also slightly bowed to greet her. Lord of the Grass. This person Naruto has not died. I have sealed him with divine power, and he can still perceive the outside world. After this matter is resolved, you can settle accounts with him later. Now let's go deal with the situation here together. The ninjas from Konoha looked on in confusion. Those who had some understanding pretended to be clueless. Who would be foolish enough to risk their lives for these old geezers? Anyway, the acting Hokage and the elders had been severely beaten by the granddaughter of the first Hokage herself. They held the evidence of the misdeeds committed by these 3 old men. No matter who they sided with, it would be a waste. However, now they had to listen to someone. Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, clearly did not want to associate with the others from Konoha. The others had come over. Hello, Konoha ninjas. You seem puzzled. So please remain quietly in your original places. In various broadcasting locations throughout Konoha, Nahida's voice began to emerge. Orochimaru, begin. I trust the medium for waking them is fine. Nahida looked at the waiting Orochimaru, nodding in acknowledgement while asking about the situation. No problem, Lady Grass God. The snake-like eyes calmly answered Nahida. Shall we begin, my lady? Orochimaru appeared to be in perfect cooperation. Wait a moment. After saying that, he turned to notify Naruto. Naruto, bring that paralyzed 3rd Hokage here. Alright, little mom. Naruto instantly vanished from his spot. Nahida then extended her hand, revealing a skeleton dressed in tattered robes and holding a scythe. Originally, this so-called Grim Reaper could have looked uglier. Nahida found it too ugly and changed it to a skeletal form. Come here. Nahida pointed at the unmoving little Grim Reaper. The Grim Reaper in hand remained completely unresponsive. This thing was evidently devoid of intelligence and a bit too stiff. After extending her hand to pull out the scythe from the Grim Reaper, she swiped it against its belly. A mass of yellow spiritual energy flew out, heading towards a certain space. The scene in Nahida's palm puzzled those present, as they did not know what was happening. However, they guessed that something indeed existed in that hand. There should also be a summoning needed for Minato Namikaze. It probably failed earlier. You should try again now. Nahida aimed to resolve the issues in this village today. She had already stayed here too long. According to the 7 gods information revealed by Nahida, the abyss had appeared elsewhere again. There was no time to play with the little ones. Upon hearing the command, Orochimaru once again performed the summoning technique to call forth a coffin inscribed with the character for 4. Doten Sororu. The 3 coffin lids suddenly began to fall aside. 3 figures with cracked faces emerged. One donned red armor, another wore blue armor with white hair. The last one was a man with yellow hair, wearing a Hokage robe with a cloak behind him inscribed with 4th Hokage. A flash of golden light appeared beside Nahida, and Naruto reappeared. He was holding an old man who was still drooling, while his eyes were fixed on the golden-haired man who had resurrected from the coffin. His biological father. Ha! I suppose I should be dead. Can someone explain what is happening right now? The figure in red armor, Senju Hashirama, scratched his head. After asking Nahida in front of him, he turned to look at his younger brother. Tobirama, you're here too. Big brother. Senju Tobarama took a deep breath. Although his reanimated body felt nothing, he sensed an overwhelming sense of weakness and was at a loss for words. Ignoring his erratic older brother, he focused on the people present, especially scrutinizing Nahida, who stood at the forefront without a ninja headband. There was no feeling of chakra. Senju Tobarama glanced at the Leaf Village ninjas wearing the leaf headbands, who also showed no signs of being controlled. After surveying the surroundings, he finally looked at Naruto, who was holding the paralyzed third Hokage. Monkey, you actually addressed him like that. Ah, old master, did you do this, kid? After Senju Tobarama finished speaking, an imposing aura surged forth from him, his face reflecting fierce anger. His disciple was in this state. He recalled that he had instructed the monkey to handle the third Hokage. What happened to this generation of Leaf Village? Or was it this kid who insultingly held the monkey who was responsible? The aura released by Senju Tobarama stirred up a cloud of dust around him. However, it had no effect whatsoever on Naruto and the others behind Nahida. Nahida had been watching the two founding Hokages of the Leaf Village intently. The first Hokage, dressed in red armor, had not fully awakened but still exuded an imposing presence. He looked as though he was favored by the spirits of nature. Under elemental vision, he appeared like a being of grass element life. Senju Hashirama noticed Tobarama's intention to act and tried to stop him. Nahida felt that the first Hokage of the Leaf Village seemed a bit dazed. Big brother, take a good look, the current situation is very strange. These people are clearly not from our Leaf Village. After seeing that the imposing aura had no effect on the people behind Nahida, with his arms crossed, Senju Tobarama halted his actions, listening to his older brother, who still pondered in peace while expressing his grievances. Through the connection with the reanimation caster, Senju Tobarama looked at Orochimaru. You're the caster, aren't you? Lord Second, please don't rush to conclusions. Orochimaru smiled while looking at the two prominent figures. The Leaf Village has not been invaded, awakening the three Hokages was her intention. The reanimated Hashirama looked at Nahida with a naive expression, while the reanimated Tobarama's eyes were so who exactly are you, madam? After finally calming down, Nahida greeted them. Two former Hokages of the Leaf Village. My name is Nahida. As for other matters, I will explain them to you later. For now, please take a look at it. Nahida threw a pile of scrolls detailing the absurdities caused by Tobarama's best disciple into his hands. The two Senju brothers picked up the recorded scrolls. Great-grandfather. Second grandfather. Tsunade greeted her two genius disciples. After awakening, Minato had learned about everything that had transpired through the memories of chakra. If he hadn't fully intervened in today's events, he wouldn't want to get involved now, especially since he didn't want to see his son Naruto struggling for the village. The reanimated Minato didn't even glance at the people from the Leaf Village, as he was in the back, seemingly chatting with Naruto. Senju Hashirama also exchanged greetings with his granddaughter, looking at the two elderly disciples in her hands. Ah, how could the Leaf Village end up like this? Senju Tobarama initially wanted to ask Tsunade why she was dealing with these two, but he heard his brother's surprised exclamation. Senju Tobarama quickly picked up the scroll behind him and began to read. After the death of the first Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo wanted to study would release, leaving all Senju clan members to voluntarily sign the human experimentation agreement, resulting in their deaths. Is the would release bloodline limit easier to integrate if closely related to the first Hokage? Research conducted using the flesh and blood of the first Hokage's grandson. Records suppressing all clans except Sarutobi, Uchiha, and Mito. Details on the resource allocation in the Leaf Village. The Hokage and the Hokage supporting clans occupy most resources. The number of ninjas from the Leaf Ninja clans in important positions. Sarutobi Hiruzen's dream of 3,000 ninjas. After the fourth Hokage took office, the third Hokage frequently interfered with the decisions of the new Hokage. Shimura Danzo killed the Uchiha. Shimura Danzo used the first Hokage for gene experiments. Senju Tobarama directly asked Tsunade, great-grandfather, second grandfather. Now there is only me left in the Senju clan. Tsunade's mood was low as she said this. So this is why, Tsunade, you and this group of people have treated my beloved disciples like this. Senju Tobarama spoke while glaring at the four useless ones, his teeth clenched. Upon hearing that these two had clarified what they needed to know Naruto directly through Sarutobi Hiruzen, at Senju Tobarama's feet. Disgusting. The Uchiha, who could no longer wait to see the two Hokages personally clean up the mess through the bound Danzo next to Sarutobi Hiruzen, along with Tsunade, who had been beaten into a pulp. Teacher, we didn't do it. It's all fabricated by these outsiders. I didn't do anything wrong, teacher. My everything was for the leaf. Those were necessary sacrifices. Except for the paralyzed Sarutobi Hiruzen, the other three of Senju Tobarama's disciples were desperately trying to justify. The inheritor he chose was a fool. Among his four disciples, the only one who admitted to his actions did not even think he was wrong. This mess, after awakening, made him want to strangle the past version of himself who thought well of these fools. The low pressure emanating from Senju Tobarama even surprised Hashirama, who was still feeling lost about the deviated Leaf Village. You all deserve to die. It's also my failure as a teacher not to have taught you well. I didn't intend for you to lead the leaf to this state. He kicked the still crying Uzumaki Koharu and Mito Ninjutsu aside. Danzo was wriggling like a worm bound up. While his disciples had indeed done many things wrong, it was clear that the most important matter now was not educating them. This group of people he did not recognize had been watching this farce. So, we have seen enough. What are you trying to express? Given that Tsunade trusts you all, then may I ask my question now? This one. Do you want to become the next Hokage of the leaf? Or do you want something else? Senju Tobarama said, squinting his eyes. Second grandfather. Nahida reached out to stop Tsunade, who was about to speak. No. I don't want to be the leader of your ninja village. Waking you two was merely to hope you witness a new future. Allow me to introduce myself again. My name is Nahida. Let's say I am a deity now. I am the ruler of the land of grass. Please follow me to my realm. A swirling portal appeared. On the other side of the portal, a giant tree and buildings constructed around it were clearly visible. Nahida walked ahead, leading the way. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama exchanged glances before following behind. The background ninjas of Konoha were once again forgotten. Nara Shikaku held a root of grass in his mouth, quietly signaling the other two clan leaders of the boar deer and butterfly not to move. Now even the two most authoritative first and second Hokage had appeared. They were content to wait patiently for things to conclude. As for the other ninja clans summoned today, they were all clan leaders, so they all understood what needed to be done. That? Namikaze Minato scratched his head, hesitating to say something. I only go by Uzumaki Naruto now, Dad. Remember to speak the common language over there. If you want to go, then go. I just dislike certain people in this village. I know very well whose problem it is, Dad. After today, most grievances will be settled. If you want to go, then go. He turned his awkward face away, avoiding looking at his father, who had an excessive fondness for this village. Seeing the portal still there, Naruto instantly entered and returned to the center of the land of grass. TCH. What a stubborn adult. Was that village really worth it? Nevertheless, if he was going, then so be it, and now in Konoha, there was no longer his beloved Hokage grandpa causing trouble. He barely resisted any longer against that wretched village. Wandering aimlessly through the streets of Sumeru City, he didn't want his mother or Aver to see him in this state. Sumeru City was established around the giant tree that Nahida planted in the land of grass. Naturally, the name continued from his hometown. This way, Nahida could work hard to convince herself that she was still in Sumeru, reducing her homesickness. Naruto. Out shopping. Yes, Aunt. I'm just browsing. Come try the newly picked sunset fruit. Thank you. The fruit is delicious. Aren't you going to school today, Naruto? We can't even find our teachers at the Wind Academy. Aunt, I'm really not skipping school. Naruto, raised by Catherine, was well known throughout the city. He barely managed to deal with the enthusiastic Another person appeared. Hey, is Naruto just back from being out? A bald man emerged from the passing adventurers. He was carrying a basket of vegetables. It was only when he felt a pat on his shoulder that Naruto turned to look at the newcomer. It's Uncle Wei Yang. Uncle Wei Yang's name and style were quite different from Naruto's, indicating that he was not a local of the ninja world. According to him, he was a warrior of the Chinyen troop. He followed the sage to a place called the Chasm of Rocks to fight monsters for the nation named Liyue. Later, he was rescued by Nahida, who was extinguishing fires everywhere. He had a good relationship with the teacher of the Rock Academy, Zhongli. Uncle Wei, are you out buying groceries? I just went to the ninja village with my stepmom. I just came out to stroll around. Come on. Why not sit at your Uncle Wei's place? I've prepared a lot of good stuff today. You're in for a treat. Let's go, let's go. Don't be polite. The bald uncle still invited Naruto to his home. If there's something, just contact me directly through the Void Terminal. But why do you seem so down today? Did you have a fight with little Aver? No, Uncle Wei, it's just that I settled some old issues at home. The sudden dissolution of past obsessions left me a bit confused. Uncle Wei can't let you handle everything alone. I'll help too. Ninja World, in the center of the land of grass on the giant tree. Nahida had set the portal's exit at the anchor point of her sleeping palace. With two spirits following her, she wrapped herself in a layer of perceptual obscurity to avoid drawing excessive attention from passersby. This is now the land of grass. And these two items should be helpful to you. Nahida took out 2 jars. These 2 were extracted from them initially and should now be returned to the 2 of them. In important circumstances, for the sake of authority, Nahida maintained her adult form. This ability to change one's form is not difficult for gods. This is jarred knowledge. Using it will grant you access to the knowledge stored within. This was originally yours. You just forgot about it. Nahida handed the 2 jars of knowledge and 2 portable void terminals to Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama. Jars of knowledge. How do you use them? This place is many times more prosperous than the capital of the Land of Fire back then. Wow, those big guys, the ruin guards, are puppets. I haven't seen the puppet masters controlling them. Senju Hashirama looked like a young man just entering a big city. This tree is quite large and emits a rich natural energy. Senju Tobarama examined the item in his hand. Then he saw his elder brother had already put it on. The contents of the jar visibly melded into their bodies made of impure earth. When Senju Hashirama opened his eyes once more, there was no surprise in his eyes regarding the current state of the land of grass. Yet he still appeared rather foolish. Tobarama, there's no problem. This is just some common knowledge for daily life. Tobarama's gaze was fixed on his elder brother. After a moment of hesitation, Senju Tobarama used the jar of knowledge. Upon opening his eyes again, he looked at his elder brother. Remember now, then you two can explore on your own. See if there's any discrepancy between this place. With that, Nahida left with peace of mind. She sensed the flower gods going to the other 4 nations and that Fufu had returned. Sister Ing had gone to the land of lightning. Fufu had gone to the land of water. The Crimson King and the flower goddess had gone to the land of wind. Her mother, the Tree King, was still working overtime for her Zhongli, had gone to the land of earth. Nahida vanished from the spot where she stood. When she reappeared, she had already returned to the Pure Kindness Palace. Hi, Nahida, come here for a hug. Before Fu Nina arrived, she opened her arms wide towards Nahida. Little grass, we've resolved our issues. By the way, let me introduce you to the child your flower sister picked up. The red-haired flower goddess looked like a flower herself being held by a sturdy man dressed like Nahida's familiar gilded team. This man with a very desert-like style was the god of the desert, the Crimson King. The forbidden knowledge after leaving Tevat could be analyzed. It hadn't caused any significant impact. Behind the Crimson King and the flower goddess stood a child with the character love printed on his forehead carrying a gourd. He appeared to be around Naruto's age. Hello, Nahida. You. Hello, sister. Gara. Little grass. You were right, the thoughts of humans in this world are truly incomprehensible even to the gods. Let me tell you, when we met Gara, he was being abused by his father. All for a little kitten sealed within him. Isn't it just despicable? That stupid father of Gara made me aware of the diversity of humanity. Don't be angry, flower sister. Nahida extended her hand to comfort the flower goddess who was getting herself worked up. The blank world belongs to her space station. Oh, my dear friend. How are things preparing over there? The annoying voice of the blonde man emerged. In the entire space station, there was only the gray-haired woman and the blonde man she had rescued. Otto, with golden long hair and clad in a bishop's robe, looked at the gray-haired woman before him. He seemed to see a glimpse of himself from hundreds of years ago. His plan had been completed. Forming a team to embark on the path to retrieve the Saintess was not out of the question. That powerful force. Could it truly fail to reclaim his regrets? The blank figure approached the cultivation pod, gazing at the repaired yet still empty body inside. She had both won and lost in the battle against the god of destruction. Yet due to certain reasons, Nahida, who was blissfully unaware of many matters in this world, recklessly ascended to become. In the end, she was ambushed by a fellow deity who shared a similar fate. The newly emerged destiny was devoured. However, the time gained allowed the blank figure to achieve the position they had longed for. In the end, she personally tore apart destruction. Carrying only the remnants of what they had left, she arrived here. She had accomplished everything, yet she could do nothing. The blank figure lost herself in memories. Seeing that she ignored him, the blonde man was not angered. He merely maintained his annoying expression and continued talking to himself. This very powerful deity was now merely a pitiable being, much like his former self. Friend, I did not lie. Since our future selves cannot interfere with our past, let's find someone who shouldn't exist, referring to this young deity. She can. Players seeking to break the cycle of failure must revert to a previous save and meet all hidden. This is what we must accomplish. In the end, your power will enable us to guide the young deity of the past towards the direction we wish to reach. I will guide her. She needs to grow to be foolproof before re-entering this world. A future without their existence. The blank figure's voice was filled with sorrow. The blonde man said no more. After bowing elegantly, he left towards his designated laboratory. He wanted to conduct some research. The blank figure looked at the instruments, observing Nahida. The crystal symbolizing the first world was already filled. The gate to the second world would open. Just as Aha had said, the virtual world was a ridiculous joke, and so was this. She would continue to wait, waiting for the arrival of a true future, even if the future belonging to her would become a mere illusion. Nahida, the gate to the new world has opened. Once you're ready, go take a look at the circumstance. There was no response, but the blank figure saw what she was doing. Nahida was holding a video conference through the void terminal. Lord Dendro, these matters need your attention. Issues arising in the newly integrated area. Many nobles demand that stationed officials treat them. Lord Dendro, regarding the treatment of the captured daimyo, as several major nations were swiftly toppled within days. Troops from the Dendro nation launched attacks. Ninja villages of the great nations had pledged allegiance to several deities. In the small nations, even the guardians of the ruins couldn't resolve the situation. On the very night the daimyo attempted to declare war on the Dendro Nation, they were invited as guests to the Dendro Nation by a horned being with a mask calling themselves Yasha. The youth trained for years yearned to achieve great deeds. Meanwhile, the confused lower-class citizens remained oblivious. The people of the entire ninja realm welcomed change amid the vibrant voices. Raise your hands, tears, raise your hands, you came from Dandong. The grace of the Dendro King is unending. Unending. As Nahida went through the video, she quickly browsed through each submitted issue. Then she began resolving them one by one. In a base in the land of rain, within the ninja realm, a person wearing a white mask appeared in a dark space as Princess of the Abyss. I have returned. When will you prepare to launch the attack? That outsider is about to unify the entire world. Wearing a purpler dress, Lumen stared blankly at the sky before her. The Abyss Apostle guarding beside Lumen appeared directly behind the masked man clawed with dark powers while belittling him. How dare you question His Highness the Princess, you clown of a being. Lumen sat on the throne of the Abyss holding a doll resembling Nahida. Her eyes glowing red, she tore apart the doll's body into pieces. Frostfall. All right, go prepare. It's time to meet my dear little Dendro again. The sickly-looking Lumen tossed the Nahida-like doll to the ground and stood up issuing orders. Time skip separator night. Busy people were preparing to rest. Ninja realm. Outside every town. One dark portal after another opened. Monsters began to charge. There are enemies. Attention. Tension. Monsters are invading. Some combat personnel cover the civilians' retreat. The guarding warriors began to fight. At the center of the Dendro Nation's giant tree in the ninja realm, as the dark and deep portal opened, Lumen appeared at the entrance of the sleeping palace. She knocked on the palace door. Sorry. It's getting late, the deity is not prepared to see guests. A maid of the palace explained the situation upon seeing the unfamiliar figure. However, before she could say more, she collapsed weakly. Lumen wiped the blood from her hands. The aura she would never forget. Step by step, at a suitable distance, she suddenly vanished and appeared beside Nahida, who was on the bed woven from dendro elements. Without hesitation, she reached for Nahida's heart. With a thud, Nahida on the bed turned to smoke and disappeared. Yet behind Lumen, Nahida appeared. Ah, Lumen, you've come. Do not call that name. As a deity, you are unworthy to speak it. You deceiver. Enjoy watching your kingdom be destroyed by me. Just like how you destroyed Kairi. Lumen's emotions were highly agitated. She raised her sword and began to fight Nahida. The Void Terminal alerted her. She also commanded the Tree King and Fuff to assist. The battle was intense. Conflicts erupted everywhere and sacrifices continued to rise. Those once naive warriors progressed rapidly. The ancient Chenyan army of Tevat that had been rescued alongside the warriors of the Seven Nations all bravely sacrificed themselves. They said they should have died in that moment. If given another chance to be heroes, they would not back down. Despite the help of the clone's 7 deities, the newly integrated regions of the Dendro Nation still suffered heavy losses. And Nahida and Lumen. Nahida, slightly better, wanted to clear away some influences on Lumen. However, she was ambushed from behind. Upon waking, she saw the returning Tree King watching over her. She found no trace of Lumen. The invasion of monsters silenced the places that had been intimidated by the power of the deities. The hatred between people seemed selectively forgotten amidst their joint struggle. Students from various elemental academies busily ran about beginning to rebuild this world. Meanwhile, Nahida also saw the message sent by the blank figure. Confirming that Lumen would not return to this world, she stepped alone through the gate to the new world. The second stone gate in the encounter opened. After touching it, Nahida vanished. In the second world, Nahida appeared in the wilderness. After extending her senses, Nahida frowned. An unfamiliar place. So many monsters. After flying a considerable distance, she discovered a town. Upon entering, she saw many combatants, all accompanied by a little girl. Unlike the clean-dressed adults, those holding firearms were next to dirty little girls. Nahida also sensed that those children emitted a similar aura to the bizarre monsters outside. The adults treated those little ones with the cruelest emotions. It was not until Nahida saw a young girl crying and undergoing mutation that she understood. So those outside monsters were actually these little ones transformed. Nahida instantly teleported in front of the mutated girl. Using divine power to suppress the girl's genetic mutation, she continued to wash away the instability. The girl transformed back to her original self from halfway mutated. From the rescued little one, Nahida learned about the general structure of this world. Then the little girl thought Nahida was a being like herself and brought her back to their hiding place. They couldn't enter the town. Entering would get them killed. Nahida thought it was an orphanage. But what left her at a loss was that the rescued little girl held her hand and she saw a pair of innocent eyes in the sewer, along with an elderly person. Nahida carried them out. Inspecting their unstable bloodline genes, she used divine power to wash away the unstable factors. In the dazed gazes of the little girls, she opened the door to notify Rana. Let's go. The grown-up Nahida brought this group of poor children back to that dreamlike world. She had Rana and some others take care of the little girls. She was preparing to enter these cities to bring back the remaining children. This world was beyond saving. The protected ones, out of fear, did not dare to vent their frustrations on the monsters, turning their disdain towards the protectors. Even attacking the little ones without hesitation already proved that there was no worth saving here. This journey made her witness much more. The malice and filth of humanity. Also the worthiness of the little ones. After saving those who were worth saving, Nahida unleashed an attack she had never executed before just before leaving this world. The farewell gift. Nahida JPG. The following world was not as complex as the ninja realm. It was filled with various flaws arising from human development. Civilization's development also varied, until Nahida arrived at the last gate. The blank figure vanished. The last words left by the blank figure were for Nahida to wait for her to open her eyes again. The first person I encounter. That would be me this time. I must not lose. As Nahida crossed the final gate, she summoned a green protective shield around her. This exit was in space. Many strange creatures lurked in the starry sky. They were attacking a space station. Nahida charged into the midst of the monsters. Not finding a place to land, she saw an opening in one direction. She flew in. It seemed to be a storage room. Aside from a person seemingly unconscious in the corner, everything else was unremarkable. Nahida skillfully prepared to rescue the unconscious gray-haired girl. Just as she approached the gray-haired girl, the girl woke up. Her eyes devoid of spirit, completely like a newborn child. What is your name? Where is this place? Hearing Nahida's inquiry, the gray-haired girl tilted her head in thought. My name is Star. Mommy, my name is Star. For some reason. After recalling her name, the gray-haired girl hugged Nahida's small body. Then she rubbed against her like a well-behaved baby, calling Nahida mommy. Nahida was startled and thought of fleeing. Then she saw that, after receiving no response, the gray-haired girl began rolling around on the ground like a small child. Seeing the pitiful little gray hair, Nahida pressed her forehead and let out a soft hmm. Just then, two individuals who were clearing out the strange humanoid monsters quickly ran in. The end. I have started a new job and am busier now. My writing is rushed, but I do not intend to conclude it. I will update slowly and simply supplement it from a few characters' perspectives. Capital of the Kingdom of Grass, Shumi City. In front of the Adventurers Association counter. Good morning, Miss Catherine. Towards the stars and the abyss. Good morning. Welcome to the Adventurers Association, leader of the Fire Lion Adventure Team. Catherine, with her red hair, stands elegantly behind the counter, smiling and greeting familiar adventurers. She then resumes her previous posture, watching the flow of people on the street. Catherine's task is only to receive novice adventurers and distribute commission rewards. Other matters do not require her concern. She is the doll previously attached to Naruto's mother Kushina. On the day of the first new year of the Grass God, after the resurrection of Naruto's parents, they continue to operate according to their family's wishes. Leader, there are quite a few commissions today and the rewards are pretty good. Two burly men wearing matching worn-out cloaks stand before her. The cloak is adorned with a fiery red lion's head. They glance at the neatly posted task registration forms on the task board. After selecting a grade task, they take the task list and turn towards the main entrance. On the streets outside Shumi City, students who have just returned from vacation are scattered as they head towards the academy. Have you heard? The Expeditionary Army has liberated the last area still oppressed by the nobles. That's wonderful. Everyone is living in peace and now life feels like a dream. There is always plenty of food at home. Mother and my younger siblings can wear nice clothes. May wisdom guide us. A young man in a scholar's robe is chatting with friends as he walks slowly towards the academy atop the giant tree in the center of Shumi City. They are always filled with anticipation for the days to come. A couple playfully bickering stands in front of a fruit stall. I'm so hungry. Ayu, we should go back now. The girl says earnestly, but the boy's attention is elsewhere. Ayu. Not hearing the desired response, she turns and sees the boy absent-mindedly looking at his terminal. Hey. The girl with the fruit basket looks at the boy beside her. The virtual terminal on his ear is blinking repeatedly. The girl squints her eyes. Then she delivers a solid punch to the boy's head. Ayu crouches down, holding a large bump. Glowing red appears on his head. What are you looking at? I'm talking to you and you pretend not to hear me. The girl cheerfully inquires after hitting the absorbed Ayu. It's the broadcast of the duel arena competition. Today is the opening ceremony of the duel training ground. Many characters recorded in books have appeared. Hey. The duel competition. Isn't that the day after tomorrow? Did I remember wrong? Let's go quickly. I want to watch the live broadcast. Is the Grass God also attending today? Yes, I saw his name on the attendance list. Without waiting for Ayu to say anything, the girl pulls the boy towards home. Shumi Duel Arena. After the scattered ninja alliance was defeated by the army of the Kingdom of Grass, the ninja world achieved unification, and those who revered power found themselves lost after the battle. With the approval of the Grass King Nahida, the research team from the academy developed a virtual combat system using the virtual terminal. Welcome everyone to the first duel arena competition. This event is jointly organized by the 5 administrative districts. In the center of the massive duel arena stands a large arena. All the spectators' gazes are fixed upon the judges' seats facing the arena. There stands a gentle deity. As the woman walks step by step, beautiful flowers begin to bloom on the ground. The deity wears a robe inscribed with patterns symbolizing grass elements. Her lips part slightly. Thank you for waiting, my people. I don't think I need to repeat anything unnecessary. Let us now look forward to the performances of our brave warriors. After saying this, Nahida avatar sits in her reserved position, watching the central arena. Fireworks soar into the sky. The fierce battles begin. Thank you to the Grass King for your contributions. Now let us commence the entrance of the first round of contestants. The host with a conspicuous hairstyle shouts into the microphone, stirring the atmosphere. First round contestant. From the Grass Administrative District, the boy Naruto Uzumaki. Against the boy Sasuke Uchiha from the Fire Administrative District. As the host finishes speaking, the two already in the preparation room quickly log in. A beam of green light sweeps across the arena from two directions. The figures of the two coalesce from elemental particles. The dark bulbs around the arena begin to light up from being extinguished. Sasuke, you still haven't given up. Years have passed and Naruto's face is filled with determination. Inherited from his parents' excellent genes, he is handsome. His gentle personality and reasonable education make him exceptionally versatile. Whether it was fate playing tricks or some other reason, Naruto's bond with someone made him clash with Sasuke during a visit to the Uchiha. Even now, Sasuke still remembers. Naruto was just like that back then. Whether it was his parents or his brother, they all looked at him with utmost faith. Seeing Naruto's ever-calm demeanor compared to himself, Sasuke felt an inexplicable surge of anger within. His gaze then locked onto Naruto. Although at the same time his brother and Shursui were pulling him back. He instantly snapped back to reality, and that moment of loss of control made him awkwardly apologize to Naruto. However, unwilling to concede defeat, he requested to challenge Naruto again. And thus it has continued until now. To this day, he has challenged Naruto 78414 times. Without a single victory. Due to the numerous disturbances, he has interrupted Naruto's dates with Avril on several occasions. And since his family changed from being part of the clan leader's family to prisoners, he has changed quite a bit. At least regarding some words, he no longer acts impulsively without thinking as he used to. The education of ninjas in Konoha was halted after being taken over. Yes, Naruto, I'm very sorry, but I want to try one last time. Although Uchiha Sasuke's life has undergone tremendous changes, overall his quality of life is much better than before, because the entire Konoha has changed even more. Aside from the audience present, those who could not attend for various reasons are watching everything through the live broadcast. They are so cool. It's Senior Naruto. Go Senior Naruto. Go Sasuke. Go little bro. As the preparations begin, the two figures start moving rapidly. Ding ding. Bang bang. The clash of weapons. As both sides begin to fight, a health bar appears above their heads. When one health bar is emptied, the surviving party is declared the victor. The initial clash of physical techniques ends. A golden figure flickers rapidly in the arena. Surrounded by lightning, Sasuke strikes towards the area where Naruto's figure appears. He cannot determine where Naruto will appear. Damn, I underestimated him, thinking he was just using space-time ninjutsu. Lightning Kirin, the arena is completely enveloped in lightning. A large cloud of dust is kicked up. A gentle applause sounds from behind Sasuke. Sasuke, you've changed a lot. To be honest, if I hadn't trained under Mr. Zhongli for a while, I really wouldn't have been able to dodge your attack. As the dust settles, Naruto appears behind Sasuke, protected by a rock-yellow shield. Several purple stone fragments on the ground catch the eye. Sasuke gasps. Crystal reaction. Yes, you lost. In another flash, Naruto throws. It hits the unsuspecting Sasuke. Naruto disappears again, appearing above Sasuke, pressing down with a spiraling sphere he had prepared earlier. What an intense and thrilling battle. It seems a victor has been determined. Now I declare the winner of the first match is Naruto Uzumaki. With a flash of golden light, Naruto vanished and reappeared above Sasuke, immediately pressing the Rinnegan down upon. The Rinnegan exploded rapidly on the scene. As Naruto disappeared from his original spot, Sasuke's eyes spun wildly with the Sharingan. In this virtual realm, he was using his ocular power without any pressure. With the aid of his eyes, Sasuke reacted, summoning a purple skeletal structure around him, wielding lightning to counter Naruto. As the Rinnegan detonated, smoke billowed up. Moments later, it dissipated to reveal Naruto, whose clothes were slightly torn, and Sasuke, whose virtual body was beginning to reconstitute into particles. You lost, Naruto said in a calm tone. Sasuke was already well aware of the outcome of this match. He quietly watched Naruto, who stood in the duel arena with his arms crossed. The virtual body was gradually disintegrating. It was only after Uchiha Sasuke's virtual body was completely shattered in the duel arena that he awoke in the login. From the moment he first met Naruto, an inexplicable tension arose, and it was at that moment that Nahida noticed something was off with Uchiha Sasuke's state. Later, it was unclear what Nahida did, but from that point on, everyone noticed a significant change in Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke stood up, supporting himself against the shell of the login pod. His face did not show the despondency of defeat, The disparity in strength between him and Naruto was insurmountable. After all, he was someone nurtured by the deity who had changed this world. Winning or losing was no longer important, for something of greater significance awaited him. Outside the login pod, Fugaku and Makoto were dressed in casual attire. Like ordinary parents, they looked at Sasuke with gentle eyes, free from the previous expectations of a clan heir's upbringing. As for his brother Uchiha Itachi, he was likely following the expeditionary forces starting to bring about change in the most remote areas of the ninja world. The task assigned to Itachi was not to educate others. His actions and thoughts, even if corrected, were not suited for an educational role. He would merely serve as a necessary force when required, a sinner in need of redemption. Nahida urged him to feel, to learn to see with his own eyes, and to not overlook any labor arrangement that required him to serve as a laborer. Once his term of punishment ended, Uchiha Itachi's journeys would no longer be interfered with. As for when his sentence would conclude, no one knew. Uchiha Itachi had no objections to Nahida's arrangements, and had never attempted to justify his actions. He had already begun to ponder many things. During the previous era of the Hokage's rule, he had been short-sighted, blind, and arrogant. The changes in the world served as a harsh reminder of his past foolishness. Being sent to the most remote areas might indeed be a blessing in disguise. On the other side, in Naruto's contestant room, family members who had arrived early were still present. Naruto had just sat up from the login pod. His eyes fell upon his mother Kushina practicing a dance with Avril, a style almost all children from the desert were. Avril, dressed in a golden costumed attire of the troupe, was simultaneously teaching Kushina while chatting with her. Minato had been quietly watching the two girls, one large and one small, from the beginning. His gaze shifted back to his son in the login pod after the battle had ended. The sound of Naruto's login pod opening also caught the attention of the two girls. As soon as Naruto emerged from the login pod, he was greeted with a big hug from Avril, who stepped forward. "Welcome back, Naruto. Congratulations on your victory again. This is a reward." The girl, who had no concept of shyness, boldly kissed Naruto on the lips. After a moment, she released him and said, "The King of Grass has instructed us to find her after the match." Naruto's face was already flushed. Being in front of his parents made her feel a bit shy. Wearing a red veil, Avril concealed the mischievousness in her eyes from Naruto. "Now, Ruto, make sure to take good care of our dear little Avril. Mom and Dad have some matters to attend to. We won't be back for a few days." As Kushina spoke, she hurriedly dragged her dazed husband away. After watching his parents leave, their gazes turned back toward each other. "Ding dong. You have a new message." After hearing the notification from the void terminal, Naruto placed it on speaker mode and pulled Avril to sit together on a nearby bench. "Nahida, Naruto, come over. I have a task for you to complete. Let's go." After lifting Avril in a princess carry, Naruto used Flying Thunder God to vanish from the spot. "Has anyone else gone for public service exams today? I still have one more tomorrow. Good luck, wishing you." In the continuous flickering of the Flying Thunder God technique, Naruto quickly appeared at the Sanctum of Pure Goodness with Aveline. It is worth mentioning that the requirements for hand seals in past ninjutsu have been bypassed after mastering the spells taught by the seven gods at the request of Nahida. Upon entering the hall, potted plants are naturally growing on both sides, with many scholars dressed in the institute's attire scattered about in the reading areas. Several guards are patrolling in turns at various locations. Aside from the central area reserved for Nahida, the rest of the palace is filled with the essence of nature. Besides being the residence of a deity, the Sanctum of Pure Goodness serves as a unique large library in Teyvat. To enter the first few layers of the library, one only needs to verify their identity at the void terminal. The central area requires a summons from Nahida or family members from Teyvat or children raised here to enter freely. At this moment in the Sanctum of Pure Goodness, the competition had ended early, and there was still some time until noon. In the resting area, Nahida sat on the main seat of a sofa with a white-haired woman. Gently sipping her tea, she turned her gaze towards the newcomers. "Naruto, Avalini, you've arrived. Make yourselves comfortable. Your performance today was quite impressive. Naruto, the reason I called you here is not of great concern, so there's no need to worry. Just sit quietly and observe." "Understood, godmother." "Lord Dendro." Avalini waved her hand to greet Nahida. Naruto, blushing, held Avalini close and sat down on the side near Nahida. A few others also arrived. "You all as well. Please take a seat." The two leaders nodded at each other, their gazes locking. "Madara, Hashirama." Both expressed deep sentiments, and after calling each other's names with enthusiasm, cooperatively took seats on the opposite side. It was evident that Nahida had also informed the Uchiha and Senju clans today. From the moment they appeared, a gaze next to Nahida was fixed intently upon them. "Hyuga, my child." The white-haired, long-horned woman looked at the people in the palace with a complex expression. Nahida also noticed that this single mother was somewhat too stubborn. Nahida gently nudged Kaguya with her elbow. "Are you ready, Kaguya-hime?" A hint of suppressed laughter sparkled in Nahida's eyes. This white-haired woman is indeed the ancestor of the ninjas in this world. Guided by the consciousness of the ninja world, she was brought out from the moon, the sealed grandmother of the ninja world. Initially, when Kaguya was first released, she was solely focused on collecting her own power. Then Nahida conducted a session of ideological education. After gaining recognition from the consciousness of the ninja world, Nahida's speed of strengthening was remarkably rapid. Adhering to the principle of avoiding conflict, Nahida realized that the woman named Otsutsuki Kaguya, despite having a naturally powerful body, lacked essential knowledge of humanity. Using the authority of dreams, Nahida provided Kaguya with a set of knowledge about the cycle of life and death. Once the knowledge was complete, Kaguya, upon awakening again, could finally listen to Nahida. After another long period, Kaguya was not in a hurry to leave. On the contrary, her daily interest was to stay by. Today, she gathered everyone to resolve some lingering issues. It is uncertain whether Nahida was too forceful, or if there were other reasons, but Kaguya, besides crying out for her children, was unwilling to part with Nahida. She frequently embraced Nahida, causing even the great sage of the woods to feel a bit envious. I am already prepared. Kaguya gently reached out and stroked Nahida's head. Her gaze shifted to the reincarnations of her two grandsons. Her eyes finally settled on Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, specifically on the chakra of Naruto and Sasuke, the reincarnations of her two grandsons. Confirming that there were no issues on Kaguya's side, Nahida extended a hand to gather energy and opened a portal in the space beside her. A Nahida dressed in a blood-red gothic Lolita dress appeared. Grasping chains formed from power, she forcefully pulled, revealing an old man's spirit bound firmly by a ghostly. I'll leave him to you, number one. Do not resurrect people on a large scale anymore, it disrupts the normal cycle. Understood, death. But I will try. After all, you know that whether it's us or the main body, we cannot truly watch the children drown in the pain of the past. Their conversation, aside from Kaguya, was not observed by others due to their unique circumstances. However, their gaze was focused on the newly emerged spirit. The old man's spirit bore horns similar to Kaguya's. Hyuga, my child. Kaguya instinctively wanted to fly over and embrace the old man's spirit. Having just escaped from the clutches of the little demon, who seized control of the Pure Land, Otsutsuki's spirit trembled violently upon hearing this voice. Mother, you have come out of the seal. Yes, Hyuga. All right, Kaguya. Communicate with them after they have completed their education. Nahida took small steps, grasping the spirit of Otsutsuki's child, as if catching a balloon, then gently stroked the head of the somewhat overly innocent Kaguya with her free hand. The Otsutsuki clan, like the Teyvat gods, inherently possesses immense power and is favored by the world, yet they are known for their poor temperament, resembling a collective of certain devils. It remains unclear how the heavenly principles operate here, as Teyvat, though flawed, still understands to add divine love for the people when nurturing its gods. These are the specific circumstances. According to bloodline tracing, she indeed originates from your grandma. As the source of chakra, 2 orbs of chakra, 1 red and 1 blue, detached from their bodies under Kaguya's control. Seeing the 2 orbs of chakra that had disturbed their spirits finally removed, Nahida looked at them with concern. Naruto and Sasuke, how are you both feeling now? Mom, I'm fine. Lord Dendro. Uchiha Sasuke, with a cold demeanor, nodded, indicating he had no— Well, in fact, I am perfectly fine. Now let's continue. Otsutsuki's child. And your 2 sons. Starting today, you will all go to the academy to study, beginning from the lowest grade. Kaguya, you too. Everyone will go back to school together. You are all ancestors now. Stop doing foolish things. Kaguya looked at Nahida with a silly expression, not refusing, only stating, I understand. Nahida plucked a strand of Kaguya's hair and tossed it to the floor. The hair quickly split into 3 bodies. Forming 3 bodies identical to the spirit of Otsutsuki, the 3 powerless forms opened their eyes once again. They knelt before Kaguya, the residence of the Hikari family in Sumeru City. Early the next morning, the sun was just beginning to rise outside. Hikari, half asleep, carried Nahida in her arms and made her way to the kitchen. She placed the necessary ingredients in front of Nahida. Little Nahida, wake up. I need your help. Nahida opened her eyes upon sensing the touch. If you were to ask why Nahida was sleeping at Hikari's home, the answer would be that this great Otsutsuki Hikari, aside from her innate powers, is just a simple, sweet girl. Left to her own devices, she is likely to run into trouble. Moreover, Hikari is simply overflowing with maternal love. She wouldn't let go of the Nahida she was holding, her clone. Fortunately, there were still plenty of Nahida's clones left in the Pure Good Palace. Only she had already assigned other clones to guide this Hikari. Hikari clasped her hands in a pleading gesture while quickly explaining the reason. It was essentially that she now understood why her children had suddenly sealed her away in the past, and she harbored no resentment. Now this great Otsutsuki Hikari simply wishes to be with her children just like any ordinary mother and child. Today she wanted to mend family relationships. Without waiting for Nahida's response, Hikari hoisted her onto her shoulder and hurried towards the kitchen. There was no time to waste. She and her children should also try to change. Now that the eldest Yui had been resurrected, the second child, Yuzuki, said he wanted to travel alone. Children, you must be afraid to see me, right? Transition to the kitchen. Many things in the house had— However, it was surprising that something quite terrifying seemed to have happened in the kitchen. On the ceiling and walls, a large number of marks were clearly visible. Nahida tried her best to pretend she hadn't seen it, and turned her head toward the window. The Nahida on Hikari's shoulder shifted from lying down to sitting perching on Hikari's shoulder. Cooking shouldn't be dangerous, right? Nahida brought up the topic as she looked at the prepared ingredients and recipes. Hikari, you seem quite prepared. Are you planning to make this dish? Nahida glanced at the menu that Hikari had prepared in advance. Some snacks that the children like to eat. That works. After all, Hikari's children needed to be raised anew. Hikari nodded and began to prepare, not using her extraordinary powers. Instead, she handled everything like an ordinary mother she had seen before, genuinely getting her hands busy. Most of the steps Hikari had practiced many times, showing great familiarity. Only at times when she was unsure, she looked at Nahida with wide eyes, appearing to seek guidance. Nahida the clone flew from Hikari's shoulder to the swing she had condensed, swinging her little legs, as she watched Hikari, who was not very good at taking care of children, starting to make breakfast for her kids. After a period of being educated through the cycles of dreams, Hikari had already corrected many of the bad habits she had learned from the Otsutsuki. Hikari, this dish needs 2 more spoonfuls of sugar, and then dip it in the sauce. Don't worry, we have plenty of time. Although Nahida was guiding from the side, Hikari still seemed a bit flustered, as she had never cooked or dealt with these before. Nahida occasionally used terms that she could hardly understand. Hikari blinked her overly innocent eyes at Nahida. I still don't really know how much a spoonful actually is. Is it like this or like that? Hikari scooped out some with the spoon to different degrees while looking at Nahida with wisdom. Nahida the clone controlled the spoon to scoop up a spoonful of sugar. If it doesn't specify a heaping spoonful or a scant spoonful, just make sure it's neither too much nor too little. But ultimately, it depends on your family's taste, and you can adjust accordingly. Nahida took out a specially made pastry dedicated to her little grass god. If it's about my personal taste, I prefer it to be very sweet. She broke off a small piece and fed it to Hikari to try. Hikari smacked her lips, experiencing the flavor. Somewhat thoughtful, she began to get into the groove. Ding ding ding, the cooking was completed. At the door of the revived Hikari family's 3 rooms, Hikari, wearing an apron adorned with a cartoon version of Nahida's face, raised her hand and knocked on the door. Yui, little Ashura, little Indra, are you awake? Grandma, we're all up. You can come in now. Ashura glanced at his stern-faced father and his taciturn older brother, taking the initiative to respond to their grandmother, who had been sealed by them. With pure white eyes, she looked at the 3 little ones on the bed. In her hand, she held 3 new handcrafted backpacks that had some flaws in the lines, but one could tell the maker had put in a lot of effort. Yui, are you sick? Noticing her son, dazed Hikari approached quickly, carefully checking his body. It seemed that there was nothing wrong. Hikari recalled the actions she had observed when watching ordinary human mothers with their children. She used her hand to check the temperature on her child's forehead. Hikari's hand was cold. It made her brain buzz, and the Sage of 6 Paths came to his senses immediately. He still had 2 sons who had been resurrected. His mother was also resurrected. Fortunately, the world was still safe, and there were no signs of the Ten-Tails or the Divine Tree. When did his mother become like this? It must be that evil little dwarf's fault. That outsider was simply insane, but it seemed that the little dwarf was not here now. After so many years in the ninja world, Otsutsuki Yui, who prided himself on being the Sage of 6 Paths, never expected to be captured so easily. The authority of the Pure Land in his hands was also taken away. He would not concede defeat like this. Did this outsider understand what peace was? Releasing his mother, who wanted to destroy the world, did the little dwarf know how dangerous that was? The future of the world could only be protected by allowing Ashura and Indra to determine the true victor. Unlike that evil dwarf who actually let so many ordinary farmers have a say. Yui, your forehead temperature is normal. Hunched over, Hikari blinked at her motionless son. The temperature on his forehead was not as hot as Hikari had imagined. However, it seemed that Hikari thought of something again and pulled out something from behind her, a fragrant chicken leg. Before meeting this child of hers, Hikari had followed Nahida's advice and talked about children with ordinary human mothers. Hikari wanted to make up for the time she had missed with her children. Hey, Yui, are you hungry? Eat up. It's really delicious. You too should try it too. As the Sage of 6 Paths, the Otsutsuki Yui, who was part of the legendary stories of the ninja world, dared not look at the person in front of him. He tried multiple times to greet her, but the words got stuck in his throat. Ashura and Indra calmly said thank you and reached out for the other 2 chicken legs. He hadn't slept all night, and in the past he didn't need to sleep, but now their bodies could only be considered slightly stronger humans. Even Hikari's hair contained a lot of energy, allowing him to appear unaffected. If you're full. Here, this is the backpack I made for you. Do you like it? Nahida said you 3 will need this for school later. Also, your void terminals. This has many uses. It was like a long-lost mother who had learned new knowledge showing off in front of her children. She hoped to have common topics with her children. As for the backpacks, Hikari had spent the whole night learning to make 3. Her powerful mental strength made her learning ability quite strong. Without the pressure of being an Otsutsuki, Hikari now felt very at ease. Now she only wanted to resolve the conflicts with her children. The past pressure had left her impatient and unsure of how to help her children understand, but now she felt less pressure. Nahida had previously demonstrated to her the power of sheltering this planet. In that laboratory, she even met a former teammate she thought had been devoured by the tree. Lost in dreams, immersed in eternal slumber was Otsutsuki Ishiki. Nahida successfully made Hikari believe she could resolve the enemy, the Otsutsuki. For the Otsutsuki, Nahida indeed felt no pressure. The parasitic immortality of the Otsutsuki was something that demons had by nature. To parasitize and occupy Nahida, a demon, they would need to be an overwhelmingly powerful spiritual demon. In Teyvat, it was because of Teyvat's incompleteness that the dead demon could only manifest as a deformed demon filled with resentment. If the Otsutsuki dared to parasitize Nahida or other ordinary children of Naruto, this wisdom god Nahida was also a master of parasitism. She would definitely ensure they would not have a good outcome. The clan named Otsutsuki here was based on the information Nahida received from that world consciousness that frequently disconnected. They inherently possessed rule-based abilities granted by the world, and since their birth they had completely walked down the evil path without guidance. They were accustomed to extracting life force from various planets repeatedly to gain further enhancement through the evil path. This was also the world's fault for failing to guide and allowing the beloved beings to develop on their own. Under normal circumstances, as a being born from the convergence of the world's favored authority, becoming stronger should have only been a matter of time and shouldn't require such an inverted extraction of life that the world detested. As for that so-called Ten-Tails divine tree, according to the authority of growth, after the Tree King stayed, here all trees now belong to her mother, the Great Mercy Tree King. Even without Nahida's intervention, this world would give birth to a child of the world to deal with them. In the guest room, the three boys of the Hikari family were wearing matching white ninja world short robes. The boy standing in the center, Otsutsuki, Yui, the former sage of six paths, silently wiped the corner of his mouth and took the backpack from Hikari's hand. Indra and Ashura received the bags with calm expressions and said, "Thank you, Grandma. You three are the new students notified by Minister Naruto, right?" Before the three could say anything, the blonde man with a strange toolkit had already received a prompt that their identities were verified. A brief overview of the three Hikari children's situations appeared before the blonde man. "Oh, so that's how it is. It seems there was a big conflict at home. No worries, little brothers. Burn. Once you learn more, you'll understand. Come on, let's go in." The three old-fashioned children who had never truly been close to outsiders or entered such a variety of unique buildings felt even more reserved under Burn's enthusiasm. On the circular path leading to the Institute of Commands, a girl clutching her academic paper rushed past Burn, lightly tapping his shoulder. Upon noticing Burn's attention, she playfully smiled. Burn called out, "Good afternoon. See you later, Junior." He wondered if she heard him. His gentle gaze lingered on the girl's retreating figure after their brief exchange. "I suspect that this girl must have had her thesis topic rejected again. Hey, Burn, she's gone, stop staring." From behind the group, another youth with orange hair, who had appeared out of nowhere, greeted Burn like a fellow student. Burn skillfully raised his hand to block the greeting. "Mihiko, it's you guys. Looks like you three have also been summoned by Mother to act as new student guides today." Behind Burn stood Mihiko, Nagato, and Konan, all wearing their academy uniforms. They were accompanied by several fresh-faced new students. Each of the trio had a badge identifying them as guides hanging around their necks. Konan leaned elegantly against the railing, with a folding fan in hand, smiling, as she watched the playful banter among her familiar companions. Then she turned her gaze to the three designated new students beside Burn. After waving her hand, she considered. Nagato, standing with her arms crossed, made no move towards the new students, her eyes fixed on her two old friends. As Mihiko and the others approached, Ashura noticed them. Perceiving no malice, he lowered his raised hand. He responded to Konan's wave with a goofy gesture. Indra remained unresponsive. After all, they were completely under the watchful eye of that little grass deity. Their father had already failed. Even the grandmother, deemed dangerous and world-threatening by their father, seemed to have completely changed her temperament. So they simply listened quietly to the arrangements. As for competing with his younger brother for a victor's outcome, he had already asked Nahida about that. The answer he sought was one that had been contested in every reincarnation. Years ago, their father claimed he was wrong, yet it was clear that the father himself was not accurate. Each lifetime, the state of the world in which his chakra reincarnated its host had changed since Nahida's appearance. In contrast to their father's vision of mutual understanding in founding the ninja sect, it ultimately led to more wars, resembling a child's naive perspective. Although the nation established by the little grass deity still had many shortcomings, the significant changes during those times were unmistakable. Regarding the questions Indra wished to ask, Nahida provided part of the answers, but did not fully disclose everything, merely pointing out the misconceptions he had previously fallen into. Nahida advised him to learn through personal experience for the remaining answers. Their casual chat was quickly interrupted. The prompts from the void terminals on their ears urged them to continue guiding the new students. Hey. I've brought a group of poor children back. All personnel on campus, please gather at the central plaza for reception. Repeat. Each person's void terminal displayed this message, culminating in a signature stating King of Grass Nahida. An emergency broadcast. They had a vague understanding of Nahida's dual existence in the pure good palace. Mihiko, Nagato, Burn, you three go take a look. I'll take these few over and come back to find you. Konan swiftly adjusted her plans and issued the instruction. Given the urgency of Nahida's summons, they speculated it was serious. Without further delay, they turned to the new students under their charge, and together radiated elemental light as they hurried in one direction. With a flick of her folding fan, Konan conjured several origami birds from the ground and urged the new students to hop on. Some of the seniors have had an urgent situation to handle. You new students will be under my guidance for registration. Those 3 over there with burn can come along as. Looking at the flimsy paper, several ordinary new students felt a bit skeptical, yet they still trusted the divine, and although the paper birds appeared fragile, upon touching them they felt reassured. Once seated, the paper birds began to flap their wings, as if alive, soaring toward the academy. Konan arrived at the gates of the Institute of Commands with the students. The magnificent palace of the Institute was built upon the divine tree summoned by the King of Grass, Nahida. As for the palace, it was constructed voluntarily by the citizens. Miraculously built on this giant tree, it captivated the attention of all new students. At the entrance of the palace sat a young man in a brown long robe, surrounded by many packaged academy uniforms and some essential supply packages. Hearing the commotion, he took a sip of his tea and addressed the newly arrived students. The boys' uniforms are here while the girls' uniforms are on the other side. Be careful not to mix them up. The new students, aside from inspecting the man's grand Otatsuki attire, replied in unison. Understood, teacher. The man appeared very young, yet his demeanor naturally prompted the new students to address him respectfully. After you take your uniforms, come back here to add yourselves to the group using your terminals. Any notifications will. Also, do not wander into other dorms. Here is the location information for your dorms. An orientation will be held this afternoon, once all new students have arrived. Please keep an eye on the notifications for details. The new students nodded and obediently lined up to receive their uniforms. Teacher Zhongli, do you know what happened over at the plaza? Don't worry, it was just some poor children who arrived. I will be here for you. Konan, you should help out as well. It has been 72 hours since Nahida passed through the stone gate. She has completely understood the situation of this world, except for within the remaining safe zone of humanity. In other places, a virus known as the original intestinal organism rampages with the monsters it spawns occupying most of the world, while human civilization has collapsed and retreated into shelters made of special metal. Nahida initially intended to reveal herself after finding someone with enough influence to guide them in saving this world. However, the attitudes of the people in this place have made her furious. The so-called original intestinal organism is clearly a creation that has run amok due to some filthy individual's experiments. In this shelter, the attitudes of the protected people are truly nauseating to her. Cursed ones. What face do they have to utter such words? They harbor the utmost malice towards the little ones protecting them. The infected little ones possess power, yet they are enveloped by their words and dare not resist. It is evident that they understand this principle. There is no need for further investigation. Nahida fully unleashed all her power. Centered around Nahida, a clash of azure light shot up into the sky. A powerful wave of energy rapidly spread outwards. All the monsters lurking outside were instantly reduced to dust. Report. A powerful cursed one has appeared in the central area. A patrol claiming to be a cursed one launched an attack on Nahida. But before he could say anything further, darkness enveloped him. Eddie! The girl shouted her partner's name. Seeing her partner unconscious, she bared her teeth at Nahida and prepared to fight desperately. They are not any sort of partners. The girl dashed towards Nahida. You should just sleep peacefully. This nightmare is not your fault. Even this twisted relationship is a form of redemption for these children who have never experienced love. However, wrong is wrong. The range of human activities has been compressed, but the plants are not. After marking all the children referred to as cursed ones, it is the Hall of Wisdom. What happened to that cursed one? Has heaven finally grown weary of them, wanting to kill them? Under the cruel gaze of a corpulent man, there was nothing but excitement. The cursed ones are simply too easy to bully. As for the danger posed by the monsters outside, they have forgotten it after being protected for so long, blindly believing that their continued existence is due to the army's protection. On the contrary, in their eyes, this group of cursed ones is currently the greatest danger. Under the eager gazes of the foolish individuals, the cursed ones were enveloped in emerald light. You are beyond saving. You shall not be forgiven. Those sheltered within the haven have no idea what they are about to face. All they know is that all the cursed ones have disappeared, completely vanished. They excitedly rushed out of. They began to celebrate. Although Nahida's outburst cleared part of the surroundings in the distances, the monsters began to be attracted by the tremendous commotion. Days swiftly passed. Huan Nalan Na. The little girls, standing together with starry-eyed expressions, gazed at Nahida, while Lan Na Luo suddenly emerged from the ground, dancing with her little steps, accompanying the little ones in play. Looking at this group of little ones she had brought back from that world, each of their perspectives had been profoundly influenced by their experiences there. Nahida cast a sleep effect on the little ones. Then, in the dream world, she personally nurtured them to their current age. In her office within her palace, Nahida the avatar felt a slight connection reconnecting. You've returned, my. How was your journey of exploration in the other world? Nahida shook her head as she looked at her various avatars, particularly at the most composed one. Not exactly beautiful. Upon seeing the original shake her head, she did not speak further, merely transformed into white mist and returned to the original body. The techniques of the ninja world are hard to articulate. Even when utilized by Nahida, they still retain many characteristics. For instance, although the shadow clones do not betray, they possess a strong sense of autonomy and do not require the original to control them. However, some are too autonomous with all kinds of personalities. Although it was lunchtime, the gathering called by the King of Grass had brought everyone together in good order. The representatives of various academies stood at the forefront of the line. In the central circular plaza of Shumi City, a statue of Nahida stood proudly in the center. In general, the lifespan in the shinobi world is terribly short, and the several representatives are merely the most outstanding among the first batch of children. Though they were not very old, they had already experienced quite a lot of such scenes. They had received a special instruction from Mother. These are the little sisters that Mother brought back. It seemed that a few of them had been spoiled terribly. The graceful female sage adjusted her glasses, observing the few mischievous little girls in front of her, with a critical conclusion. Another male sage, who always carried a few candies, looked at the emaciated little ones and said, "Let's have our people help the cafeteria prepare some food for these little ones. The days of true peace after the war are neither long nor short." Initially, it was due to the wars of the 5 great nations that were eradicated under Nahida's firm stance, leading to unity, as people silently swallowed the hatred born from the conflict. Until Nahida's birthday, the King of Grass bestowed blessings that alleviated the hatred. Those who had been lost to the war returned, yet they would never forget the pain of losing their loved ones. Other teachers in scholar robes and students looked on with gentle gazes, unaware of the true circumstances, merely believing that the King of Grass had once again rescued this group of children affected by war. "Come here, let me check you. Such a good girl." The female student habitually patted the head of the little one. The female student watched as the little one became attached to her simply from a head pat. She quickly glanced at the little girls surrounding her. Those pleading gazes. These children have significant psychological trauma. Please be mindful. Understood, Sister Lien. What kind of terrible lives did these children have before? Their physical condition is quite poor. They are just little ones under 8 or 9 years old. We need to have the medical staff check their bodies first. The outside world is in a flurry, but Nahida does not need to take full responsibility for the subsequent matters. She faced an even more significant problem. Before her stood the white-haired deity of the shinobi world, Otsutsuki Kagaya, exhibiting a strange demeanor, blushing as she incessantly cuddled Nahida and her clone. "Oh dear, look what I found, a second Nahida. Double the little Nahida. I have double the joy." Before she could even send the little girls off and finalize the subsequent tasks, she realized why she had been counting them as just one. Nahida was swept into a warm embrace. Nahida clone covered her face with both hands, not daring to let her original see her. "My dear clone 050, can you tell me what exactly happened during my absence?" Nahida, muffling her voice while gazing at her clone, spoke each word carefully. However, before Nahida could explode in frustration with her final words, the clone who had been accompanying Kagaya stuck out her tongue, and with a pop dissipated into a cloud of smoke. As the clone returned, the memories of what it had experienced during this time surfaced in Nahida's mind. Observing the chaotic behavior the clone exhibited with Kagaya after her departure, she felt regret for hastily choosing that clone before leaving. Deciding never to touch this uncontrollable clone technique again, she opened a portal in the space beneath her feet. Kagaya, who was holding Nahida, did not flee. Both Kagaya and Nahida appeared above Shumi City, their extraordinary vision enabling them to clearly see the situation on the ground. Kagaya merely smiled at the sight of Nahida, who was with her, and flew towards the top of the pure good palace. They began to silently observe the bustling activity below.